Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 114, Enlightenment. A half-hour break. Ren went to soak in the hot springs to relax his body and mind, washing away the exhaustion and dust from earlier. The girls also headed to the hot springs. It was clear they needed to mentally prepare themselves to hear the story about the back mountain. After both sides were ready, they gathered in the living room again. Alright, let's go over the situation at the back mountain in detail. As he spoke, Ren handed his phone to Hayasaka. Hayasaka swiftly retrieved a projector, connected it to the phone, and began projecting the images onto the screen that had been set up in the main hall. The projection appeared on the screen. The image was taken from a high vantage point, capturing the drug lab that the Special Forces had raided. The facility was quite large. Just from a rough estimate, it spanned several thousand square meters. Its exterior looked simple and unremarkable. The walls were made of white plastic with an iron sheet roof on top. However, considering that it was a drug production and research site, the simplicity made sense. It was clearly a temporary setup designed to be quickly dismantled and relocated if discovered. There was no need to invest in a more sophisticated structure. Soon, the footage showed fully armed elite troops surrounding and storming the base. The footage was exceptionally clear. Even the moments when the drug dealers were shot were captured in sharp detail. The grim reality of a drug raid played out in front of them. The room fell silent as everyone watching felt the weight of life slipping away before their eyes. People who had been moving just moments ago lost all signs of life after being struck by a few bullets. It all happened so suddenly. It all happened so naturally. They knew drug dealers didn't deserve sympathy. But knowing that didn't mean they were ready to watch a life vanish right in front of them. This was something they had to face sooner or later. Because the world they were about to step into was far more dangerous and unforgiving than the ordinary one. The loss of life was something they needed to accept. Ren didn't interrupt them. He didn't tell them to stay indifferent or to harden their hearts. There were some things people needed to process on their own. Since they had chosen to watch, they needed to find the resolve within themselves. The footage continued as the Special Forces cleared the base, methodically eliminating the remaining drug dealers. The screen froze there. This was just the beginning, Ren said. The Metropolitan Police Department's raiding team is highly competent. They showed no hesitation when dealing with the drug dealers. My guess is that someone senior in the department gave them specific instructions beforehand. Otherwise, they would have likely left one or two survivors to interrogate. But from how they operated, it was clear that eliminating these drug dealers was their primary objective. He explained this while gesturing toward the frozen image on the screen. The video resumed, shifting to the interior of the laboratory. The lab was lined with thick plastic sheeting, most likely to contain chemical odors and minimize the risk of accidents during production. Everything was designed with efficiency in mind. But now, the laboratory was littered with corpses. Unlike the earlier long-distance shots, these scenes were much closer and more vivid. The grotesque clarity turned the girls' faces pale. All of these drug dealers were addicts themselves, Ren said, his tone steady. They got into the trade for money, and to feed their own addictions. So, none of them were innocent. They chose this path knowing exactly what it meant. In pursuit of wealth and indulgence, they were willing to do anything, no matter how cruel or inhumane. Hayasaka, pause it here. Understood. Hayasaka stopped the video. Ren exhaled and turned toward the group. What you're about to see next is the darkest, most depraved side of the ordinary world. Are you sure you want to continue? This was Ren's final warning. Kagaya's expression was grim. She had never witnessed such a scene in person before. As a sheltered young lady who grew up in a privileged environment, she had always been kept away from such brutal realities. But now, it was happening right in front of her eyes and even more horrifying scenes were yet to come. Still, she gritted her teeth and stood firm. Amamiya, this is our collective decision. Maybe the scenes that follow will push us beyond our limits, but this is something we have to face. Since stepping into the mysterious world, we've gained more knowledge about reality, and sooner or later, we'll encounter situations like this again. That's why, no matter what, we have to accept these truths we've never faced before. Ren recognized Kagaya's resolve. Her rationality had guided her to this decision. She understood that this was a necessary experience, and she was prepared to endure it. But what about the others? His gaze shifted to Sonoko and Ran. When Sonoko noticed Ren looking at her, her face turned pale, but she straightened her back and met his gaze. Ren-kun, I'm the same. I made this decision myself, and I have to accept the consequences. Ran, who was usually the most timid when it came to these things, hugged her arms tightly. I feel the same way as Sonoko. There'll be more situations like this in the future. If we can't accept it now, it'll only become more dangerous later. So, I won't be left behind. Ren gave a slight nod, acknowledging their determination. Finally, his gaze landed on the youngest of the group, Nagi. You don't need to. You don't have to say it, Nagi interrupted, raising a hand to stop him. Her face was pale. The sight of so many real, lifeless bodies had shaken her. This wasn't a horror movie with fake props, everything she saw was real. My mom chose this path. Maybe she was lucky, but I know I don't have that same luck. If I can't even endure this, I'll never be able to move forward. Everyone had made up their minds. The atmosphere was heavy with determination. And then. Ugh. Amamiya, I'm scared. The tension shattered in an instant. Fujiwara's fearful voice broke the silence. The others turned toward her, their expressions blank as they processed the sudden shift in mood. Ignoring the collective stares of death, Fujiwara scrambled to sit beside Ren. So, please let me hold on to you, she pleaded. I'm scared I won't be able to handle it otherwise. You know you can't handle it, yet you're still insisting on watching. Ren sighed. If you're that scared, you don't have to watch. No way. Chika immediately refused. She tried to stretch her neck and act brave, but her body trembled so much that it was impossible to take her seriously. Kagaya's watching it, so I can't back down, she declared. If I give up now, how can I call myself Kagaya's best friend? Hearing that, Kagaya was momentarily touched. But when she saw Fujiwara clinging to Ren's arm like a frightened child, her entire body practically glued to his side, that fleeting warmth disappeared without a trace. Annoyance surged through her chest for reasons she couldn't quite explain. First time you guys didn't get bonus immediately, you're giving my PS away. Throw them all here on Onagai XD. Chapter 115, vomited. Ren, who was being held, felt slightly stiff. However, he could clearly sense Fujiwara Chika's fear through her trembling. She was terrified, so much so that her body wouldn't stop shaking. Yet, despite being scared to death, she was forcing herself to watch. Ren sighed softly. Hayasaka-san, continue. Understood. Hayasaka gave a slight nod and resumed the video. The scene transitioned to the basement of the laboratory, a confined, enclosed space. The entrance was sealed off with thick plastic sheeting. Everyone knew instinctively, this was the critical part. They held their breath and watched in silence. The camera moved past the plastic barrier and into the underground lab. As the lights turned on, the interior was revealed. The girls couldn't help but cover their mouths. What greeted their eyes were dozens of lab tables, each occupied by a corpse. The victims spanned different ages. There were elderly individuals, middle-aged men and women, and even children who appeared no older than 10. All of them were strapped to the tables. The deep marks on their wrists and ankles painted a vivid picture of the unimaginable agony they endured before death. Their faces were frozen in expressions of sheer horror. Numerous needle marks were visible on their bodies. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of experiments these drug dealers had conducted on them. The more emotionally sensitive members of the group reached their limits. Ugh. Ran and Sonoko felt a powerful wave of nausea crash over them. They scrambled for the trash cans that had been prepared beforehand. Ugh. Their stomachs revolted, and they vomited uncontrollably into the bins. The sight, the stench, the implication of what had occurred in that lab overwhelmed them. As Ran and Sonoko lost control, the others followed. One by one, each girl grabbed a nearby trash can and vomited as their bodies reacted to the trauma. Ren felt Chika's trembling intensify. Without a word, he extended his hand and used his abilities to pull a trash can from across the room, placing it in front of her. Thank you. Ugh. Her gratitude was cut short as she bent forward and emptied her stomach. See. I told you it was better not to watch. Even Ren himself felt uncomfortable looking at the horrific scene. Those individuals on the lab tables had become addicts due to the experiments conducted by the drug dealers. Their endless suffering had planted a seed of hatred so strong that many of their souls had likely turned into malevolent spirits after death. The true perpetrators of these crimes were well known to these spirits. But because the village chief hadn't been present at the back mountain base, those vengeful spirits remained trapped above the island, unable to exact their revenge. Ren gently turned to the side and began patting Chika's back to help ease her nausea. But in such situations, there was no way to stop vomiting until their stomachs were completely emptied. The only one who seemed relatively stable was Izumi. Her eyes burned with fury, but not fear. It was clear she'd witnessed similarly horrific scenes before. Everyone else was visibly shaken. Even Kagaya, who was usually rational and composed, and Maria, who always maintained an air of maturity, were overcome by the shock. No one had been spared. After ensuring Chika could manage on her own for a moment, Ren stood up and walked over to grab some tissues. He returned, handing a few sheets to Chika. "Thank you." Chika accepted the tissues but immediately bent back over the trash can as another wave of nausea hit her. The room remained filled with the sound of retching for another half a minute. Not because the trauma had passed but simply because there was nothing left in their stomachs to expel. The girls wiped their mouths with tissues, their faces pale and exhausted. They all looked utterly drained. But compared to the violent sickness from earlier, they now seemed slightly better. Even children weren't spared. Kagaya's voice was cold and trembling. She had just witnessed the darkest depths of human depravity. Drug dealers who would strap children barely 10 years old to lab tables for their grotesque experiments had no right to live. But then a thought struck her. "Wait. Amamiya-sama," she said, turning toward him. "Tsukikage Island isn't that big. How did the disappearance of these children go unnoticed?" Ren didn't answer. Instead, he silently raised a hand and pointed toward something on the projected screen. Kagaya was momentarily stunned. But she quickly grasped the implication. Her gaze shifted toward the frozen image on the projection, her expression turning complicated. It wasn't that the parents of the missing children didn't care about their disappearance. They simply never had the chance to. The drug dealers had already taken control of them. And the reason behind it was painfully obvious. Any parent who tried to raise concerns about their missing child would mysteriously vanish soon after. On an island as small as Tsukikage Island, the pattern should have been suspicious. But the drug dealers had prepared their cover story in advance. The family went on vacation. A convenient lie to explain the disappearances. The townspeople, not wanting to dwell on such unsettling events, chose to accept the deception. "I see." Kagaya clenched her fists, her voice low. "So this is the darkness that exists in the ordinary world." The others also realized the truth. Their eyes returned to the screen, where the bodies of the tortured children remained on full display. A heavy silence descended over the room. They had never encountered this level of human depravity before. This was their first exposure to it and it left a scar deep in their hearts. "How does it feel?" Ren asked softly. "A lesson you'll never forget." Kagaya took a shaky breath. Her face was still pale, but she gave a small nod. This was necessary, she admitted. The brutality they'd witnessed had etched itself into her memory. Drug dealers weren't simply criminals. They were monsters who had long since abandoned their humanity. "Amamiya, is the supernatural world like this too?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Ren gave a faint, bitter smile and shook his head. "In the supernatural world," he began, "with power comes the loss of restraint. Now ask yourself, how many people can still cling to their humanity when given absolute power?" He gestured toward the screen. "These drug dealers are evil, yes. But the supernatural world. It's filled with hidden blades and constant, suffocating malice. There are countless people who will abandon their principles in pursuit of power. Compared to them, these drug dealers are almost tame." The room fell into another long silence. The truth weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. Kagaya's eyes remained fixed on the screen. She thought back to the moment she had obtained the ice fruit. Her first thought hadn't been about justice or responsibility. It had been about freedom. "Like me," she muttered. "When I got the ice fruit, I couldn't help but think of using that power to break free from the shackles placed on me." Ren gave her an approving nod. "That's exactly it," he said. "Human nature is fragile. When you're trapped, you accept it because you have no other choice. But once power enters your hands, once you realize you have other options, that's when the real test begins. Because under repeated indulgence, human nature shatters." Kagaya closed her eyes and let his words sink in. She had always thought of herself as rational and disciplined. But the mere taste of power had tempted her to abandon that self-control. The line between human and monster was thinner than she'd realized. Bonus for 200 PS, next bonus at 400 PS. Thanks for your support guys, give me more PS for more bonus CHPS XD. Chapter 116, The Problem of Human Nature. After the Special Forces completed the clearing operation, the regular officers from the Metropolitan Police Department moved in to investigate the back mountain. Naturally, Inspector Magyar was among them. Even with his years of experience on the force, the scene before him left him speechless. He had seen many gruesome crime scenes throughout his career. But this was different. Seeing the lifeless bodies of middle-aged victims was already tragic enough. But now, several of those corpses belonged to children. The horror of that realization made his stomach churn. Magyar lowered the brim of his hat. "It looks like things on this island are far more complicated than I thought." He had initially assumed that once the drug dealers were subdued, the remaining work would simply involve collecting evidence related to drug production. Confiscating the drugs and dismantling the equipment should have been the straightforward next step. But he'd underestimated the scale of the crime. What lay before him wasn't just about illegal drugs. They were dealing with a massacre, dozens of innocent lives, snuffed out in the name of experimentation. He approached one of the lab tables and examined the sheets of paper pinned to its surface. Chemical formulas and data were scrawled across the pages. The cold, clinical precision of the text contrasted with the brutality of the acts committed here. There were no names listed, only numerical designations. But the patterns clearly referred to test subjects. Human subjects. Megure clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached. He was a police officer, he'd seen his fair share of human cruelty. But this crossed into something else entirely. Even so, he knew he couldn't let his emotions cloud his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone and dialed his superior. The line connected after a few seconds. Superintendent Matsumoto, sir. The clearing operation has been completed. Good work, Megure, came Matsumoto Kayanaga's voice from the other end. Megure hesitated before continuing. Sir, the back mountain was indeed a drug dealer's base. We've confirmed it was being used as a drug manufacturing lab. The brief pause from Matsumoto told Megure that his superior was waiting for the other shoe to drop. There's more, isn't there? Matsumoto asked, his voice low. Yes. Megure steeled himself. In the basement of the drug lab, we discovered a hidden facility. There were dozens of bodies, sir. Men, women, the elderly, even children. We're certain the drug dealers were using living people to test new drug formulas. What? Matsumoto Kayanaga's voice shot through the phone like a bullet. Live human experiments. On that scale. The implications made his mind reel. Drug dealers had always treated drug trafficking as a profit-driven enterprise. But now, it seemed they'd crossed a line, moving from distribution into experimentation. The goal? Developing new drugs at the cost of innocent lives. Who the hell gave them the audacity to try something like this? Matsumoto's grip tightened around the receiver. This wasn't something they could quietly sweep under the rug. The Metropolitan Police Department had already mobilized significant resources for the raid. The public would be expecting answers. And, more worryingly, if the data from these experiments had already been shared with other drug syndicates. The consequences could be catastrophic. Megure, secure the scene, Matsumoto ordered, his voice sharp. I need a full, detailed report as soon as possible. Understood, sir. The line went dead. Megure lowered the phone and looked around the lab. The stench of death clung to the air. The corpses hadn't fully decayed yet, but their contorted expressions and visible wounds told the story of their suffering. These victims. He muttered to himself. They were locals. People from Tsukikage Island. He knew what had to be done. Identifying each victim, one by one, was going to be a painstaking process. But it was the only way to bring closure to the families left behind and to build an airtight case against those responsible. He sighed and rubbed his temples. Today was supposed to be his day off. He'd planned to spend the weekend relaxing at home with his wife. But now. He'd be lucky to make it home before next week. Looks like I'll need to apologize to her later, he muttered, forcing himself to focus. After resting for a while, the girls at the hot spring hotel seemed to be in slightly better condition. Unfortunately, none of them had much of an appetite left after what they'd witnessed. Ugh. I feel awful. Chika groaned. After vomiting so many times, even her stomach acid was gone. Her limbs felt weak, and she could only lean against Ren for support. Being close to him was the only thing keeping her fear and nausea at bay. Ren let out a quiet sigh. He gently patted her back, just as he'd done earlier, hoping it would help ease her discomfort. This is why I said some things aren't meant for you to see. Ugh, yeah. I definitely get that now. Chika finally understood how out of her depth she'd been. It wasn't about gender or age. There are just some scenes that the human mind isn't built to process. Even now, when she closed her eyes, the images of those mangled corpses haunted her. The bodies of those children, especially, were burned into her memory. What kind of torture did those kids go through, she whispered, her voice trembling. Ren gently tapped her forehead with his knuckles. Don't dwell on that, he said softly. Trying to imagine what those kids experienced without any concrete information will only drag you into endless mental exhaustion. If you obsess over it too much, you might end up with lasting psychological damage. Chika rubbed her forehead where he'd tapped her and reluctantly abandoned the thought. Okay, so what should we focus on instead? The question seemed to resonate with everyone else. The others, who had been silently processing the horror they'd seen, turned their attention toward Amamiya Ren. What we should be focusing on, he said, is how to hold on to our humanity. Humanity. Chika repeated, confused. Wait, are you saying the drug dealers lost their humanity? Exactly, Ren replied, nodding. He turned to look at Shinomiya Kagaya. Shinomiya-san, remember what I said to you earlier? Kagaya's expression shifted as the memory surfaced. You said that once someone gains power, they'll start pushing past the limits of their humanity without even realizing it. That's right, Ren confirmed. She lowered her gaze. It hadn't even been that long since she'd obtained the ice fruit, and her first instinct had been to think about how it could help her escape the constraints of her family. Humanity isn't just about morals or kindness, Ren continued. It's about empathy. Once someone loses the ability to empathize with others, they stop being human. Without empathy, there's nothing left but instinct, desire, and a hunger for more power. The room grew heavy with silence again. But, if they lose their humanity, aren't they still technically human? Ren asked hesitantly. Ren shook his head. No. Someone who discards their humanity in pursuit of power isn't human anymore. They're just monsters that happen to look like people. The word sent chills through everyone present. Monsters. The drug dealers they had seen earlier fit that description perfectly. They had looked like ordinary people, but their actions had proven how little of their humanity remained. Ren's gaze sharpened. This isn't just a philosophical debate, he said. It's directly tied to the path I'm walking. The path of sequence is the path of human nature. Even gods, after all, needed an anchor to hold on to their humanity. Sequence 0 wasn't the end. It was simply the stage where one became powerful enough to bear the responsibility of retaining their humanity, no matter the temptation. Because once someone became consumed by their powers, they stopped being the master of their abilities and became the slave of the power itself. Chapter 117, Self-discipline is not weakness, bonus. Human nature, it's not something that's easily defined. I'm not some well-read philosopher or a scholar with sophisticated theories. I'm just an ordinary person. My understanding of human nature is shallow, at best. Nothing profound. Amamiya Ren spoke with calm honesty. He wasn't here to impress anyone with complex theories or elegant rhetoric. He was simply sharing his own perspective, one built through experience and observation. To me, human nature is closely tied to desire. People without desires have, in essence, lost their humanity. I honestly don't think there's anyone out there completely devoid of desire. He paused, his eyes reflecting a quiet intensity. Maybe, not even gods can be free from desire. If gods were truly without desires, they wouldn't need faith. They wouldn't crave power. And without power and faith, would we even still call them gods? So, even gods possess human nature in some form. That's why I believe that emotions and desires are the clearest expressions of human nature. The room grew silent as everyone processed his words. But then, Ren's tone shifted slightly. Of course, I'm not talking about unchecked desires or out-of-control emotions. I'm talking about desires and emotions that remain under our control. Once someone lets their desires run rampant, they stop being human. They become beasts, driven solely by instinct. That's why humans are such complicated creatures. The line between us and beasts isn't just intelligence or speech, it's self-restraint. Self-restraint is the very core of what makes us human. His words carried a weight that resonated deeply. People weren't human simply because of biology. They were human because they could impose limits on themselves, because they could act on reason instead of pure instinct. If a wild animal ever came to understand mortality the way we do, it would start developing something akin to human nature as well. And if that happened, that creature would eventually begin evolving toward humanity. He exhaled slowly. The same principle applies to the path of sequence. Even the gods that reach sequence 0 need anchors to hold on to their humanity. Without that anchor, they fall into madness. Power without restraint is like a ship without a rudder. The stronger someone becomes, the more important it is for them to remember who they are and what they stand for. Ren fell quiet. He wasn't certain how sequence 0 gods managed to maintain their sanity. He only knew one thing. If he ever abandoned his own sense of self, the power would eventually consume him. He refused to live like a beast. After he finished speaking, the weight of his words lingered in the air. Kagaya's gaze was thoughtful. Amamiya, Kagaya finally said, her voice hesitant. If we have to maintain our humanity, then what's the point of pursuing power in the first place? The others shifted uncomfortably. They'd been wondering the same thing. Ren turned toward her and gave a knowing nod. You're wondering why we chase after power if we have to constantly hold ourselves back, right? Kagaya nodded. Exactly. If we can't even use our strength without restraint, doesn't that defeat the purpose? The room held its breath as Ren smiled faintly. And then, he said something that left them completely stunned. Self-discipline doesn't mean you're supposed to feel aggrieved. The girls exchanged confused glances. What do you mean? Kagaya asked. Self-restraint doesn't mean you have to sit back and tolerate being bullied, Amamiya Ren explained. When someone crosses the line, when someone provokes you, you absolutely should respond with the full weight of your strength. But what makes you human is what comes afterward. After punishing the one who provoked you, you don't let yourself get drunk on that feeling of power. When you encounter people like that, the best thing to do is step on their face and make sure they understand that provoking you was the worst decision they ever made. Shinomiya-san, you should know that bottling up your emotions too often can lead to psychological issues. For your own mental well-being, you need to learn how to retaliate, within reason, so you can feel at ease afterward. Enduring everything without pushing back will only hurt you in the long run. Kaguya froze. She had never heard someone put it this way before. Think about it. Buddhism says that a butcher can become a Buddha the moment they lay down their blade. But Taoism says, if someone wants to become a Buddha, let them. As for me, I have no such intention. In other words, Shinomiya-san, you need to adjust your mindset. If someone bullies you, don't just sit there and take it, bully them back. That's what power is for. Ren's voice was calm, but his words struck a chord with everyone present. Of course, he wasn't advocating for mindless aggression. When you had no power, adopting a Buddhist attitude, one of non-interference was the best approach. But once you possessed the strength to act, it became equally important to follow your heart when dealing with provocations. Power was meant to be used, not hoarded. After all, he added with a slight shrug, it's not like I haven't meddled in other people's affairs before. Besides, who said the pursuit of power was meaningless? Huh. Kaguya blinked, confused. The shift in topic caught her off guard. She was still trying to process his earlier words. What do you mean by that? You asked earlier if there was any point in seeking power when you have to restrain yourself. Well, I'd argue that, especially for girls, power has a very clear, tangible benefit. A benefit for girls? Kaguya tilted her head. The others, sensing something interesting, leaned in closer. Ren smirked. When you reach a certain level of strength, something interesting happens. The stronger you become, the more your body changes to accommodate that strength. With greater mastery over your powers, comes an extension of your lifespan. The girls froze. Longevity might sound mythical, but it's not. Eternal life is nearly impossible, but living significantly longer. That's absolutely achievable. Kaguya's eyes widened. Longevity, she repeated. Exactly. Ren nodded. As your power grows, your body and mind adapt. Reaching the point where you could live for centuries isn't unrealistic. And if you're lucky, true immortality might even be within reach. Silence. Longevity. Immortality. Concepts they'd always associated with fairy tales were suddenly being presented as attainable goals. The weight of his words settled over the group. For a moment, no one spoke. And then. Wait. Chika, who had been slouched against Ren in exhaustion, suddenly shot up. Her cheeks, which had been pale from her earlier nausea, flushed a bright, healthy pink. Did you just say? Immortality. That's right, Ren said with a chuckle. Chika's eyes sparkled. Eternal youth, she squeaked. Ren shrugged again. With enough power? Yes. That's entirely possible. The entire conversation about self-discipline, restraint, and responsibility evaporated in an instant. The girl's expressions shifted from solemn contemplation to burning curiosity. Because now, they'd just discovered the ultimate incentive to seek power. Longevity. Immortality. Eternal youth. Bonus for 400 PS. Next bonus at 600 PS. We're almost back at T20, give me some more PS. Onage 3 XD. Chapter 118, All Our Paths to Demigods. For men, the greatest pursuit is power, for women, the greatest pursuit is immortality/eternal youth. When any form of power reaches its peak, it naturally moves toward immortality. Ren paused for a moment, then glanced at the girls present with a slightly amused expression. Didn't I mention this before? Kaguya fell silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. Yes, you did. At the very first club meeting, Amamiya-san brought up the topic of immortality. You also said that the club would eventually move in that direction. Ren recalled saying something along those lines back then. We just never connected that idea with the concept of immortality. After all, everyone knows that immortality and longevity are fundamentally different. To Kaguya, the notion of true immortality had always seemed distant, so far removed from her reality that she never gave it much thought. Well, now it's time to start working toward it. When any form of power reaches a certain level, it begins to reshape the body itself. As lifespan increases, the natural decay that weakens the body slows down in response to the growth of one's power until, eventually, one attains immortality. Ren stopped here and glanced at the group before continuing, and I think the one most likely to achieve immortality first is Ran. Me. Ren, startled by the sudden mention of her name, pointed to herself in disbelief. Yes. Ren nodded. The body ages due to natural decay, a process rooted in the flesh itself. And the power you've obtained works by transforming the body from the inside out. So, from the moment your body began its transformation, your aging process started to slow down. Of course, true immortality will still take a long time, but your progression will definitely outpace Sanzenin and Shinomiya. Ren's ability, Imperial Sakura Fong, alters her body through the nutrients she consumes, strengthening her power, reaction speed, explosive force, and endurance while slowing the natural decline of her body. Sanzenin, on the other hand, has an anemo vision. That vision is an external magical organ that allows her to absorb external energy and convert it into anemo power. But ultimately, it remains an external power. The vision will undoubtedly grow stronger over time, but the direction of its growth might depend heavily on the contents of the diary. Until then, it's best to focus on training elemental control with as much precision as possible. After all, the god of wind once started with nothing but a single breath of mist. Elemental abilities have immense growth potential. If Sanzenin could overcome the inherent limitations of the vision, she might very well reach the level of a demigod one day. The same goes for Miss Maria. The true form of the rock god is a 1,000-meter-long stone dragon, once revered as a war god. Your vision is of the Geo element, power drawn from the earth itself. Miss Maria, you should work hard to develop your abilities. The Geo element embodies stability, structure, and resilience. With it, you can summon stone to crush your enemies, or create an unbreakable shield to protect yourself and others. A solid, unyielding rock always gives people a sense of security. In Ren's eyes, Maria's role as a maid made her an ideal wielder of a Geo vision. The god of wind. Nagi could still feel the untapped potential of the power she had obtained. There was still a long road ahead. But this was a good start. If she wanted to see her mother again, growing stronger was a necessary condition. Of course, her greatest reliance in achieving that goal remained the diary. But Maria really is a good match for the god of war, huh? Nagi said suddenly. Maria was momentarily speechless. Please don't pair an ordinary girl like me with a title as grand as the god of war, she replied, sounding half exasperated. If anyone here fits that title, it's definitely Miss Hinajuku. Nagi immediately agreed, wholeheartedly. Hinajuku Katsura was undoubtedly a god of war in every sense. Then there's Shinomiya-san, Ren said, his gaze shifting toward her. He left the rest unsaid, but Kaguya immediately understood. I know, she responded softly. The ultimate power of the ice fruit. The ice fruit had already given her considerable strength, and she had no doubts about its potential. Its clarity and power left her with little confusion about the path ahead. However, bringing that power to its peak would require time, patience, and effort. Shinomiya-san, the two weaknesses of the ice fruit that I mentioned before aren't entirely unfounded, Ren explained. But those vulnerabilities might only apply to certain stories. I'm not sure if the ocean in the real world contains the same elements. You might want to test it when the opportunity arises. Yes. Kaguya nodded slightly, already considering the best way to conduct that experiment. By now, the tension that had lingered over the group had mostly dissipated. Ren checked the clock hanging on the wall. Before he knew it, it was already 7:23 in the evening. Past dinner time, he realized. Are you all still hungry? He asked. Hungry? The girls exchanged glances. The answer was obvious, yes. The nausea from earlier had left them drained, and that lingering emptiness in their stomachs had become increasingly difficult to ignore. Honestly, I've been starving for a while now, Kaguya admitted. But I don't think I can eat anything just yet. Ren touched her stomach with a grimace. If I eat now, I'll definitely throw up again, she said with complete confidence. The others silently nodded in agreement. Mr. Amamiya, dinner is actually ready. Maria's voice broke the silence. No meat, though, just vegetables. At that moment, everyone immediately understood why. After witnessing that grotesque scene earlier, the mere thought of eating meat was unsettling. Ren glanced around the room before slowly standing up. Then I'll go eat first, he said casually. You all should try to eat something, though. It'll be a long night if you go to bed hungry. Chapter 119, Eternal Darkness, Bonus. In the end, the girls remained hungry but didn't eat. The lingering nausea made it impossible for them to stomach anything. Yesterday's events had also left an impression on Amamiya Ren, though not to the same degree. As long as he avoided meat, he didn't feel the urge to vomit while eating. So, in the end, he was quite satisfied with last night's vegetarian dinner. The next morning, he woke up early as usual. But today, he didn't go for a run. Yesterday's morning jog had only been a pretense to gather intelligence. It wasn't as though Ren had developed a morning exercise habit during his vacation. After waking up, he soaked in the hot spring for a while, washed up, and got dressed. Once he finished his morning routine, he headed to check on the action team stationed near the danger zone of the hotel. Not all the team members were on duty, some remained on guard while others rested. That arrangement was perfectly reasonable. After all, if everyone remained on high alert through the night, they would have been too exhausted to stay sharp by the time morning arrived. Splitting the shifts ensured they maintained their vigilance. After confirming the situation, Ren made his way to the hotel entrance, where Sato Miwako had been stationed. When he arrived, he found the heroic policewoman slumped against the wall, fast asleep in an uncharacteristically unkempt manner. Seeing this, Ren quietly returned to his room, retrieved an extra blanket from the bed, and spread it out on the ground. Then, using the power of the gray fog, he carefully transferred Sato Miwako onto the makeshift bed and covered her with the quilt. With that done, he left without a word. He strolled through the empty main hall and sat down in one of the chairs. The next wave of officers from the Metropolitan Police Department should arrive soon, he thought. The bodies found in the drug lab couldn't be handed over to ordinary officers, they would need professional forensic specialists to handle the situation. The presence of drug dealers actively researching new substances also required experienced narcotics officers to join the investigation. Aside from the frontline special forces, most of the officers here will likely leave with us. Tsukikage Island wasn't a large place. The only detective stationed here year-round was an old veteran, and the island lacked proper facilities to store bodies, let alone perform autopsies. The bodies would have to be transported to Tokyo. Moving that many corpses is no small task. The interrogation of the captured drug dealers likely wouldn't yield much in just a single night. Besides, Tsukikage Island was only a small piece of the puzzle, just a stepping stone. The real danger remained in Tokyo. If we want to dismantle the drug network that spread across Tokyo, we'll have to dig deeper into what these arrested dealers know. As his thoughts drifted along, something suddenly came to mind. The lottery. The contents of yesterday's diary had been unusually eventful. While Ren didn't fully understand the diary's evaluation criteria, he could feel that yesterday's events had been far more intense than usual, perhaps twice as much so. Maybe, this time, I can draw a Sequence 8 potion. With that hope in mind, Ren summoned the diary and initiated the lottery. The massive roulette wheel spun rapidly, the needle circling faster and faster. Eventually, it slowed and came to a stop. The pointer landed on a single phrase. Lord of Mysteries. The result wasn't particularly surprising. His path had already been set, it was only a matter of what he might draw along the way. Obtain source, River of Eternal Darkness. Seeing the message, Ren instinctively froze. A giant question mark seemed to appear above his head. But after a moment of disbelief, he quickly processed what had happened. I actually drew a second spherote. Did yesterday's diary really have such a big impact? The diary's lottery mechanism prioritized significant emotional impact. The greater the psychological shock on the diary readers, the better the rewards drawn from it. He still remembered how, when he first obtained Sefirah Castle, he self-destructed to lure Shinomiya and the others into investigating him. That exposure combined with the ripple effect on those who read the diary, triggered the most significant change in his life. But for yesterday's events to cause the same effect as that first time. Ren furrowed his brow and recalled the reactions of Kagaya, Nagi, and Ran. Yesterday had ripped open the darkest corner of the ordinary world for them to witness, a corner filled with horror, despair, and filth. And beyond that, it showed them that the supernatural world was no less terrifying. The shock of that revelation had undoubtedly shaken their worldview to its core. Come to think of it, I wasn't immune to that impact either. Even he had never experienced such a grotesque, visceral scene before. Yeah, it really was a lot. The emotional shock, the psychological distress, it had affected everyone involved. And given how fate seemed to influence the diary's mechanisms, maybe it wasn't so surprising that he'd received such a significant reward. And it wasn't just those three who were affected. What if the diary also registered the reactions of the other girls? If that were the case, then it might explain how he had drawn another source so quickly. But if the diary acknowledges the emotional impact of others as well, does that mean a second wave of diary holders might soon appear? The possibility intrigued him. If more diary holders emerged, he would prefer to select candidates from the girls who had accompanied him to Tsukikage Island. After all, they were already somewhat familiar with the mysterious side of the world. Still, let's leave that for later. Ren shook his head, dismissing the thought for now. Instead of continuing to sit in the living room, he returned to his room. There, he used the door pathway's abilities to block the door and seal off any potential intrusions. Once everything was secure, he sat down, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Focus. A sensation of falling immediately followed. Plop. It felt like his entire body had been submerged in water. Ren opened his eyes, but the world around him was pitch black, an abyss of shadow without any discernible color. He realized he was floating within a river, though he felt no discomfort. I can still breathe normally. As he slowly adjusted to the darkness, faint glimmers of light became visible. An inexplicable glow filtered down from above, causing the surrounding water to shimmer softly. The river surged beneath him, pushing his body upward. The invisible current lifted him until he broke through the surface. There, beyond the river, he saw a familiar sight. A majestic castle stood on the riverbank, its walls adorned with a faint, star-like radiance. The castle gates were wide open, as though waiting for him to step inside. Sefirah Castle. The river flowing before Sefirah Castle is actually the river of eternal darkness. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. Had his own actions caused this shift? At that moment, he could feel an unfamiliar resonance, a new connection between the Sefirahs. If the Evernight goddess from the other world saw this scene, she would probably lose her mind. Chapter 120, a very useful transformation ability. Writing a diary out of curiosity, and I ended up with Sefirah Castle and the River of Eternal Darkness. If Amon and the Evernight goddess from that world knew about this, they'd probably explode with rage. It was hard to imagine the time and effort Amon had spent scheming to seize Sefirah Castle. And the Evernight goddess, her efforts in establishing the River of Eternal Darkness were no less significant. The celestial worthy had sealed a vast number of Sefirah fragments within the western continent. Unlocking those seals to allow the corresponding sequence 0 true gods the chance to advance to the level of the old ones required either the resurrection of the celestial worthy or the birth of a new lord of mysteries. A task that demanded meticulous preparation, long-term planning, and extraordinary patience. After all, giving rise to a brand new lord of mysteries wasn't something that could happen overnight. And yet, all I did was write a diary. With nothing more than that, Ren had obtained not only Sefirah Castle but now also the River of Eternal Darkness. It was almost laughable. A cosmic irony. But it also raised another intriguing point. So, the diary can harvest other types of essences. But I won't deviate from my core paths. Mastering 3 adjacent pathways was already an extraordinary feat even if the diary provided access to other pathways. He had no intention of jumping tracks. Placing both hands on the riverbank, Ren pushed himself out of the water. His clothes were soaked with the dark, colorless water of the River of Eternal Darkness, yet the sensation of dampness never came. The water sank effortlessly into his skin. A strange calmness washed over him. The surging spiritual energy within his body quieted, leaving him with a profound sense of tranquility. The world itself seemed to dim, its noise reduced to a faint whisper. Even his own presence felt like it was dissolving into the surrounding stillness. Eyes closed, Ren took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he raised his hand. A droplet of colorless water condensed in his palm. Secret. The droplet vanished. Sword. In an instant, an ancient-looking sword materialized in his grasp. The blade was simple, with no ornate engravings or unnecessary embellishments. It was perfectly balanced, neither too long nor too broad. It reminded him of the swords often seen in historical dramas. But unlike the iron and steel blades from those shows, this sword looked more like it was forged from bronze. Its surface shimmered faintly, carrying an inexplicable sense of weight and mystery. Ren recognized it immediately. The Sword of Dawn. This sword wasn't just a random manifestation, it was the personalized form of the Sword of Dawn. I never really liked greatswords to begin with. Even in games, he always preferred bows and ranged combat over cumbersome melee weapons. His skill with greatswords was so abysmal that he only ever used them while watching others play. Perhaps this subconscious preference had shaped the sword's form, molding it into something more familiar and comfortable in his hands. He tested the grip for a moment, then muttered to himself. Not bad, though I don't really use swords much. He paused. What about a card deck? The Sword of Dawn shimmered in response. Its form shifted like liquid metal, flowing between his fingers until it solidified into a deck of cards. A complete tarot deck. The cards felt smooth and cool against his skin, their backs adorned with subtle, shimmering patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. I didn't expect it to be this versatile. He fanned out the cards and inspected them. They were practically indistinguishable from regular tarot cards, except for the faint, otherworldly aura they emitted. It looks like I won't need to replace my tarot decks anymore. Divination tools conjured from the River of Eternal Darkness were far superior to any ordinary cards. Their origin granted them a connection to something far deeper and more profound than mundane fortune-telling. The River of Eternal Darkness itself was inexhaustible. Its waters naturally replenished, making it an endless source of energy. Ren shuffled the cards absent-mindedly. Suddenly, they dissolved into water droplets and vanished. It's like it's reminding me that the cards can revert to river water anytime. So there really is no consumption issue. This meant he could use tarot cards freely during divinations without worrying about running out of materials. That's going to come in handy. He let out a soft exhale. The River of Eternal Darkness didn't reject him, it welcomed him, much like Sefirah Castle had. Its power was already beginning to resonate with his body, adapting itself to his presence. Ren had now gained initial control over the river of eternal darkness. However, the integration process was slow, noticeably slower than it had been with Sefirah Castle. The reason wasn't difficult to guess. I didn't choose the pathway associated with the river of eternal darkness, he thought. That's probably why the integration is taking longer. But he wasn't particularly concerned. Obtaining the river of eternal darkness had been an unexpected windfall, and he wasn't about to complain about the slower synchronization. It's fine if it takes a while. Integrating with the source essence is a naturally slow process anyway. The fact that it's already showing some progress is good enough. Satisfied with that conclusion, Ren closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in his room. The effect of the river of eternal darkness was already noticeable. His emotions felt more stable, his spirit calmer, and the subtle agitation that usually accompanied heightened spiritual activity had dissipated. This feels like the ability of a Sequence 6 Soul Assurer. The comparison made sense. The power resembled that of the Darkness Pathway's Soul Assurer, a role focused on calming restless souls and navigating the mysteries of death. And if that's the case, then the Sword of Dawn must come from the extraordinary characteristics of the Twilight Giant Pathway's Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin. He frowned slightly. Why does the River of Eternal Darkness seem to offer more immediate utility than Sefirah Castle did? When I first obtained Sefirah Castle, it could only grant abilities from Sequence 7. But the River of Eternal Darkness is already giving me access to Sequence 6 level powers. Curious, Ren experimented further with the newly acquired abilities. After several attempts, he began to understand the underlying mechanics. So that's how it works. The River of Eternal Darkness can manifest individual abilities at higher sequence levels, but it can't grant the complete set of powers from that sequence unless I reach the corresponding level of authority. The logic aligned with what he already knew about the source essences. The power from the river wasn't an all-access pass to higher-tier abilities, it simply allowed him to access fragments of extraordinary skills from select pathways. That discovery immediately elevated the river's strategic value. Sequence 6 level abilities from the Dawn Paladin and Soul Assurer paths are already highly practical. Even if the integration process was slow and the river couldn't yet grant more advanced powers, these partial abilities still held immense potential. And the Death Pathway's Sequence 6 abilities. The thought made him pause. In a world where death was an ever-present reality, abilities from the Death Pathway would undoubtedly become invaluable. Especially when dealing with mysteries and incidents like the one we just experienced on Tsukikage Island. Satisfied with his assessment, Ren shifted his focus back to the present. Time to check in with the others. He stood up, brushed himself off, and left the room. Let's see just how lucky they've been this time. Chapter 121, Relieved, Bonus. Maria woke up later than usual that morning, something quite rare for her. Her mind felt foggy, her body sluggish. The horrific scenes from the night before still haunted her. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the cruel, inhumane experiments the drug dealers had conducted. The images lingered, vivid and inescapable. She hadn't managed to fall asleep until she was completely exhausted, and even then, her sleep had been restless and fragmented. Maria turned her head slightly and glanced at the futon beside her. Nagi lay there, still asleep. Although her brows were knitted with unease, the presence of Isumi beside her seemed to provide some measure of comfort. Mr. Amamiya was right. Yesterday was too overwhelming for everyone. Grr. A low, involuntary growl came from her stomach. Maria placed a hand on her abdomen, her cheeks coloring slightly. She had vomited everything she'd eaten the previous afternoon. And when dinner came around, the nausea had been so intense that she hadn't managed a single bite. Now, with the morning light streaming through the windows, hunger gnawed at her insides. Carefully, she got up from beneath the covers and slipped into a windproof yukata. She adjusted the hem, tiptoed toward the door, and quietly left the room. The hallway felt cold against her skin as she made her way toward the kitchen. As she passed through the main hall, she stopped in surprise. Mr. Amamiya. There he was, sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. And in front of him, spread across the table, were the untouched dishes from the previous night. Before she could greet him, her stomach betrayed her once more. Grr. The sound echoed faintly through the room. Ren turned toward her, just in time to see Maria's face flush with embarrassment as she covered her stomach with both hands. You didn't eat dinner, and you threw up everything from earlier, he said matter-of-factly. It's perfectly normal to feel this hungry. He gestured to the food. Come on, sit down and eat. It's all leftovers from yesterday, but it's better than nothing right now. Maria hesitated. The dizziness and faint blurriness in her vision told her that her blood sugar was dangerously low. She could feel the weakness in her limbs, the slight tremor in her hands. He's right. There was no time for pride or pretense. Nodding, she shuffled toward the table, nearly tripping over herself in her hurry. She slid into the chair across from Ren. A steaming bowl of rice appeared in front of her. "Thank you," she mumbled, barely registering the words before digging in. Hunger erased all thought of table manners. Maria shoveled rice into her mouth and then reached for the vegetables, picking up crisp lettuce, tender bamboo shoots, and leafy greens with her chopsticks and combining them with mouthfuls of fragrant rice. The flavors were simple, but in her current state, every bite tasted like heaven. An old grandmother would probably say this is what it means to appreciate your blessings. Ren watched her eat without comment. Given that Maria had gone nearly a full day without food, her appetite was understandable. In minutes, the rice bowl was empty. The pallor that had drained her face earlier was gone, replaced by a faint rosy hue. Burp. The unexpected sound caught Maria off guard. Her eyes went wide, and she clamped a hand over her mouth. Before the blush could fully rise to her cheeks, a cup of warm water appeared in front of her. Maria accepted it with both hands and drank deeply. The warmth eased the tightness in her chest, suppressing the urge to burp again. "Thank you," she said softly, setting the empty cup down. "No problem." An awkward silence followed. It took Maria a few moments to regain her composure. When she finally spoke again, her voice was steadier. "Mr. Amamiya, you're up early today." "I woke up to check the situation around the hotel," he replied, leaning back slightly. "And I was hungry, so I figured I'd have breakfast." His tone was light, as though he were discussing the weather. Maria smiled faintly. "And Sanzenin? Still asleep?" "Yeah. Yesterday was a lot for her to handle." Maria sighed. "I suppose it was inevitable. Nagi had been through a kidnapping because of her family's inheritance. Though her sheltered life had spared her from much of the world's darkness, the trauma of that experience still lingered." "This experience might have been terrifying," Ren said, "but it's not necessarily a bad thing." Maria immediately understood what he meant. The world wasn't as safe as Nagi sometimes imagined. Being exposed to its harsh realities might serve as a wake-up call. The people who went after her inheritance won't always play nice. The world is full of desperate people. And Nagi needed to understand that reality. She needed to grasp the dangers that lurked beyond her sheltered world and develop a sense of caution to protect herself. "That child's been forcing herself from the very beginning," Maria said softly. "I've noticed," Ren replied. He was well aware of Nagi's personality. Tsundere. Stubborn. Strong-willed. Even when terrified, she pushed herself to stay composed. She might be scared out of her mind, but she'd never let it show easily. She forced herself to get the method to revive her mother from the diary. He paused. "What do you think, Ms. Maria?" Maria fell silent for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "With the right motivation, she'll figure it out." She sighed and shook her head. "I've probably coddled her too much all these years. She's grown completely dependent on me. That, and her identity constantly makes her a target for kidnappers." She ran a hand through her hair. "That's why she hates going outside." Ren didn't respond right away. Avoiding the world out of fear. It was understandable. Anyone who had been kidnapped multiple times as a child would naturally feel apprehensive about stepping beyond their comfort zone. But prolonged isolation was dangerous in its own right. If Nagi stays like that for too long, she'll become an internet shut-in. Maria had shared the same concern in the past. But now, seeing Nagi's involvement with the diary and her new determination to bring her mother back, she wondered if it might actually be a blessing in disguise. The mysteries might be frightening, but they've given her a purpose. Now Nagi had a reason to push herself beyond her comfortable bubble. The only person who could save Shiko Sanzenin was Nagi herself. No one else could do it for her. Maria took a deep breath and bowed slightly toward Ren. "Mr. Amamiya, I need to thank you for the changes you've brought to Nagi." Ren shook his head. "This is her own doing," he said firmly. "I only told her that her mother wasn't truly gone, but that saving her would depend entirely on her own efforts." He leaned back slightly in his chair. "The diary reacts to people's desires. It offers a path toward their goals, but it doesn't grant miracles. If Nagi truly wants to bring her mother back, she has to work for it." Maria's eyes softened. "He's right." Ren looked at her. "And you're part of that goal, too." Maria blinked in surprise. "Me?" He gave a faint nod. "Nagi doesn't want to lose you. She's pushing herself to grow so that she can stay by your side." Maria's lips parted slightly, but no words came out at first. Then she smiled. A genuine, relieved smile. "For the longest time, I thought she could only grow if I left her." She let out a soft laugh. "But maybe, if she knows what lies ahead, she'll grow without me needing to disappear." Her gaze shifted toward the room where Nagi was still sleeping. "And if that's the case?" Maria smiled again, this time with quiet determination. "Then I guess I won't be going anywhere." She had said the words casually, almost offhandedly. But the warmth in her voice made it clear. She never truly wanted to leave Nagi in the first place. Bonus for 800 PS. Next bonus at 1000 PS. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A police officer must be practical. After completing their operation, the special forces set up a perimeter around Tsukikage Island, ensuring that no one could escape in the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, the investigation inside the island was handled by detectives dispatched from the Metropolitan Police Department. Even the cleanup phase was proving to be anything but easy. A thorough search of the island's interior was required. Were there still drug dealers hiding among the civilians? Who were the dozens of unidentified corpses beneath the drug lab? The detectives worked tirelessly through the night. Inspector Megure Juzo let out a deep yawn, barely keeping his eyes open. He was exhausted. Interrogations, investigations, endless paperwork, he had been working through the night without rest. I'm getting too old for this. Back in the day, he could handle cases like this without breaking a sweat. But now, he couldn't keep up with the younger officers the way he used to. At that moment, Chiba Kazunobu approached him with a report. Inspector Megure, we've completed the preliminary interrogations and investigations. The captured drug dealers have admitted to their involvement in drug trafficking. Most of them have already confessed. Megure gave a slow nod. And the corpses? We've confirmed their identities, Chiba replied, his tone slightly heavy. All of them were civilians from Tsukikage Island. Megure's brows furrowed. Were they just random targets? Chiba shook his head. Not exactly. They were people who kept to themselves, villagers who rarely interacted with others. Because of that, their disappearances didn't attract much attention. Megure exhaled sharply. As expected. The drug dealers had deliberately chosen victims who were unlikely to be missed. People who lived quietly, without close connections to their neighbors. Inhuman bastards. Even now, after all his years in law enforcement, Megure still found himself disgusted by the depths of human cruelty. And the identities of the dead drug dealers, he asked. Chiba hesitated. That isn't fully confirmed yet. Identifying the deceased criminals was far more difficult, especially for those without proper records. Megure wasn't surprised. If it's not done yet, keep working on it, he said, his voice steady. We need to confirm who they were. And more importantly, we need to find out if there are any other accomplices still out there. Chiba nodded. Understood. This is going to be a long process, Megure continued. Some things won't be solved overnight. For now, compile the confirmed identities. As for the rest, we'll pass them on to the narcotics division. They have more experience with drug-related crimes. Let them handle the deeper investigation. Yes, sir. Chiba felt a wave of relief at those words. In all his years as a detective, he had never encountered a case this severe. Just as he was about to leave, a thought occurred to him. Inspector Megure, what about Takagi? Should we keep him on guard duty? Megure barely hesitated. Let him stay. Chiba was momentarily taken aback. Megure sighed. You know what level Takagi is at. In terms of investigative skill, he's not that different from Muri Kagoro in his early days. Chiba nearly choked at the comparison. But between the two, Muri was the better detective. Megure rubbed his temples. Muri may have made reckless deductions at times, but he was still one of the most capable officers the department had back then. He wasn't a master detective, but when it came to handling cases, he got the job done. He let out another sigh, exhaustion creeping into his voice. The same can't exactly be said for Takagi. Aside from his lack of strong deduction skills, Muri excelled in other areas, his ability to act, his physical capabilities, and his focus during investigations were all top-notch. Moreover, he was an exceptional marksman. His shooting skills were second to none in the department. Compared to him, Takagi Wataru was severely lacking. During investigations, Takagi often struggled, his inability to control his words, his poor execution, and his lack of focus on cases frequently led to problems. In the past, Megure had believed that real-world experience would help Takagi improve over time. But after observing his performance in recent cases, Megure was no longer optimistic. At this rate, it's better to just have him stand guard during major cases rather than risk him messing up a good investigation. This case is huge, and the higher-ups are watching closely, Megure said grimly. We can't afford to let Takagi ruin things again. If he can't even handle standing guard properly, I won't be able to protect him this time. For minor mistakes in routine cases, Megure could shield his subordinates. But for an operation of this scale, involving drug cartels and multiple deaths, even he had limits. That was why Megure preferred to assign Takagi to guard duty rather than entrust him with any critical tasks. Also, Megure continued, glancing at Chiba Kazunobu, once we return, you'll be responsible for guiding him. If Takagi still can't adapt to the work of Investigation Division 1, I'll report to Superintendent Matsumoto and have him reassigned back to traffic duty. Chiba clicked his tongue slightly. He knew that if Takagi failed this time, it would be his last chance. Once an officer was sent back to the traffic department, their career path was essentially sealed. Most police officers started out as traffic cops before earning the chance to transfer to other divisions. But if someone who had transferred out proved incapable of handling the work, they wouldn't get another opportunity. Being sent back meant they would likely spend the rest of their career in traffic enforcement with little to no chance of further advancement. For Takagi, this was a make-or-break moment. Yes, I'll talk to him later, Chiba said seriously. Megure nodded and gave Chiba a firm pat on the shoulder. Make sure he understands. Tell him to adapt to Division 1's work as soon as possible. I don't want to send a young officer with ambition back to a dead-end role. Also, tell him to stop trying to impress Officer Sato. Megure sighed, shaking his head. Being a police officer means staying grounded. He can't afford to get distracted by unnecessary things. If he can't even do his job properly, what right does he have to think about anything else? If he really wants to catch Officer Sato's attention, he should start by proving himself as a competent officer. Megure frowned. But at the rate he's going now, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, do you know about the back mountain? Inspector Megure, you knew. Chiba looked at Megure in surprise. Isn't that obvious? Megure narrowed his eyes, feeling a little insulted. He wasn't blind, nor was he oblivious to the atmosphere around him. He knew perfectly well how many men in the Metropolitan Police Department were interested in Sato Miwako. There are plenty of single officers in the department. Of course, I know how many have their eyes on Officer Sato. But at the end of the day, her personal life is her business. If those guys want to pursue her, that's their choice, as long as they do their jobs properly. Megure had never opposed workplace relationships within the department. In fact, the Metropolitan Police Department encouraged officers to date within the force, believing it helped with work-life balance. So he was well aware of Sato's admirers and frankly, he didn't mind. But in the end, Sato Miwako would make her own decisions. As long as everyone was doing their jobs, he had no reason to interfere. That said, Takagi. Could he even say he was doing his job properly? Clearly not. So Megure didn't feel the need to say anything else. If Takagi couldn't even handle his own duties as an officer, then there was nothing to discuss. He needed to focus on proving himself first. And if he couldn't, then he'd be heading back to Traffic Division. Chiba, remind that idiot Takagi for me. Yes, I understand. As he turned to leave, Chiba wiped the sweat from his forehead. Takagi, you better take this seriously this time. As much as he got along with Takagi, work was work. If Takagi couldn't adapt to Division 1, then he would have to go back to traffic. 2 hours later, as the sun slowly rose, the women at the hot spring inn began to wake up one by one. Ugh. Sato Miwako, who had been sleeping near the entrance, was the first to stir. She sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. It took a moment for her mind to catch up with her surroundings. Bedding. Her head was still hazy from sleep. But then, a certain figure popped into her mind. Was it him? In this entire hot spring inn, aside from the security team, there was only one other person who could have carried her. Amamiya Ren. She exercised regularly and was fully aware of her own weight. She was heavier than most women her age due to her muscle mass. Yet, he had carried her so effortlessly. Sure enough, my instincts were right. He gives off an older presence. Almost, like a father figure. Sato pursed her lips. Somehow, that makes it feel like he took advantage of me. But at the same time, being taken care of like that wasn't a bad feeling. Shaking her head, she pushed those thoughts aside and sat up fully. There was no time for distractions. She needed to contact Inspector Megure and report in. Pulling out her phone, she quickly dialed his number. Good morning, Inspector Megure. There were no issues at the hot spring inn last night. No attempted raids from the drug dealers. Megure, who had been up all night, finally allowed himself to relax a little. Good. At least the young ladies are safe. With the drug cartel under control and no casualties on their side, this Tsukikage Island operation had been a success. Now, they just needed to process the remaining criminals. Good work, Officer Sato. Yes, sir. Miwako smiled slightly. Inspector, have all the drug dealers been captured? The ringleaders from the community center have been arrested. Most of them have already confessed and provided details on their members. Right now, we're conducting blood tests on civilians to identify any remaining operatives. Miwako nodded. So the community center is secured, and what about the back mountain? A brief silence followed. Then, Megure's voice came through, steady and deliberate. The back mountain, all the drug dealers there were eliminated. Our team is handling the cleanup. Miwako paused, immediately understanding what he meant. Megure was deliberately withholding details. He wasn't doing it to deceive her, he just didn't want her to know. And if that was the case, then it's something I shouldn't ask about. She decided not to push further. Officer Sato, your assignment isn't over yet. You're still on guard duty until the operation is fully wrapped up. I'll have to trouble you to continue overseeing things on your end. Yes, sir. As she ended the call, Miwako exhaled and lay back down for a moment. Inspector Megure worked through the entire night. And the back mountain. If he was keeping it from her, that meant whatever had happened there was serious. Something I'm better off not knowing. Some things weren't meant to be dwelled on. If she really wanted answers, she'd have to ask Megure directly when the time was right. You're awake. A familiar voice and the sound of approaching footsteps made her sit up. Looking toward the source, Miwako's lips curled slightly. Amamiya Ren. She leaned on her hands and adjusted her position. Thanks for last night. Not last night, he corrected. It was already morning. He sat down next to her. We're heading back today. Tomorrow's Monday. Back to classes. He glanced at her. Not exactly the weekend vacation you were expecting. Miwako smirked. No kidding. Running into a bunch of drug dealers kind of ruins the whole relaxation part of a hot spring trip. Ren simply nodded. This weekend had been anything but relaxing, drug dealers, supernatural entities, and constant danger. But it hadn't been a waste. In fact, Ren had gained quite a few benefits from this trip to Tsukikage Island. He glanced at Sato Miwako. The Metropolitan Police Department won't have it easy for a while. The drug cartel was using Tsukikage Island as a gateway to Tokyo. Now that their operation has been exposed, law enforcement will likely start rooting out drug networks around the city one by one. And that kind of work won't be resolved overnight. It's going to be a long-term effort. Right. Miwako shared the same thoughts. She looked at the boy in front of her, recalling how Inspector Megure had deliberately concealed information earlier. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't suppress her curiosity. Do you know what really happened in the back mountain? Bonus for 1000 PS. Next bonus at 1200 PS. Chapter 124, Magic Nullification. No. Ren shook his head slightly. But I do know that dozens of corpses were carried down from the back mountains. Corpses aren't anything unusual, though. Miwako didn't think dead bodies were anything special. Officer Sato, you're talking about ordinary drug dealer corpses that were shot. But I'm talking about corpses that were strapped to experiment tables. Miwako froze for a moment, then understood. Those corpses were likely the key thing Inspector Megure had been hiding from her. Corpses fixed to experiment tables. She began considering the implications. Drug dealers weren't researchers. Their goal must have been to develop drugs that were more addictive but harder to detect. So, they used living people for experiments. Miwako's breathing quickened. But she quickly regained control of her emotions. Now she understood why Inspector Megure didn't want her to know. Some things just weren't meant for her to see. Especially sins that teetered on the very edge of humanity's moral limits. Taking a deep breath, Miwako decided not to get involved. She knew that specialized tasks should be left to the professionals. She wasn't a narcotics officer, nor could she transfer to the narcotics unit to investigate. So, she could only suppress those thoughts. I understand. Miwako paused, then added more seriously. Don't tell anyone else about what happened earlier. No one likes listening to horror stories. Ren had no intention of telling anyone about it. That's good, then. Miwako let out a sigh of relief. She stopped thinking about the corpses. That was Inspector Megure's problem now. Once the news about the drug dealers broke and the case became public, she would gradually learn more about the corpses anyway. All right, you should get some rest. Our ship leaves at 1 p.m. If you don't rest now, you won't have any energy this afternoon. Miwako checked the time, it was 8:32 a.m. She had only slept for 3 hours, and suddenly, her eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Sorry, I can't stay awake anymore. Drowsiness hit her like a wave. Her body felt unbelievably light, her mood was calm, and her eyelids were so heavy that she could barely keep them open. Miwako collapsed onto the bedding, her heavy eyelids making it nearly impossible to open her eyes. After muttering an apology, she immediately fell into deep sleep. Ren glanced at the completely asleep Miwako and nodded slightly. The Soul Assurer's abilities are really useful. There was no need to worry about Officer Sato. He was certain she would sleep soundly until noon. As for the other action units stationed here, they were in terrible shape. Staying up all night had severely impacted their condition, and even those who had taken shifts to rest were not in good shape. After making sure the only person likely to cause problems was dealt with, Ren returned to the main hall. A group of girls were sitting in the main hall, dark circles under their eyes, and every now and then, a stomach growled. Growl. As Ren approached, he heard a particularly loud stomach growl. With a flushed face, Ren lowered her head, clutching her empty stomach in embarrassment. The other girls looked over, but no one laughed. Because they were all in the same situation. They had already thrown up everything they needed to yesterday. On top of that, they hadn't eaten dinner, so it was inevitable. Just hang in there a little longer. Miss Maria is already preparing some temporary vegetarian dumplings in the kitchen. No meat, they're made with pure vegetables. The girls in the room collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't meat, they were fine. None of them wanted to touch anything meat-related for a while. After all, the images Ren had recorded yesterday were horrifyingly clear, capturing the final moments of each corpse in vivid detail. Because of the varying dosages of drugs and the differing times of death, the level of decomposition varied between corpses. The impact of those images lingered. At least for now, those who had seen them couldn't stomach the thought of eating meat. While we wait, let's talk. I recorded some notes about what happened yesterday in my diary and did a quick draw this morning. The results were beyond what I expected. What was originally supposed to be a sequence 8 potion had turned into something beyond sequence. Even now, Ren still found it hard to believe. Ren, Sanzenin, Shinomiya, you can all try drawing a card. Maybe it'll be a surprise. The three looked at each other, and Ren was the first to raise her hand. Then, I'll go first. Nagi and Kagaya both nodded slightly. Ren summoned her diary and started the lottery process. The large spinning wheel turned. The pointer stopped in a different section than last time. Negima. Magister Negi Magi. Obtained special ability, Magic Nullification. Since the indicator had stopped at a different section than before, Ren was stunned. Ren, what's Magic Nullification? Magic Nullification. Ren was momentarily taken aback, then immediately realized. Magic Nullification. That's Kagurazaka Asuna's ability, the power to reduce all magic to 0. I didn't expect you to get her special ability. No wonder, the first title you received enhanced your physical functions. It seemed, just like in his own case, that Ren's previous title had actually been a clue. Everything had been arranged from the start. Ren, this is an ability that nullifies supernatural forces like magic and mana. But I think it's more than just that. As he spoke, a deck of tarot cards appeared in Ren's hand. Ren, don't move. Okay. Ren flicked a tarot card toward Ren. Buzz buzz. As the card approached, an invisible force field suddenly resisted the attack. But it wasn't a complete nullification, it only slowed down the flying tarot card. There were even electric-like sparks in the air. Chi. Although the power surrounding Ren resisted the attack for a moment, in the end, the tarot card still pierced through. It lodged itself straight into the wall behind her. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, One-Star Dragon Ball. The ability to nullify magic can indeed affect forces beyond just magic and magical power. However, there is an upper limit to how much it can nullify forces other than magic and magical power. Or rather, the ability to nullify magic is greatly diminished when facing higher-level forces. Based on the situation just now, Ren could roughly determine the upper limit of magic nullification. Demigod. It could completely nullify abilities below the demigod level. But against forces above the demigod level, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Even the power of a demigod couldn't be completely negated. It's almost exactly as I speculated. Right now, the highest level of power that the diary grants its holder seems to be demigod. It's still uncertain whether there are powers beyond the demigod level. Perhaps they would only find out when they truly reach that limit. Ren opened his hand, and the tarot cards embedded in the wall flew back into his palm. Shinomiya's Ice Fruit can only match Ren's current abilities when fully developed. Sanzenin and Miss Maria's elemental powers are almost completely ineffective against Ren. Even Sajinomiya's spiritual power is the same. If Ren can further develop her magic nullification, or even control it at will, then even Shinomiya's fully utilized abilities could be nullified. Magic nullification was just that powerful. This ability was practically a nightmare for magicians. Once fully unleashed, the entire magic world would crumble into nothing under the influence of an anti-magic field. It's the perfect ability for Ren. Because she had no supernatural powers, only raw, physical strength. Enhancing her physical abilities to the extreme, then pairing it with magic nullification, was a devastating combination against anyone who relied on anything beyond their physical body. This is beyond imagination. Kagaya could already tell how Ren's ability countered hers. Not only Kaguya, but even Nagi understood just how terrifying magic nullification was. It's more than just beyond imagination. Nagi added. If even our powers can be nullified, what about the power of evil spirits? That won't work. Ren immediately gave a clear and precise answer. Evil spirits are born from emotions and obsessions. Magic nullification can't affect emotions or obsessions. So, Ran's ability won't directly dispel evil spirits. However, since evil spirits' attacks contain negative energy, those attacks will be ineffective against Ran. Of course, I'm only talking about ordinary evil spirits. The two nodded slightly, his explanation made perfect sense. At the same time, they also understood how to counter magic nullification. In simple terms, it nullifies energy-based attacks. However, the effects caused by energy itself cannot be nullified. Conceptual things, like emotions and obsessions, won't be affected either. I don't think natural disasters like avalanches or tsunamis would be nullified either. Nagi briefly summarized her deductions. Ren nodded slightly. That's right. This is why I say this ability is perfect for Ran. Most energy-based attacks will be ineffective against her, and on top of that, her own attacks can nullify the abilities of others. Once Ren gets close, you better hope she hasn't reached the speed of a bullet yet. Otherwise, you're just getting beaten up. Magic nullification was the ultimate close combat ability. Once a magic nullification user engaged in melee combat, unless their opponent's power far exceeded theirs, the only choices left were to run or get beaten up. Yeah, Ran's ability this time is pretty clear-cut. As for developing it further, Ran, you should try experimenting in the future. Ran nodded slightly. She didn't fully understand how to control this power yet, but figuring that out would have to wait. Alright, Shinomiya and Sanzenin, who's next? I'll go. Nagi stepped forward without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she took out her diary. Her hand hovered over the roulette wheel, her heart racing. She had no idea if this draw would give her what she truly wanted. The pointer spun and slowly stopped. Dragon Ball. Obtained, 1-star Dragon Ball, one-time use. Suddenly, a yellow-orange sphere fell into Nagi's hand. Inside the translucent sphere, a red pentagram was clearly visible. Exclamation point. Seeing the Dragon Ball, even Ren was momentarily stunned. Dragon Balls were far more reliable than Fate's wishing machines, Holy Grail, and much less risky. Mr. Amamiya, do you know what this ball Nagi got is? Maria was the first to notice Ren's subtle reaction. Yeah, I do. This time, Sanzenin obtained exactly what she wanted most. Resurrection. Nagi's breathing hitched for a moment. Ren's words sent a shockwave through everyone present. The diary had already given them mysterious powers and revealed the supernatural world to them. But resurrection was something on an entirely different level. One is not enough, you need to collect 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and make your wish. Even though gathering all 7 was a restriction, it still meant hope for Nagi. 7 Dragon Balls. Once she collected them all, she could summon the dragon and make a wish. This was so much better than having no hope at all. It's great. Nagi's shoulders trembled slightly, and she clutched the Dragon Ball tightly. As long as she could gather all 7, her mother could come back. She could finally see hope. Now, she just had to move forward and make it happen. Sanzenin, your vision can store objects. You shouldn't keep the Dragon Ball out in the open. Ren's reminder snapped Nagi out of her daze. She quickly retrieved her vision, examined it briefly, then with a single thought, stored the Dragon Ball inside. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Door Fruit. The impact of the Dragon Ball was undeniable. Collecting 7 Dragon Balls could grant a wish, even resurrecting someone. But precisely because of this, all the girls present gained a new understanding of the diary's limits. It had the power to grant abilities for no reason, even something as taboo as resurrection. This diary was beyond anything they had imagined. Dragon Balls are one of the few special items capable of resurrection. Aside from bringing someone back to life, they can also grant wishes like regaining youth, immortality, and more. However, excessive wishes often disrupt the natural order, which can lead to serious consequences. Ren explained the mechanics behind the Dragon Balls. Ah. Then, a wish or 2 won't be a problem. Ren waved his hand dismissively. Besides, the Dragon Ball you obtained is probably a consumable item, right? Nagi immediately recalled the description she had seen. Right. It does say one-time use. Exactly. The Dragon Ball appeared because your wish aligned with the diary's power. But obtaining Dragon Balls is extremely difficult. You need to collect 7 just to make a single wish, and each Dragon Ball can only be used once. That restriction is what balances the power of the wish. The Dragon Ball's existence, along with its many limitations, made it clear that it wasn't some overpowered, all-purpose wishing machine. Ren even suspected that the Dragon Ball Nagi received was specifically tailored for her mother's resurrection, nothing else. Otherwise, the ability to make any wish come true would be too much. There's no way something that powerful would exist without conditions. Wishes needed to be regulated. Especially resurrection, one of the greatest taboos. Yet, Nagi wasn't disappointed. Once is enough. Other desires I can strive for through my own efforts. But resurrection, that is something no amount of effort can achieve. Her resolve was unwavering. Bringing her mother back was her greatest wish. Ren understood. There were things you could work for, but some wishes. Some things could never be achieved, no matter how hard you tried. Then, he shifted his gaze to Kaguya. Ran had obtained magic nullification. Nagi had received the 1-star Dragon Ball. Now, it was Kaguya's turn. Shinomiya-san, it's your turn next. Kaguya took a deep breath. Her gaze locked onto Ren, hesitation flickering in her eyes. The diary grants abilities based on the owner's strongest desire. Ren, what do you think I need most? That question was broad. Ren didn't answer immediately. He took his time, carefully considering her situation. Then, after a long pause, he spoke. What you need most is someone you can trust. The moment she heard those words, a glimmer of light flashed in Kaguya's eyes. In the story I know, that is the one thing Shinomiya-san needs more than anything. Even when you were betrayed, there was still one person you could never let go of. As Ren spoke, his eyes shifted to the girl standing behind Kaguya. I think the person you need most is Hayasaka-san. She's the one you trust the most. Your oldest friend. Even when she betrayed you, you let it go. Now that you've broken free from your cage, you still spared her. I don't think Hayasaka-san will ever leave your side again. And deep down, what you truly desire is for her to always be by your side. Kaguya looked at Ren. She didn't respond. Instead, she silently took out the diary and spun the roulette wheel. She needed confirmation, a way to verify her true feelings. The wheel spun. Then, it stopped. One piece. Just like last time, the pointer landed in the same section. Obtained devil fruit, door fruit. A strangely patterned pear-like fruit materialized in front of Kaguya Shinomiya. It was confirmed. This was the result she had wanted all along. Kaguya's emotions slowly settled. Ren, a person can only eat one devil fruit, right? Yeah, only one. It looks like the wish in my heart really was what you said. Realizing that Ren was right, Kaguya couldn't help but laugh softly. Then, she turned to the girl standing behind her. Hayasaka, eat it. Yes, Kaguya-sama. Without hesitation, Hayasaka AI opened her mouth and took a bite. The moment the fruit touched her tongue, a horrible, indescribable taste spread through her entire body. A wave of disgust surged through her, making her freeze on the spot. Now she understood. She finally understood why Kaguya's face had looked so twisted when she ate her own fruit. Eating this thing was like eating literal garbage. Even though her expression contorted in agony, even though her brows furrowed tightly in sheer disgust, Hayasaka forced herself to swallow. For her, this was torture. No, this was worse than torture. But she endured it. In just a few bites, the entire devil fruit was gone. Watching from the side, Chika couldn't help but ask curiously. Is Hayasaka suffering that much? Ren explained casually. Devil fruits grant powerful abilities, but their taste is absolutely disgusting. Ironically, despite their magical properties, their flavor is beyond horrible. Almost instinctively, Chika asked. How bad are we talking? It's like eating shit. Hiss. Chika visibly shuddered at the thought. She glanced at Hayasaka, who was still struggling to swallow. And suddenly, she could almost taste it herself. Instantly. All her envy vanished. Eating shit wasn't a joke. She suddenly respected Hayasaka a lot more. But then, she realized something. Wait. Didn't Kaguya eat a devil fruit before too? Didn't that mean Kaguya also ate shit? Chika's admiration for Kaguya shot through the roof. She really couldn't have done what Kaguya did. Bonus for last week 1200 PS, more PS equals more bonus CHPS. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Gap Between Mystery and Reality. Hayasaka struggled to swallow the entire devil fruit, and as she did, a strange intuition surfaced within her. Instinctively, she activated the newfound power within her body. A circular door appeared in the void, pushed open by her hand. Using this ability for the first time, Hayasaka was momentarily stunned. Oh, it's the door fruit. Seeing the door open in thin air, Ren immediately recognized the ability. After all, the door fruit was an extremely rare devil fruit. It granted the ability to move through space, even enabling instant teleportation. Among all spatial abilities, this was one of the most terrifying. While the Door fruit lacked direct offensive power, its mobility was unmatched. Especially since the user could hide in another dimension. Unless they opened the door themselves, there was almost no way to detect them. As for whether the Door fruit had any combat potential, that would likely depend on its awakening. Hayasaka-san, that is the ability of the Door fruit. By using it, you can open a door to another dimension identical to reality. Try stepping inside and take a look. Hayasaka hesitated slightly before nodding. Then, I'll give it a try. She stepped through the circular door. The moment she entered, the door closed behind her. She turned around. Kagaya-sama. Can't hear me. She tried calling out, but Kagaya, who was seated outside, showed no reaction. She really can't hear me. Just as she was about to test another theory, her gaze involuntarily shifted toward Ren. And in that instant, their eyes met. A chill ran down Hayasaka's spine. Was that a coincidence? She quickly shifted positions, only to realize something unsettling. No matter where she moved, Ren's gaze followed her. It's not a coincidence. Amamiya Ren can actually see me. She didn't understand why, but one thing was certain. He could perceive her in this dimension. But given how strange Ren was to begin with, she wasn't entirely surprised. Setting that thought aside, Hayasaka began observing this new world. It was identical to reality, except for one thing. The colors were different. Everything had a lighter tone, making it easier to distinguish from the real world. That's a good design. If this parallel dimension looked exactly like reality, navigating between the two would be confusing. But with these visual differences, she was certain she wouldn't get lost. This ability suits me perfectly. If I had this before, I could have uncovered all of Shinomiya Oko's secrets. It came a little late. What a pity. Just as she was lamenting this, Ren's voice suddenly rang out. Hayasaka-san, try picturing your room and opening a door to it. The Door fruit also grants the ability to travel through space, give it a shot. Snapped out of her thoughts, Hayasaka turned to look at him. He's looking straight at me again. Feeling slightly uneasy, she still nodded in acknowledgement. She closed her eyes. My room. My room. Focusing on the image of her room, she activated the power she had just obtained. A circular door formed in the air. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open. And beyond the doorway was her room. It actually worked. Hayasaka's eyes widened in disbelief. This was her first time using a supernatural power. But instead of stepping through immediately, she carefully observed her surroundings. Then, she noticed something interesting. The scene beyond the door was completely different from the hot spring hotel she was standing in. Beyond the doorway, it was as if she had already arrived at her room. So I can check my destination before stepping through. That's a useful feature. At last, Hayasaka fully understood something. Now she knew why Kagaya had been so eager to solve problems with power after obtaining her ability. Who wouldn't, after gaining something like this? Moreover, she was beginning to realize. The power she obtained was not inferior to Kagaya's. Maybe she couldn't freeze an entire RV like Kagaya. But she could instantly return from Tsukikage Island to her room. This kind of spatial jump is even more terrifying than raw destructive power. And another unexpected advantage. Even in this parallel dimension, she could hear sounds from the real world and see people in it. Unless she opened a door back, no one would be able to detect her. Except, of course, for Ren. This ability is ridiculous. With this power, she could effortlessly steal any information without being noticed. This was the difference between mystery and reality. Hayasaka couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Until you obtain supernatural power, you can't truly comprehend the gulf between the mystical and the mundane. She was still a beginner. Yet even this level of power had already transformed her life. No wonder everyone desires the mystical. As Amamiya Ren once said, once you have power, it becomes easier to break past the limits of human nature. After a moment of reflection, Hayasaka closed the door leading to her room. However, the scene within the doorway remained unchanged. She quickly walked over, gently opened the door, and stepped into her room. Then, without hesitation, she created another door and immediately headed to Kagaya's room. Along the way, she saw maids cleaning, just like usual. These maids existed in a different dimension from her. None of them had Ren's ability to see her in this world. Because of that, she was able to move unnoticed. Arriving at Kagaya's room, she created another door back to reality. I actually made it back. To confirm her success, Hayasaka did one last thing. She walked straight to Kagaya's wardrobe, opened it, and took out a piece of Kagaya's personal clothing. Proof that she had traveled through space. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Promise of Training Together. Taking Kagaya's personal clothing, she returned to the alternate dimension. But this time, behind the door was the main hall of the Tsukikage Island Hot Spring Inn. With that step, she reopened the door, completing the spatial traversal from the Shinomiya residence to Tsukikage Island. Kagaya-sama. You're back. Kagaya was, in fact, quite curious about the power Hayasaka had gained, especially after witnessing the unusual way she used it. However, Hayasaka didn't answer directly. Instead, she quietly presented a piece of cloth she was holding to Kagaya. What's this? Kagaya instinctively reached out to take it. Then, as the cloth unfolded completely, she saw what it was. A pair of pure white panties with cute butterfly ties. Kagaya's brain briefly short-circuited before her entire face turned red. At that moment, she nearly exerted her body's full strength, using unimaginable speed to shove the unfolded panties into her pocket. Although the observation skills of those present weren't at a Superman level, they were all fairly sharp, so they clearly caught a glimpse of the style. The only male present, Ren, also saw it clearly. However, to avoid embarrassment, he deliberately turned his gaze to the side. With her face burning, Kagaya glanced at Ren. Seeing that he had intentionally averted his gaze, she quickly suppressed her mortified emotions. Then, she shot a fierce glare at Hayasaka. What's wrong with you? Weren't there other things you could have used as proof? But Hayasaka simply turned her head away, pretending not to see Kagaya's glare. That deliberate movement nearly made Kagaya explode in anger. However, given that she had just had an embarrassing moment, she absolutely couldn't afford another one. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to face anyone. Hayasaka, explain your ability. Left with no other choice, Kagaya changed the subject. Hayasaka pouted slightly but still began explaining. The fruit I ate allows me to freely open doors to another dimension. That dimension is nearly identical to the real world, except the colors are slightly lighter, making it look somewhat different. In that alternate dimension, I can also open doors leading to other locations. Once a door is created, the space on the other side of the door will match the space where the door is set. I can also enter the door's connected space without needing to pass through a physical doorway. In that dimension, I can hear sounds and see actions from the real world, but I can't interfere with them. Likewise, people in the real world can't interfere with my dimension, unless I open a door connecting both worlds. This ability isn't as combat-oriented as Kagaya-sama's, but it has immense potential for transportation and intelligence gathering. Indeed. Just from Hayasaka's description alone, everyone present grasped the sheer utility of her ability. A spatial ability. Not only could it be used for spatial traversal, like instantly returning from Tsukikage Island to the Shinomiya residence in Tokyo, but it also had terrifying implications for reconnaissance and information gathering. And because it existed in a separate dimension, it was nearly undetectable. Besides transportation and intel gathering, Hayasaka-san, you could also explore ways to use it for confinement. If you can transfer people, you might also be able to trap them in the alternate dimension for long-term sealing. Hayasaka's eyes lit up. That was indeed a viable strategy. While reconnaissance and movement were valuable, the ability to imprison someone indefinitely would greatly enhance her power's effectiveness. Amamiya, do you think that's possible? It should be. However, if you want to develop it further, like Shinomiya, you'll need extensive training. Ren paused for a moment before mentioning a crucial aspect of devil fruit abilities. Devil fruit powers can be further developed. If a devil fruit ability is trained to a certain extent, it undergoes a qualitative transformation. This transformation is known as awakening. When a devil fruit awakens, it unlocks a higher tier of power, allowing the user to wield their ability in an even more advanced way. But the stronger the ability, the harder it is to awaken. You should be mentally prepared for that challenge. Hayasaka found this reasoning quite sound. The more powerful a devil fruit ability, the harder it was to push it to its full potential. The power she had acquired wasn't something that could be easily mastered overnight. Ultimately, it all depended on fate. If the right opportunity arose, her ability might have a chance to evolve. But until then, Hayasaka felt she should follow Kagaya-sama's example and dedicate herself to serious training. Then, Ren made a suggestion to Kagaya. Shinomiya, now that Hayasaka also has the door fruit. You used to hold back in training your ability because you didn't want to attract attention, but now you can enter the space Hayasaka-san opens and train in the alternate dimension without anyone noticing. That's right. Kagaya's eyes immediately lit up. Her ice fruit ability had too large of an effective range. Every time she trained even a little, the entire pool at home would freeze over, which was far from an ideal training environment. But in another dimension, she wouldn't have to worry about being seen. She could even go anywhere within the alternate world and unleash her power freely. That's a great idea. Not only did Kagaya think so, but even Nagi agreed that the suggestion was fantastic. If the alternate world is unaffected by external factors, then there's no risk of drawing attention. Ever since I gained my vision, I haven't had a proper chance to test it out. This could be the perfect opportunity. Shinomiya, let's go together when we return. As she spoke, Nagi turned to look at the others. How about everyone else? Want to join in? I have a feeling that more of us might end up acquiring the diary later on. Kaguya also found Nagi's suggestion reasonable. She, too, suspected that other members of their group might receive the diary in the future. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for things to unfold. Bonus for 200 PS, next bonus at 400 PS, Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Avenger Who Didn't Avenge Herself Personally. The progress on Tsukikage Island was faster than expected. The villagers only learned about the village chief's drug production and trafficking when the investigation began the following day. That was also when they confirmed the existence of those dozens of corpses. Upon seeing the bodies, nearly all the villagers involved in the identification erupted in shock and fury. I never would have imagined. I always thought that Oldman never left Tsukikage Island his entire life. Why did he suddenly go outside in the end? The passing of the elderly was already tragic enough. These were people from the same generation, yet they were murdered in such a cruel manner. Seeing this, the older villagers felt an overwhelming sense of grief. The village chief they had elected had turned out to be the very murderer who killed their peers. And it wasn't just the elderly who died. Their children, sons, and daughters-in-law, and even grandchildren who weren't yet 8 years old had all been killed in the same horrific way. That realization filled them with rage. Recalling the village chief's usual demeanor, as well as the worsening condition of the marine environment, the island's fishermen clenched their teeth in fury. They had known that the environmental damage was the village chief's doing. But they had originally assumed it was just industrial pollution, illegal waste disposal causing a massive die-off of fish in the surrounding waters. That was what they had been protesting against all this time. But now that they knew the truth, they were on the verge of passing out from sheer shock. The environmental impact of drug production lasted far longer than they had realized. Long before they could recover from the damage to the marine ecosystem, they, fishermen who relied on the sea, would have already starved to death. And the poppy fields discovered in the back mountains. Those plants could even alter the geological conditions of the area. If they contaminated the underground water supply, the consequences would be catastrophic. The scope of this disaster was massive. Even outsiders like Kagoro and Conan had caught wind of the situation. The village chief was actually running a drug trafficking operation. On top of that, he's involved in dozens of murder cases. Kagoro didn't even know how to respond. As far as he was concerned, these crimes all but guaranteed the death penalty. Life imprisonment. That wasn't even an option. There was no way a sentence like that could cover the weight of these crimes. The only possible verdict was execution. Miss Ase. Muri shifted his attention, only to see that Dr. Ase had been staring blankly ever since hearing the news, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Miss Ase. He raised his voice, snapping Narumi Ase out of her daze. Ah. Mr. Muri, did you need something? Do I need something? You look like you have a serious problem. Me. Ever since you heard about the village chief's crimes, your emotions have been all over the place. Narumi Ase let out a small breath of relief. Thankfully, that was all he had noticed. She couldn't control her emotions right now, but she forced herself to shake her head. It's just. I can't believe that such a large drug trafficking operation was hidden behind Tsukikage Island. And I never would have expected the village chief to be capable of something this outrageous. Seeing her shocked expression and the way she had been zoning out just now, Kagoro Muri couldn't really blame her. Who could remain calm after learning something like this? Dr. Ase, it's no wonder you're having a hard time processing this. After all, this is a major case. The Metropolitan Police Department wouldn't normally act this fast, unless they had already been keeping an eye on Tsukikage Island for a while. Conan, standing beside Muri, nodded in agreement. A large-scale operation like this had to have been in the works for quite some time. Tsukikage Island had likely been on the Metropolitan Police Department's radar for a while, and this operation had probably been in planning for months. Drug-related busts were always carried out with extreme precision. The task force was deployed with a clear objective, to take down the traffickers as swiftly as possible. They stormed both the village community center and the back mountains. Once the raid was complete, the criminal investigators moved in to gather evidence. The entire operation was executed swiftly and efficiently, completely unlike the sluggish response times usually seen in Tokyo. There was no doubt that this plan had been meticulously prepared. The goal was to catch the drug dealers off guard, which was why the raid resulted in a near-total annihilation of the armed traffickers and the successful capture of all major leaders. Come to think of it, the letter that had requested Uncle Muri's help earlier was that also related to the discovery of the drug traffickers. Conan found that possibility highly likely. Especially after learning that the supposed client had actually died over a decade ago. Uncle Muri, do you think that person had already discovered the truth about Tsukikage Island? Could it be that Seiji Asawa's death more than 10 years ago was also connected to the village chief? Was the client trying to lead you toward the case from back then? That's a real possibility. Kagoro had to admit, Conan's theory made sense. The client paid the commission fee in advance and even used the name of Seiji Aso, who's been dead for over a decade. And considering all the village chief's crimes, it's possible that Seiji Aso was killed back then because of the drug trade. Someone must have recently found evidence of the village chief's operations and used a fake name to hire me for the investigation. Listening to all of this, Narumi Ase felt conflicted. The reasoning was sound. The conclusion was correct. But the problem was, she had originally planned to take matters into her own hands. Yet, in the end, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police had handled everything. They struck with overwhelming force, wiping out the entire drug operation in one decisive blow. The village chief and all key figures were now in custody. There was nothing left for her to do. The task force and the investigators had done everything she had wanted to do, and they had done it legally and justifiably. That left her feeling strangely empty. But, wasn't this a good thing? It should be a good thing. Even though the outcome and process had deviated completely from her original plan, the fact remained, the major drug traffickers had been caught. And dozens of hidden murder cases had been brought to light. Most importantly, she had gotten her revenge without having to stain her own hands or end up in prison. From an objective standpoint, everything had turned out perfectly. Aside from her personal feelings of awkwardness, there was nothing to complain about. So, in the end, it was best that no one found out she was the one who had sent that letter. Chapter 130, Family Outside the Port, Bonus. Around 4 p.m., the return ship had already docked at the port. By the time they arrived, a large group of people was already waiting outside. Kagaya-sama. Hayasaka now had known about this trip in advance and had been waiting at the port early. You really do keep up with things, Aunt now. Kagaya had originally hoped that no one would find out about what happened during this weekend trip. But now, it seemed impossible to keep it a secret. The Metropolitan Police Department contacted us as soon as the incident occurred, Hayasaka now said, visibly relieved after confirming Kagaya's safety. Yesterday's police notification had given her quite a scare. If it weren't for the need to avoid unnecessary communication and prevent alarming the drug traffickers, she would have insisted on intervening immediately. I never expected that a simple vacation would turn into something like this, now sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Letting Kagaya relax on a weekend getaway was fine, but running into drug traffickers was beyond unfortunate. Even she hadn't anticipated such a scenario. Kagaya-sama, next time you go out, we may need to arrange a higher level of security to ensure you won't encounter such incidents again. And now, that won't be necessary. This isn't about inconvenience, it's about your safety. Seeing Nao's serious expression, Kagaya had no choice but to sigh in resignation. She truly regarded Nao as family. She didn't mind her concerns, after all, it was only natural for an elder to worry. Perhaps, she should have a conversation with Nao. Kagaya was beginning to think it was necessary. Nagi-sama. A loud voice rang out, and an elderly butler with white hair and a beard rushed over. At the sight of the always composed Nagi and Maria stepping back several paces, Kagaya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Nagi-sama, you must take me with you next time you go out. No way. If I bring you along, I won't be able to have any fun. Her firm rejection left the old butler completely frozen in place. Oh my, you really caused a commotion this time, dragging me into all this. Huh. Nagi scowled at the approaching figure, displeased. Klaus was already an eyesore, and now this woman was here too. She had an irritating tendency to notice things she shouldn't. And worse, she was a blabbermouth. For that reason, Nagi didn't want her knowing too much. So, why are you here, Sakuya? Why do you think? Aizawa Sakuya crossed her arms, looking down at Nagi with a reproachful expression. You made such a huge mess that Grandpa had to contact me personally. If he hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed you'd stir up this much trouble. Sakuya had always been aware of Nagi's antics. She would occasionally visit and check on her, keeping an eye on her unstable tendencies. But this time, she had just returned from a trip abroad, only to receive a call from her grandfather. He told her that Nagi had transferred to another school and even dragged Isumi along with her. When she heard the news, Sakuya could already picture Tachibana Wataru crying under his blanket. But she set that aside for now. The bigger issue was Nagi and Isumi. Sakuya couldn't understand why Nagi-sama suddenly wanted to transfer schools or why she managed to convince Isumi to go with her. More importantly, why did Grandpa approve it? And to top it off, Nagi chose an island for her weekend vacation, one with drug traffickers lurking about. She couldn't believe Nagi's luck. Of all the places she could have gone, she somehow ended up in the middle of a crime scene. Also, we need to have a serious talk about the two of you. Sakuya was determined to get answers. She needed to know what had been going on with Nagi lately. Why had she transferred schools? Why had she dragged Isumi with her? And why had Grandpa agreed to it? The more she thought about it, the more she felt like something was off, like there was an important secret hidden behind all this. Sis, why are you here? While the others were being greeted by their families, Sonoko was no exception. The person who had come to pick her up was her older sister, Suzuki Ayako. What do you mean, why? Ayako rolled her eyes at her sister. You have no idea, the business and political worlds have been in chaos for the past 2 days. Several high-profile young ladies, who influence the future of Japan's economy, ran into drug traffickers on a weekend trip. If anything had happened to you, it would have been a disaster. Sis, you're exaggerating. Even if something happened to us, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Exaggerating. Ayako scoffed. Let me break it down for you. The Shinomiya family just completed their internal restructuring, and Shinomiya Kagaya is now the confirmed future heir. The Shinomiya conglomerate controls industries spanning heavy industry, light industry, and even food production. If something happened to Kagaya, the Shijo family would immediately make a move, and the resulting conflict could shake the entire business world. And then there's the Sanzenin family. They just officially recognized Nagi as the heir a few days ago. If anything happened to her, it would throw the entire Sanzenin empire into turmoil. Then there's the Fujiwara family. They're in politics. Her grandfather is a former prime minister, and her other grandfather is still in the cabinet. Her father and uncle are current provincial ministers, and her mother is the head of the diplomatic corps. If something happened to Fujiwara, do you really think it wouldn't cause a massive stir? For the past 2 days, the business and political sectors have been in complete disarray because of you all. Dad told me that the top brass at the Metropolitan Police Department received multiple calls from the cabinet, and they've been in meetings ever since. Wait, it was that serious? For the first time, Sonoko truly grasped just how much influence their group wielded. Bonus for 400 PS, next bonus at 600 PS, Chapter 131, Chapter 131, see you on Monday. But it seemed that our background wasn't the only factor exerting influence. Sonoko couldn't help but think about the situation within the club. Especially those who had obtained the diary and were already taking strides into the supernatural world. Even without considering their backgrounds, the power they gained from the diary alone was enough to give them extraordinary influence. However, mysteries were best kept secret, and they had no interest in showing off. Thinking about Kagaya's extraordinary abilities and how her maid could travel through space, such things were simply unimaginable in the real world. But on the surface, Sonoko still waved her hand nonchalantly. It's not that bad, not that bad. We were just unlucky this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up on an island used as a drug dealer's base during a weekend trip. Yes, this was indeed just bad luck. They had only planned a short trip to an island hot spring near Tokyo, yet they had stumbled upon a drug cartel's hideout. The odds of such a thing happening were ridiculously low. Ayako also felt that the biggest issue here was with the Metropolitan Police Department. With so many drug dealers and addicts operating near Tokyo, could the Metropolitan Police Department really have been unaware? They must have known. The police would have received intel about this long ago. Drugs weren't like ordinary contraband. Once they entered the city, they would inevitably attract attention. After all, drugs required both buyers and sellers, and their distribution couldn't be completely concealed. Even if kept secret initially, word would eventually leak, reaching people who would unknowingly spread it further, until it inevitably reached the ears of the Metropolitan Police Department. That meant official agencies were always the first to know about such matters. However, their focus wasn't just on the dealers, they also needed to track the suppliers. That required setting traps, hence, delays in action. Even so, Ayako felt that the Metropolitan Police had dragged this out for far too long. So long, in fact, that her sister and her friends managed to take a vacation before the police finally made their move. But there was no point in saying anything now. The incident had already happened and was already over. Some words were better left unspoken. From now on, you might have restrictions on going out. Sonoko, however, wasn't at all fazed by her sister's warning. Not really, sister. You're overthinking it. This time, their discovery of the drug cartel had only happened because Ren detected the presence of an evil spirit. It was an event determined by divination, a method beyond normal understanding. The likelihood of trouble finding them in the future was indeed high. But the probability of them actually being harmed was still quite low. Not to mention Ren, even the others were gradually becoming far from ordinary. The effectiveness of conventional means against them was diminishing. And that arrogant brat, Sanzenin, even suggested going to another dimension to train together. How could she pass up such an opportunity? Missing it would be a lifelong regret. Besides, she hadn't forgotten. Once she obtained the diary, she could go on a date with Ren. That was far more important to her than getting the diary itself. Before Ayako could react, her sister had already wrapped her arms around her. "Ren, let's go together. Aunt Aries' place is pretty far from here. I'll give you a ride back." Ren, who had always been well taken care of like this, didn't hesitate. "Sorry to trouble you, Ayako-san." "No worries, it's on the way." Ayako knew Ren well and had always liked her. She was gentle and had a great personality. She was also her sister's childhood friend. There were no financial interests tying them together. Their friendship had been pure from the very beginning. Ayako even thought that if her sister had been a boy, she and Ren might have ended up together. Unfortunately, her sister was just a tomboy, not an actual guy. What a pity. Ren and I are heading off first." "Ren." Because of this, Ayako took a closer look at the boy. "Let's go, sister." "Hey, wait a minute, Sonoko." Before she could even read the situation properly, her sister had already pulled her away. Once Ayako and Sonoko left, the crowd at the port thinned significantly. Nagi walked toward Ren with Isumi in tow. She gave a slight bow. "Thank you for this time, Amamiya. This was your own wish. There's no need to thank me." "No, my wish was only part of it. My wish alone wasn't enough." Nagi understood this all too well. A wish was just an obsession, no matter how strong it was, without the right medium, it was meaningless. This thank you was necessary. The one-star dragon ball embedded within the vision was the perfect token of gratitude. Ren didn't refuse and instead turned his gaze toward Aizawa Sakuya, who was standing beside them. "Your nosy sister, you should think carefully before telling her anything. Also, let me give you a heads up, your sister is going to become a priestess, working mainly as Isumi's assistant." "This girl?" Nagi looked up at Sakuya in surprise. Isumi actually picked this blabbermouth as her assistant. Although she complained about it, deep down, she believed it. "Who are you calling a blabbermouth?" Sakuya wasn't quite sure what was going on, but she did understand that she had just been insulted. "And who are you, anyway, kid?" This is the first time I've ever seen Nagi act so polite toward someone. Sakuya was genuinely curious about this high school boy that Nagi had gone out of her way to thank. It was the first time she had seen the usually tsundere Nagi bow to a boy without a hint of her usual attitude. But Ren had no intention of satisfying Sakuya's curiosity. "Well then, Sanzenin, Shinomiya, see you on Monday." "Yeah, see you on Monday." Chapter 132, Chika, Kagaya, lend me Hayasaka. Sitting in the car, Aizawa Sakuya's silver-gray eyes locked onto the three people in front of her. "You three, shouldn't you explain things to me?" Nagi, under her gaze, snorted and crossed her arms. "Why should I tell you anything? Because if you don't, I'll pester you non-stop until you do." Nagi almost lost her temper. But she had to think carefully about the situation because this person really could be annoying. Annoyed, she couldn't help but grumble. "This is all Amamiya's fault. Why did you have to say all that in front of her?" Maria, sitting beside her, shook her head slightly. "Nagi-chan, your behavior with Miss Isumi has completely piqued Miss Sakuya's interest. I think even if Mr. Amamiya hadn't mentioned anything, Miss Sakuya would still have dug into it sooner or later. She's not the type to let go of a mystery that easily." Maria also felt the need to remind Nagi of something. "Your grandfather already knows what happened to you on Tsukikage Island. There are some things he needs to understand, otherwise, he will be worried. TSK, that old man too." Nagi clicked her tongue in frustration. But there was no way to hide it from her grandfather. Given what they knew about Amamiya, her grandfather was also someone who pursued the so-called royal authority. That damn old man must know about supernatural things. The only question was whether or not he had figured out what had happened to her yet. Maybe he had already guessed but was just waiting for her to say it herself. Nagi-chan, Grandpa is someone who seeks out the unknown. He understands the supernatural better than anyone. Mr. Amamiya also said as much. So no matter how much you try to hide it, there are some people you just can't keep secrets from forever. Isumi, what do you think? Maria then turned to Isumi. Isumi stared at Sakuya for a long time before finally speaking. Sakuya might be unreliable in some areas, but what she's best at is taking care of people. She's always been considerate of Nagi-chan's feelings, especially when Nagi is upset. Even though her cold jokes aren't funny at all and tend to kill the mood, Sakuya would never reveal something carelessly. As she listened to this evaluation, Sakuya felt a pang in her heart. Her jokes weren't funny at all. They killed the mood. Each word felt like a knife stabbing into her soul. At that moment, Sakuya felt her breath hitch. The blood in her face was rushing so fast that her whole face turned slightly red. Isumi, you're really not holding back at all, huh? Well, Miss Isumi hit Miss Sakuya right in her weak spot. Huh. The one who landed the critical hit looked confused, not understanding why Nagi and Maria were saying that. I didn't hit Sakuya at all. No critical hit. Nagi and Maria both turned to look at Sakuya, who was now completely red. Her face was flushed, the veins on her forehead were twitching, and she showed clear signs of high blood pressure. If this wasn't a critical hit, then what was? Seeing Sakuya's expression, Nagi figured it was better to just tell her the truth. Her grandfather already knew. And this nosy woman was shameless. If she didn't say anything, something irreversible might happen. After struggling internally for a moment, Nagi made her decision. Fine. We'll talk about it when we get back. Meanwhile, in another car, a similar conversation was taking place. Kagaya, please lend me Hayasaka. Chika clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Kagaya remained expressionless. You're planning to confront your family this soon? Well, I don't really have a choice. Having her thoughts exposed so easily, Chika's face twisted into a bitter expression, far from her usual lively and playful self. This whole situation has gotten out of control. If I don't tell my father and grandfather soon, I probably won't be allowed to leave home anymore. Ideally, she would have liked to tell them at a more appropriate time. But time wasn't on her side. If she didn't act now, her father and grandfather would make sure she never had the chance to speak up in the future. Right now, Chika knew the key to obtaining that diary in the future was Ren. If she lost the ability to go out freely, how would she ever find a way to surprise her father and grandfather? It was almost inevitable that they would try to lock her down. For someone who had already caught a glimpse of something interesting but couldn't reach it, that kind of situation would be pure torment. To avoid that outcome, Chika had only one option: she needed to give her father and grandfather an ultimatum before they could trap her. Kagaya considered it for a moment before nodding slightly. Hayasaka, go with Fujiwara. I understand, Kagaya-sama. Hayasaka nodded slightly and opened a shimmering doorway in midair. Miss Fujiwara, please step in. Okay. Sitting in the back seat, Chika immediately leaped up, stepping through the door and vanishing into another dimension. Hayasaka followed right after. The doorway closed behind them. Two people had disappeared from the car. Now, who was driving, felt like her worldview had just shattered. She had just watched Chika and her own daughter disappear into thin air. And now, today is a rare weekend. Contact Uncle Masato later, we'll have a family gathering at my house tonight. A weekend dinner. Now took a deep breath, then nodded slightly. I understand, Miss Kagaya. After calming down, now started to piece things together. Now, she understood why Kagaya had such a strong connection with Sanzenin. It all came down to this. And now, little by little, they were beginning to uncover the truth. Now, whose worldview had just been shattered, quickly composed herself. At this moment, she demonstrated the impeccable professionalism of a top-tier maid. Chapter 133, Why Am I Always Scapegoated? Bonus. At this moment, inside the Fujiwara household, a grandfather, a maternal grandfather, an uncle, parents, and sisters were all waiting. Dad, shouldn't we go pick her up? Fujiwara Daichi, always the cautious one, voiced his concern. But the next second, his father shot him a stern glare, making him freeze in place, not daring to move. Chika ran into this mess today, this is all your responsibility as her father. With a single sentence, the old man pushed all the blame onto his son without hesitation. Dad, but Chika transferring schools and going out this weekend was all because you. Smack. The old man slammed the table, his stern face dark with irritation. You brat. Are you saying this is all my fault? Isn't it, though? Fujiwara Daichi grumbled internally but kept a cautious expression on his face. From past experience, he knew better than to argue, so he tried to shift the blame. Dad, what I meant was, shouldn't Chika? Bang. This time, it was Chika's maternal grandfather who slammed the table. How is any of this my granddaughter's fault? Son-in-law, are you trying to push responsibility onto my Chika? Don't you agree, in-laws? Absolutely. Without hesitation, the old man sided with his in-law. Chika is still young, of course she's playful. But you. You're a grown man. Can you really be compared to Chika? Daichi felt a deep sense of injustice. An old father and an old father-in-law, whenever his daughter caused trouble, he was always the one sacrificed as the scapegoat. Meanwhile, the actual troublemaker, Chika, was treated with utmost care and affection, without exception. Exactly. Can Dad really be compared to me? The two old men were about to nod in agreement, then suddenly froze. Wait, when did their granddaughter get back? They hadn't gone to pick her up, and they had been waiting for the Shinomiya family to send her home. So how had she arrived so quickly? Just as the two old men were puzzling over this, a circular portal suddenly materialized in the air before everyone's eyes. A direct assault on their common sense. As the entire Fujiwara family stood in stunned silence, Chika stepped through the portal with her luggage in tow. There was no subtlety, no restraint, just a blatant, reality-defying event meant to shake them to their core. The so-called mystery had been unveiled right in front of them. What the hell? Is this really my daughter? Fujiwara Daichi completely abandoned his usual composure, nearly swearing out loud. How did my daughter just walk out of thin air? At that moment, his mind was in complete chaos. The two grandfathers, having experienced much in life, were the first to recover. And despite the shock, they weren't particularly opposed to their granddaughter's involvement in mysterious matters. Especially now that the truth was right in front of them. Chika, you're back. Did you have fun this weekend? The old man's smile was as warm as the early spring sun. Well, I saw some things I really wish I hadn't. But overall, it was a valuable experience. I'd say it was a good learning opportunity for me. Chika gave a simple summary of her trip. Miss Fujiwara. Before anyone could respond, Hayasaka stepped through the portal behind her. She bowed politely to the elders. Excuse me. In order to return Miss Fujiwara home as quickly as possible, we employed some unconventional methods. The two old men were momentarily speechless. Unconventional was an understatement. This was enough to give someone a heart attack. It's fine. As long as Chika is home safely, that's what matters. The old man's expression was no longer imposing. He now looked like any ordinary grandfather. But those who knew him well understood that, except when dealing with his granddaughter, his presence was always commanding. Yet, after witnessing something beyond human comprehension, he instinctively knew that this was not something he could confront with mere authority. Hayasaka gave a small bow and then turned to Chika. Miss Fujiwara, since you're home, I'll take my leave. Mem, thanks for everything, Hayasaka. Please pass my regards to Kagaya when you return. I will. A new portal opened behind Hayasaka, and she calmly stepped back into another dimension. The moment the door closed, her figure vanished from existence. It was a scene that deeply shook the hearts of those who saw it. Mysteries truly exist. The old man's dignified expression returned. But when he looked at his beloved granddaughter, his face softened once more. I never expected my granddaughter to be caught up in something like this. This whole school transfer and weekend trip, so this was the reason. They even sent you home this way. Were they afraid that your grandpa and I wouldn't let you go out anymore? Hee hee. Chika set down her luggage and walked up to her grandfather with a sweet smile. No, I was never worried about you and Grandpa stopping me from going out. I was more worried about Dad. Grandpa and Grandpa love me the most, why would they ever restrict me? They're only concerned about my safety, that's all. Hearing this, the two old men were immediately in good spirits. Their granddaughter's words were like a soothing balm to their hearts. Unlike that other guy who always spoke so poorly. Chika, you're absolutely right. Your grandfathers would never restrict your freedom. Our only concern is your safety, like what happened with that drug dealer this time. But your father, he kept insisting to us that we should limit your outings. Daichi stared at his father in shock. Where the hell did that come from? He had been trying to protect his daughter this entire time. Not once had he ever suggested restricting her movements. Yet somehow, the blame was suddenly dumped onto him. Daichi felt like the ultimate scapegoat. Not only did he constantly take the blame for his daughter's actions, but now he had to bear the blame from his father and father-in-law as well. He was starting to wonder if he was even their biological son at this point. Otherwise, why was he always the one getting thrown under the bus every single time? Bonus for 600 PS, next bonus at 800 PS. Just completed one of the FFS I'm working on, and I want to pick another one. Is there a FIC you saw on MTL that was good but so horrible that you can't read it? Or maybe one you enjoyed reading that was dropped? Comment them, with the raw title or link, I'll check them out. Please don't recommend brain rot, I'm already suffering enough with some of the fics I'm working on XD. Chapter 134, Darkness Under the Lamp. Chika, go put your luggage away first. Your grandpa and I need to discuss your father's responsibilities. The old man's gentle tone made Chika nod without hesitation. All right, I'll put my luggage away first. I'll come back down to chat with Grandpa and Grandpa later. The smile on the old man's face grew even wider. See? His granddaughter was so sensible. As they watched Chika leave, the old man turned his gaze to his son. But now, his expression was far less kind. You brat, what have you been doing? Daichi stared at his father blankly. What did I do this time? Dad means, why didn't you investigate Chika's school transfer more thoroughly? Seeing her husband's confused face, Fujiwara Meiho, the daughter-in-law of the Fujiwara family, stepped in to remind him. Didn't you think it was strange from the beginning? How could an ordinary private high school attract the attention of the Shinomiya family's children, and even those of the Sanzenin family? Daichi scratched his head, puzzled. I did investigate, but I never found a solid answer. The Sanzenin involvement in the Shinomiya family's affairs is already odd enough. Shinomiya Oko isn't incompetent, yet he was easily overthrown and even the Sanzenin had personally stepped in. I looked into Kaguya, but her connection with Sanzenin Nagi feels completely unexpected. Meiho didn't doubt her husband's investigative skills. If he had already looked into the matter and still couldn't reach a definite conclusion, it meant there were deeper secrets involved. Even if we don't base our suspicions on the outcome, we can at least tell there's something connecting them. Then, did you investigate the club Chika joined? Daichi nodded. Of course I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to let Chika participate in its outdoor activities. What about the club members? I checked them too. Daichi had thoroughly investigated the club's main members. Suzuki Sonoko, the second daughter of the Suzuki family. Her childhood friend, Ran Muri. The heir of the Sanzenin family, Nagi Sanzenin. The strongest shrine maiden of the Miko family, Sajinomiya Isumi. Then there's Kaguya Shinomiya and her exclusive maid, Hayasaka Ai. And finally, our daughter, plus a boy. Meiho raised an eyebrow. And what about the boy? She couldn't help but ask, what do you know about him? The boy. According to my investigation, he's completely ordinary. Daichi thought about it carefully. From everything he had found, the boy seemed to be nothing more than a regular student. He grew up in an orphanage. Nothing remarkable about him, he doesn't socialize much, rarely speaks, and has almost no friends. After the orphanage closed during his middle school years, he started working part-time while continuing his studies. Since high school, he's been renting a house where a large-scale murder took place. He's lived there ever since. His life hasn't been great, but there's nothing unusual about his character or behavior. Seeing her husband's obliviousness, Meiho sighed helplessly. The old man looked at his son with an expression of utter disbelief. Even the maternal grandfather glanced at his usually sharp son-in-law, speechless. You idiot. Doesn't it strike you as odd that there's only one ordinary person in a club full of elite young ladies? In a group where everyone has significant status and background, there's just one person who is so unremarkably normal, don't you think that's suspicious? Where's your brain? Did you eat it or something? Daichi blinked, then suddenly realized. Since Teitan High School is just a private school, I assumed he was just a regular student who happened to join the club. Both old men sighed. Who would have thought their son would make such an obvious mistake? But, upon closer thought, the boy's background was extremely ordinary. At first glance, he was the definition of an average student. His identity and history were completely clean. No deep social connections, no entanglements, just an unremarkable teenager. No apparent ties to the other club members. And crucially, he had enrolled at Teitan High School through normal means, with nothing suspicious in his records. The only anomaly was that he had joined a club full of high-status young ladies. Even so, the two grandfathers understood why their son hadn't noticed the oddity sooner. After all, the school they were investigating wasn't a prestigious academy for nobility, it was just a standard private institution. The only truly notable student there was Suzuki Sonoko, the daughter of a wealthy family. Their realization was only possible after the fact, because they were piecing things together from the results. If they had known from the beginning that Chika, Shinomiya Kaguya, and Sanzenin Nagi had transferred to Teitan High School because of a mystery, they would have reached this conclusion much earlier. If that had been clear from the start, they were sure Daichi would have noticed how out of place the boy was. Forget it. Some things aren't your fault. The old man sighed. Considering how unbelievably normal the boy appeared, it was understandable that Daichi hadn't been suspicious right away. Even the old man himself had to admit, the deception was effective. At least Daichi had thoroughly investigated the boy's background. If anything, it was because he had investigated so deeply that he was misled by the very normalcy of the information he found. If we had foresight, we would have realized something was off about him long before you did. We're only recognizing the issue now because we've pieced together the bigger picture. Mystery. That was the real reason Chika was connected to Kaguya. The old man was certain his granddaughter had transferred to Teitan High School because of Kaguya. But somewhere along the way, the reason had changed. With mystery as the missing piece, it made perfect sense why an utterly normal boy had ended up in a club full of high-status young ladies. Perhaps. Aside from his background and identity, that boy was anything but ordinary. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, one more powerful than the other, bonus. After putting her luggage away in her room, Chika headed downstairs, mentally prepared. Facing her family, she maintained her usual bright smile. Grandpa, I'm coming down. Chika is here. The old man's smile instantly brightened, completely different from the stern expression he had just moments ago. You just got back from Tsukikage Island. Do you want to rest for a day first? That won't be necessary, Grandpa, Chika replied with a smile. I slept well on Tsukikage Island these past 2 days. I even slept until dawn last night. It's just that my appetite hasn't been great. Grandpa, I don't want to see any meat for the next week. Just serve vegetarian dishes for now. The two old men immediately understood what she meant. Not wanting to eat meat. That could only mean she had seen something unpleasant, something that had ruined her appetite. Their minds instantly turned to the events on Tsukikage Island. The old man frowned. Chika, did you witness the cleanup process firsthand? Not exactly. In reality, Chika had seen some of the cleanup process, but since the ones being eliminated were inhumane drug dealers, it hadn't made her nauseous. What we couldn't accept was seeing how those drug dealers had handcuffed ordinary civilians on Tsukikage Island to conduct human experiments. Elderly, middle-aged men and women, young adults, even children. Especially the children, only 6 or 7 years old, lying on the experiment tables with festering wounds, their faces twisted in agony as they died. Aside from Amamiya and Shinomiya, we all ended up vomiting. Even now, as she recalled those scenes, Chika's face paled, and the nausea threatened to return. Seeing their granddaughter's expression, the two old men were filled with heartache. You idiot. Can't you see that Chika looks unwell? Go get her some water, now. Daichi, once again unfairly blamed, pointed at himself in disbelief before sighing and going to pour a glass of hot water. Thank you, Dad. Taking the warm glass into her hands, Chika felt the lingering chill in her palms fade, and with it, some of the fear in her heart. Looking at his daughter's pale face, Daichi also felt a pang of distress. His daughter, usually so energetic and cheerful, had always been protected from the darkness of the world. But now, she had been exposed to its cruelest depths. After taking a small sip of hot water, Chika managed to suppress the nausea. Actually, Amamiya-san didn't recommend that we watch. But, this was a necessary step. Because one of us might eventually take that path, we need to understand that world more deeply. And human nature plays a crucial role in it. Grandpa, what do you think of Hayasaka's ability? It's terrifying, the old man responded almost instantly. The ability to move through space. If used for assassination, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Avoiding an assassin with spatial abilities was practically unrealistic. To the old man, this kind of power was simply too overwhelming. It's not just about assassination, it's also invaluable for intelligence gathering. Just now, Hayasaka and I stood in the room for a full minute. And we heard everything you discussed. The old man's pupils shrank slightly, realizing that the situation was even more complex than he initially thought. Being able to travel through space and gather intelligence undetected, the applications of this ability were far too broad. Hayasaka's ability is already excessive, but it doesn't have any direct offensive power. But according to Amamiya, if Hayasaka pushes her ability to its limits, she should be able to trap people inside another dimension. Chika highlighted some key points but deliberately left out the most critical details. Her goal was to make her family aware of the supernatural world and to make them reconsider their previous assumptions. Additionally, Hayasaka's ability allows her to open portals by touching any material. Even air, to enter an alternate dimension that perfectly mirrors reality. This time, the old man fully grasped the implications. The intelligence-gathering aspect was just a side effect of this power. The true core of the ability was spatial manipulation. If someone were to use it offensively, even the most powerful modern weapons wouldn't be able to counter it. Unless an event like a planetary explosion occurred, collapsing space and forming a black hole, it was unlikely that anything could interfere with it. The sheer deterrent force of this ability was overwhelming. The deterrent effect alone is already incredible, but this is just one application of spatial abilities. If that child were to use it for assassination, no one in the world would be able to escape. That's not entirely true. Chika immediately refuted her grandfather's statement. Is there actually someone who can counter that child's space ability? Yes. When Hayasaka used her power, I noticed that Amamiya-san's eyes were always locked onto a single point. The old man took a deep breath before silently turning to his son. This son of his had really stumbled upon something big. Now, he was certain that seemingly ordinary boy was, in reality, the most extraordinary of them all. Status and background were irrelevant. In the face of mystery, such things were no more significant than dust on the ground, frogs in a well, or mayflies under the sky. So, Kagaya also awakened a special ability. Yes. Chika didn't deny it. I was honestly scared when I first saw Kagaya use her power. The water in an entire swimming pool froze almost instantly. And when she activated her ability, her body practically turned into ice. I heard from Amamiya that if Kagaya masters her ability fully, she might be able to reach absolute zero. The temperature at which atomic motion completely ceases. Yet another heavyweight power. Although the old man wasn't a physics expert, he understood enough. All life functions rely on atomic movement. But absolute zero could halt all atomic activity. Which meant that the power Kaguya now possessed was far from weak, if anything, it was terrifyingly strong. Bonus for 800 PS, next bonus at 1000 PS, Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Grandpa, Chika loves you the most. Grandpa, the reason I'm bringing this up is because of something Amamiya mentioned, human nature. The old man's eyes lit up. Did he use his power to spark a discussion on human nature? People who gain power need to be the most mindful of human nature. The drug dealers on Tsukikage Island completely trampled on human decency. They were both dealers and addicts, consumed by drugs to the point of losing their humanity. That's why they could commit such inhumane acts without hesitation. Amamiya asked Kaguya if she had considered using her power to solve her problems after gaining it. And Kaguya's answer was yes. The old man nodded slightly. It was only natural. Any caged canary, once given the strength to shatter its prison, would naturally consider overturning not just the cage, but everything holding it captive. Shinomiya Kaguya had always been confined in such a cage. But Kaguya was not a canary, she was a person, with her own will and the desire to control her destiny. Who wouldn't want to flip the table if given the chance? The only reason one wouldn't was if they lacked the ability to do so. And Kaguya clearly had the ability. But human nature is like a bottom line, once crossed, it only gets easier to break it again. The old man nodded again. Whoever said this must have seen the darkest sides of human nature. This was indeed a necessary lesson, especially for someone who had just gained the power to upend everything. However, this particular lesson took an extreme view of human nature. Drug dealers were people who had already lost their humanity and moral limits. For a group of 16 and 17-year-old girls to witness that level of brutality firsthand was definitely too much. Now he understood why the boy hadn't wanted Chika and the others to see it. Perhaps Amamiya hadn't intended for them to witness the very bottom of human nature, but rather to understand how people reach that point, how morality and boundaries are eroded step by step. The bottommost depths of humanity were always the bloodiest and cruelest. Chika, you underestimated the weight of this lesson. Hee Grandpa, you sound just like Amamiya-san. But even so, we made our choice. From the very beginning, Chika had understood how difficult this would be. Yet, they had all chosen to face it anyway. This isn't something we wanted, but it was something we needed to experience. Because we're bound to encounter similar things in the future. The old man's eyelids twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps, this was simply part of the process of transitioning from an ordinary person into someone who understood mystery. For most people, such experiences were rare. But for those involved in the mysterious, it was completely different. The divide between them was even greater than the gap between the rich and the beggars. The gap between ordinary humans and those with special abilities was not just social, it was a gap of dimensions. So, he taught you how to hold onto your morals and humanity. And encouraged self-discipline. Yeah. The old man nodded slightly. That was an incredibly gentle way to teach. By showing them the worst aspects of human nature and comparing it to the atrocities committed by drug dealers, it would serve as a restraint, especially for young girls who had suddenly gained power. But it's not just about self-discipline. Amamiya also said that self-discipline doesn't mean enduring everything in silence. The old man suddenly had a bad feeling about what his granddaughter was going to say next. When provoked, strength allows you to fight back. Self-control and humanity don't mean you have to keep enduring when you're wronged. Because if that's the case, then power is nothing more than another shackle. Self-discipline isn't about chaining yourself down, it's about knowing when to strike back. And Amamiya also said that if you don't retaliate after being wronged, those emotions won't go away. They'll just fester, turning into suppressed resentment, eventually leading to even greater psychological pressure. So when you face that kind of situation, strength is the very thing that allows people to retain their humanity. What a unique perspective. The old man was momentarily stunned. Somewhere, deep in his memory, he felt like he had heard something similar before. But his thoughts were a little muddled, and he couldn't recall where. Still, after thinking about it carefully, it actually did make sense. Bottling up grievances only led to bigger problems down the line. Wasn't strength precisely the tool for resolving injustices? But then, another realization hit him, if this was the mindset they had adopted. Wouldn't these kids immediately retaliate if anyone messed with them? No need to wait for the next day, revenge could very well happen on the same day. But after a moment, the old man chuckled to himself. Would anyone even dare to provoke them in the first place? That was the real question. Anyone foolish enough to target a group of elite young ladies with high-status backgrounds would have to be suicidal. And if someone didn't know their backgrounds and ended up crossing them, then, well, whatever happened to them afterward wasn't something he needed to worry about. Wait a second. Was his own thinking starting to resemble that foolish son of his? That was dangerous. He absolutely could not let himself become like that guy. With that thought, the old man returned to his usual warm expression. Chika, what your classmate said makes sense. In the future, you'll encounter many situations that will challenge your morals and boundaries. You need to hold onto your bottom line and never let yourself become like those drug dealers. The old man praised Chika's classmates generously before giving her a firm yet gentle warning. If you ever want to go on another trip, just tell me where you're going. I'll allow it. Yay. This was exactly what Chika had been waiting for. She hated being restricted when she wanted to go out. But now that her grandfather had personally given his permission, she no longer had to worry about being forcibly grounded in the future. All right, we've talked about all the serious stuff, Chika, you should head upstairs and get some rest. The old man ended the conversation with a smile, gently urging his granddaughter to go back to her room. Hee grandpa, Chika loves you the most. All right then, I'm heading upstairs to rest. Watching his granddaughter happily hop up the stairs, the old man's smile was filled with pure happiness. Chapter 137, I give you a choice. In the Sanzenin mansion, after hearing all the hidden stories, Sakuya was momentarily stunned. It took her a long time to process everything before she finally snapped back to reality. Oh my god, you evolved. Nagi rolled her eyes in response. What are you talking about? Evolved? Please. At most, I just received the favor of power. A vision was nothing more than an external magic organ. The moment it was taken away, its holder would lose the ability to wield elemental power. That was far from evolution. Not just for her, but for the others as well. True evolution would only occur when external power was completely assimilated into one's being, when their own organs absorbed and converted it into elemental energy. For now, they were merely in the transitional phase before evolution. As she spoke, Nagi pulled Isumi closer. To me, Isumi is the real evolution. Sakuya's gaze shifted immediately, her eyes turning sharp. I was so focused on Nagi-chan just now that I completely forgot about you, Miss Isumi. We've been friends for so many years, and yet you never told me you were a priestess. In response, Isumi looked at Sakuya with a hint of concern. Sakuya, can you really accept all these strange things? Miss Maria still has the records of what the drug dealers did during our trip. Would you like to see them? Sakuya instinctively took a few steps back. Her instincts were screaming at her, there was hell ahead. She should not take another step forward. But at the same time, the hell ahead was tied to something irresistibly intriguing. And that temptation gnawed at her curiosity. Sakuya, do you really want to see it? Nagi smirked as she goaded her. She knew full well that the recordings could leave anyone with psychological trauma. But if Sakuya wanted to step into this world, then she needed to earn it by first confronting the harshest truths about humanity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair for her to be the only one vomiting her guts out. If she truly wished to step into the unknown, then she would first have to face the abyss. Sakuya looked at Nagi's mischievous grin and felt her nerves tightening in alarm. This is a trap. There's an abyss ahead. What if I don't watch it? She still held onto a sliver of hope. Then don't get involved in this world anymore. Nagi's words crushed any last shred of luck she had. Our club members will be training in another dimension soon. When that time comes, don't come crying to me because you're curious. Her curiosity skyrocketed. If Nagi-chan hadn't said anything, she might have been able to suppress it. But now, it was practically eating her alive. She had to know what the battles and training of extraordinary people looked like. And if watching this was the price of admission. Even if every fiber of her being resisted, she had no other choice. Nagi-chan, I'm your sister. There are no sisters in the world of mysteries. Are you really this heartless? I gave you a choice. Can't you just choose? There was no escape. Sakuya knew she had lost. As long as she remained curious about the mysteries, she wouldn't be able to resist diving into the abyss. Fine. Let me see. Just get it over with. Tears welled up in Sakuya's eyes as she resigned herself to fate. This time, she was definitely walking straight into hell. Seeing Sakuya fully accept her fate, Nagi's face blossomed into a devilish grin. Maria, don't serve any meat dishes today. Sakuya definitely won't be able to eat them. This was the true meaning of a direct hit. Sakuya already felt a creeping sense of dread. She didn't even need to see the recordings to know, this abyss would go far beyond her imagination. Meanwhile, Ren had just stepped through the entrance of his home, dragging a suitcase behind him. This was the first time I've ever left my hometown. Thinking back on the past 2 days, Ren couldn't help but sigh. Just like he had said before. For those who want to travel, both time and money are limitations. And Ren had always been the kind of person without the luxury of either. In the past, he was nothing more than an ordinary reincarnator with little presence. He didn't know how to trade stocks, nor did he understand the complexities of economics. He was the type of person who could lose money in a bull market. Hoping to make a fortune through legitimate means was nothing more than a fool's dream for someone like him. For ordinary people, the only way to earn money was to work and save. And when you're stuck juggling both, how could you possibly find the time to leave the city you live in? Only after gaining power and accumulating considerable savings had he even entertained the idea of traveling. Lowering his head, Ren reflected on this trip and the rewards he had gained from it. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Not bad. The River of Eternal Darkness had been a very generous gift this time. One more Sephiroth meant that he could tap into even greater power. Each Sephiroth had its own unique properties. On the other hand, the River of Eternal Darkness was all about destruction. It was the complete opposite of Sefirah Castle. By obtaining the River of Eternal Darkness, Ren had now gained a powerful offensive tool, something he previously lacked. That alone was enough to make him satisfied. But if he wanted more, if he wanted even better rewards, he needed to expand his influence. That wasn't something he could achieve overnight. Unless the number of diary holders increased, or one of them drastically changed their fate, his opportunities would remain limited. Still, Ren didn't feel disappointed. Simply gaining the River of Eternal Darkness was already more than enough. There was no need to be greedy. Right now, his focus needed to be on obtaining the Sequence 8 potion. He had already digested the potions of 3 different pathways. Advancing his sequence was now the top priority. So for now, he wouldn't concern himself with gaining more Sephiroths. He only needed to concentrate on the next step in his sequence path. Bonus for 1000 PS, next bonus at 1200 PS. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Female Artist Who Refuses to Give Up. Click. Just as Ren opened his door with his suitcase in hand, the door to the neighboring apartment swung open. A familiar figure stepped out, his neighbor, the female artist, wearing panda-themed pajamas, complete with a hood. "You're back," Yoko greeted him with a smile. "Is this what a female artist usually looks like?" "So what? Even celebrities need to relax sometimes." Yoko pouted in dissatisfaction before stretching her arms in an exaggerated manner, as if trying to show off some non-existent muscles. "See. This is the benefit of loose pajamas. Even if I move around or stretch at home, I won't feel uncomfortable. This set is super comfy." Then, she pulled up her panda hood, covering her head. "If I wear this with a mask when I go out, almost no one recognizes me. I've been wearing these pajamas a lot lately." Hearing this, Ren's expression turned a bit strange. He could already picture the scene, her walking around in full animal pajamas. It wasn't that people weren't approaching her because they didn't recognize her. They probably just assumed she was a weirdo and stayed away. Still, something else caught his attention, Yoko's neck. The bruises have healed quite a bit. Of course. Yoko placed her hands on her hips proudly. Her recovery hadn't been in vain. Aside from her training, she had also used external medicine. Otherwise, her neck wouldn't have healed so quickly. The agency isn't just there for show. Now that I'm so popular, they're planning to put me in an idol drama. They've been sending me all kinds of effective medicines lately. Very effective medicines. Ren frowned, setting his suitcase down as he stepped closer. A strong medicinal scent immediately hit him. "Take off your hood." "All right." Even though he didn't get too close, he instinctively fanned his hand in front of his nose before furrowing his brows. The medicinal properties are too strong, almost excessive. This medicine speeds up bruise recovery, but it can also cause serious side effects. There are a lot of these kinds of treatments in this country, but they come with risks. Especially when applied to the neck. Huh. Yoko's eyes widened in shock. Wait, does that mean? Because the medicine is so potent, it forces the bruises to disperse quickly. But it also increases the risk of throat-related issues. And if used too much, it can even lead to cancer. Cancer. This time, Yoko really panicked. She instinctively reached for her neck with both hands. She had trusted the agency's recommendation without a second thought, never imagining it could be this dangerous. I'm not already affected, am I? Not yet. Ren chuckled and shook his head. These issues only happen with long-term use. Besides, applying it to your neck makes it even riskier. Next time, don't blindly use whatever your agency gives you. Why yeah. Yoko nodded frantically, her face still pale from the shock. She couldn't believe the agency had recommended something this harmful. I never thought they'd give me something like this. Ren could understand why. You're a top star right now. Your agency needs you in peak condition. Besides, if I remember correctly, you're the only major celebrity under that company, right? Well. Miss Yuko was also really popular a few years ago. Yuko. Ren thought for a moment but couldn't recall such a name. Ikezawa Yuko. She's only a little older than me. Lately, she's been stuck doing idol dramas. Even after hearing the name, Ren shook his head slightly. I don't really follow idol drama actresses. But if she was so popular, why didn't she stay at the top? That's, Yoko looked a little troubled. Ren immediately understood, it was the usual entertainment industry story. She got caught in a scandal with a director. Yoko hesitated before giving a slight nod. Plastic surgery rumors. She blinked in surprise, then nodded again. Tax evasion. This time, Yoko stared at him in shock. How do you know that? Ren let out a tired sigh. I know too well how this industry works. Even though he wasn't interested in celebrity gossip, these types of scandals were everywhere. Big-name stars, industry veterans, they all had their fair share of issues. In an era where entertainment dominated everything, how could someone not hear about these things? The entertainment industry had always been full of shadows. Money, fame, power, everything was tangled together. It was called a glamorous world, but in reality, it was a giant cesspool. Youth is the most important thing for female celebrities. Every year, new young stars flood into the industry. The problem isn't finding fresh faces, it's finding someone who can actually last. What's rare are actresses who are talented, beautiful, and can actually win over the audience. Those with real skills can survive on their own. But those without, well, their options are limited. Ren didn't finish his sentence. And he didn't need to. Yoko understood exactly what he meant. Be careful next time. Your agency probably knows the long-term risks of that medicine. But you've been out for too long. They must be getting desperate to push you back into the spotlight. That's why they gave you something with fast-acting results, even if it came with serious side effects. Yoko fell silent. She understood, but that didn't mean she had to accept it. Looking at her conflicted expression, Ren sighed. So, are you still going to continue? After a moment of hesitation, Yoko lifted her head. Of course I am. My dream is to become a top-tier actress, just like Fujimine Yukiko. Even if there are setbacks, I refuse to give up. Ren had expected this answer. Then next time, don't drink anything suspicious at events. And don't blindly trust everything your agency gives you. If you run into trouble, I can help with some of it. Chapter 139, Sister. Just be a younger sister. Yoko knew deep down that her relationship with Ren was built on gratitude, he had saved her life. But rather than her helping him, it was always Ren who ended up taking care of her. I wanted to help you, but I was the one being helped instead. As an adult, she thought she could offer support to a younger boy. Yet, when she saw how capable he was, she realized she was the one who needed help. You figured out my intentions from the start and still let me try. Yeah. Yoko originally just wanted to repay her debt of gratitude. Since this boy had saved her life, she thought she should do something for him in return. But in the end, things turned out completely the opposite. Ren didn't think it was necessary, he had already made it through the hardest part of his life, and now, things were improving for him. Still, he didn't reject her kindness outright. If he had wanted to, he would have distanced himself from her a long time ago. Yoko suddenly raised her head. You knew from the start. Ren gave a small nod. Your intentions were too obvious. Every time you visited my place before, it was practically written all over your face, I'm your big sister. Thinking back to their previous interactions, Ren could only shake his head helplessly. If we're talking about age, I guess it fits. But in terms of reliability, I feel more like I'm looking after a younger sister. Ugh. Yoko had to admit, she really wasn't acting like an older sister at all. Still, she didn't know why, but she always felt strangely flustered around this quiet boy. At first, he was bad at talking, but now he seemed to speak quite smoothly. Tell me the truth. Were you just pretending to be bad at talking? I'm just not good at socializing. So, aside from when we first met, you were fine talking to me the whole time. I just have trouble dealing with strangers. The more I get to know someone, the more I talk. Ren had always struggled with socializing. Since he didn't know how to start conversations and worried that his words wouldn't land well, he simply avoided initiating conversations altogether. And because of that, getting along with girls was even harder for him. That was the real reason he wasn't good at interacting with them. If he was alone in a room, he might speak a little. But if he was in front of a stranger, he could go a long time without saying a single word. It couldn't be helped, social anxiety worked that way. Oh, so that's how it is. Yoko finally understood. Yeah, that made sense. Social anxiety really worked like that. Just then, Ren paused and pointed at her apartment's open door. Even though this floor only has 2 apartments, isn't it a bit cold to be talking outside? As if on cue, a chilly wind blew through. Yoko shivered slightly, feeling the cold at her toes. Yeah, this really isn't the best place for a chat. Go back inside first. I just finished making yam and pork rib soup, let's have it together for dinner. Before Ren could refuse, Yoko had already turned and hurried back into her apartment. He was left standing outside, shaking his head helplessly. He didn't mind interacting as friends, but as for the big sister thing, it was hard to see this impulsive and unreliable female celebrity as an older sister. If she were an energetic younger sister, though, maybe that would make more sense. He walked inside, carrying the suitcase he had left by the door. There was Northwest need to close it, only his next-door neighbor had access to this floor, so there wasn't much to worry about. Inside, it was even colder than outside. Maybe it was due to lingering traces of supernatural energy, or maybe it was just because no one had been home for the weekend, but the entire place felt eerily cold. There was also a faint smell of dust. Ren stretched out his hand, and a droplet of invisible water appeared on his palm. Secret. In an instant, the dusty scent that had clung to the room disappeared completely. This makes cleaning a lot easier. The secret of the river of eternal darkness was quite useful for dealing with unnecessary annoyances. He just wasn't sure if the goddess would be upset that he was using it like this. Shaking his head, he moved his suitcase to the rooftop and started tossing his clothes into the washing machine one by one. After adding detergent and setting the wash cycle, he was done. When he walked back inside, he found that the table in front of the kitchen had already been set with dishes and utensils. A familiar female neighbor was already seated at the table, waiting for him. Come on, come on. Try my cooking. Ren sat down across from Yoko and picked up a bowl of soup. The rich, savory aroma of pork ribs filled the air. The soup had a creamy white color, indicating that it had been simmered for a long time. It's good. The broth must have been stewing for hours. That's right. I started making it this morning. Yoko beamed, pleased that her cooking had been acknowledged. I didn't want to use a pressure cooker since it would turn the meat too soft and ruin the texture. So, I used a clay pot instead. It takes longer, but the soup turns out richer, and the ribs don't get dry or lose their flavor. Here, try one. All right. Ren picked up a rib and took a bite. The meat hadn't lost its original flavor, it was tender but still held together well, easily separating from the bone with a gentle bite. The part near the bone was slightly firmer, adding a good texture. It's really well done. The seasoning is just right, there's no gamey taste, it's not overcooked, and the meat is easy to pull off the bone. You sure you're an idol and not a chef? The yam and pork rib soup was excellent, no doubt about it. But was this really normal? A celebrity who regularly starred in dramas, variety shows, and performed on stage, yet she could cook this well. That was probably the highest compliment Yoko could receive. I told you before, didn't I? I love cooking. It helps me relieve stress sometimes. And I've been on several cooking shows. To make sure everything went smoothly, the production team actually taught me how to cook properly. Since I was on that show for a long time, my skills naturally improved. Chapter 140, I can sponsor you. For Yoko, cooking was a way to relieve mental stress. It was a peaceful and soothing activity for her. But once the cooking was done, eating alone always felt a little empty, a little lonely. Now, with another person at the table, that emptiness and loneliness from the past seemed to fade away. The feeling was different. It was like when she used to eat with her parents. Hee. As she thought about it, Yoko couldn't help but laugh softly. Looking up, she met Ren's puzzled gaze from across the table. Instead of continuing to eat, she simply smiled at him with a gentle expression. I was just remembering the times I used to eat with my parents. But now, because of work, I don't get to see them as often. Besides, I don't want my work to bring them unnecessary trouble. A hint of helplessness crossed Yoko's face as she spoke. Fanatical fans. Yoko nodded with a troubled expression. My parents actually had to move once because of issues caused by my work. Back then, I had just started gaining fame and had some money saved up. So, I helped them buy a better house in an upscale neighborhood in another city. After they moved, those obsessive fans finally stopped sending stacks of love letters, sometimes as many as 900 at a time to my parents. But because of that, I have to be extra cautious every time I visit them. The community they live in has security, so I'm not too worried about break-ins. But I really don't want anyone camping outside their building. Even though Yoko understood that this kind of fan behavior was a sign of how much they liked her, she would rather deal with it herself than have her parents go through it. Fanatical fans really are a hassle. Ren sighed. But he had seen even crazier cases. Sometimes, devoted fans ended up getting their own idols arrested because of their extreme behavior. To put it simply, some fans were truly insane. Sometimes, yeah. Even though Yoko didn't want to condemn her fans' devotion, she couldn't argue against that point. She could endure the attention of fanatical fans. But her parents couldn't. Letting out a small sigh, Yoko shook her head and pushed those thoughts aside. At least now her parents were living in another city, safe from the harassment of her more extreme fans. So, how was your trip this weekend? It was fine, the island was relatively quiet. But honestly, skipping that island might have been the right call for you. Yoko, who had been in a good mood, suddenly froze. That island. Something happened. Something big. A large number of drug dealers were discovered there. The Metropolitan Police Department had been keeping an eye on the island for a while. It just so happened that I walked right into it. No way. Yoko was so shocked that she covered her mouth. The island where she had planned to vacation for the weekend was actually a place the police had been investigating for a long time. Did the police take action this weekend? Ren nodded slightly. This is way too unlucky. Yoko sighed. She realized that if the Metropolitan Police had been operating there, then Ren Amamiya probably couldn't enjoy the sights of Tsukikage Island properly. Yeah, pretty much. The hot spring hotel I stayed at was on lockdown as soon as I checked in. They said it was to prevent drug dealers from escaping. That meant Ren had barely left the hot spring hotel during his entire stay on Tsukikage Island. That was definitely unfortunate. But in the end, it worked out pretty well for me. Although the situation on Tsukikage Island had disrupted his weekend plans, Ren had already anticipated that there might be casualties during his trip. But instead of a murder case, it turned out to be a major drug bust. The process was different from what he had expected, but the outcome wasn't bad at all. Ultimately, he had gained a new Sefirah. It was just that the incident on Tsukikage Island had been so massive that it caused a major ripple effect, especially among those who held the diary. And thanks to that, he had reaped the maximum benefits. Even Ren himself was somewhat surprised by the result. He had been expecting to obtain a Sequence 8 potion. But instead, he had gotten something even beyond a sequence. That was a major leap. What kind of work were you doing over there? Yoko subconsciously touched her neck. The bruises were nearly gone now, and her long vacation was coming to an end. I still have to continue working. But I need to be more careful about the agency moving forward. The whole ordeal with her agency had been a serious wake-up call. It made her realize that the company that had helped her rise to fame was, at the end of the day, still a business. And businesses existed to make money. Are you thinking of buying out your contract? Yeah. For any female artist, their contract was essentially an indenture agreement. Buying out their contract without fulfilling its terms required an enormous sum of money. Every female artist had probably considered breaking free from their agency at some point. Even if it meant losing some resources or declining in popularity, at least they would be free. They would also have more control over their work and schedule. But buying herself out of the contract was proving to be a headache for Yoko. Even if I do buy myself out, without the right connections, even a popular artist will fade into obscurity quickly. Plus, if a female artist has a messy split with her agency, it can cause a lot of public backlash. That would be another big problem. That's why, usually, even if a female artist wants to leave, they try to end things amicably with their old agency. Buying out a contract rarely happens. Most female artists just wait until their contract expires and then negotiate with their former agency. Ren could more or less understand the situation. Female artists were groomed by their agency step by step. If they left, there would inevitably be a lot of complications. After all, female artists in this country still had a relatively weak position in the industry. They didn't have much power in these situations. What if a female artist became a shareholder in the agency? If that were possible, the cost would be even higher than just buying out my contract. Besides, my agency is doing pretty well right now. If I wanted to buy enough shares to have a say in management, I'd need at least 200 to 300 million yen. No matter how hard I work, it'd take me at least 7 or 8 years to save up the kind of money. That's 2 or 3 times the cost of my contract buyout. It's just not worth it. Yoko felt that if she had that much money, she wouldn't spend it on buying shares just to become a stakeholder in her own agency. That would just be like hiring herself as an artist with her own money. After hearing her response, Ren nodded slightly. Then, he casually took out a bank card from his pocket. I can sponsor you. 300 million yen, enough to buy shares in your agency and make you a major shareholder. Chapter 141, Occasional Meddling. Yoko was completely stunned by his sudden offer. Wait, where did you get that kind of money? Don't tell me you earned it from working. I wouldn't be able to make 300 million yen even in 10 years. From what Yoko knew, even top-tier celebrities had annual salaries ranging between 10 million and 20 million yen. That was the typical salary range for popular entertainers. To be honest, she herself wasn't even qualified to make 10 million yen a year yet. Even if her career continued to go well, it would still take at least another year or two before she reached that level. While being an entertainer wasn't considered a high-status profession, it was still a well-paying one. But for this boy in front of her, the only one she had truly acknowledged to suddenly pull out such a large sum of money, Yoko couldn't help but worry about its origin. Don't overthink it. It's clean money. How can I not overthink it? A sum this huge, if it came from an illegal source, you'd be arrested. I know. If you know, then why? That's why I'm telling you, it's clean. That response left Yoko momentarily speechless. But after a brief pause, she slowly calmed down. If it were some shady, off-the-books money, then yes, it would be a real problem. But if the money was already in the bank, then it had likely gone through verification. It wasn't easy to deposit dirty money in a bank without raising red flags. Are you being kept by some rich woman? Ren let out a sigh, clearly exasperated. Is it really so unbelievable that I have money? Yes. Yoko nodded without hesitation. Logically speaking, a high school student with no family support shouldn't have access to that kind of money. Plus, you're renting a place where a murder happened, and you're taking advantage of free utilities. You don't look wealthy at all. And most importantly, you live alone. Given all that, do you really think it's normal for a high schooler in your situation to have that much money? Ren shook his head. Absolutely not normal. A high school student with no background, no inheritance, and no major windfall had no logical way of accumulating such a massive amount of money. See? Even you think so? Yoko gave him a knowing look. A high schooler, living alone, suddenly having access to a fortune. And considering that you're good-looking, I think the most reasonable explanation is that you're being kept. Her words carried some implications. At least from Ren's perspective, he certainly didn't have the qualifications to be some rich woman's plaything. Besides, being a keptman wasn't as simple as just looking good. If someone was truly kept by a wealthy patron, they had to have enough charm, talent, or connections to make it worth the investment. Otherwise, they were just disposable entertainment. So, tell me, which rich woman would hand out hundreds of millions to someone she's keeping? Yoko was momentarily at a loss for words. He had a point. A few 100 million yen wasn't a small amount. Not just any rich woman would be willing to throw that kind of money around so casually. So the keptman theory quickly fell apart. Fine, I won't ask where the money comes from. But regardless of its source, be careful. Something inside Yoko told her that the money wasn't problematic. And she trusted that instinct. As for the details, she decided not to pry any further. Some things were best left unasked. After all, this could be tied to one of Ren's hidden secrets. That said, don't waste it on buying agency stocks. You could do so much more with that money than investing in some worthless shares. After some thought, Yoko firmly rejected his suggestion. In reality, she didn't think her agency was worth investing in at all. She wanted to leave, why would she buy into the very system she wanted out of? Ren had a different perspective. An agency's only real value comes from its industry connections and resources. If you don't think it's worth investing in, then why not just start your own studio? Start my own entertainment company. Yoko was instantly intrigued but also felt a bit uneasy. But I don't know anything about running a studio. Well, neither do I. Then why are you even suggesting it? She widened her eyes in disbelief. How could someone who admittedly knew nothing about it still recommend starting a company? This is just my personal suggestion. Once you establish a studio, you'll be free from the agency's control. It might be tough in the beginning, but you already know other female artists in the industry, don't you? That's true. Yoko had a few close friends in the entertainment business, colleagues she had worked with before. But how would a brand new studio even find work? That's up to you. Ren wasn't familiar with the business side of the industry, so he didn't have much advice to give. Ultimately, whether or not she could land work depended on Yoko Okino's ability. I'll sponsor you with 300 million yen as startup capital in exchange for a stake in the company. One of my classmates' mothers is a well-known lawyer. I can help connect you with her, but you'll have to handle everything else yourself. Go back to the law firm that originally handled your agency contract and negotiate your release. Ren paused, considering Yoko's lack of connections. Since she had no real backing, she might need some help to make sure she wasn't taken advantage of. Actually, it might be difficult for you to handle this alone. I'll talk to my classmate and see if she can help you. If she gets involved, it should make things a lot easier for you. Hearing all this, Yoko just stared at Ren. I thought you didn't like meddling in other people's affairs. Ren hesitated for a moment. That was true, he didn't like getting involved in other people's business. Nor did he enjoy asking others for favors. Only occasionally. I occasionally get involved. Anyway, I just have one question, do you want to do this or not? Yoko fell silent for a moment. Then, the hesitation in her expression vanished, replaced by a bright, confident smile. Yes. She still hadn't repaid him for saving her life. And now, she owed him another favor. It seemed like this debt wouldn't be so easily repaid. She could only return the favor little by little, one step at a time. Bonus for 200 PS, next bonus at 400 PS, Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Kaguya knows everything. After dinner, Kaguya quietly rested in her room. She had no additional lessons to attend, making this one of her rare moments of free time. Even after freeing herself from the Shinomiya family's constraints, she continued studying the subjects she had learned before. But now, the meaning behind her studies was different. This time, she was learning to enrich herself, not because she was forced to. And the intensity of her studies was nowhere near as suffocating as before. Now, Kaguya had plenty of free time. In addition to the things she wanted to learn, she also needed to train her control over her abilities. She wouldn't let distractions get in the way of her priorities. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The quiet room was suddenly filled with the sound of vibrations. Kaguya frowned slightly, breaking out of her meditation. She walked to the bedside and picked up her phone. Seeing the name of the caller, she paused for a moment. Then, she straightened her posture and adjusted her appearance before answering. Amamiya-san. Her voice was calm and composed, befitting the image of a refined young lady. Shinomiya-san, are you free right now? I need your help with something. Kaguya was momentarily surprised but quickly composed herself. Of course, I'm free. It's not even late yet, and I was just resting after dinner. The implication was clear, she had plenty of free time. It's like this, Ren explained. My neighbor, a female artist, recently ran into some trouble. After talking to her, I suggested that she establish her own independent studio. But I'm worried that her current agency might retaliate against her, so I wanted to ask for your help. Next-door neighbor. Kaguya immediately recalled the information she had read before, about a certain brown-haired, popular female artist. Her expression subtly stiffened, an inexplicable discomfort rising in her chest. But she didn't let it show on her face. Of course, I'll help. Amamiya-san, give me 15 minutes to look into it. I'll contact you then. Thank you, Shinomiya-san. The call ended. But the conversation lingered in Kaguya's mind, stirring a strange feeling inside her. Ha! Letting out a slow breath, her expression shifted, becoming more visibly emotional. The first time he calls me, and it's to help another woman. And it just so happens to be his female neighbor. To be honest, Kaguya didn't feel particularly inclined to help. But this was Ren's request. She didn't have a choice, she had to help. So, with a sigh, she picked up her phone and called her maid. She didn't have much experience with this sort of situation, but Hayasaka might. Hayasaka. Within 3 seconds, the door to Kaguya's room opened. Standing there was Hayasaka, dressed in her pajamas, clearly about to relax for the evening. Hayasaka, I need your help. The moment she saw Hayasaka, Kaguya abandoned all pretense of composure. She immediately rushed over and pulled Hayasaka, dragging her further into the room. Hayasaka tilted her head slightly, confused by her mistress's sudden urgency. What happened to you, Miss Kaguya? It's like this, Amamiya-san just called me. That single sentence was enough to spark Hayasaka's curiosity. She had already noticed that something about Kaguya had changed. It was a subtle shift, but it was something that had never been present in the perfectly rational, almost cold Kaguya before. And Hayasaka knew exactly what had caused this change. Ren Amamiya. Like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, he had given Kaguya the chance to be free. The moment Kaguya had stood against Shinomiya Oko, with confidence, Hayasaka knew. Her mistress had truly been set free. And after that freedom, she began to change. Especially when it came to Ren. There were probably multiple reasons behind this change. But Hayasaka believed the biggest reason was gratitude. The gratitude for gaining control over her own destiny. And because of that gratitude, Kaguya started paying a lot more attention to Ren. That increased attention led to subtle changes in her behavior. And now, those changes had become impossible to ignore, especially at this very moment. Listening to Kaguya speak, Hayasaka could feel the faint irritation in her tone. Interesting. She was very interested. Amamiya-san said he wants my help with his female neighbor. Miss Kaguya, what's the reason? It seems she's having some issues with her agency. Amamiya-san suggested she go independent, but he's concerned that her agency will make things difficult for her, so he's asking for my help. The situation was clear. Hayasaka nodded in understanding. But seeing the subtle dissatisfaction on Kaguya's face, she had a good idea of what was really going on. Miss Kaguya, you don't actually want to help, do you? Of course I'll help. Kaguya didn't hesitate in the slightest. Since this was the first time Amamiya-san had ever contacted her, she couldn't possibly refuse such a simple request. If that's how you feel, then why do you look so upset right now? Kaguya was caught off guard, unable to respond for a moment. She struggled to come up with an answer, her face growing slightly red in the process. But no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. Hayasaka sighed, shaking her head slightly. She decided to just spell it out. Miss Kagaya, is it bothering you that the first time Amamiya-san called you, it was about another woman? Kagaya's eyes widened. The words, "How did you know?" were practically written all over her face. Hayasaka didn't bother explaining. Instead, she leaned in slightly, preparing to whisper one last thought into Kagaya Shinomiya's ear. Kagaya-san, you do realize that Amamiya-san is already much closer to Muri-san and Suzuki-san than he is to you, right? Kagaya froze. Of course, she already knew that. Before their weekend trip, Ren had referred to them formally, Muri and Suzuki. But after that weekend, things changed. Now, he called them Ran and Sonoko. And in return, they had stopped calling him Amamiya. Instead, they now called him Ren. What did that mean? Kagaya understood it better than anyone. So, Miss Kagaya. Hayasaka's voice took on a teasing edge, almost like a devil whispering temptations into a human's ear. Do you want to take this opportunity to get closer to Amamiya? To be continued. Chapter 143, Awakening of Love. So, do you want to take this opportunity to get closer to Amamiya? Kagaya's eyes widened as she stared at Hayasaka. She wasn't that naive, she understood exactly what Hayasaka meant. Something inside her stirred, but her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Hayasaka, what do you mean? In response, Hayasaka's voice remained light, carrying a hint of amusement. Do you really not know? Your attitude toward Amamiya is different. What? What's different? Kagaya tried to maintain her composure, but deep down, she was anything but calm. It seems that your attitude toward Amamiya-san changed when you first read the diary. And if I recall correctly, wasn't it when you came across the part mentioning his female neighbor? Back then, I even suggested that you should pay attention to that female neighbor. But you immediately refused. Hayasaka's words triggered a memory. That had happened. If it were the old you, would you have ignored such an opportunity? Kagaya found herself unable to answer. She had always been the type to plan ahead, to make strategic moves. Gaining leverage over someone's weaknesses was one tactic. Helping them so they would owe her a favor was another. If this had been before, Kagaya wouldn't have hesitated. She would have done both, securing a weakness while ensuring gratitude. That was the correct approach. But when it came to the issue of Ren's female neighbor, she hesitated. And in the end, she did nothing. Why? If she wanted to phrase it in a more dignified way, she could say she didn't want to manipulate Ren into befriending her. But to be brutally honest, she was afraid that if Ren saw through her schemes, he would grow to hate her. That was why she hesitated. That was why she ultimately backed off. If this were just a matter of personal interests, then her choice had been wrong. But if emotions were involved, then her choice had been right. And what exactly were those emotions? Because you care, right? Hayasaka's words struck Kagaya like a thunderbolt. If you didn't care, you would have made the rational choice, the one that benefited you the most. But because you do care, you rejected that choice, thinking it was wrong. The variable here is Amamiya-san. Seeing Kagaya momentarily speechless, Hayasaka knew she had hit the mark. Today, she had to make sure Miss Kagaya realized what was in her heart. That way, her approach toward Amamiya would finally change. But, it's too fast. Kagaya looked deeply conflicted. She understood what Hayasaka was getting at. Wasn't this basically an admission that she had started caring about Amamiya? That her feelings were beginning to shift toward liking him? But her upbringing, her pride, made her feel like it was all happening too quickly. Like she was being careless. Like her emotions had changed before she had even realized it. Watching Kagaya's tangled expression, Hayasaka immediately understood the issue. It was her pride. This was something every high-class young lady struggled with. Well, except for Miss Suzuki. From Hayasaka's intel, Sonoko had already asked Amamiya out on a date before she even knew his secret. And her relationship with him had developed even further after Ren dragged her into confessing. From that perspective, Kagaya's concern for Ren wasn't too fast at all. If anything, it was perfectly natural. It was only because she was so reserved that she was still hesitating. Which meant Kagaya's outdated thinking needed a little adjustment. Miss Kagaya, think back to your past life, the life of a canary in a cage. Kagaya's thoughts were a mess, but Hayasaka's words guided her. And when she did think back, suddenly, everything became clear. You spent your days trapped in a life you had no control over. And then, out of nowhere, there was a light in front of you. A light that Amamiya unconsciously cast, but one that became the only hope in your desperate life. Kagaya couldn't deny it. That was the truth. With that hope, you broke free from your shackles. You took control of your destiny and stepped on the Shinomiya family to do it. Then, you took the initiative to contact Amamiya. And what did he do? He made no excessive demands of you. All he did was warn you about the risks of making money from the diary. That by doing so, your fate would become intertwined with his. And in that moment, your connection with Amamiya was formed. You couldn't help but grow curious about him, and from that curiosity, you gradually began to care more and more. At first, it was gratitude. But now, it's something else. Hayasaka's voice was soft, her words logical and methodical. She was painting a picture, one that forced Kaguya to step back and look at her emotions from a third-person perspective. And from that distance, she saw the truth. Yes, her interest in Ren had started from gratitude. But now, it had grown. Amamiya-san has no ulterior motives toward you. He doesn't even react to your tests or attempts to tempt him. It's precisely because he's different from others that you care about him more. To the point where, even the mere mention of another woman makes you uncomfortable. Miss Kaguya, this emotion is called love. And that uncomfortable feeling, that's called jealousy. Kaguya was completely stunned. For the first time, she realized it. Her emotions weren't just curiosity. Her emotions weren't just gratitude. She was jealous. And she was feeling love. If it were anyone else, you might have used your usual methods. But with Amamiya-san, those methods won't work. Besides. Hayasaka paused, her voice carrying a sharp edge. You should also realize something else. You will never be able to monopolize Amamiya-san. Why? Kaguya flinched. Those words, not being able to monopolize, struck a deep, painful chord in her heart. Because of the diary. Kaguya's mind froze. Didn't Amamiya-san himself say it? Your fate is intertwined with his. But it's not just your fate. It's also Sanzenin-san's. And Mori-san's. And in the future, there will be even more diary holders. Maybe even Fujiwara-san will be among them. Your dream of monopolizing him is destined to be impossible. To be continued. Chapter 144, Love Confirmed, Bonus. Hayasaka's firm words left Kaguya speechless. Because she knew Hayasaka was right. It wasn't just her fate that was intertwined with Ren, there were others, and not just one or two. More and more would become connected to him over time. Although Ren hadn't explicitly stated that things would develop in that direction, Kaguya felt it was highly probable. After all, the connection through the diaries only deepened over time, and now that everyone was on the path of longevity, their futures were bound to become even more extraordinary. In such a scenario, their ties to Ren would only grow stronger, never weaker. Kaguya remained silent for a long time before finally voicing a willful and even somewhat childish thought. What if I quit now? Can you imagine Miss Fujiwara standing intimately beside Amamiya? The moment she proposed this hypothetical situation, an inexplicable surge of irritation welled up inside her. Her mind conjured an unbearable image, that so with nutritional advantages on her chest clinging to Ren's arm. Absolutely not. Even the mere thought of it sent her blood pressure soaring. She simply couldn't stand it. Besides, Hayasaka continued, according to my speculation, Miss Suzuki has already begun trying to win over Miss Mori. Kaguya stiffened at Hayasaka's sudden statement. When did this happen? During the trip to Tsukikage Island. Kaguya widened her eyes, trying to recall. After a moment of deep thought, realization struck. She gritted her teeth. It's the name. She remembered now, Sonoko called Amamiya Ren, and Ran had done the same. Hayasaka nodded slightly. From what we know, Miss Mori's childhood sweetheart has repeatedly let her down, lying to her, hiding things from her again and again. Personally, I think Miss Mori is quite patient. Every time they go out, they're interrupted by a case. Every opportunity to confess ends up slipping away. It's only natural that she'd feel disappointed. Kaguya found herself agreeing. After reviewing the investigation data, she also felt that Ran's personality was remarkably good. She was practically another version of Fujiwara Chika. But no matter how kind and patient a person is, there's a limit to how much disappointment they can endure. From an outsider's perspective, Kaguya felt that as long as Kudo Shinichi had simply spoken a few words, his relationship with Ran would have been secure. But for some reason, he never did. What's so difficult about this? Kaguya simply couldn't understand. At this point in time, Miss Mori is deeply disappointed in her childhood sweetheart. And Kudo Shinichi has essentially erased his own identity. At this moment, if a boy with good qualities were to appear by Miss Mori's side, wouldn't she naturally be drawn to him? Absolutely. Kaguya already knew the answer in her heart. After all, they were just childhood friends. Did she really need to remain so attached to someone who had essentially erased his own existence? Kudo Shinichi made his own choices. After being drugged and forced into hiding, he decided to prioritize regaining his identity and investigating the organization over confessing his feelings. That was his decision. So, was it really wrong for Ren, knowing all this, to move on? They weren't even dating. In such a situation, it was perfectly natural for her to form connections with other men. Amamiya has already made it clear, due to the intertwining of fate, there will inevitably be complicated relationships between us and him in the future. You had no objections at the beginning. Neither did Miss Muri. Isn't this simply a practice of that reality? A practice, huh? Kaguya almost laughed in exasperation. But soon, her mind regained its calm. Hey Asaka, you're right. Amamiya has already warned us in advance. How things develop from here is up to us. Whether we become eternal friends, lovers, or wives, it's something we need to figure out for ourselves. Kaguya's thoughts gradually settled, and she finally acknowledged that their future relationship wouldn't be simple. There were only two options, becoming friends or becoming lovers. And deep down, she already knew where she stood. She couldn't accept seeing Fujiwara or any other girl standing intimately beside Ren. That alone made her decision inevitable. But even if the outcome was already decided, the process still needed to be sorted out properly. Because these feelings were real. Kaguya finally admitted to herself, what she felt for Ren wasn't mere interest or admiration. It was love. The discomfort she felt whenever Ren talked about other girls. That was jealousy. Now that she understood this, she could feel her face heating up. Especially at the words wife and lover that had just slipped out of her own mouth. Who? Taking a deep breath, Kaguya forced herself to stay composed. For now, let's set this topic aside. Our relationship with Amamiya should continue as normal. As for the question of wife or lover, that's not something that will be decided anytime soon. The real issue right now is how I should respond to Amamiya's request. The matter of romance wasn't the immediate concern. It wasn't something that could be sorted out overnight, and Kaguya didn't think they could quickly clarify their relationships with Ren anyway. Feelings needed time to grow and develop naturally. For now, they should let things take their course. But Ren had made a request and that needed to be addressed immediately. Miss Kaguya, since you've already decided to help, there's no need to hesitate. A normal reply will suffice. Besides, Amamiya-san isn't the type to bother others casually. If he's reaching out, it means he sees that person as someone he can rely on. Kaguya froze for a moment. Then, her mind clicked into place. That possibility wasn't impossible. And with that realization, everything suddenly became clear. I understand. To be continued. Bonus for 400 PS. Next bonus at 600 PS, Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Explanation. After collecting her thoughts, Kaguya called back. Amamiya, I have a general understanding of the situation. In addition to our holdings in light and heavy industries, the Shinomiya family also has some influence in the film and television industry. I'll have Aunt now speak with the firm's manager later. I trust he won't do anything inappropriate or disgraceful. Hearing this, Ren felt that the matter could be handled without the need for a lawyer. Thank you, Shinomiya. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter. Kaguya smiled softly. Are you planning to establish the studio now? Not right away. Even if I do set up a studio, I'll need to bring in the right people first. I'm not familiar with that part, but I think she knows some people who can help. If that's the case, then I suggest your friend keep certain connections behind the studio discreet at first. That way, it'll be easier to identify those who genuinely want to collaborate. True. That approach would be much better and would prevent unnecessary complications later. It was a good suggestion, and Ren readily accepted it. He signaled to Yoko, who had been listening. Yoko nodded slightly, approving of the idea. It would allow her to screen potential allies and avoid a situation where acquaintances felt entitled to recommend themselves once the studio was established. Alright, it's AI's turn now. Hey, Asaka, why did you snatch my phone? The two had a rather close relationship. Hearing the voices on the other end, Ren couldn't help but mutter. Amamiya-san, why are you suddenly helping an older woman start a studio? Kaguya-sama was getting jealous just now. Huh. Ren looked at Yoko in confusion. Yoko was momentarily surprised, but she quickly caught on and chuckled as she took the phone from Ren's hand. Alright then, it's Okino Yoko's turn now. Mimicking the playful tone of the girl on the other end, Yoko's voice carried a teasing edge. Let me explain it myself. A while ago, I ran into some trouble and was nearly strangled to death. Fortunately, Ren saved my life. When I visited him the next day to thank him, I realized he had always been alone. So, out of gratitude and a sense of wanting to repay his kindness, I decided to become part of his family. But in the end, instead of me taking care of him like an older sister should, he's the one taking care of me. It's as if I'm the younger sibling instead. Ren is a boy who appears cold on the outside but is warm on the inside. He acts like he doesn't like to meddle in others' affairs, yet he listens to my complaints and helps solve my problems. I really do feel like a younger sister around him. Even this time, he was the one who helped me. He noticed the company was using harmful substances on me and suggested I start my own studio. Despite not being one to meddle in others' business, he has helped me so many times. Since I can't possibly repay him fully, well, my only option is to work hard to be his family and repay him little by little in life. But honestly, my plan to be the older sister has backfired. He really does see me as a little sister instead. And that's Okino Yoko's explanation. As for the girl over there, if you like him, you need to take the initiative. He's not the kind of guy who will make the first move. After finishing her words, Yoko handed the phone back to Ren, who looked helpless. And on the other side of the phone, Hayasaka had already turned on the speaker. Kaguya had heard every word Yoko had said. So she really wants to be Ren's sister. And, does she not know Ren's secret? Thinking about this, Shinomiya Kaguya's expression relaxed. However, in contrast, Hayasaka's expression became more serious. She glanced at Kaguya-san, who had visibly calmed down, and shook her head slightly. Kaguya-sama, you're celebrating too soon. Hayasaka could tell that Yoko had no knowledge of Ren's secret. But that was precisely why they needed to be cautious. She clearly had no idea about the diary or Ren's secret, yet he had still helped her. That alone spoke volumes. Still, it was best not to discuss this right now. Since she claimed she would treat Ren as family, they could trust her, at least for the time being. After getting his phone back, Ren rolled his eyes at Yoko, who was playing with her expression. He let out a helpless sigh. Sorry, Shinomiya. I said some unnecessary things. At this moment, Kaguya felt at peace. There was no discomfort, if anything, she even felt a sense of familiarity. Not at all. Hayasaka was the one who brought up unnecessary things. Ren immediately understood her meaning. You mean the jealousy part? Yes. You're free this weekend, right? Of course. Let's go out more often in the future. Naturally. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, resembling that of a middle-aged couple. Listening in, Yoko couldn't help but laugh. Even Hayasaka nearly burst out laughing. Then, see you on Monday, Shinomiya-san. Yes, see you at school on Monday, Amamiya-san. With that, they tacitly ended the call. Yoko smiled and turned to Ren, choosing not to continue the conversation about business. Instead, she looked at him with intrigue. Well, now I know you're not being kept. But honestly, this is even more impressive than being kept. You've got quite the close relationship with this young lady. Ren didn't deny it. Their relationship was indeed complicated. Are you thinking about discussing it with someone? Hearing this, the smile on Yoko's face faded into a look of mild concern. Well, that's a problem too. To be continued. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, this weekend's training schedule, bonus. Monday marked the start of a new school week after the brief 2-day weekend break. For students, this was always a depressing reality. Who would want to return to school so soon after a break? Many struggled to readjust, their faces reflecting their reluctance. Meanwhile, in their hearts, they were already counting down the days until the next weekend. Even though the weekend had just ended, they were already longing for the next one. Ren felt the same way. After all, who didn't enjoy a break? He yawned on his way to school and even took a nap at his desk during class. That first morning after the weekend was proving to be even more boring than expected. At noon, Ren grabbed his lunch and headed to the clubroom. When he arrived, 2 people were already there. You're here early today. Upon opening the door, he found Sonoko and Ren already sitting inside, eating. We used to eat in the classroom, but now that we have a clubroom, why should we suffer in there? Sonoko's words made sense. The clubroom's conditions were far superior to the classroom's. It had comfortable sofas, properly adjusted air conditioning, and none of the discomfort of freezing hands and feet in the winter. Ever since the club was established, Sonoko had been more than happy to spend her lunch breaks here. As for Ren, I think she just doesn't want to eat her 3-tier tower in the classroom. Sonoko. 3-tier tower? Ren didn't get it at first. Then, his gaze fell on the large lunchbox on the table. A third of the rice on the right side had already been eaten. Instantly, he understood. Then, he glanced at Ren's blushing face. Yep. She probably didn't want too many people to know she had become a foodie. Girls cared about that sort of thing. However, more than simply being seen as a foodie, Ren suspected that Ren didn't want people bringing up her weight. After all, a weight exceeding 70 kilograms was on the heavier side for a girl. Even if it wasn't visibly obvious, seeing how much she ate would inevitably make people start asking questions. Eating a lot isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ren has a special reason for eating more. What she eats directly converts into strength. That was the downside of being a physically gifted fighter. Ren could understand why Ren was concerned. Girls were sensitive about their weight. Even if their bodies only changed slightly, they still noticed. Actually, aside from eating, there's another issue. Another issue? Yeah. I can't control my strength properly. As she spoke, Ren threw a punch into the air. Bang. A deep, dull sound echoed, first in the air, then on the nearby wall. This display of sheer force was rather eye-catching. While the impact didn't leave a crater on the wall, it clearly demonstrated how much Ren's physical strength and speed had improved. This was practically the pinnacle of human capability. Recently, when I train at the karate club, it takes 4 or 5 boys to hold the sandbag in place so it doesn't get sent flying by my punch. My strength has increased so much that Tsukamoto-senpai suggested I stop participating in the club's daily training for now. She even told me to focus on strength control exercises. Only after I pass a control test will I be allowed to resume training. Ren's excitement faded as she spoke. While she was happy about her increased strength, speed, explosive power, and endurance, the weight gain and lack of control over her newfound strength were troublesome. You definitely need to train. From just that one punch, Ren could already tell, if Ren got serious, she could kill someone with a single hit. A casual punch from you could already break someone's bones. If you put in even a little extra force, you might send them straight to the ICU. Ren looked at her hands, troubled. Yeah, I've noticed that too. But I don't know where my limits are. I'm afraid to use too much strength during normal training. How am I supposed to adapt to this? Only by understanding one's own limits could one begin to control their body. Ordinary boxers didn't have this issue. For them, strength and endurance increased gradually as they trained and gained weight. But for Ren, her power-ups were completely unnatural. The food she ate directly enhanced her body's abilities, and the effects were immediate. It wasn't just a slight boost, it was as if her stats were suddenly maxed out, like a stock price hitting its upper limit overnight. Except stocks had an upper limit. Ren's body did not. Especially with mysterious elements involved, her limits had already surpassed what was considered human. That made it even harder for her to control her power. Ren didn't have a good solution for this. After all, the abilities he had mastered. Wait. Would the warrior sequence help with power control? The seer, marauder, and apprentice sequences were not designed for direct combat, so they would not be useful here. But he had just obtained the River of Eternal Darkness this weekend. Darkness and death weren't ideal for power control, but the warrior was different. After all, warriors specialized in pure strength and skill, so it should be useful for mastering power. This gave Ren an idea. Didn't Sanzenin invite everyone to train in another dimension? Maybe we should schedule it for this weekend. The moment he brought it up, Sonoko perked up. This weekend. Then, Ren, will you train with me this time? That left Ren feeling a little awkward. But my abilities aren't suited for direct combat. I could act as a commentator, but if I actually joined in, I'd have nothing to show. Ah. Hearing that, Sonoko's excitement visibly dropped. Sonoko, aren't you curious about Shinomiya-san's abilities? Her enthusiasm paused. Sanzenin and Maria have the same type of power. Aren't you interested in what they can do? Sonoko's excitement returned slightly. And Ren's abilities, especially her magic nullification. Don't you want to see what that looks like? At this, Sonoko's excitement returned to full force. Okay, I'm interested again. To be continued. Bonus for 600 PS, next bonus at 800 PS, Chapter 147. Chapter 147, Restraint is more important than power. The battles between extraordinary individuals were always fascinating to watch. Unfortunately, Ren followed the sequence path, and his chosen sequence wasn't one focused on direct combat. At lower sequences, his ability to fight head-on was actually quite weak. However, even if Ren couldn't participate, the others still could. For example, Sanzenin and Maria, who followed the vision path. Or Kagaya and Hayasaka, who had obtained devil fruits. And then there was Ren. A group training session is planned for this weekend. Upon hearing the news, Chika jumped up from her seat in shock. So, does that mean we get to see a battle between superpowered people this weekend? It's not a superpower battle. This weekend's focus is on training, it's not necessarily a full-scale fight. Kagaya tried to correct Chika's misunderstanding. But Chika simply turned to Ren with excitement. Amamiya, in a normal fight, who do you think has the highest chance of winning? Her question immediately sparked interest among everyone in the club. After all, who was the strongest? This was a question that intrigued everyone. And the only one who could answer it was Ren. Only he knew the full extent of everyone's abilities, making him the best judge of their power levels. After thinking for a moment, Ren answered. If it's a direct fight, then Ren would likely emerge as the final winner. Ren. Chika hadn't expected this answer. Ren nodded but didn't elaborate. Instead, he looked at Nagi and Kagaya. Nagi remained silent for a moment before speaking. Magic nullification is too much of a cheat ability. I've been a shut-in for years. I'm terrible at physical activities, and my only real asset is my elemental power. But if my elemental power gets nullified, I'm completely helpless. Nagi was well aware of her own weaknesses. Even though she had obtained a vision, this major flaw remained. After all, obtaining a vision didn't magically transform years of a sedentary lifestyle into peak physical ability in just 2 weeks. If her elemental powers became ineffective, she would have no means to fight back. The only thing I can do is maintain a certain height. If I stay in the air where Ran can't reach me, she can't win, but I also can't win. So it's a draw. Chika tilted her head. Nagi rolled her eyes. No, in the end, it would turn into a battle of stamina. Do you really think my endurance can match Ran's? Against someone with enhanced physical abilities? Chika suddenly realized the problem. If the battle dragged on, Ren would always have the advantage. Understanding this, she turned to Kagaya. Then, why would you lose? For the same reason as Sanzenin. Kagaya shook her head and gave a straightforward response. My ability allows me to create ice, and I can also transform into an element, making me immune to physical attacks. But I'm not immune to magic nullification. If Ran's nullification ability works on me, then my only option is to take a direct hit from her punch. And if I get hit by her fist, I'll probably die instantly. After all, with her enhanced physical ability, the last thing I'd ever want is to be on the receiving end of one of her punches. Without her ability to become an element, Kagaya had no way to break through Ran's nullification. At that point, the fight would come down to physical strength. And just like Nagi, Kagaya had no chance in that kind of contest. The reasoning was simple. Ran's power was gained through her body's natural enhancement via eating. Her karate training had already given her extraordinary physical prowess, but now, with the added factor of supernatural growth, even the strongest athletes wouldn't be able to match her. In a purely physical contest, the outcome was clear. As expected, abilities that can nullify superpowers are the most troublesome. After hearing both Nagi's and Kagaya's perspectives, Chika came to the same conclusion. Then she turned back to Amamiya Ren. Amamiya, how did you manage to break through Ran's magic nullification last time? Well, I basically just overpowered the limit of her nullification ability. Ren thought for a moment before explaining. Magic nullification has an upper limit. Also, it only nullifies supernatural abilities, it doesn't stop physical attacks. For example, guns and bombs would still work. Those are the limitations of nullification. That clarification was important. However, the conversation didn't end there. That said, as Ren continues to get stronger, faster reflexes, higher speed, greater explosiveness, she might eventually reach a point where she can dodge bullets and explosives entirely. At that point, aside from high-yield weapons capable of destroying an entire city, regular firearms probably won't have much effect on her. In that regard, Ren is no different from other ability users. Ren wasn't biased. Different abilities had different application scenarios. Magic nullification was problematic for ability users, just as ability users were problematic for normal humans with standard weapons. Besides, this training session isn't just about fighting. You all have powerful abilities now, but you need a proper platform to use them. Until now, you've had to constantly restrain yourselves. An uncontrolled power outburst would draw too much attention. Kagaya and Nagi nodded in agreement. Releasing their abilities in public would be far too conspicuous. If the government took notice, things could get troublesome. That's why Hayasaka's door fruit is so valuable, it gives us a private dimension where you can unleash your power freely. Holding back all the time stunts your progress. Just look at Ran, her body has been continuously strengthening, but because she lacks control, it's become a serious issue. That's why you need to learn how to master your abilities properly. Ren paused for a moment before adding. Of course, the best places for this kind of training would be remote islands or uninhabited mountainous areas. That way, if anything goes wrong in the other dimension, it won't risk exposing any of you. To be continued. Whether you want to discuss the books you're reading, get new recommendations, or just chat about great stories, you'll also have direct access to me if you'd like to suggest a FF for me to work on. Chapter 148, Aries Surprise. Hee hee. Ran, busy in the kitchen, was in an exceptionally good mood today. The issue of her sudden increase in strength, which had troubled her for so long, finally had a chance to be resolved. This weekend, she could finally let loose and release the pent-up pressure she had accumulated over the past few days. Just thinking about it made her feel as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She looked down. Perhaps that feeling wasn't just psychological, her improved physical fitness might have genuinely lightened the burden on her body. Her body coordination had improved, her figure had developed slightly, and even her chest had grown. However, unlike before, it no longer felt like a burden. Ren hadn't expected that gaining strength would come with such unexpected benefits. To be honest, her overly prominent chest growth had significantly impacted her training in the past. The additional weight had made certain exercises more challenging and even affected her balance. But now, that no longer seemed to be an issue. Although her physique had grown along with her newfound power, her overall balance had also improved. It was as if that mysterious power had subtly optimized her body's development, making it more proportionate. The only thing that still troubled her was her weight. For Ren, this was the biggest concern. Previously, she had weighed between 45 to 50 kilograms, but now she had shot up to 74 kilograms. An increase of over 20 kilograms was no small matter. Even though she still cared about her weight, her new physique also came with an insatiable appetite, making it nearly impossible to control her food intake. After all, hunger was a very real sensation. No matter how much she fretted over it, she couldn't change what was inevitable. Instead of worrying about her weight, it was better to focus on controlling her newfound power. "Ren, what's got you in such a good mood today?" Just as Ren was humming a light-hearted tune, a voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw her mother, Eri Kisaki, dressed in an elegant suit and skirt, leaning against the kitchen doorframe. "Mom, you're home. You're back early today." "Yes." Eri smiled, straightened up, and walked toward her daughter. "I made some progress on a few cases I've been handling recently. Things were a mess at first, but I finally found a thread to follow, so I don't have to keep running in circles anymore." For Eri, this was good news. Almost all the cases she took on were difficult ones. Clients sought her out because of her flawless track record, she had never lost a case. But as a result, the ones entrusted to her were always particularly troublesome. Finding clues in these cases required meticulous effort, tracking down leads one step at a time. Because of that, each case took a long time to resolve. However, once she found the key evidence, the rest of the case would quickly fall into place. And every time she reached a breakthrough, it meant she could go home early to rest. By coincidence, when she returned home today, she saw her daughter in an exceptionally good mood. Even while preparing dinner, Ren hummed to herself as she worked. "You seem really happy today. Did something happen?" Lately, Eri had noticed her daughter like this quite often. Ever since the name, Kudo Shinichi, had faded from conversation, Ren's mood had noticeably stabilized. Was she simply adjusting to the news of Kudo Shinichi's disappearance, or had she gradually accepted it? Eri shook her head. Whatever the reason, she was glad to see Ren happy. The club's weekend activities have been arranged. The karate club. Or the occult research club you secretly joined. The occult research club. Eri naturally knew about the club Ren had joined. If she didn't, she wouldn't have agreed to let her daughter travel to the islands near Tokyo with them this weekend. Although Eri wasn't entirely sure what the club's activities entailed, it was clearly well-funded and well-organized. Otherwise, Ren wouldn't need to ask her for money to participate. The occult research club, so it studies paranormal phenomena. Like fortune-telling. Yeah, there are activities like that. Thinking of Ren's divination abilities, Ren felt that fortune-telling did fit the club's theme. But for the most part, it focuses on investigating supernatural occurrences. There are even members in the club who are skilled at tarot readings. The club activities are mostly about traveling together to explore mysterious places. Well, that explanation didn't make things any clearer. If anything, it made it even harder for Eri to understand. Isn't this basically a vacation club? There's really a club like that in your school? No, more importantly, how did the school even approve funding for such a club? From what Eri could see, this was essentially a welfare club. Its entire purpose seemed to be giving students an excuse to travel together. She couldn't imagine how such a club had managed to secure funding. Well, Mom, when Shinomiya-san transferred to our school, she made a donation. Do. Eri was momentarily speechless at her daughter's words. Money. It all made sense now. No wonder the club received funding. It had a sponsor. And now, Eri understood why Teitan High School would allow such a club to exist. Shinomiya. Wait a second. Eri paused as she processed the surname Shinomiya. She asked hesitantly, Shinomiya. Kagaya. Yeah, Mom, you know Shinomiya-san. It'd be harder not to know. The massive upheaval within the Shinomiya Zaibatsu, the behind-the-scenes involvement of the Sanzenin family, and the grand-scale power struggle. The events that had unfolded were nothing short of monumental. The final outcome had been the restructuring of the Shinomiya Zaibatsu and its subsequent subordination to the Sanzenin family. As for the new heir of the Shinomiya conglomerate, that had already been decided. It wasn't the previous head, nor was it any of the male successors. Instead, the one who had seized control was none other than the youngest daughter, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had been raised like a princess. This had been the most dramatic power shift within the Shinomiya Zaibatsu in recent history. A high school girl had taken control of the entire conglomerate. Eri had kept up with these developments. What she was most curious about, however, was how had that girl pulled it off? She actually transferred to Teitan High School. That's hard to believe. Shuchian Academy was an elite institution backed by the Shinomiya Zaibatsu. Why would its heir transfer out of it? Eri found herself utterly baffled by this decision. To be continued. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Push It All Away, Bonus. Hearing her mother's words, Ren realized that she wasn't aware of what was happening at school. After thinking about it, Ren decided to mention it to her. Mom, actually, besides Shinomiya, both Sanzenin and Sajinomiya transferred here too. Eri froze for several seconds. It took her a moment to recover from the shock. Sanzenin and Sajinomiya transferred to Teitan High School too. Since when did Teitan High School become so attractive? How did multiple heiresses suddenly decide to enroll there? Thinking about it, Eri finally grasped something. Sanzenin's support of Shinomiya in the previous power struggle wasn't without reason. There had to be a deeper connection behind it. Otherwise, after Shinomiya gained absolute control over the Shinomiya Zaibatsu, she wouldn't have transferred to Teitan High School along with Sanzenin. The reason must lie within Teitan High School. As this realization dawned on her, Eri felt genuinely shocked. What on earth had drawn the attention of so many wealthy heiresses to Teitan High? Eri was quite curious about this. Ren, they're not in the same club as you, are they? Yes. That explained everything. No wonder the club had no shortage of funding. Eri immediately understood why her daughter's club not only had ample resources but also held considerable influence. With this many heiresses gathered in one place, each one bringing their own connections and financial backing, there was no way the school could refuse them. In fact, if the school did refuse, it would likely become a serious problem. After all, these girls weren't just causing trouble, they were also providing the school with investments and sponsorships. What could the school do? Accept it with a smile, of course. There was no way this gathering of heiresses was purely coincidental. Eri was sure of it. But what was the real reason behind it? She had no idea. After thinking about it for a moment, Eri decided to let it go. As a lawyer, she understood a fundamental truth: sometimes, it was best not to ask too many questions. Some things weren't meant for everyone to know. Where are you all going this time? Well, it's an uninhabited archipelago near Tokyo. I think it belongs to the Shinomiya family. That's private property. Eri muttered to herself. She was well aware of the Metropolitan Police Department's recent operations on Tsukikage Island. After all, instead of keeping things under wraps, the police had actively publicized the crackdown. They even made an official announcement on TV, stating that Tokyo law enforcement would be taking strong measures against drug traffickers moving forward. It was obvious that Tsukikage Island had played a major role in triggering this shift. By the way, wasn't your last trip also to an island near Tokyo? Where was it exactly? It was Tsukikage Island. Eri's neck stiffened. If she hadn't asked out of curiosity, she never would have known that Ren had gone to that island. You went to Tsukikage Island. Huh? Didn't I tell you before? You only said you were going on a club trip to an island near Tokyo. Ren blinked. She suddenly realized that she might have forgotten to mention the specific location to her mother. Oh no. She felt so awkward that she didn't know how to respond. I ran into Dad and that kid who looks like Shinichi on Tsukikage Island. Eri was confused again. What was this about Kagoro and Yukiko's son? When Sonoko and I saw them, we realized that Dad had come to Tsukikage Island because of a case he was working on. So I told Shinomiya about it, and after her bodyguards conducted a follow-up investigation, we learned that something else was happening on the island. Later, after Sonoko and I returned to the Hot Spring Hotel, we found out from the bodyguards that the police had arrived on the island. After that, we stayed at the hotel under police protection and didn't go anywhere else. It wasn't until later that we found out drug traffickers had been discovered on the island. Ren deliberately pushed the responsibility elsewhere. There was no way she could mention Ren's involvement, so she decided to attribute everything to Shinomiya's bodyguards. That way, even if Kagoro had seen them on Tsukikage Island, there would be no way to prove that they had known about the drug traffickers in advance. Which meant, there was no problem in shifting the attention away. The key detail was that they hadn't known beforehand. They had only learned about it afterward. And, naturally, the ones who called the police must have been the bodyguards accompanying the heiresses. After hearing Ren's explanation, Eri didn't suspect that her daughter had been aware of the situation beforehand. Instead, she assumed that the bodyguards had been the ones to report it to the police. Which made sense. Now, Eri finally understood why the Metropolitan Police Department had acted so quickly this time. That had been bothering her. The police response had been uncharacteristically efficient. Afterward, they had even announced on TV that they would be cracking down hard on drug traffickers in Tokyo. This had to be the work of the powerful forces backing those heiresses. If that was the case, then it all made sense. And thinking about it this way, Ren was actually safer being around them. Because those girls had way too many bodyguards watching over them. Eri's worries slowly eased. Ren, next time you go on a club trip, make sure to tell me the exact location. Even though she was reassured, Eri still wanted to at least know where her daughter was going. Otherwise, if anything happened, she wouldn't have the slightest clue. Got it. Ren knew she couldn't hide everything. She just had to be careful about how much she revealed. As long as she mentioned the general area, there was no need to give all the details like, say, the hot spring hotel they had stayed at. She understood that perfectly. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a pleasant ringtone echoed from the room, immediately catching Ren's attention. That was her phone. She looked down at the unchanged chopped vegetables on the cutting board, then turned to her mother with a very wary expression. Mom, I'm going to answer a call. Don't touch anything in the kitchen. I really don't want to smell something burning. At that moment, Eri felt as if her dignity as a mother had been completely crushed by her daughter. I know. I won't touch anything. There was no helping it, Eri was very aware of her own cooking skills. If she tried to help, she'd only make Ren's job harder. Coincidentally, she also had something to discuss with Kagoro. To be continued. Check out my profile for my new Fix XD. Chapter 150, The Wedding in 2 Days. Ren returned to her room and picked up her phone. The caller ID displayed an unknown number. After a brief moment of thought, she answered. Hello, who is this? Ren, do you still remember my voice? The voice on the other end sounded oddly familiar. Ren felt like she had heard this tone somewhere before. Then, suddenly, a name surfaced in her mind. Matsumoto Sayuri. Is it? Matsumoto-sensei. Oh, I thought you had forgotten me. It is Matsumoto-sensei. Ren hadn't expected to hear from her former teacher. She remembered that Matsumoto-sensei had been her music teacher in elementary school. Back when she was in junior high, she would occasionally visit her old school and see her. But after entering high school, things got more complicated, and the opportunities to visit became rare. She never would have thought that Matsumoto-sensei would suddenly contact her now. It's been a long time, Matsumoto-sensei. Yeah, it really has. Well, I know things have been complicated for you over there. And about Kudo, you've always been watching over him. I saw him on the news a while back, but there's been less coverage of him recently. Matsumoto Sayuri was aware of the complicated relationship between Ran and Kudo Shinichi. The two had been childhood sweethearts for years, and in some ways, their situation was similar to her own past. However, it was clear that Kudo Shinichi had yet to fully realize his own feelings. Ran had been by his side ever since junior high, dealing with this emotionally dense guy. It was no wonder she hadn't contacted Matsumoto in a long time. With such a blockhead around, it was natural to keep a close eye on him. By the way, how is Kudo doing recently? I haven't seen him on the news in a while. I kind of miss him. Matsumoto-sensei, please calm down first. Matsumoto Sayuri was momentarily stunned. That phrase, why did it sound so familiar? Oh, right. Her father often said this to the families of deceased victims. Realizing this, Matsumoto felt her expression twitch. No way. Kudo. Could it be? Yes. Something unexpected happened. Shinichi has passed away. Her words hit Matsumoto Sayuri like a bolt of lightning. That night, he and I had planned to meet at Tropical Land. But he saw someone suspicious and followed them. That's when the accident happened. Ran's voice was eerily calm, completely devoid of any sadness or emotion. She was simply stating a fact. But to Matsumoto Sayuri, that reaction was far too unnatural. She even suspected that something about Ran Muri had fundamentally changed. Ran, are you really okay? No problem. Ran's voice remained steady. After all, she knew that Shinichi was still alive. She even knew that he was currently a primary school student living under her roof. So why would she feel emotional? It's been almost 2 weeks since Shinichi's accident. What else can I do? I can't bring someone back to life, can I? All I can do is focus on the present. Honestly, it's not like I can just go and follow him, right? What about my parents? Matsumoto Sayuri could tell that Ran genuinely didn't need her concern. In fact, her mindset was surprisingly healthy. If she could move forward with her life, then that was all anyone could hope for. Actually, it's good that you can think this way. Ren nearly laughed out loud at that. She knew that Matsumoto-sensei had completely misunderstood her. But she didn't mind. It was better this way. Some things were better left unknown. Matsumoto-sensei, why did you suddenly contact me? What else? I'm getting married. I wanted to invite you to my wedding. Eh? You're getting married already, Matsumoto-sensei. I'm already 27, almost 30. Why wouldn't I be getting married? Matsumoto Sayuri felt that Ran's reaction was way off. A woman her age should be considering marriage. After all, if she waited too long, finding a partner would become even harder. Hee, I was just joking. To be honest, congratulations, Matsumoto-sensei. Thank you. Matsumoto Sayuri smiled, accepting Ran's congratulations. When's the wedding? In 2 days, in the afternoon. That's Wednesday. If the ceremony was in the afternoon, then attending the wedding would mean taking half a day off from school. Ran nodded slightly. Taking leave wouldn't be too difficult, and since it was only a half-day absence, the teachers likely wouldn't refuse. But just as she was about to agree, she hesitated. A thought surfaced in her mind, Ren. For some reason, she suddenly asked. Matsumoto-sensei, if the wedding is in 2 days, can I bring a few friends with me? Ah, Sonoko will be coming too. Of course. Matsumoto Sayuri didn't even hesitate to agree. After all, it's a wedding. The more people, the merrier. I'd love for my former students to be there. It's just a shame about Kudo. Matsumoto Sayuri sighed. If Kudo were still alive, she would have wanted him to attend as well. Unfortunately, life was unpredictable. Accidents could be cruel. She genuinely felt sorry for what had happened to him. Some people, some things, just disappear without warning. Matsumoto-sensei, let's not talk about Shinichi anymore. What happened has already happened. There's nothing we can do. You're right. Matsumoto Sayuri shook her head slightly and pushed the thought aside. Some tragedy struck too suddenly. Continuing to talk about Kudo would only be painful for Ran. Realizing this, Matsumoto Sayuri decided to stop dwelling on it. Alright, then, Ran. See you in 2 days. Yes, Matsumoto-sensei. See you in 2 days. After hanging up the phone, Ren took a deep breath and composed herself. Then, she dialed another number. Ren, my former music teacher is getting married in 2 days. She invited me to the wedding. Also, she gave me permission to bring my friends along. I was thinking, why don't we all go together? To be continued. Chapter 151, Red Wedding. Wednesday afternoon was unusually pleasant. For a cold month, the bright sun shining overhead completely dispelled the chill, raising the temperature noticeably. It didn't feel like the kind of weather expected for this time of year. Somewhere in Baika City, a church was packed with people. Today, the church was hosting a wedding. The groom was the only son of the Takasuji Zaibatsu. Because the Takasugi Zaibatsu had a vast social network, the wedding drew a large crowd. Of course, for the Takasugi Zaibatsu, this was more like the sunset after their prime. Compared to other rising families, the Takasugi Zaibatsu was on an irreversible path to decline. At such a critical moment, the marriage of Takasugi Toshihiko, their only heir, carried significant weight. The reason why so many people still attended this wedding was largely because of the bride, Sayuri Matsumoto. Her father was a superintendent of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, one of its senior officials. He was part of an influential government organization. And this particular superintendent's rank carried considerable weight. So, even though the Takasugi Zaibatsu was fading, the wedding still attracted a large number of guests. The Takasugi Zaibatsu has been running at a deficit for years. Their stock value keeps falling, and most internal shareholders have already sold off their shares, leaving only a handful of loyalists. Hayasaka AI gave a concise analysis of the current state of the Takasugi Zaibatsu. Takasugi Minami, the current director, is also Takasugi Toshihiko's adoptive father. He's competent, but he suffers from a terminal illness, requiring costly treatment to prolong his life. That ongoing expense has further drained the Zaibatsu's resources. Takasugi Makako, his wife, is a traditional housewife. She's never been involved in business, nor does she understand investment. But she has a gentle personality and has always been a supportive wife. After Takasugi Minami fell ill, she dedicated herself to caring for him and doting on their adoptive son, Takasugi Toshihiko. At this point, nearly all decisions regarding the Zaibatsu rest in Takasugi Toshihiko's hands. Unfortunately, he lacks experience, and his indecisive nature has only worsened the Zaibatsu's situation. The detailed analysis painted a clear picture. The Takasugi Zaibatsu was crumbling both internally and externally, with little hope for survival. The real leader of the Zaibatsu was gravely ill and had little time left. His wife lacked the ability to run a corporation and focused solely on caring for her husband. This left their adoptive son, Takasuji Toshihiko, in charge. But rather than stabilizing the company, his leadership had accelerated its decline. The Takasuji Zaibatsu was little more than an empty shell. This is the worst possible scenario. Nagi couldn't help but comment. A capable father gets sick, and the mother is a traditional housewife who neither understands business nor has the ability to manage a conglomerate. The incompetent son takes over, and instead of saving the Zaibatsu, he hastens its downfall. The outcome is inevitable. Has Takasuji Toshihiko been attending a lot of upper-class banquets lately? Yes. Hearing Hayasaka's confirmation, Nagi was certain of her conclusion. Well, that settles it. The Takasuji Zaibatsu is as good as finished. Even if they have some liquid assets left, they're probably being used to keep the father alive and to ensure the mother has some financial security in the future. The Zaibatsu itself is a hollow shell, barely holding together in Toshihiko's hands. If he were competent, he might be able to maintain it for a while longer. But with his lack of skill, it's only a matter of time before it collapses. Kagaya agreed. The worst part is that his personal abilities are nowhere near enough to sustain a Zaibatsu. An indecisive personality is a fatal flaw for a leader. At a critical moment, someone like him won't be able to make the right decisions. All he'll do is hesitate, and that hesitation will push the Zaibatsu toward an even worse fate. Combine that with his lack of ability to judge what's right, and you get the worst possible combination of flaws in a successor. Agreed. Sonoko had met Takasuji Toshihiko before. She used to attend upper-class social gatherings before her parents discovered her involvement in the occult and stopped sending her. Back then, she often saw him mingling with various people, clearly searching for a potential wife. However, the declining state of the Takasuji Zaibatsu was no secret. Who in their right mind would willingly marry into a sinking ship? If Toshihiko had been competent, perhaps some heiresses might have considered it. But with his lack of ability and his indecisive personality, it was obvious that the Zaibatsu was doomed. Which wealthy family would willingly form ties with such a person? At previous banquets, most of the heiresses rejected him outright. The ones who turned him down were from either powerful Zaibatsus or influential families with strong business acumen. They knew better than to get involved. Well, I think the main reason many people rejected him was that his personality seemed frivolous. Unstable. Chika added at the end. Wait, Fujiwara, you attended those banquets? Kagaya looked at her in surprise. Of course. But my father didn't allow me to go, so I snuck in with my sister. That made sense. Kagaya had been wondering why she would be at a marriage-focused banquet. If she went with her sister, then it wasn't surprising. In that case, does Matsumoto-sensei know about all this? Or is she completely unaware? Hearing the analysis from Sonoko and the others, Ren started to worry about Matsumoto-sensei. After all, today was her wedding day. Did she even know what kind of man she was about to marry? No one spoke. Instead, they all turned toward Ren, who had been standing quietly to the side. He hadn't said a word this entire time. When everyone's attention shifted to him, they saw that Ren had finished shuffling his tarot deck and had drawn 3 cards. He looked at them and spoke. A wedding of blood. Ren's words were a chilling prediction of what was to come. To be continued. Check out my profile for my new Fix XD. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Weak Attack the Weaker. Upright Devil, Upright Death, Ace of Swords. All negative. A vision unfolded in Ren's mind, a bride vomiting blood, collapsing into a pool of crimson, her face devoid of life. A bloody wedding. The moment he saw the imagery, Ren had already foreseen the fate of this wedding. The end result was tragedy. And the culprit behind the bride's suffering was obvious. The real question was, why? Ren shuffled the tarot deck once more and drew 3 new cards. Reverse Devil, Ace of Swords, 2 of Swords. In his mind's eye, a man with a vicious expression chased after a murderer. A car accident occurred. A woman and a child were caught in the wreckage, and because the woman didn't receive timely medical attention, she died. A past grudge carried into the next generation. The facts were clear, this wedding was an act of vengeance. At the same time, Ren's dormant memories resurfaced. The case played out exactly as the divination foretold, unchangeable, inevitable. In reality, the revelation was even more brutal than he recalled. After consuming the poisoned lemon juice, Matsumoto Sayuri wasn't saved. She was pronounced dead on the spot. Well, it made sense, after all, the poison was caustic soda. Once ingested, it would burn through her internal organs. There was no surviving that. Even if she were rushed to the nearest hospital, it would take time to get there. Stomach pumping wouldn't be enough to neutralize the strong alkali. Simply put, once you ingest caustic soda, death is inevitable. Nearby, Ran and Suzuki Sonoko stiffened in shock. A wedding, drenched in blood. That's serious. Ren, is there any way to stop this? Ren didn't really want to get involved. Of course, it wasn't because he didn't want to help, it was because the victim had already accepted her fate. Even if I interfere, some things can't be changed. The issue isn't just about saving her, the problem is that she already knows about the poison and is choosing to drink it anyway. Even if we stop her now, this will happen again sooner or later. At best, we'd only be delaying the inevitable. Ren's words left Ran and Sonoko speechless. If someone had tricked Matsumoto Sayuri into drinking poison, they could intervene and stop it. But if she knew and still willingly drank it, what could they do? Then why not just have the poisoner arrested? Kagaya offered a direct and effective solution. If they couldn't change the teacher's decision, then why not deal with the source of the problem? Yeah. That would solve everything. Sonoko clapped her hands. It was the simplest way. Ren, however, said nothing. He simply looked at Sonoko. Even if the poisoner is the groom. Even if, the groom. Sonoko froze. She hadn't expected the person trying to kill Matsumoto Sayuri to be her own fiancé. She imagined the scene, Matsumoto Sayuri knowingly drinking the poisoned juice her soon-to-be husband handed her. Sonoko shivered. She knew he poisoned her. She knew she had to drink it. And she still chose to die that way. Ren, why? A past generation's grudge. Ren didn't hold back, he laid out the entire truth revealed by the tarot. Matsumoto Sayuri's father was a police officer. While pursuing a wanted criminal, he accidentally caused a car accident, hitting a woman who was out with her child. The woman was dragged into the chaos and ended up caught in the wreckage. The child begged Matsumoto's father to help save his mother, to send her to the hospital. But at that moment, all Matsumoto's father saw was the wanted criminal. He ignored the woman and kept chasing his target. And so, the tragedy happened. Matsumoto Sayuri only learned about this just before her wedding. On one side was the man she was going to marry. On the other, the father who raised her. Unable to make a choice, she decided to die in her father's place. The motive for vengeance was crystal clear. At that moment, the girls finally understood why the groom poisoned the bride. He wanted her father to experience the same pain he had suffered years ago. Sonoko clenched her fists in anger. That bastard, so he knew all along who Matsumoto's father was, and he still went after Matsumoto. Amamiya Ren nodded slightly. He used Matsumoto's love, just to take revenge on her father. Then who will be responsible for Matsumoto's death? Why didn't he just go after Matsumoto's father directly? Sonoko gritted her teeth, furious. She couldn't understand, why go after Matsumoto? Why attack an innocent person? Actually, the reason is quite simple. Chika spoke up with a disturbingly logical answer. If a public official like Matsumoto's father were targeted, it might drag in the Takasuji Zaibatsu, right? So instead, the groom went after the bride. Even if he got caught, he could still claim it was just his personal vendetta, separate from the Zaibatsu. Sonoko almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Ren didn't deny that possibility. But there was another, even simpler explanation. The weak attack the weaker. Because that man didn't know if he could take down Matsumoto Sayuri's father, so instead, he went after Matsumoto Sayuri, someone easier to kill. This reasoning only fueled Sonoko's anger. Not just Sonoko, even Ren looked ready to explode. Ren, is there any way to stop Matsumoto-sensei from making such a foolish choice? Ren thought for a moment. Then let's go talk to the bride. To be continued. Check out my profile for my new Fix XD. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, this revenge is quite abstract. In the bride's dressing room, Sayuri Matsumoto, the heroine of today's wedding, was receiving the final touches from the makeup artist. Soon, she would simply have to wait for the ceremony to begin. However, at that moment, unexpected visitors arrived at the dressing room. Seeing them, Sayuri Matsumoto's face lit up with surprise and joy. Ren, Sonoko, you're here. But the expressions on her former students' faces were far from pleasant. Their brows were furrowed, making her feel a little uneasy. Why do you both look so serious? Makeup artists, please step out for a moment. Before Ren and Sonoko could compose themselves, Hayasaka had already taken charge, clearing the room. The makeup artists exchanged glances before bowing slightly. Then, Miss Matsumoto, we'll take a short break. Ah, all right. Sayuri Matsumoto, though a bit flustered, nodded in agreement. Once the room was emptied, she turned back to Ran and Sonoko, her face full of confusion. Ran, Sonoko, what's wrong? Ran bit her lip, momentarily unable to speak. Looking at her teacher in a pristine white wedding dress, she found it difficult to imagine that by the end of the day, that dress would be drenched in blood. Still, some things had to be said. There was no point in sugarcoating it, she decided to be direct. Teacher Matsumoto, are you really going to marry that man? Sayuri Matsumoto froze for a moment. Seeing the anxiety on their faces, she quickly understood what they meant. So, you found out. Just like her father. Sayuri Matsumoto wasn't naive. She understood her father's work well. Knowing him, he had likely conducted background checks on every man she had been involved with. So, when she had visited him recently, he had said the same thing Ran and Sonoko were saying now. So, you've known all along, haven't you? Ran couldn't hold back any longer. If you knew, then why? Why would you still choose to marry him? Wouldn't it be better to choose someone else? Sayuri Matsumoto simply smiled and shook her head. If I had never met him, maybe I could have fallen in love with someone else. But the moment I met him, it was as if the past had come rushing back. My heart told me, I still love him. Matsumoto-sensei. Sonoko was furious. He approached you on purpose. Don't you see that? A shadow of pain flickered across Sayuri Matsumoto's face. Of course, she knew. Kagaya sighed, glancing over at Ren. No wonder he hadn't wanted to get involved. Even the bride herself knew everything. This wasn't a case of being deceived, she was fully aware and still made this choice. There was only one word to describe Sayuri Matsumoto. Foolish. If you know you're the target of revenge, then the rational choice is to stay away. Instead, she was willingly accepting it. For the sake of love? No, that was just self-indulgence. And that kind of self-indulgence would only bring pain to more people. Her father. Her friends. Everyone around her. A sudden thought crossed Kagaya's mind. She leaned closer to Ren and whispered. Amamiya, was the woman killed by Matsumoto-sensei's father? Her voice was quiet, but the others still heard her. No. The one who hit the woman was the criminal he was chasing. That criminal had committed over a dozen murders, all targeting young women who had little ability to resist. Seriously? Kagaya's face turned expressionless. She stared at Sayuri Matsumoto, feeling even more baffled. So the accident wasn't even directly caused by her father. The real culprit was the criminal. Then why was she acting like her father had personally run the woman over? Even if her father had some indirect responsibility, it wasn't to the extent that a life must be paid for with another life. Wasn't the one who deserved punishment the actual criminal? So, her father only caused the accident indirectly because he was in pursuit of a criminal and failed to notice the collateral damage. That's right. And his negligence isn't enough to justify a life for a life, is it? No, it isn't. And if the woman's son had just gone to a nearby convenience store to call for help, she might have been saved. So the true cause of her death was excessive blood loss from the accident. Meanwhile, the criminal responsible for the crash is still alive, living peacefully in prison for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Kagaya felt even more speechless. The real murderer, the one who actually caused the car accident, was still alive, living quietly in a prison cell. And yet, the woman's son didn't target him. Instead, he directed all his hatred at Sayuri Matsumoto, the innocent daughter of the policeman who was only indirectly responsible. To say that his revenge was misplaced would be an understatement. In fact, it was so irrational that it was abstract. It was as if Matsumoto's father had been the one who personally killed the woman. From an outsider's perspective, this whole situation made no sense. Amamiya-san, if she's only indirectly responsible for the accident, doesn't her willingness to die seem a bit ridiculous? Ren remained silent for a moment before speaking. That's why I said, don't interfere with the fates that others have chosen for themselves. To us, it seems like we're helping. But to them, we might just be meddling. And that was what Ren despised the most, interfering where it wasn't wanted. Even if, sometimes, he couldn't help but do it anyway. Kagaya sighed in agreement. Now, she understood. Ren wasn't being indifferent. He simply believed in respecting people's choices, even if they were foolish. To be continued. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, The Hidden Meaning of Revenge, Bonus. With her improved physical abilities and heightened senses, Ren overheard the conversation between Ren and Kagaya behind her. This caused the anger on her face to shift into something more complicated. How should she put it? Now that she understood the full picture, Ren couldn't help but feel like Matsumoto-sensei accepting this fate was almost insulting to herself. Wait, did Matsumoto-sensei never investigate the full truth of the incident? It wasn't her father who had directly caused the accident, so why was she taking responsibility for it? Ren pondered this for a moment before pausing. Right. It's because that person blamed her father for his mother's death. And because of that, Matsumoto-sensei found herself unable to make a choice, leaving her with only one option, to end the cycle of hatred with her own life. But, wouldn't it be better to just clarify the truth? Ren didn't deny that Matsumoto Kiyonaga bore some indirect responsibility for the woman's death. However, it was nowhere near enough to justify a life for a life. If revenge was necessary, then shouldn't it be directed at the actual criminal who was still in prison? Could it really be that, because they couldn't take revenge on someone behind bars, they simply redirected their hatred elsewhere? Ren tried to calm herself, but no matter what, she couldn't suppress her anger, not at the groom, but at Matsumoto-sensei herself. She reached out and held back Sonoko, who was about to speak. Then, she took a step forward. Matsumoto-sensei, your father didn't directly cause the accident. Huh? Still trapped in her own pain, Sayuri Matsumoto froze. She fell silent, her mind briefly shutting down before rebooting. My father didn't directly cause it. But I read in the investigation report that my father was chasing the criminal and caused the accident. This time, even Ren was thrown off. Her prepared words got stuck in her throat. She instinctively turned to look at Ren. But then she remembered the power Ren possessed. There was no way his divination was wrong. Which meant Matsumoto-sensei's investigation itself had been flawed. Oh. That's unexpected. Even Ren was caught off guard. He had divined both today's wedding and the past car accident. But he hadn't specifically divined what Matsumoto Sayuri knew about it. And now, it turned out that the information she received had been distorted. Huh. Had the details simply been lost over time, or had someone deliberately manipulated the truth? Either way, this misinformation seemed to have targeted Matsumoto Kiyonaga, who was still a police officer at the time. Or perhaps someone had wanted to sabotage his career. Ren took a maple leaf gold coin from his pocket, flicked it into the air, and caught it. It landed flat. TSK, just as he thought. It wasn't that the truth had been completely buried, but rather, certain key facts had been deliberately concealed. If the Metropolitan Police Department hadn't valued Matsumoto Kiyonaga so highly, they wouldn't have bothered covering up the incident for him. Whoever had orchestrated this behind the scenes must have been deeply disappointed when their plan failed. Ren flipped the coin again. Flat. TSK, this is turning out to be even more complicated than expected. So, the person responsible must have already been transferred out of the MPD, right? Another flip. Flat. Ah, so they were forcibly transferred after their scheme got exposed. Yeah. That tracked. In a career like law enforcement, there were always people lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to stab you in the back. Ren thought for a moment, then flicked the coin one last time. Had Takasuji Toshihiko been manipulated by someone? The moment the coin landed, the answer became clear. Someone had planned this from the very beginning. It wasn't just about personal revenge, this entire situation was engineered as part of a larger scheme against Matsumoto Kiyonaga. Takasuji Toshihiko was merely a pawn. And Sayuri Matsumoto? She was a fool who had been used. Not just her, even the person who originally investigated the case 20 years ago had been used. Realizing this, Ren felt a chill run through him. 20 years. Someone had held onto this grudge for 20 years. All because they got transferred. That level of resentment was insane. But Ren set aside those thoughts for now. The current situation still needed to be handled first. Ren, Sonoko, switch places with me. Still reeling from everything they had just learned, Muri Ren and Suzuki Sonoko stepped back without question. Ren turned his attention to Sayuri Matsumoto. Matsumoto-sensei, shall we play a little game? Game. Takasuji Toshihiko. That man is planning to avenge his mother by hurting you. Do you still think he's someone worth marrying? If it had been before, Sayuri Matsumoto wouldn't have hesitated to say yes. But now, after hearing the truth from Ren, she wasn't so sure anymore. Ren gave a slight nod. At the very least, she wasn't completely blinded by love. Seems like you've realized the problem. If this man was truly someone worth entrusting your future to, then as someone directly involved in that car accident, he should understand better than anyone that your father was only fulfilling his duty as a police officer. Yes, your father failed to notice the injured woman. That much is true. But that level of negligence doesn't justify taking his life in return. And more importantly, the real criminal is still alive, living comfortably in prison. Yet Takasuji Toshihiko placed all the blame solely on your father. He sees you and your father as his only outlets for revenge. If he truly sought justice, he should be going after the men who actually caused his mother's death, not you. Ren's words were straightforward. Yes, Matsumoto Kiyonaga bore some responsibility. But the absolute truth had already been recorded, there was no room for argument. And yet, instead of seeking actual justice, Takasuji Toshihiko deliberately got close to Sayuri Matsumoto just so he could manipulate her. Now tell me, even if you view him through the rose-tinted lens of childhood love, is this really a man worthy of entrusting your life to? If he's willing to kill someone over an indirect connection to the accident, do you think he wouldn't use more insidious, drawn-out methods to get revenge in the future? Sayuri Matsumoto bit her lip. For the first time, she hesitated. Even before she had learned all this, when Takasugi Toshihiko broke up with Kazumi to pursue her, she had already felt guilty about it. Now that she knew everything, now that the veil had been lifted, she realized it was finally time to remove her childhood-colored glasses. What kind of game are you talking about? To be continued. Bonus for 200 PS. Next bonus at 400 PS. Check out my profile for my new Fix XD. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. You can have lemon tea now. Let's run a little test. We'll use some tricks to make your groom reveal his true thoughts. I think that once you hear what he has to say, your doubts will be confirmed. And you'll be able to make a new decision. Ren's words were clear. He was inviting her to stage a performance, one that would expose Takasugi Toshihiko's true nature. All right. The scales in her heart had tipped. She wanted to see Takasugi Toshihiko's reaction for herself. How should I cooperate? Just go along with the wedding as planned. I'll handle the rest. Ren didn't need her to do anything, just let things unfold according to his plan. Hayasaka-san, I'll leave that side of things to you. Understood. Hayasaka gave a slight bow, having already grasped Ren's intent, then stepped back. I'll go make the necessary preparations. Oh, and before you go, send the makeup artist back in. Got it. Hayasaka exited the lounge, and the waiting makeup artist returned to do the final touch-ups for the bride. Ran, Sonoko, compose yourselves. Ren's voice carried a subtle weight, as if imbued with magic. Immediately, the two girls, who had been caught in an emotional whirlwind, found themselves regaining control. Their complex feelings settled, their minds cleared. Just as they steadied themselves, the door opened. Sayuri, I brought the lemon tea. It's warm, just the way you like it. The woman who stepped inside had long hair, wore a dress with a blue coat draped over it, and carried herself with an effortless coolness. Takanaka Kazumi didn't think twice about the students gathered in the room. She already knew that Sayuri had invited some of her former students to the wedding, so naturally, these must be them. Thanks, Kazumi. Sayuri Matsumoto was momentarily dazed, but the warm tea was a welcome way to steady herself. By the way, Kazumi, about that thing I asked you to look into. Are you sure the information you got is accurate? Kazumi paused for a moment. Seeing the serious, almost somber expression on Sayuri's face, she realized that something had changed. Her own demeanor grew more serious as well. It's accurate. I investigated the area around the accident site and found several witnesses. Sayuri took a deep breath. No, Kazumi, what I mean is. Are you absolutely sure my father was the one who hit that woman? Kazumi was momentarily stunned. Then, as she recalled the details of her investigation, something clicked in her mind. The witnesses had all said the same thing. Matsumoto Kiyonaga had been involved in an accident while chasing a criminal. But not a single person had explicitly stated that he was the one who hit the woman. Kazumi's expression shifted, a realization settling in. She had misinterpreted the investigation results. No one actually said that outright. They all said your father was in pursuit of a criminal when the accident happened. But none of them specifically claimed that he was the one who hit her. Sayuri's mind went blank. So this was all just a misunderstanding. All this time, she had believed that her father was directly responsible for Toshihiko's mother's death. She had never confronted him about it. She had never tried to learn the truth from him. And because of that, she had blindly accepted that her father was the cause of all this tragedy. Now, she finally understood. She had been wrong. She should have spoken to her father directly instead of relying on Kazumi's investigation. Instead, she had been left with an incomplete truth. Sayuri, this is my fault. Kazumi hadn't expected her mistake to have such severe consequences. Sayuri shook her head. No, Kazumi, this isn't your fault. Your investigation wasn't wrong. You just didn't get a definitive answer, because the witnesses never clarified it either. She let out a slow breath. She could feel her blood pressure rising. This was all just a series of assumptions. And the thing she regretted most was that she had never sat down and talked to her father. If she had just asked him what happened back then, all of this could have been avoided. No matter how much she had once loved Toshihiko, she now understood one thing. There was a world of difference between 1. A father deliberately running over a woman. 2. A father chasing a criminal, who then caused an accident. One was directly responsible. The other was barely even secondary responsibility. And yet, why did Toshihiko act as if her father was the only person to blame? Was it really just because it was easier to target her and her father? Sayuri clenched her fists. If that was truly the reason, then what was the point of sacrificing herself to end this so-called feud? Her anger surged. For the first time in a long time, her emotions felt stable, but this time, it was because of resolve. Matsumoto-sensei, calm yourself. A voice interrupted her thoughts. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, the fire inside her was immediately extinguished. The anger disappeared in an instant. Her nerves settled, her emotions were no longer out of control. Sayuri slowly unclenched her fists. Her expression returned to a composed, almost unnatural calmness. Matsumoto-sensei, have some lemon tea to cool down. Ah, and to avoid ruining your lipstick, use a straw. Sayuri nodded slightly. She absent-mindedly opened the can, inserted the straw, and was about to take a sip when. Sonoko, have some lemon tea too. Sayuri froze. In that moment, her brain snapped fully awake. Sonoko blinked in surprise, then quickly caught on. With a bright smile, she walked over, took a can of lemon tea from the plastic bag, and held it up. Sensei, mind if I have one too? Sayuri Matsumoto looked at her, a mix of emotions flickering across her face. She exhaled softly. I never expected my own students would go this far at my wedding. To be continued. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, he is a Teitan student. Several makeup artists didn't quite understand what was going on, but Kazumi, who was aware of the situation, had already figured it out. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. She couldn't believe that Toshihiko would actually go through with this. But she also understood that this was an inevitable outcome. As long as Toshihiko didn't take any action, nothing would happen. Today's wedding would remain just a wedding. However, the moment Toshihiko did anything extra, he would be plunging himself into a desperate situation, into the abyss. Yet, Kazumi didn't stop it. She supported Sayuri's decision. If Toshihiko really went through with it, he would have to pay the price. Thinking this, Kazumi simply watched from the sidelines. The two who had been drinking lemon tea set their cans down on the table, Sayuri's was placed inside, while Suzuki Sonoko's was on the outside. Ah, Matsumoto-sensei, could you lend me your straw? Sure, no problem. Sonoko took the straw from Sayuri's can and placed it into her own. All preparations were complete. At that moment, the two makeup artists also finished their work. Ms. Matsumoto, we'll be heading out now. Yes, thank you for your help. After the two makeup artists left, Sayuri turned her attention to the students she was meeting for the first time. Ren, Sonoko, are they really in the same class as you? Sayuri's gaze landed on Nagi and Isumi. Judging by their age, the two of them looked, at most, like junior high school students. Well, their situation is a bit complicated. Ren glanced at Nagi, finding it a bit troublesome to explain. Matsumoto-sensei, they skipped grades. Skipped grades? Sayuri looked at the two girls in slight surprise. Given their appearance, they must have skipped several grades. However, does Teitan High School even allow grade skipping? Teitan High School actually has a policy for skipping grades. That's surprising. Ah, they were originally students at Hakuo Academy, but they recently transferred to Teitan High. This answer stunned Sayuri even more. From the most prestigious of aristocratic schools, to a public school. Someone actually chose to downgrade. She suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Teitan High School had no such grade-skipping policy, but Hakuo did. After all, Hakuo was an elite academy with an incredibly strong faculty. Having a few super genius students there wasn't all that surprising. However, Hakuo had a strict rule, only nobles could enroll. That meant the two girls standing before her were undoubtedly from noble families. Beyond her initial surprise, she now understood why these students could so easily take the afternoon off. Then, Sayuri's gaze shifted to the girl with black hair and red eyes. If she remembered correctly, the blonde girl with the side ponytail had been standing next to her earlier. Then, the others, were they also transferred from Hakuo? Noticing Matsumoto-sensei's gaze, Sonoko smiled and shook her head. Ah, these two weren't. And the one who just stepped out wasn't either. The three of them transferred from Shuchian Academy to Teitan. Shuchian. One from Hakuo, and now another from Shuchian. Sayuri felt like her head was about to explode. What's going on here? Why are students from Hakuo and Shuchian transferring to Teitan High? Has Teitan suddenly become an aristocratic school? How was it that Teitan, an ordinary high school, was attracting so many upper-class students? Hey, Matsumoto-sensei, you don't have to overthink it. Let me introduce them properly. This walking ice block over here is Shinomiya Kagaya. Ice block? That term was a little impolite. Moreover, Sayuri observed Kagaya carefully. Though she did have a cold demeanor, it wasn't to the point of being unapproachable. Calling her a walking ice block seemed excessive. She's not cold at all. Sayuri blurted out without thinking. Kagaya's eyes shifted slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her previously expressionless face. Matsumoto-sensei, nice to meet you. Ah, hello. Please ignore what Suzuki just said. I'm just an ordinary young lady raised in a sheltered environment, not very good at socializing. My coldness is simply a protective shell. That explanation made a lot more sense to Sayuri. But Sonoko felt her eyelids twitch. This woman, she wasn't like this before. And calling it a protective shell? That wasn't what she said back when she was freezing people with her gaze. Still, Sonoko chose not to argue at the moment. Next, this girl beside me, I knew her even before she transferred here. Fujiwara Chika, a good friend of mine. Hello, Matsumoto-sensei. Chika's smile was so bright that it immediately lifted the mood. Sayuri could feel the positive energy radiating from her. It was the pure, youthful vitality of a high school girl. Hello. Sonoko continued. And those two students you thought looked too young for high school. The blonde twin-tailed girl is Sanzenin Nagi. The one with the elegant, princess-like hairstyle is Sajinomiya Isumi. Anyway, just don't treat them like kids, their thinking is actually quite mature. As for the blonde girl with the side ponytail who left earlier, she's Kagaya's personal maid, Hayasaka AI. And this one, the more mature-looking one, is Nagi's exclusive maid, Maria. Both a noble lady and a personal maid. Even without digging deeper, it was clear that none of them had simple backgrounds. So, Sayuri decided not to overthink it. Finally, her gaze landed on the bespectacled boy standing quietly to the side. So, he also transferred to Teitan. He didn't. Sonoko smiled and shook her head. He's actually a student of Teitan High School, just like us. He's just not in the same class as Ran and me. To be continued. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, isn't this what you want? Sayuri was slightly surprised, but she quickly masked her reaction. She had some impression of this boy. He was polite, but his voice was somewhat weak, lacking presence or confidence. He also didn't speak much. His presence wasn't particularly strong. Just now, after speaking, she hadn't even noticed when he quietly moved to the side. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable boy, with such a low sense of presence, was surrounded by a group of girls. And not just any girls, these were young ladies from prestigious families, girls with status and influence. Obviously, Sayuri wasn't a fool. She could tell at a glance that this boy was anything but ordinary. Moreover, earlier, when Ran and Sonoko were speaking, he had stopped them with just a single sentence. If this boy was the center of this group, it would be a far more accurate assessment of what Matsumoto Sayuri was witnessing. Knock, knock. Click. The door was knocked on, then immediately opened. A towering man, standing 1.9 meters tall, stepped inside. He had a well-groomed mustache and a 5-centimeter scar over his left eye. His build was as solid as a fortress, and his fierce appearance made it clear, he wasn't someone to be messed with. Just standing there, his presence alone was enough to create immense pressure. Dad. Matsumoto Kiyonaga, a man like an iron tower, looked at his daughter dressed in a pure white wedding gown. He couldn't help but feel how quickly time had passed. Not long ago, she had been just a little girl. But now, she had reached the age where she was about to get married. This realization filled Matsumoto Kiyonaga with deep emotion. The only thing that troubled him was the man his daughter was about to marry. Thinking back to what had happened 20 years ago, Matsumoto Kiyonaga felt more and more certain, Toshihiko hadn't come for Sayuri. He had come for him. Sayuri, it's not too late to change your mind. Matsumoto Kiyonaga was secretly hoping that his daughter would refuse, just like she always did in the past. But this time, something was different. Well. Dad, let's talk about this later. Matsumoto Kiyonaga was stunned. In the past, Sayuri had always rejected the idea outright, her attitude firm and unwavering. But today, why was she responding differently? Dad, are the other police officers here as well? Some of my subordinates came as extra security. Good. Matsumoto Kiyonaga was even more confused by his daughter's response. Something about Sayuri today felt off. The wedding. We'll discuss that later. This time, Matsumoto Kiyonaga saw it clearly, the look in his daughter's eyes. It was the exact same look her mother had when she was angry. Anger. Matsumoto Kiyonaga suddenly felt like he had grasped the key to something. Dad, for now, please step outside. There's something important coming up. All right. I'll head out. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure from his daughter, one that reminded him of her mother. Even though Sayuri was much smaller than him, at this moment, she exuded an aura far beyond his imagination, completely suppressing his own. After Matsumoto Kiyonaga left, Ren's calm voice rang out. Miss Bridesmaid, I'll have to trouble you to stand watch outside. When the groom enters, ensure that no one else follows. Kazumi glanced at Amamiya Ren before nodding slightly. I understand. Once Toshihiko enters, I won't let anyone else in. With that, she turned around and embraced Sayuri. Don't be angry. Don't be sad. If that man actually dares to do something like that, he's not worthy of you. Don't worry. I won't be shaken, no matter what happens. Sayuri gently patted her friend's back. Don't concern yourself with what happens in this room. I won't be so foolish this time. Kazumi nodded slightly before letting Sayuri go. I'll be outside. After Kazumi left, Sayuri let out a small breath. Ms. Matsumoto, please treat what happens next as a game. Hearing that voice, Sayuri was momentarily distracted. When she turned back around, the group of students that had been standing there just a moment ago was gone. Looking down, her pupils shrank in shock. She saw herself, lying in a pool of blood, dressed in a pure white wedding gown. Lemon juice and empty cans were scattered across the floor. What? What is this? Click. Just as she was processing the sight, the door burst open violently. The groom, Takasuji Toshihiko, dressed in his white wedding suit, stormed in, sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes locked onto the scene on the floor, and he immediately let out a horrified scream. Ah! Ambulance! Call an ambulance! He screamed frantically, his voice raw with panic. But to Sayuri's shock, on his face, beneath all that supposed distress, there was a smile. The look of someone crying and smiling at the same time was eerie, unnatural. What's more, Toshihiko didn't seem to see her at all. He could only see the Sayuri Matsumoto lying lifeless on the ground. The door burst open again. Toshihiko whipped his head around. Ambulance. Someone, call an ambulance. But the person who had entered paid no attention to his frantic cries. Instead, they approached Toshihiko without a word. Drop the act. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Like a con man whose lies had just been exposed, a flicker of panic flashed across Toshihiko's face. Who? Who are you? He shook his head violently. I don't know who you are, but what you're saying is slander. I could sue you for this. Sayuri sighed softly. Then, she turned to look at the person who had just entered. Now that she was seeing his face up close, she realized. It was that same boy from earlier. She hadn't even asked his name yet. But she could feel it, this boy was out of place, in every possible way. Takasuji Toshihiko, wasn't this all you're doing? Isn't this your revenge against Matsumoto Kiyonaga? Using his daughter as a tool to get back at him. Forcing her to ingest the sodium hydroxide you prepared. Making him watch as his daughter's life slowly fades away. Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? Each word sent cold sweat dripping down Toshihiko's back. I didn't do this. You have no proof at all. His eyes flickered toward Sayuri, who was still breathing. For a brief moment, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of continuing to shout, he stood up and glared at the high school student in front of him. Sayuri is my bride. Why would I ever want to harm her? That self-righteous declaration made Sayuri lose all hope in him. She had caught the vicious glint in Toshihiko's eyes. Even now, as he spoke, he looked more like a cornered beast than a man. He had stopped screaming for an ambulance. Instead, he was standing there, deliberately stalling for time. To be continued. Chapter 158, Regret. Why? Ren slowly approached Toshihiko. Isn't it because her father caused your mother's car accident? Toshihiko's expression was a mix of shock and disbelief, almost comically so. Did you really think you were hiding so well? Everything about you has already been exposed. Even if she drank the poisoned lemon tea you prepared, wasn't it her own will? Her own will. Toshihiko looked at Sayuri, who was still coughing up blood on the ground. His face was filled with astonishment, but there wasn't a single trace of regret, only rage. This is my revenge. How could she have known? She was just a tool for my revenge, just like all those other women. She was only after the Takasuji family's wealth. Yes. Sayuri was just like every other woman he had encountered. They all approached him because of his money. He wasn't wrong. Using money as bait, he had lured Sayuri in. It was a fact. He had succeeded. He got close to her. He gained the chance to take revenge. 19. Sayuri, standing nearby, let out a deep sigh and lowered her head. The illusion of childhood love had been too strong. She had believed in the boy she once loved, convinced herself of his kindness. But now, stripped of that illusion, she finally saw the truth. Time was indeed a thick filter. It had concealed so many flaws, allowing her to see only the goodness in the boy from her past while ignoring how much he had deteriorated over the years. The wealth of the Takasugi Zaibatsu. Ren suddenly chuckled, as if he had just heard something truly amusing. You really think it still exists? What do you mean? Toshihiko suddenly had a bad feeling. Your adoptive parents treated you well. They even entrusted you with overseeing the main business of the Takasugi Zaibatsu. But you lack the ability to manage a corporation of that scale. Under your leadership, the Takasugi Zaibatsu has long been drowning in debt. On top of that, you love to play around, and your adoptive mother spoiled you too much, which only reinforced your reckless nature. In itself, there's nothing wrong with enjoying life. Some people gain valuable insights and connections from it. But you only indulged in pleasure. You surrounded yourself with drinking buddies and fake friends. Do you even remember how they tricked you? Toshihiko's mind instantly recalled the many mistakes he had made while running the company, all based on the advice of those so-called friends. His body trembled involuntarily. You always discussed company matters with them, and they secretly recorded everything you said. Otherwise, do you think the rival conglomerate that took over the Takasugi Zaibatsu's position just happened to be so well informed? If it weren't for a few critical decision-making errors, the Takasugi Zaibatsu might have had a chance at recovery. But instead of listening to the professional advisors managing your family's business, you listened to your drinking buddies. And that was your downfall. Ren's smile widened slightly. So, tell me, how much liquid capital do you think the Takasugi Zaibatsu has left? 20 million. A chilling sense of dread crept into Takasugi Toshihiko's heart. It's 2 million. And not in US dollars, just 2 million yen. Your adoptive father nearly fainted when he found out. Toshihiko's heart clenched with guilt. Because he hadn't even known his father had collapsed. The only thing keeping him going was your marriage to Sayuri. If you successfully married her, the Takasugi Zaibatsu could finally escape its current crisis. Even if the Zaibatsu were to fall apart, with your father-in-law's influence, no corporation would dare completely crush what remains of it. So, this wedding, it wasn't Sayuri chasing after your 2 million yen. She was trying to help you in her own way. The more Ren spoke, the more nauseated Toshihiko felt. Actually, Sayuri even had your ex-girlfriend investigate the accident from 20 years ago. She already knew that her father had been pursuing a criminal when the incident occurred, and that his actions inadvertently led to your mother's death. It was because she knew that, she was willing to end this grudge with her own life. How could it be like this? But, there was a flaw in the information she received. The truth is, it wasn't her father's car that hit your mother 20 years ago. The one who actually ran over your mother was the criminal he was chasing. Toshihiko's entire body jolted. His face went pale with fear. That's right. The one who hit your mother was a criminal. Maybe her father failed to save her in time, but that was only secondary responsibility. The real murderer, the one who truly took your mother's life, was the criminal. The memory that Toshihiko had tried so hard to suppress surfaced once more. Back then, his hatred had been directed solely at the policeman who had shaken off his grasp. But he had deliberately ignored the actual culprit, the men who had been behind the wheel. That criminal was sentenced to life imprisonment over 20 years ago. He's still in prison even now, alive and well. He doesn't even know that he killed your mother. Ren paused. I think you knew this all along, but you just didn't want to accept it. You wanted to pin all the blame on the officer who didn't save your mother. You convinced yourself that Matsumoto Kiyonaga owed your mother a life. Or maybe, after being taken in by the Takasugi Zaibatsu, you never even looked into the truth of your mother's death. You lived your comfortable life, blaming everything on a single policeman. You never even thought to direct your hatred at the real criminal. As if Matsumoto Kiyonaga himself was the one who ran your mother over. Toshihiko's face turned deathly white. He had forgotten. No. He knew. The events of that day were still etched vividly in his mind. He had seen it with his own eyes. A madman had driven recklessly through the alley. He had watched as his mother was flung against the wall, like a rag doll. She had collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Barely breathing. Then, the fierce-looking policeman had appeared. Toshihiko had clung to him, begging him to save his mother. But the officer had pushed him away. Ignoring everything else as he rushed forward to arrest the criminal. No. No. Toshihiko collapsed onto the ground, his entire body trembling. His eyes were locked onto Sayuri, still coughing up blood. He shuddered and cupped her face in his hands. Don't die. Don't die. This isn't my fault. It's not my fault. Did Toshihiko start to regret everything? Yes. He truly regretted it. But only after he realized he was going to die. To be continued. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Happy and Forgetful. Snap. With a sudden snap of her fingers, Sayuri's eyes flew open. She recognized the room she was in. This was the church's dressing room. And the memories that had been hazy before suddenly became clear. After Kazumi left the dressing room, her groom had been brought in almost immediately. As expected, the poison had been placed in the can on the table. The method had been crude, so careless it was as if no effort had been made to conceal it at all. The movement had been slow, obvious, and easy to detect. She clearly remembered how he slipped the capsule hidden in his sleeve into the drink, deliberately turning his back to her to create an illusion of secrecy. There was no way she could have pretended not to notice. Ah. Sayuri let out a long sigh. Thinking back to the memories she had just recovered and recalling Toshihiko's words and actions, she felt nothing but exhaustion. People always said that childhood filters should be removed when evaluating others. But once she stripped everything away, she found that Toshihiko was nothing special at all. Perhaps those moments of bravery in the past had been nothing more than a child's impulsive actions. At least, Sayuri didn't believe that a man who spent his days indulging in pleasure and blaming her father for his mother's accident had the heart of a truly courageous person. Even his breakdown at the end hadn't been out of remorse. It wasn't guilt for what he had done. It was pure despair, because he realized the Takasugi Zaibatsu beyond saving. He hadn't been crying for her, lying on the ground in pain. He had been crying because her fall meant the complete destruction of everything he had. The once brave boy from her childhood had turned into this. Sayuri felt a wave of emotions. But one thing remained unchanged. This ridiculous excuse for a wedding could finally be stopped. Looking down, she saw the groom she had once known, now curled up on the ground, eyes shut in agony, hands still gripping at nothing. But this time, Sayuri no longer saw him through the thick filter of childhood memories. She had completely seen through the man named Takasugi Toshihiko. How? A voice interrupted her thoughts, making her turn her head instinctively. She saw Ran and Sonoko sitting nearby. They looked groggy, as if they had just woken up. Glancing around, she noticed that the other young ladies seemed to be in a similar state. Piecing together the images from before, the sight of herself lying in a pool of blood, Toshihiko's unraveling composure, her mind raced to process what had just happened. Something about all of this was definitely unnatural. Toshihiko's reaction had been far too raw, far too unfiltered. And seeing herself lifeless on the ground, that was not normal. Sayuri's mind had never been sharper. She had been blinded by sentiment before, but that had been because time had wrapped everything in a nostalgic glow. But when she put her emotions aside and analyzed everything rationally, it was clear, her mind wasn't slow at all. If she was incapable of thinking at this level, she wouldn't be a teacher. When approached logically, some clues were already obvious from their conversation earlier. It was clear that the boy had used something, perhaps a hallucinogen, or something more supernatural. But Sayuri was inclined to believe it was the latter. After all, how could a hallucinogen affect multiple people at once? And judging from Takasugi Toshihiko's behavior, they must have shared the same hallucination, experienced the same sights, sounds, and emotions. The difference was that she had been an observer, seeing and hearing more, while Toshihiko had been the one manipulated. Sayuri glanced at Ran and Sonoko again. There was only surprise on their faces, but no fear. It seemed like this was their first time experiencing something like this, yet they didn't seem entirely unfamiliar with the phenomenon. This wasn't an emergency to them. And she noticed, Ran and Sonoko weren't the only ones. The others had similar reactions. So, aside from her, everyone here was in on it. As she pieced everything together, Sayuri gradually relaxed. It seemed Ran and Sonoko's decision to investigate her had been unusual from the start. They must have known all along that Toshihiko was going to target her. They had even known that she would choose to sacrifice herself. This kind of foresight was not normal. In an abnormal situation like this, the most unreasonable factor was usually the answer. It was suddenly clear why a boy was present in a group filled with noble young ladies with powerful backgrounds. So, this was the reason. As Sayuri calmed down, Kagaya, who had also regained clarity, gazed down at the pitiful figure trembling on the floor. It's just as I expected. He's nothing more than a fool who deceived himself into believing his own delusions. His so-called revenge for his mother was never genuine. If he had truly wanted revenge, he would have pursued it as soon as he was adopted by the Takasugi family. Back then, Superintendent Matsumoto was just an ordinary police officer. It wouldn't have been difficult for a powerful conglomerate to ruin a single policeman's life. After speaking, she glanced at Ren inquisitively. Ren nodded slightly. 20 years ago, Superintendent Matsumoto was indeed just a regular officer. If the Takasugi Zaibatsu had chosen to act against him back then, it wouldn't have been difficult. Had they interfered at the right moment, his career might have been permanently stalled. Or he might have even faced reassignment. In any career, promotion was a delicate process. If external forces decided to intervene, especially during a crucial moment, it could completely derail someone's future. If Toshihiko had gone to his adoptive parents 20 years ago and told them about his grudge, Matsumoto's advancement could have been completely blocked. Hearing this confirmation, Kagaya's expression became one of understanding. At first, he must have been consumed by grief over his mother's death. But once he had time to think clearly, if he had truly wanted revenge, he wouldn't have done nothing. In those critical years, a single push in the right direction could have changed everything. He had every opportunity to act, but instead, he chose to move on. This is what people call being happy and forgetting about home. To be continued. Chapter 160, The Crime That Cannot Be Escaped. The lives of ordinary people are naturally completely different from those of nobles. As someone who was once an ordinary person, Toshihiko could clearly perceive the vast gap between commoners and the elite. When he was young and his mind was still developing, he experienced treatment that did not align with his circumstances. As a result, his mindset changed drastically. Subconsciously wanting to sever ties with his past self, he inevitably buried the memory of his mother's car accident. In truth, this kind of reaction is quite normal. After all, people die, but life goes on. Although Kaguya didn't say these words outright, everyone present understood the meaning behind them. The dazzling world is tempting, she mused. Everyone desires a life without struggle. If even adults cannot resist such temptation, how could a child? Ren understood Toshihiko's situation at that time. If he had been given an easy life as a child, perhaps his personality would have turned out differently. For a 7-year-old child, 20 years ago, it was natural that he lacked the awareness to resist. It's just that, even after knowing who truly killed his mother, he still shifted the blame. That decision was truly inappropriate, Ren remarked. Kaguya nodded slightly. Not only was it inappropriate, it was utterly unacceptable. He claimed to seek revenge for his mother, yet he directed his anger at an innocent party instead of targeting the real culprit. If Toshihiko had sought vengeance against the actual criminal still in prison, it would at least prove his resolve. But instead, he chose to take out his rage on a police officer whose only crime was pursuing criminals. And no matter how much responsibility that officer might bear, it was only secondary. In fact, it was that very officer who had arrested the perpetrator responsible for his mother's accident. Even so, he still viewed the officer as the true culprit. Such behavior was simply unjustifiable. Kaguya-sama, Hayasaka spoke up, have you finished recording the poisoning incident? It's done, she confirmed. At this moment, Hayasaka had already returned to Kaguya's side. The footage has been checked. It clearly captures Toshihiko, the groom, poisoning Miss Suzuki's lemon tea with sodium hydroxide. There's no doubt about it, this was an attempted murder. At this moment, Sonoko also stood up. They must have taken advantage of my presence at Inspector Matsumoto's wedding to retaliate against the Suzuki Zaibatsu. It seems the Takasuji Zaibatsu is truly dissatisfied with our cooperation. Hayasaka, call the police officers stationed outside the venue. I'd like to hear their thoughts on what kind of behavior it is for a groom to attempt to poison and murder me at his own wedding. Understood, Miss Suzuki. Hayasaka chuckled, bowed slightly, then opened the door to let the restless figures outside enter. There was no doubt, this was a deliberate setup. But no one in the room felt even a hint of unease or guilt. They held only contempt for a criminal who attempted murder. Click. The door swung open, and the people outside rushed in. Superintendent Matsumoto, I would like to ask, why did the groom attempt to murder Miss Suzuki? Hayasaka's words sent a sudden shock through the crowd. Attempted murder. The groom's friends all widened their eyes in disbelief. This crime was far too severe. And the target of the murder was the daughter of the Suzuki Zaibatsu. In an instant, the friends who had just been drinking with the groom took several steps back. Just kidding, everyone might be friends while drinking. But now that an attempted murder charge was in play, who would still stand by a criminal? Attempted murder. Matsumoto Kayanaga's gaze darkened as he quickly scanned the room. His eyes locked onto his daughter, seated, safe, and in good health. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Then, his gaze fell upon Toshihiko, lying motionless on the floor, and his expression turned grim. Of course, he didn't believe that Toshihiko was targeting the second daughter of the Suzuki Zaibatsu. The true target of this man's revenge was undoubtedly him, Matsumoto Kiyonaga. And he had aimed at his daughter to carry it out. But upon seeing the situation inside the room, Matsumoto Kiyonaga felt reassured. Sonoko stood there, outwardly furious but unharmed. He immediately understood, it was an orchestrated plan between his daughter and the Suzuki heiress. Having realized this, he decided not to interfere. Murder. That man actually committed such a deranged act. Matsumoto Kayanaga's face darkened even further. I never expected him to take advantage of my daughter's feelings, nor to use her connection with Miss Suzuki to target her in such a vile manner. Megure. Yes, sir. Megure Juzan immediately stepped forward from behind him. Handcuff this scumbag who dared to attempt murder and take him straight to Metropolitan Police Headquarters for interrogation. Also, notify the Takasuji Zaibatsu and Suzuki Zaibatsu, they are both required to report to the station. Understood. Megure Juzan glanced at Takasuji Toshihiko lying on the floor. He found it hard to believe that this man would have the audacity to target the second daughter of the Suzuki family. However, targeting Superintendent Matsumoto's daughter was a different matter. It would have been difficult to predict whether Suzuki Sonoko would attend this wedding, but the bride, as the wedding's central figure, was guaranteed to be present. So, it was clear, Toshihiko's true target had been Matsumoto Kayanaga's daughter. Yet, in this moment, they were formally identifying Takasugi Toshihiko as the culprit behind the attempted murder of Miss Suzuki. Though Megure Juzun had an inkling of the truth, he didn't see Takasugi Toshihiko as innocent. After all, if this man hadn't truly harbored murderous intent, this situation wouldn't have unfolded at all. Stepping forward, Megure Juzun pulled out a pair of handcuffs and secured them around Takasugi Toshihiko's wrists. "Miss Hayasaka, do you have evidence of this man's crime?" "Of course," she replied. Megure Juzun briefly paused after securing the handcuffs. He had already expected as much. This was a trap carefully laid for Toshihiko. But if he hadn't actually intended to kill, he wouldn't have fallen into it. He had no one to blame but himself. Hayasaka retrieved the camcorder she had prepared in advance. "Superintendent Matsumoto, this was originally meant to record the bride's wedding, but unexpectedly, it captured the groom poisoning Miss Suzuki's drink. The poisoned target was the lemon tea and Miss Suzuki had been drinking from. Please take this into evidence." "Of course." Matsumoto Kiyonaga accepted the camcorder, though his facial muscles twitched with anger. He truly hadn't expected Toshihiko to be so ruthless. This time, it had been too close. That man had almost succeeded. To be continued. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Clown. Today, the police arrested a groom for poisoning someone at a wedding. Because the incident was quite serious, the news was reported on the evening broadcast. Of course, the report only mentioned the groom who committed the poisoning. The bride's involvement and the identity of the victim were deliberately omitted. The implication was clear, the details of those involved were being kept confidential. But in reality, it was an intentional suppression of information. Even the media were downplaying the incident between the bride and the poisoned individual. After all, the culprit was the groom, which meant the bride was implicated as well. Especially considering that the bride was the daughter of a police inspector, this part of the news needed to be concealed even further. As for the identity of the poisoned victim, it had to remain hidden. She was the second daughter of the Suzuki Zaibatsu and the future heir of the conglomerate. If the heirs of major corporate families had to face assassination attempts not from internal power struggles but from rival conglomerates, the implications would be catastrophic. If the families collectively decided to flee the country, the situation would become even more problematic. After all, if the business environment within their own country was so dangerous that heirs faced poisoning attempts from competing conglomerates, wouldn't every conglomerate's heir have to start worrying for their lives? Thus, certain matters had to be suppressed. On the other hand, the Takasugi Zaibatsu, which had become the butt of a massive joke, was utterly doomed. Public opinion crushed the last remnants of the Takasugi Zaibatsu's reputation. Their former leader, Takasugi Minami, was so enraged that he died in the hospital, a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Takasugi Makako faced accusations of illegally transferring assets, along with suspicions of liquidating stocks for cash. Originally, those funds had been meant for her retirement, but now, they were frozen pending investigation. With the collapse of the Takasugi Zaibatsu, the company's stock prices plummeted, and many of their assets were seized. In short, the Takasugi Zaibatsu had lost everything. And as the sole heir of the Takasugi Zaibatsu, Takasugi Toshihiko now faced attempted murder charges alongside an insurmountable amount of debt. It was as if he had been pushed off a cliff with no way to climb back up. At this point, Toshihiko's best hope was receiving the maximum sentence for attempted murder. Otherwise, life outside prison would be far worse than a lifetime behind bars. Seated on the sofa, Ren shook his head slightly as he switched off the TV. Then, he opened his diary, preparing to complete the final entry for the day. As expected, the fall of the Takasugi Zaibatsu also brought down Takasugi Toshihiko's adoptive parents. But this was inevitable. His adoptive father died from anger. His adoptive mother's assets were frozen for investigation, leaving her future retirement in question. And as the only heir of the Takasugi Zaibatsu, with his adoptive father dead and his adoptive mother losing all financial support, he is now burdened with every debt owed by the Takasugi Zaibatsu. Even if they sold off every last asset, it wouldn't be enough to pay back what was owed. For him, prison is probably the safest place to be right now. If he receives a life sentence, at least he can live out the rest of his days behind bars. But if he only gets 10 years, then his remaining time in this world might just be 10 years. Still, his fate is a fitting consequence for his actions. With that, Ren stopped writing. Today's diary entry was complete. Closing the diary, he quietly focused on the sensation of the magic potion digesting within his body. His seer sequence had progressed significantly today, thanks to his guidance of Sayuri and the divinations regarding Toshihiko's past. In a way, he had unknowingly fulfilled the role of a seer, accelerating his potion digestion. Already. While examining his spiritual energy, Ren noticed something surprising. His Marauder and Apprentice potions had also progressed in digestion. There was now only 1/5 left to complete their full digestion. This pace was honestly a bit shocking. It had been less than 2 weeks since he drank the potions, yet all 3 pathways were nearly digested. And that was without even intentionally role-playing any of them. At this rate, 1 more week. No. I won't even need a week to finish the rest. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be facing a severe potion shortage soon. A sigh escaped him. Originally, he wasn't worried about potion progression since he assumed it would take time. But now, what had previously not been a problem was becoming a major issue. Well, I'll do a divination later to see if anything interesting happens. That could wait. For now, he had to complete today's lottery first. The giant roulette wheel spun and slowly came to a stop. Lord of the Mysteries. Acquired, Sequence 8 Potion, Clown. A blue potion bottle appeared before Ren. He was no longer surprised by such occurrences. It just so happened that he had finished digesting Seer today, and now the clown potion had arrived, right on time. Without hesitation, he pulled out a maple leaf coin and flipped it. There was no problem with drinking the potion. The coin landed safely. Confirmed. Uncorking the bottle, he tilted it back and downed the potion in one gulp. The clown potion had a rather stimulating sensation, akin to carbonated soda, tingling and numbing his tongue. It was also intensely sweet. So sweet, in fact, that it was even sweeter than cola, almost sickeningly sweet. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Ren examined the empty bottle in his hand with mild surprise. Weird. It's not exactly bad, but why do these potions always taste so strange? Suddenly, Ren paused. Something felt off. The potion he had just swallowed was already digesting. His mind filled with a single question mark. Wait. What's happening? Did I already play the role of a clown before? Why is it digesting immediately after drinking? Ren thought back carefully. He couldn't recall doing anything that fit the role of a clown. He had never made a confession to a girl, nor had he ever visited a circus. In the past, he had simply been an ordinary high school student. He didn't see how any of his behavior resembled that of a clown. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Or, have some of my past actions already been judged as clown-like? To be continued. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Limitations of Gifts. Strange. Yeah, this was really strange. Ren couldn't recall doing anything that resembled a clown, so why was the potion digesting so effortlessly? Although it felt odd, rapidly digesting a potion stage wasn't a bad thing. The only issue was that the gap in potion sequences remained just as large. As the clown potion was digested, Ren could clearly feel that Sefirah Castle was integrating with him at an accelerated pace. The degree of synchronization had increased significantly. And as a result, the permissions he could access within Sefirah Castle also expanded. Now, he could temporarily grant himself the abilities of a Sequence 6. But along with this, Ren received a critical information. Before reaching Sequence 4, you cannot borrow the power of Sequence 4 in advance. Sequence 4 marks the beginning of mythical creature transformations. Resting his chin on his hand, Ren quickly understood the implication. If low and mid-sequence beyonders were still considered ordinary humans, then high-sequence beyonders were something beyond human, half-mortal, half-divine. Physically, mentally, and spiritually, they far surpassed normal humans. Once someone reached high sequence, they would begin to exhibit mythical creature characteristics, the fundamental divide between mid-sequence and high-sequence beyonders. If I attempt to break the limit and borrow Sequence 4's power prematurely, my body will be transformed by the influence of the source material. Huh? Wait, isn't that a good thing? Starting the transformation toward Sequence 4 before actually reaching it, that didn't seem bad at all, right? Yet, Sefirah Castle had warned him against doing so. Ren never ignored warnings from Sefirah Castle. If it really intended to harm him, it wouldn't bother issuing a warning at all. But it had. That meant this was a dangerous choice. Ren sighed and shook his head slightly. I guess this isn't as good as it sounds for me. Memorizing this warning, he immediately dismissed any thoughts of borrowing Sequence 4's power. There was no need to recklessly explore the unknown, especially when it wasn't beneficial. Shifting his focus, Ren relaxed his boiling spirituality and checked his current state. It seems there's no negative effect on me. And Wild Card's value is still rising. He couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't obtained Wild Card early on and had jumped directly into sequence potions, he wasn't sure if he would have made it this far. Even though there were no other Beyonders in this world, if it had been only him, maintaining absolute rationality would have been nearly impossible. Ren was well aware of his own nature. He wasn't someone with extraordinarily strong willpower. If he had been a revolutionary from a past era, maybe he could have endured. But he was just an ordinary person, living in modern society, enjoying the comforts of the times. He lacked the unyielding determination of those who had fought through hardship. Growth required support. Without it, he couldn't walk this path alone. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking at the door interrupted Ren's thoughts. Sighing, he got up and walked to the entrance. When he opened the door, he wasn't surprised to see a familiar black and white panda pajama outfit. Aren't you sleepy this late at night? Ren gazed at his neighbor with mild exasperation. I've been thinking about the studio lately, and it's been keeping me up. Okino Yoko had her reasons. Lately, she had been contemplating starting her own studio, a major step toward her dream of running a business. She was no longer just an idol under an agency. She wanted to become her own boss. Fine, come in first. Hee hee. Yoko grinned and stepped inside. Like it was second nature, she closed the door behind her, locked it, and then pulled out a pair of fluffy indoor slippers from the entrance cabinet. After slipping them on, she followed Ren into the living room. She plopped onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. Suddenly becoming my own boss, it really feels like a dream. Ren glanced at the visibly relaxed Yoko and shook his head helplessly. If your true fans saw you like this, they'd probably be terrified. Hearing this, Yoko just rolled her eyes. There's always a difference between being on stage and being at home. Fans say they want idols to be real, but even the most genuine idols have a distinction between their private life and public image. Even as an idol, you need to be casual at home, otherwise, fans will feel like it's all fake. That said, I always try to show my fans the truest version of myself. Otherwise, if the contrast between my stage persona and my real self is too big, it could cause serious issues. You're not wrong. Ren agreed. Many celebrities who built their careers around a certain public persona had suffered major backlashes when their real personalities clashed with their image. A strong public persona could attract fans, but if it ever collapsed, those same fans could become haters overnight. So, it was always better to maintain a moderate image, not too high, not too unrealistic. You're still thinking about the studio even this late at night. It's been a few days. Have you reached out to anyone in the industry yet? I have, but almost every time I bring it up, I get rejected. Ren wasn't surprised. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, it's actually not. Yoko chuckled. If I tell them about my plans in advance, they won't be able to negotiate with me later out of guilt. But it's not like I got nothing out of it. A few close friends, people I used to work with, have reached out to me. Of course, if I can help them cover their contract termination fees first. Ren nodded slightly. Just make sure to set clear rules in advance. You don't want unnecessary trouble later. You need to confirm that their words aren't just empty promises. Don't worry, I've already told them that. Hearing this, Ren picked up on something. So, you're so excited that you can't sleep. Hee hee. Yoko smiled sheepishly. Well, you're still awake too, right? So I figured I'd come over and chat. To be continued. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Sleepless Slow Walk. Ren sighed silently and poured a cup of hot water for Yoko. Thank you. After taking a sip, Yoko felt the warmth spread through her body. You can't sleep either. I guess not. His heightened state of excitement made it impossible for Ren to fall asleep anytime soon. I was planning to go out for a walk. Who would have thought you'd be awake this late too? A walk outside. Hearing Ren mention this, Yoko's interest was immediately piqued. In an instant, she sat up straight on the sofa. That's a great idea. Watching Yoko's sudden enthusiasm, Ren immediately regretted bringing it up. But since he was the one who suggested it, there was no backing out now. So, you really want to go out now? You'll have to change clothes first. Isn't that a hassle? Why would I need to change? This works just fine. To prove her point, Yoko stood up and spun around in front of him. Her thick, fluffy pajamas were definitely warm enough, that much was clear. Are you sure? If you go out in those, they'll probably be unwearable by the time we get back. It's fine. Yoko smiled confidently. Since I mentioned liking this style of pajamas, one of my sponsors sent me a whole variety of them. I have at least 7 or 8 different sets, so I'm not worried about them getting dirty. She had grown particularly fond of this style of pajamas. Not only were they cute, but they were incredibly warm. Even without a heater, wearing them in cold weather was enough to stay comfortable. Recently, she had also discovered another unexpected advantage. If she wore these pajamas, pulled up the hood, and added a mask, almost no one could recognize her as the famous Okino Yoko. There was no risk of attracting attention. Oh, right. I bought a matching set in your size, too. I was planning to give it to you as a gift. Wait here, I'll go grab it. As Yoko dashed off, Ren felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. And sure enough, when she returned, she was holding a dark green dinosaur pajama set. Here. Put this on. Let's go for a walk together. Despite Ren's reluctance, he was pushed into the room and forced to change. To his surprise, the pajamas were actually very comfortable. Even without the heater on, they were incredibly warm, and the soft, fluffy fabric felt nice against his skin. Now, he understood why Yoko liked them so much. However, this particular set of pajamas had a major problem. Especially visually. Standing before the full-length mirror, Ren took in his reflection. A cute green dinosaur stared back at him. If he pulled up the hood, the little dinosaur face would bare its tiny fangs. Suppressing his embarrassment, Ren turned around, only to see a short, stubby tail dangling from the back. Before he could react, Yoko playfully grabbed the tail and held onto it. Can you not? Sure. She didn't let go. But only if you agree to go out with me tonight. Ren was silent for a long time. He pointed at his reflection in the mirror. Wearing pajamas. Yes. You're a celebrity. Shouldn't you be more careful about how you dress in public? I won't be recognized if I dress like this. With that, Yoko cheerfully grabbed his dinosaur tail and led the way out. All right. Let's go. Come on, let's go for a walk. Ren's opinion was completely ignored. Having no other choice, he put on his cotton outdoor slippers and followed Yoko outside. Luckily, there weren't many people in the area. Even if they were seen wandering around in pajamas, it wouldn't attract too much attention. As they walked side by side, Yoko stretched her arms out and let out a contented sigh. The cold air feels refreshing. You feel relaxed. Yoko nodded. Now that she was outside, the crisp night air helped clear her head. Her earlier excitement had cooled down, leaving her feeling calm and refreshed. I wouldn't have been able to make this decision without you. Yoko would never forget the reason she had the freedom to choose her own path. It was all thanks to Ren. If not for his financial support, she wouldn't have even dared to consider starting her own studio. If not for his connections, no one in the industry would have been willing to help her. She had never forgotten that. Even though he always claimed that he didn't like getting involved in other people's affairs, the reality was, he still chose to help. She turned her head and gazed at the young man walking quietly beside her. Then, without a word, she gently tugged on his sleeve. Ren looked over. There's something stuck on your hood. Caught off guard, Ren instinctively reached up to check. The moment he turned his head, he suddenly felt something warm against his cheek. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her familiar, delicate face, closer than ever. For a brief moment, his mind completely shut down. By the time Yoko stepped back, Ren was still frozen in place. He had never experienced something like this before. He had never been in this kind of situation. He had no idea how to respond. Puffed. Seeing Ren blush and struggle to react, Yoko couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wow, you really have no resistance to girls, huh? I thought you'd handle it better, but it turns out, you actually see me as a sister. Then, without hesitation, she took his hand in hers. Oh, by the way, just so you know, that kiss on the cheek. It was my first time. After all, you know my public image. I'm still the pure idol Okino Yoko. Seeing that Ren was still too flustered to speak, she simply smiled and gently pulled him along. Come on, just keep me company for a little longer. To be continued. Chapter 164, Promise. Are you really that nervous? Yoko could feel the tension in Ren's hand. I'm just not used to it. That was all the confirmation Yoko needed. This guy really didn't see her as a woman. He had done so much for her, yet he still only regarded her as a friend or family member. What could she even say about this? Ren's thought process was definitely different from most people. You really just think of me as a sister, huh? A little bit. Do normal siblings kiss each other on the cheek? I think so. Then technically, we're still within the boundaries of sibling affection, right? I guess so. And you're okay with that? Yeah. I suppose it's fine. But I'm not. Seeing how seriously he was trying to rationalize it, Yoko rolled her eyes. I'm obviously older than you. Why am I the little sister in the end? And besides, can you really just brush off what happened as a simple sibling gesture? True, their relationship wasn't quite the same as before. Noticing Ren's brief look of disappointment, Yoko smiled and gently squeezed his hand. So, did you think our relationship was always that pure? Her question caught Ren off guard. Wasn't it? He genuinely believed their relationship was just friendship. Seeing his confused expression, Yoko sighed. Not at all. Think back, our first meeting was when I was nearly strangled to death. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here. Yeah. Ren nodded slightly. That night, he had just finished crafting the eye bracelet and was relaxing at home when he heard a commotion next door. On a whim, he had decided to intervene, kicking that intruder in the face and saving Yoko from a near-death crisis. The second time we met was the very next night. I came over to thank you. Then, I found out you lived alone, so I started visiting more often. I wanted to be the big sister, but somehow, you ended up treating me like a little sister instead. Honestly, Yoko felt wronged by this. She had fully intended to take on a protective role. But Ren, despite being younger, was far more capable and reliable. And his tendency to listen rather than speak made it easy for people to confide in him. Somehow, the roles had been reversed. Since then, I started coming over all the time. I cooked for you, potato stew, pork rib soup, hoping to regain my big sister status. But instead, you were the one comforting me about work. Recently, you've even been helping me with my career. You even went out of your way to pull strings and stand as my backing in my contract termination. Siblings might help each other out, but let's be honest, real siblings don't do all that. She had a point. Looking back, Ren felt like he had been investing too much effort into Yoko. Why had he gone so far for her? But I never had that kind of intention. I know. And judging by his reaction tonight, if he did have those thoughts, he would have shown some kind of response earlier. Your reaction makes it pretty clear, you really do see me as a little sister. That actually frustrated Yoko. She had always wanted to be the older sister in their dynamic. Yet, somehow, she had ended up on the other side of that equation. Still, there was one thing she was certain of. But we can't always be siblings. I don't want to be your sister forever. Yoko had long since come to terms with her own feelings. She never reacted this way with any other man. She and Ren could talk for hours, joke around, and just be themselves. She liked the way she felt when she was with him. But before the conversation could continue, she abruptly changed the subject. By the way, the person I contacted last time, the one who helped me get through to you. They have a special relationship with you, don't they? Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to help so easily. Ren hesitated. It's complicated. There are things I can't explain to you yet. It's a secret. Hearing this, Yoko relaxed slightly. Yeah. I had a feeling. I always thought you had some kind of secret, but I never asked. And now, I get the sense that this secret involves other people too. She wasn't wrong. There were things connecting Ren to other individuals, and those things couldn't be shared so easily. Yoko didn't pry any further. Instead, she asked something else. Then, can I know your secret someday? Ren was silent for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. Only 3 people know about it right now. I don't know if more will learn about it later. Some things can only be understood after you experience them yourself. I see. Yoko wasn't disappointed at all. In fact, just from his response, she gained insight into the nature of his secret. So, it has something to do with a special power? Ren hesitated before nodding slightly. That confirmed it. Now, she understood why the person she contacted had been willing to help so easily. This was indeed a complicated connection. In that case, until I gain whatever it is you're talking about, let's just keep things the way they are. But you're not allowed to start avoiding me, all right? Ren nodded. All right. To be continued. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Hair-drying encounter turns into a supermarket robbery, bonus. After reaching an agreement, the slightly stiff atmosphere between them dissipated. Dressed in animal pajamas, the two walked hand in hand through the quiet night streets, looking like a pair of silly lovebirds out for a nighttime stroll. Although they drew some attention, most people chose to ignore them. As they reached a business district where the surrounding shops and supermarkets had already closed, they came to a stop. So many people were staring at us just now. Yoko shivered slightly, feeling uneasy. Ren was speechless at her reaction. This woman, she really doesn't think before acting. For someone like him, a textbook case of social anxiety, not to be confused with a social recluse, this kind of situation was the last thing he wanted to experience. Just as he was about to sigh, a strong sense of intuition prompted him to look up. Ren turned his head to the right, spotting a supermarket that had already ceased operations for the day. The lights inside were completely off, making it difficult to see anything through the glass. However, white graffiti was visible on the 3 upper windows of the supermarket. A pale white curtain hung behind the graffiti, making it even harder to make out the markings clearly. Ren then turned to look at the office building on the left, which was still brightly lit. Due to the strong illumination from that side, the white light reflected off the supermarket's glass, making the graffiti even less noticeable. But he could still see it. SOS. Yoko turned toward Ren, puzzled. Noticing his gaze, she followed his line of sight and looked in the same direction. However, with the night's darkness acting as a curtain, the supermarket's interior appearing pitch black, and the glass reflecting light, she couldn't see the supposed SOS at all. Where? Where do you see SOS? Yoko squinted, trying to find it but to no avail. The reflection makes it hard to see. It's normal that you can't spot it. As he spoke, Ren took out his phone from Sefirah Castle. Instead of dialing the emergency line, he called a certain police officer he was familiar with. After a few moments, the call connected. With his keen hearing, Ren immediately picked up on the background noise. It was far from quiet. He could hear several people talking. It seemed like she was working overtime. Good evening, Officer Sato. Oh, it's you. Recognizing the voice, Sato Miwako immediately knew who was calling. That strange, mature-sounding boy she had met on Tsukikage Island. Why are you calling me so late? Did something happen again? Miwako joked, half expecting him to say no. Yes, actually. Just as you said. She had only been joking, but the moment she realized he was serious, Miwako's demeanor changed. Are you in trouble again? No, nothing like that. I was just out for a walk with my neighbor to get some fresh air, and I noticed an SOS sign written on the glass of a closed supermarket. Also, the curtains on the 3 windows with the SOS markings have been drawn. Miwako's breath hitched. An SOS sign written on the supermarket's glass. Something so obvious should have been noticed sooner. If no one had seen it before, that would mean someone wrote it after the supermarket closed. And if the windows with SOS had curtains drawn over them, it was clear that someone was trying to conceal the message. Which meant, something was happening inside that supermarket. A bad feeling crept up her spine. Because she suddenly recalled. Recently, there had been a series of supermarket robberies targeting high-value items like gems and jewelry. Feeling the shift in her tone, Ren's curiosity was piqued. Has something similar happened before? Yeah, you could say that. Miwako hesitated for a moment but didn't deny it. Recently, a gang of robbers has been targeting supermarkets. They operate with careful planning, disguising themselves as cleaning or event staff before attacking the security guards after closing time. They then steal valuable gems and jewelry from the supermarket's counters. They disable the security system beforehand, ensuring that no alarms are triggered. In other words, they're a well-prepared and highly organized criminal group. After the recent incident on Tsukikage Island, this new wave of robberies has put pressure on Inspector Magyar. His superiors want the case solved as soon as possible. Miwako sighed. But the problem is, I don't know if this SOS is a real distress signal or just some prank. If I had concrete proof, I could convince Inspector Magyar to mobilize a large police force for an arrest operation. But without solid confirmation, I'd only be able to bring a few colleagues along to check it out. Are you sure about what you saw? Ren smirked slightly, then turned on the speaker function and handed the phone to Yoko. Yoko immediately understood his intention and took the phone with her free hand. There was an easy way to confirm if this was the work of the robbers. For most people, they would need to enter the supermarket to verify the situation firsthand. But for a seer, no secret could remain hidden. Ren took out the maple leaf gold coin from his pocket, raised it slightly, and flipped it. The coin landed with the letter side facing up. A clear answer. I can confirm, it's the robbers. You're sure? Yes. The next moment, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps on the other end of the phone. It seemed like they had sprung into action immediately. The location is Kaminari Supermarket, on Akasaka Road. Got it. Amamiya Ren hesitated for a moment before posing another question in his mind. Do the robbers have guns? He flipped the gold coin again. Once more, the letter side faced up. Officer Sato, be careful. The robbers are armed. As expected. Miwako wasn't too surprised. In previous cases, security guards had reported feeling something cold and metallic pressed against their backs. However, since they had been blindfolded at the time, they couldn't confirm whether it was a real firearm or just a replica. You're still outside the supermarket? Yes. Take your neighbor and leave immediately. That place is dangerous. Understood. Good luck with your work. With that, Ren ended the call and tucked the gold coin back into Sefirah Castle. He took his phone and stopped paying attention to the supermarket. Instead, he simply led Yoko away. We'll leave this to the police. Yoko, still slightly dazed, didn't resist. She cast one last glance at the supermarket but said nothing. Instead, she quietly followed Ren as they left. To be continued. Bonus for 200 PS, next bonus at 400 PS. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Opportunities for the Non-Professional Group. At that moment, Miwako rushed into Superintendent Matsumoto's office. Bang. Inspector Magyar. Superintendent Matsumoto. The supermarket robbers have made their move again. I just received information that an SOS distress signal has appeared on the glass of Kaminari Supermarket on Akasaka Street. Additionally, I have confirmed that the robbers are armed. Both Megure Juzo and Matsumoto Kiyonaga immediately stood up. They had been struggling to deal with this group of robbers for a while. These criminals were extremely cunning, planning their actions meticulously each time. Their reconnaissance was precise, allowing them to fully grasp the security conditions of their target supermarkets, even disabling the security systems before striking. With so few leads, tracking them down had proven incredibly difficult. If they had more time, they might be able to gather additional clues, but time was something they didn't have. After the incident on Tsukikage Island, most of their manpower had been deployed to pursue those damn drug traffickers. Since that was a high-priority case, a large number of officers from various departments had been reassigned, leaving the rest of the force stretched thin. Otherwise, if they had more personnel available to investigate, they wouldn't have gone several days without finding a single lead. Now, with increasing pressure from the higher-ups, both Megure Juzo and Matsumoto Kiyonaga had been racking their brains for a breakthrough. So when they suddenly heard what Miwako said, how could they not be pleased? "Officer Sato, where did this information come from?" Megure Juzo asked instinctively, but he quickly noticed that Sato Miwako was avoiding his gaze. Cough. Matsumoto Kiyonaga cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. "Officer Sato, can you guarantee the accuracy of this information?" "Yes, I can." Miwako hesitated briefly before revealing her source. "I can confirm that the information is accurate. But I promised my informant that he would not be disturbed." "That's understandable." Matsumoto Kiyonaga nodded in agreement. Providing intelligence to the police was no simple matter. If an informant's identity were to be exposed, it could cause them significant trouble. He himself had several informants who assisted in investigations and intelligence gathering, so he understood the concern well. "Officer Sato, you don't need to disclose your informant's identity, but are you willing to take full responsibility for the credibility of the information?" "I am." "Good." Matsumoto Kiyonaga gave a small nod. He didn't need to dig deeper into the source, but whoever provided the intelligence had to be reliable. "You've given a definite answer, which means you trust this informant. That's enough confirmation for me." Then, Matsumoto Kiyonaga turned to Megure Juzo, who still seemed uncertain. "Megure, you need to stop treating Officer Sato like a child. She needs room to grow and improve. Not everything should be decided for her. Besides, you should have more faith in her abilities." Matsumoto Kiyonaga gave Megure Juzo a meaningful glance. Though Megure Juzo wasn't entirely convinced, he nodded slightly. "Officer Sato, you will personally take charge of this case. Your promotion file has just been submitted. If you handle this well, I believe your evaluation will be finalized soon." Miwako's eyes widened in surprise. She had known that she met the requirements for a promotion, but becoming an inspector required more than just qualifications, it required seniority. She had assumed that her turn hadn't come yet. But who would have thought that Superintendent Matsumoto would give her such an unexpected opportunity? "What, do you not want it?" Inspector Megure reminded her with a slight smirk. Realizing her hesitation, she quickly responded. "Yes." "Then get moving. The robbers are armed and have taken some security guards hostage. How you handle this is up to you." "Yes. I'll arrange the operation immediately." Brimming with determination, Miwako left to make preparations. Meanwhile, Megure Juzo remained in the office, looking at Superintendent Matsumoto with a hint of confusion. "Superintendent Matsumoto, isn't this against protocol?" Matsumoto Kiyonaga loosened his tie and sat back in his chair. "Megure, you're aware that her final rank will be police inspector, aren't you?" Megure Juzo hadn't expected that statement, but he nodded slightly. "You know how dangerous our job on the front lines is. But that doesn't mean..." "Megure, has Sato ever had an informant before?" Megure Juzo froze for a moment, then shook his head. "No." "When did she acquire one?" He thought back carefully, then it hit him. "After she returned from Tsukikage Island." "Exactly." Matsumoto Kiyonaga nodded slightly. "She was only supposed to protect those young ladies on Tsukikage Island. So tell me, who do you think her informants are?" "The people around those young ladies." Seeing Megure Juzo's realization finally dawn, Matsumoto Kiyonaga nodded again. "That girl isn't part of the professional track, her situation is different from Shiratori's. So she's going to stay on the front lines for a long time. And her final rank will likely only be police inspector." Megure Juzo's expression grew complicated. As someone who had held the police inspector rank for decades, he understood all too well what Matsumoto Kiyonaga was implying. Miwako didn't have any special connections or background. She was a traditional criminal investigator, a member of the non-professional track. That meant her career path was predetermined. She would gain experience, serve for a certain number of years, and maybe get promoted, eventually. This system was undoubtedly unfair to a capable female officer like her, but the world itself was unfair. Yes, there were women in high-ranking positions within the police force, but the majority of them were merely police inspectors and most were nearing retirement age. Every one of them had earned their position through years of experience. Sato Miwako was no exception. Her future was set, she would continue gathering experience, and that was it. But now, she has an opportunity. By connecting with those young ladies, she has created a valuable network for herself. This is an undeniable advantage. With this, she will have a special background moving forward. And that background has ties to both politics and business. This is not a bad thing. Do you understand? Matsumoto Kayanaga's voice carried a rare sense of patience. I know you've always looked after Sato out of concern for justice and you even see her as a daughter. But precisely because of that, I believe this is the best thing for her. At least now, she has a real opportunity, one that will allow her to move forward without being stuck in the endless cycle of gaining experience. Megure Juzo was silent for a moment. Then, after considering it carefully, he nodded. He had to admit, Matsumoto Kiyonaga was right. To be continued. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, 0 frame start. Damn brat. The plan had been going so smoothly today. But then, an unexpected variable appeared. The incompetent fools who were supposed to assist her couldn't even handle 4 kids. What an absolute disgrace to the adults involved. But what could she do now? The entire operation had fallen apart. If she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to escape once the police arrived. Since those useless idiots had been caught by 4 mere children, she might as well push all the blame onto them and make her escape. Hey, big sis, planning to run away all by yourself? At the corner of the alley, a cocky-looking kid walked out slowly. His arrogant expression made her, the leader of the robbery gang, feel incredibly annoyed. It seemed the police had already been alerted. But how? She had personally cut off and disabled the supermarket security system, there was no way a distress signal could have been sent. Yet, the reality before her eyes told her that things had spiraled out of control. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. This little brat in front of her. He had potential. With that thought, she swiftly pulled out a gun from her bag and fired, without even aiming. The moment he saw the gun, Itagawa Konan's pupils shrank. He immediately dove behind the corner of the wall. Bang. A hole was blown straight through the concrete. Konan swallowed hard. He had encountered many criminals before, but rarely had he faced one who opened fire immediately. She wasn't hesitating, she wasn't even trying to intimidate. She had fired straight for the kill. And worse, she had aimed at his vitals. Even when facing a child, she didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. If his instincts hadn't kicked in and he hadn't moved the moment he sensed danger, that shot could have ended him. Damn it. At this moment, Konan wanted to slap himself. He should have planned an escape route before approaching the suspect. Why did he walk right up to her after confirming she was part of the robbery gang? But who the hell shoots a kid on sight? He had only intended to buy some time. In fact, after he sent the distress signal earlier, he had noticed 2 people passing by downstairs. More importantly, he had seen one of them make a very obvious phone call. Especially when that person dragged his companion away after the call, their actions made it clear that they had noticed something inside the supermarket and had contacted the police. With that confirmation, Konan had chosen to stall the remaining suspect. And now. Beep, woo, beep, woo. Suddenly, the sharp wail of police sirens filled the air, surrounding the supermarket. Konan let out a sigh of relief. Looks like my guess was correct. Someone saw the distress signal. Someone called the police. But before he could celebrate. Footsteps. Fast. Approaching him. Conan's heart clenched. Oh, no. She's coming for me. No more hesitation, he bolted. Stopping was not an option. Because if he stopped now, the consequences weren't something he could afford. Bang. Another gunshot. A fresh bullet hole appeared in the wall right next to him. At that moment, Konan felt as if he was playing a dangerous game with death itself, where a single mistake would cost him his life. And the leader of the robbers wasn't going to let him escape. She could already hear the police swarming the area, but that only made her more determined. If the police caught her, she was finished. If she was going down, she might as well take this brat with her. Konan clenched his teeth. Damn it, why did I rush in without fully assessing the situation? Even if I wanted to stall for time, I should have kept my distance from the leader of the gang. But before he could dwell on his mistake, the situation outside had already changed. Miwako had heard the gunfire. Her expression darkened instantly, and she snapped out orders. The assault team, follow me inside. The riot squad, stay behind us. Everyone else, maintain perimeter security. As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward the top of the supermarket. Are the snipers in position? Snipers are in place. Hearing the response through her radio, Miwako Sato's grip on her gun tightened. Snipers, keep an eye on the target. If you get a clear shot, take it. Understood. Let's move. Without hesitation, Sato Miwako led the charge. She had personally retrieved her bulletproof vest before leaving the station. And now, she was at the front lines. The officers behind her weren't slacking off either. The assault team in front and the riot squad behind were moving in formation, fully aware of the mission's importance. Because they all understood. If this operation succeeded, it would be a major credit to their careers. And they all knew who was leading this mission. Officer Sato Miwako. With everything lined up for success, they pushed forward at an unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, the female robber chasing Conan had also heard the heavy footsteps closing in. In less than a minute, the police were already right behind her. Miwako caught sight of her target. A woman. Armed. Sato didn't waste time shouting a warning. She raised her gun while running and fired. Bang. A shot to the abdomen. The robber stumbled, gasping in pain. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She wasn't going to escape. But she still had a gun. And she could still take someone down with her. She lifted her weapon, taking aim at the female officer who shot her. Scatter. Miwako immediately shouted and dove for cover. The assault team reacted instantly, dispersing in a well-trained maneuver. Bang. The shot missed. The robber's face twisted in rage, and she quickly ducked behind a wall. But she failed to realize. The supermarket's glass windows were right next to her. And her position was perfect. For a sniper. Sniper, take the shot. Miwako's voice was cold and decisive. Fire. Bang. A red mist bloomed in the air. The female leader collapsed to the ground, her hands still clutching her wounded abdomen. Her eyes were wide open in disbelief. To be continued. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, The Latecomers. It was over. Through his vision, Ren observed as the police wrapped up the scene. Aside from the female gang leader who had been taken down, the 4 other male robbers had been restrained in handcuffs. And along with the criminals, the police also escorted 4 children out of the supermarket. Kudo. He couldn't help but wonder, who else would be this restless, running around in the middle of the night? Of course, it was him. Earlier, when he stood outside the supermarket, Ren had questioned who could possibly be messing around this late. And now, the answer was clear. What are you doing? Snapping out of his thoughts, Ren shook his head slightly. Just checking whether the police have handled the situation. Huh. Yoko blinked in confusion and turned to glance behind her. They were several blocks away from the supermarket now, how could he see anything? You're not even trying to act anymore, huh? You were so good at pretending before. Ren sighed helplessly. Some things are bound to be revealed. There's no point in hiding them forever. And besides, I never told you anything, you just figured things out yourself. There were things Ren would never disclose on his own. But if Yoko guessed them, then his response was simple, he'd just pretend not to know what she was talking about. Whatever. After staring at him for a while, Yoko put her curiosity aside. She didn't need all the answers right now. As long as she was able to figure out some of his secrets, that was enough for now. She wasn't going to be just another clueless woman in his life. Bit by bit, she'd uncover the truth. For now, she was satisfied. At the very least, she'd wait until she got what he had promised her, then she'd start asking more questions. I'll pretend I don't know anything for now. But when the time comes, you'll tell me little by little, right? Ren nodded slightly. Hearing his confirmation, Yoko let out a small sigh. I'm going to be really busy once I start my own studio. Not only do I have to be my own boss, but I also have to be my own artist. I even need to learn how to market myself, see how the agents do it. What about your previous one? My previous agent. At the mention of him, Yoko let out another sigh. Mr. Yamagishi is great at his job, but he's too good at making decisions for me. And he's loyal to the agency, not to me. The medication they sent me, it came through his hands. I don't think Mr. Yamagishi was unaware, but... Ren immediately recalled Yamagishi Eiichi, the agent in question. In the original storyline, this agent did cause quite a bit of trouble for Okino Yoko. As an agent, he was undeniably skilled at protecting his artist and securing deals. But he was also someone who liked to make decisions on his own, rather than giving Yoko a say in her career. And that was a problem. Ren believed an agent should be someone who presents choices, not someone who makes them. Yamagishi Eiichi clearly failed in that regard. So, you're planning to be your own agent? Yeah. Yoko knew it wouldn't be easy. She had no experience in handling an agent's work, nor did she know what kind of challenges she'd face. Until I find someone I can trust, I'm not planning to hire another agent. At worst, I'll have my friend's agent help out. Besides, I doubt I'll be lacking in resources in the industry moving forward. That's true. Ren had to agree. As long as Shinomiya was backing Yoko, she would never have to struggle for resources. Countless artists would kill for the kind of opportunities she'd soon have at her fingertips. Agents were typically responsible for managing an artist's workload and daily affairs. But if Yoko didn't need to worry about securing jobs, then all she really needed was someone to help her filter out the offers that suited her best. After walking for a while, Yoko started feeling the effects of the cool night air. Well, I can't keep going. I'm getting sleepy. The breeze had finally settled her restless thoughts. And after watching such an eventful scene tonight, it felt like everything had reached a natural conclusion. Well, the more important reason was, if they kept walking forward, they'd reach the commercial district. And that, Ren wanted to avoid at all costs. There was no way he was willing to experience being stared at by strangers again, especially not while still wearing dinosaur pajamas. Heading back. Yeah, I'm going home. Okino Yoko knew she'd be able to sleep well tonight. She had clarified something important. She had established her stance. Their relationship wouldn't change overnight, but for now, this was the best possible outcome for her. On their way home, they chose a quieter route. At least this way, they wouldn't have to deal with so many onlookers. Just like always, they didn't do anything unusual. They simply said their goodbyes and returned to their respective apartments. After closing the door behind her, Yoko leaned against it, placing her hands gently over her chest. Am I really going to end up dating a high schooler? Well, I'm only 22, and he's 16. The gap isn't that big. 6 years wasn't that big of a deal. And just like that, she brushed aside the thought. Besides, there are way bigger concerns than just our age gap. Her mind drifted back to the mystery surrounding him. The abnormal things he could do. If she ever got close enough to uncover those truths, then age would probably be the least of her concerns. After all, once she truly stepped into his world, she would inevitably learn secrets that were far more important. Yoko didn't believe that the relationship Ren had mentioned before was as simple as it seemed. Perhaps, when she was finally faced with the full truth, their 6-year age gap wouldn't even matter anymore. Well, I should focus on my own goals first. I'll think about everything else later. Maybe I'm just another latecomer compared to her. To be continued. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Not an Idiot Policeman. After a long night of hard work, Miwako wasn't in the best mental state this morning. Even so, her mood was quite good. Yesterday, she had led her team in capturing the notorious supermarket robbery gang that had been causing a stir recently. Their leader had been shot dead on the spot, while the 4 core members were successfully apprehended. Since this gang had been creating quite a bit of trouble, their capture was a significant achievement. Not only did Miwako earn credit for the operation, but all the officers who participated in the arrest also shared in the merit. However, because Miwako had been the one to provide the crucial intel on the robbers' hideout, her promotion file had been moved up the chain. Yesterday's success was really thanks to his information. Miwako was truly grateful that she had trusted the intel Ren had provided. To be honest, even she hadn't been completely sure of its accuracy. But she had instinctively felt that he was trustworthy. And as it turned out, everything was exactly as Ren had described. I still can't figure out how he knew for sure. Miwako pursed her lips slightly, her curiosity about the young man growing. Of course, no matter what, she needed to properly thank him for his help. And from what Inspector Matsumoto had said, it seemed he supported her in doing so. Yet, Inspector Matsumoto's attitude had been somewhat unusual. Miwako had noticed the oddity in his reaction. Inspector Megure had remained silent at the time, but she knew that the whole situation was rather unorthodox. Still, Inspector Matsumoto hadn't seemed concerned about where she had gotten the information. Miwako paused, feeling a bit confused by it all. She looked down at the phone in her hand, and suddenly, an idea struck her. Checking the time, she saw that it was 6:35 a.m., around the usual time people would be waking up. With that thought in mind, she called Ren. The call connected quickly. Good morning. Yesterday's case has been wrapped up, and I finally got some time to rest. While I'd love to say congratulations, Officer Sato, I'm not your superior. The implication was clear, there was no need to call him so early just to report in. I know. I actually wanted to ask for your opinion on something, I can't quite figure it out. Something you don't understand. Hearing this so early in the morning, Ren was momentarily thrown off. What is it? It's about the information you gave me yesterday. In general, informants need to be reported, especially to higher-ups. But for some reason, Superintendent Matsumoto chose to overlook that. After confirming that I could take responsibility for the intel, he just let it go. I don't understand why. There was silence on the other end of the line. Hold on. Ren took out a maple leaf coin and flipped it, watching how it landed. Officer Sato, this is just my personal guess. Before Tsukikage Island, did you have any informants? No. In that case, your informant only appeared after Tsukikage Island. Yes. Then, Officer Sato, do you think Superintendent Matsumoto might have already guessed where your intel came from, through the connections of the young ladies you protect? Ah. It suddenly clicked for Miwako. So, Superintendent Matsumoto deliberately chose to let it slide. No, I think Superintendent Matsumoto overlooked it for a different reason. He wants to give you more room to advance. Ren flipped the coin in his hand again. It landed the same way as before, confirming his suspicion. Officer Sato, you're not from the professional track, right? As a non-career track officer, she did indeed lack certain advantages, especially when it came to promotion channels. Superintendent Matsumoto likely understands that too, which is why he's left you with a unique path to rise through the ranks. But I think they're mistaken. I don't have any special connections that could help you get promoted. Miwako chuckled, unconcerned. That doesn't matter. Compared to sitting in an office drinking tea, I'd rather be out on the field. I think Superintendent Matsumoto and Inspector Megure hope to push me toward the rank of inspector. Now, Miwako understood their intentions. She couldn't help but feel a little exasperated at their excessive concern. Though she appreciated their support, their real goal was to see her promoted to inspector. She had a good idea of how both Inspector Megure and Superintendent Matsumoto thought. Especially considering what had happened at Superintendent Matsumoto's daughter's wedding not long ago. She figured that Superintendent Matsumoto must be feeling a lot of pressure, which explained his reaction. Most inspectors don't personally rush into dangerous situations. Well, at least not on the front lines of combat. While inspectors still handled cases directly, they were more like commanders at the scene rather than officers engaging in direct confrontations. Although they might have misunderstood my intentions, I can't really say this arrangement is bad for me. And since this was a one-time thing, I don't have to explain myself too much in the future. Officer Sato, you're really a very traditional police officer. You're not rigid, nor do you stubbornly cling to rules. But at the same time, you genuinely enjoy police work. Ren thought that Miwako was the kind of officer who simply wanted to do her job well. She didn't particularly care about rank or promotion, she just loved being a cop. Officer Sato, you just don't want to deal with the dirty politics that come with higher positions, do you? The maple leaf coin flipped once more and landed the same way again. Seems like I guessed right. It wasn't surprising. Miwako wasn't naive, she was well aware that the upper ranks of the Metropolitan Police Department had their own set of unspoken rules. Only officers at the inspector level and above were privy to those inner workings. That was precisely why she had little desire for promotion. She preferred to focus on her work rather than navigating bureaucratic power plays. Inspector Megure and Superintendent Matsumoto probably know your thoughts on this as well. That's why they don't want you constantly throwing yourself into danger. By pushing you toward an inspector position, they're hoping to rein in your reckless tendencies. To be continued. Chapter 170, a remote island that meets all the requirements, bonus. Friday afternoon, after school. With the weekend ahead, the Occult Research Club, which had already decided on their upcoming activities, gathered to finalize their plans. This will be our second outdoor club activity meeting. As always, Kagaya took the lead in organizing and hosting the discussion. Hayasaka had already prepared the map, displaying it on the club's massive TV screen. The enlarged Tokyo map appeared first, then gradually shifted towards the nearby sea, where a small island was outlined in red. This is Tsukikage Island, the location of our last outdoor activity. Since we encountered drug dealers there last time, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has tightened security in the surrounding area. But there are still many private territories among the nearby islands. The map then highlighted another island, this time in blue, similar in size to Tsukikage Island. However, this island was located on the opposite side of Tsukikage Island. From the map, it was clear that the two islands were completely separate locations. So, I've chosen another island that's almost uninhabited. Kagaya pointed to the blue-marked island. This island's situation is quite similar to Tsukikage Island. Both belong to an archipelago located far from central Tokyo, but this one is even more remote. It's an archipelago bordering the Tokyo Circle, making it unsuitable for development. Hardly anyone takes an interest in such places. Because of its low development potential, the island's price was also quite cheap. So, I asked Aunt now to purchase it. Buy an island. Hearing this, Ren couldn't help but feel as if her entire worldview was being shaken. Meanwhile, Kagaya remained completely unfazed. Actually, I think buying it was the best decision. We'll be visiting this weekend for the first time, and after that, we can mark the island as a location using Hayasaka's power. We need a secluded place to master our abilities, and this island will serve as a long-term training ground for us. It would be too easy to attract attention if we trained in the city. Besides, the island wasn't expensive. Shinomiya, can I ask how much it cost? Ren was a bit curious. Well, about 600,000 US dollars. 600,000 US dollars. That was definitely on the low side, too low, even. That does seem suspiciously cheap. There must be a reason why this archipelago's land value is so low. Kaguya nodded slightly. There are quite a few reasons. For one, there are several dangerous underwater whirlpools near the island. There are no shallow areas around it, it's entirely surrounded by deep-sea waters. If someone were to fall in, it would be extremely dangerous. Additionally, the island has an active volcano that erupts once or twice a year. Even though the land is quite fertile due to volcanic ash, the frequent eruptions make it nearly impossible to construct stable buildings there. I see. No wonder the price is so low. Now, Ren fully understood why the island was so cheap. Located on the outskirts of the Tokyo metropolitan area, surrounded by deep sea, and subject to yearly volcanic eruptions, these factors made it highly undesirable. Volcanic ash posed serious health risks, and it was also harmful to electrical devices. With so many issues stacked against it, it made sense that a sizable island would be sold for just 600,000 US dollars. Even drug dealers probably wouldn't want to set up shop in a place like that. But for us, it's perfect. A remote and isolated location where we can make as much noise as we want without attracting attention. As for accommodations, that's not a concern. Amamiya Ren turned his gaze toward Hayasaka AI. As long as Hayasaka has the power of the Dordor fruit, we can train on the island while still returning home for meals and rest at night. Kaguya nodded in agreement. Just as Amamiya said. For us, this island is a place where no matter how much we stir up trouble, we won't be easily discovered. Even if there's an issue with the dimension Hayasaka creates using her ability, our training will remain hidden. The environment is truly ideal. Food and lodging weren't a problem. The island's many supposed disadvantages didn't actually affect them. In fact, after their initial visit, they wouldn't even need to take a boat to get there in the future. Additionally, I've confirmed that the volcano isn't expected to erupt this year, it'll be at least 3 months before the next period of activity begins. There won't be any issues for this weekend's trip. Kaguya had done her research thoroughly, ensuring there wouldn't be any problems. Now, onto the topic of meals after training. That's my turn. Chika immediately shot up from her seat. She had been eagerly waiting for this moment throughout the meeting. Kaguya sighed helplessly. Originally, our resting place was supposed to be either my home or the Sanzenin estate. But due to someone's enthusiastic insistence and considering that she can help cover for us if necessary, we decided on her house instead. Hee hee. Chika grinned widely, her face filled with excitement. My grandpa and grandpa said they'd help us cover things up if anything happened, so I suggested it to Kaguya. Hearing that, Ren found the arrangement quite reasonable. Well, that works out nicely. Although we could handle any issues ourselves, having additional support would definitely ease some burdens. If the Fujiwara elders are willing to back us up, it's better to involve them sooner rather than later. Preparing for the possibility of exposure early on means we can develop contingency plans for what comes after. When the time comes, we'll inevitably need some of the Fujiwara family's connections. You're already making preparations for that. Kaguya was slightly surprised. There's nothing wrong with planning ahead, but my concern is that things might escalate too suddenly, leaving us unprepared. After thinking it over, Kaguya realized he had a point. Making contingency plans in advance would prevent them from being caught off guard. That being said, we still don't have enough power yet. There are some things we can afford to expose, but certain channels must remain strictly confidential. No matter which organization we're dealing with. To be continued. Bonus chapter. Eid Mubarak sparkles to my Muslim readers. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Going Out to Sea at Night. Around 6 in the evening, a large truck carrying the group arrived at the port. It was a scene reminiscent of their last outdoor club activity. The only difference was that last time, they had traveled on a yacht, this time, they would be using a cruise ship. Previously, they had reached Tsukikage Island by nightfall. Moreover, Tsukikage Island wasn't some undeveloped land, it had already undergone preliminary development and was home to tens of thousands of people. This time, however, their destination was a remote, isolated island, one that experienced 2 volcanic eruptions a year. They weren't heading there for a camping trip. After all, there were no human inhabitants on this island. Since they would need to spend the night on the water, a yacht wasn't a suitable option. Instead, they required a cruise ship with better accommodations. Naturally, the choice of captain was also important. Actually, after their last trip, Hayasaka AI had already explained some things about herself and Kaguya to the right people. Certain channels were deliberately kept open to provide a clearer understanding of their situation. As a result, this time, now Hayasaka had been able to handpick the captain, crew, and security personnel, people who aligned with the interests of the Hayasaka family. Unlike the Shinomiya family, which had too many internal leaks, the Hayasaka family was far more reliable. Additionally, due to the combined influence of AI and now Hayasaka, Kaguya Shinomiya had delegated considerable authority to them. This led to an unexpected outcome: the entire Hayasaka family became fiercely loyal to her. To put it bluntly, after being treated as mere servants for their entire lives, someone had finally begun treating them as actual people. Because of this, the entire Hayasaka family now saw Kaguya Shinomiya as someone worth supporting. Especially those selected for this voyage, they had been informed of certain matters in advance. Upon learning that both the Hayasaka family's future and Miss Kaguya's circumstances were special, they quickly understood that their assignment for this trip was a direct result of trust. The realization left them energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. At the same time, they were all sworn to secrecy. Everyone understood that maintaining confidentiality was the top priority. No matter what strange things they saw on this journey, they had to remain unfazed. Everything had to be treated as perfectly normal. This night, the cruise ship welcomed its first set of guests. Yes, this vessel was brand new, and tonight marked its maiden voyage. So, we're really setting off at night. Aizawa Sakuya looked at the darkening sky, somewhat distressed. She had initially assumed they would leave tomorrow morning. Who would have thought they'd be departing tonight? Obviously. The island we're heading to is way more remote than last time. Not only is it isolated, but the environment is also harsh. Under these conditions, we can't just take a yacht over in the morning, can we? How would we even get any proper training done after exhausting ourselves with the trip? Nagi rolled her eyes. They had specifically chosen a nighttime departure to avoid the fatigue of an early morning journey. After all, traveling by yacht was exhausting, especially at full speed. If they spent their entire morning speeding across the ocean, only to arrive at an uninhabited island in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't that be way too much pressure? That's why we opted for a cruise ship, so we can rest on board at night and start training fresh in the morning. Training. It's honestly surreal hearing the word training come out of your mouth, Nagi. That's an exaggeration. Rolling her eyes again, Nagi strode forward, looking unimpressed. No, it's not. Sakuya found the situation truly absurd. She knew Nagi's personality better than anyone. This was someone who hated going outside, someone who preferred staying indoors no matter what. Getting Nagi to leave her house was always a challenge. Back when she attended Haku Academy, if she claimed she wasn't going out, then she wasn't going out. But ever since she transferred to a public school, not only had she stopped skipping, but she had also been attending regularly, every single day, without arriving late or leaving early. This didn't make sense to Sakuya. And now, to top it off, Nagi was talking about training. Sakuya knew all too well how terrible Nagi's stamina was. A little bit of physical activity would leave her gasping for breath. Her endurance was practically non-existent. That's why Aunt Yukiriko was so important to her. So important, in fact, that she had the power to make Nagi willingly change herself. Sakuya wasn't stupid, she understood that Nagi never did anything without a reason. Especially something as drastic as changing her own lifestyle. Ordinary reasons would never be enough to make Nagi undergo such a major shift. So, the cause behind this change was obvious. Sanzenin Yukiriko. Nagi's biological mother. She didn't know exactly what Shiko had done, but she knew she had to keep an eye on her. Equals. Sakuya sighed and followed along. There were more people in this group who had obtained special abilities. Aside from Nagi and Maria, there were 3 others. Sakuya's gaze drifted toward them. Shinomiya Kaguya, Hayasaka AI, and Amamiya Ren. Yet, neither Nagi nor Maria had ever revealed anything about their abilities to her. Of course, Sakuya had her own suspicions. But the person she was most concerned about wasn't any of them. There was one individual who stood out above the rest. Amamiya Ren. That man was the true catalyst behind everything. The one who undeniably possessed special abilities. Yet, trying to assess his power was nearly impossible. Most frustratingly, neither Nagi, Maria, nor Ikura had explained anything about him. They had deliberately kept it a secret. This left Sakuya at a disadvantage. She wanted to uncover the hidden truths, yet she was being kept in the dark. Aside from that, the identities of the other participants were obvious. The second daughter of the Suzuki Zaibatsu and the second daughter of the Fujiwara family. According to her research, all of them had gathered at Teitan High School. The Suzuki heiress had already been a student there, but the Fujiwara heiress had transferred alongside Shinomiya Kaguya. They had been privy to everything from the start. On the other hand, Aizawa Sakuya had joined much later, meaning she knew the least. And that was a problem. Because sometimes, intelligence ceased to be intelligence. It became a secret. That was why she had chosen to join this trip. She needed more information. Otherwise, as someone who had entered midway through, she would never truly grasp the full picture. To be continued. Chapter 172, Morning Exercise. The night was long, but for those who went to bed right after boarding the ship, it wasn't a problem. Throughout the night, the cruise ship remained incredibly steady, making it easy to forget they were even at sea. The calm waters ensured a comfortable journey, allowing the crew to work without any additional concerns. The passengers, too, enjoyed a peaceful rest, with nothing to disturb their sleep until dawn. By the time morning arrived, the sky had already begun to brighten. Perhaps due to being out at sea, the entire ocean was covered in thick fog. Fortunately, the cruise ship had reached the designated coordinates at precisely 3:24 a.m. and had already dropped anchor. However, instead of docking directly at the island, the ship remained 1,500 meters offshore. It wasn't a matter of choice, the waters around the island lacked any shallow areas suitable for docking. Instead, they plunged straight into the deep sea. Looking down from the deck, there was no sign of clear blue water, only a vast, pitch-black abyss stretching endlessly below, evoking an eerie sense of despair. With such depths, docking was impossible. However, a certain distance away from the trench surrounding the island, there were some shallower waters where a cruise ship could safely anchor. Everyone's rooms had large windows with a view of the sea. Early in the morning, Amamiya Ren was already awake. He walked over to the window, pulled back the curtains, and gazed at the world outside, completely shrouded in dense fog. The morning mist at sea was truly thick. The heavy moisture in the air explained the dense fog. It was even thicker than the fog in major cities, though with one key difference: urban fog was often filled with dust and pollutants, making it difficult to breathe. But out here, the sea fog was pure, composed only of water vapor. Opening the window, Ren stepped out onto the balcony. As expected, the air was damp but refreshingly clean. The lack of dust compared to city air was noticeable. He narrowed his eyes, allowing his spiritual vision to activate. Through his enhanced sight, he easily pierced through the dense fog, revealing the island hidden behind it. The land was untouched by human development. There were clear signs of life on the island, plenty of birds, snakes, and insects, but no large animals. That, however, was expected. In the distance, a still active volcano stood tall. It was one of the reasons why large animals were absent from the island. With eruptions occurring once or twice a year, survival for larger creatures was incredibly difficult. Given the scale of the volcano, each eruption likely affected the entire island. Could large animals even endure such an environment? The odds were slim. Observing the island's surroundings, Ren finally understood why the deep trench existed next to it. Structurally, the island appeared to be the result of tectonic plate collisions, forcing land upward to form a volcanic island. In other words, what they saw above the surface was just the peak of an active volcano. Realizing this, Ren was momentarily speechless. It was rather astonishing that an island formed through volcanic activity would only experience 2 eruptions per year. Rather than being excessive, the frequency seemed surprisingly low. If this island was truly just the exposed peak of a massive volcano, then 2 eruptions a year seemed unusually restrained. Out of curiosity, Ren took out a maple leaf gold coin and flipped it. The coin landed heads up. Seriously. He covered his face, feeling exasperated. In a way, their knack for picking locations was impressive. They had managed to choose an unexpectedly unique place yet again. No wonder this island couldn't be sold. It was practically a ticking time bomb. Anyone with knowledge of geology would steer clear of it. Only scientists studying volcanic activity might find value in such a location. Was anyone else interested in this island? Of course, despite its dangers, it had its uses. After all, for them, this island served as a unique operational base. Shaking his head, Ren turned back into his room and closed the glass door. He left his cabin and headed toward the main hall of the cruise ship. The other girls who had joined the trip were already there. Good morning, Amamiya-san. Good morning, Shinomiya-san. Ren glanced around, noting the excitement on their faces. Looks like everyone had a good night's rest. Seeing their enthusiasm, he made a sudden suggestion. If everyone's in good shape, how about a morning battle before breakfast? No one had expected such an abrupt proposal. This will be a demonstration match and also serve as morning exercise. It won't require high intensity, but it'll give everyone a better grasp of each other's abilities. It'll be especially beneficial for Sonoko, Fujiwara, and Aizawa, who don't have any supernatural powers. Oh, and Fujiwara, bring a video recorder. You can film the battle however you like. What do you think? Although the idea was sudden, the group quickly became interested. Let's do it. Chika's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right. This is a fantastic suggestion. Sakuya's gaze also lit up, she was eager to witness a battle between supernatural powers firsthand. Oh. Sanoko's eyes widened in amazement. This would be her first time witnessing such a fight, and she was thrilled. For those without powers, this was a rare and exciting opportunity. For those who did have powers, it was an even greater motivation. Kaguya and Nagi exchanged glances, sensing a competitive spark between them. Neither had seen the full extent of the other's strength before, and both were curious. It's a great idea, Kaguya agreed. She wanted to test her own abilities against Nagi's. What do you think? I'm in. Nagi didn't hesitate. For an otaku, she was surprisingly competitive. But, isn't there a gap in our power levels? Despite her enthusiasm, she was realistic. She knew she wasn't a match for Kaguya. That's true. Ren didn't deny it. Devil fruit users have a higher starting point in combat. Visions have great potential, but their initial power is naturally different from devil fruits. Plus, Shinomiya-san possesses one of the most powerful Logia devil fruits, giving her innate elemental abilities. Even without much combat experience, she already has a major advantage. So, we'll need to establish some additional rules. To be continued. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, you can only get it if you want it. Shinomiya has the advantage, so Sanzenin can have Maria and Sajinomiya assist her. Ah! A 3-on-1. Chika exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected Ren to propose such an extreme setup. Even so, Shinomiya still holds the advantage. While a 3-on-1 might sound overwhelming, the gap in strength between the two sides remained clear. Even with this arrangement, Ren still felt that Kaguya had too much of an edge. Sanzenin and Maria have only recently obtained their visions. While their elemental abilities have great potential, what they need most right now is to refine their control and mastery over those powers. Without extensive training, Sanzenin and Maria won't be able to contribute much in a fight. I object. Sakuya raised her hand in protest. Isn't Shinomiya in the same situation? This is the difference in starting points based on the nature of their powers. Ren explained patiently. Unlike visions, devil fruits grant immediate strength without requiring training. From the moment she ate the ice fruit, Shinomiya-san had access to powerful elemental abilities. Especially since she possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, widely considered the strongest class, specifically one that grants ice-based powers. The moment she ate it, Shinomiya-san gained the ability to become ice itself, rendering her immune to all physical attacks. In contrast, the attacks that Sanzenin and Maria can currently generate are entirely physical. In other words, their attacks would be practically useless against her. The real key player in this 3-on-1 match is actually Sajinomiya. Sakuya turned to look at Isumi, who stood calmly in her purple kimono, and blinked in confusion. She couldn't quite see how Isumi would be the main force in this battle. Sajinomiya possesses spiritual exorcism abilities, and that power isn't physical. That's why she's the central fighter in this match. As for Sanzenin and Maria, their main role here is to familiarize themselves with the elemental powers they've acquired. So, what do you think, Shinomiya-san? After finishing his explanation, Ren left the decision to Kaguya. Kaguya took a moment to consider. She trusted Amamiya's judgment. A 3-on-1 might sound daunting, but she was confident she could handle it. I think it's fine. In that case, Fujiwara-san, get the video recorder. Let's head outside. Oh! Chika's excitement flared up as she immediately dashed to her room to retrieve the video camera she had prepared earlier. Once she was ready, Ren led the way onto the ship's deck. By now, the thick fog that had blanketed the area earlier had mostly dissipated. As the sun rose higher, the mist had completely lifted. From the deck, they had a clear view of the island before them. Surrounded by the deep blue-black ocean, the island stood prominently in the distance. Even from afar, it was evident that no signs of human habitation existed, no modern buildings, no infrastructure. A completely untouched island. A vast trench encircled the island, plunging deep into the abyss. This eerie natural barrier spanned approximately 700 to 800 meters across, adding a sense of isolation to the island. Looking down at the sea below, the depths were unfathomable. It was as if one were gazing into an endless void. This place, there's an entire trench surrounding the island. Chika's eyes widened. Zooming in with her camera, she confirmed the sheer scale of the trench. The more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. She stepped closer to the railing, adjusting the camera to film the abyss below. However, as she peered into the darkness, her breathing became uneven. Thalassophobia. Ren's voice came from behind her, grounding her for a moment. Chika took a slow, deep breath. Well. I did have a slight reaction. She looked at the abyss before her, troubled. I've never been good with dark places. The trench is pitch black, no light reaches down there. Every time I look into it, I can't shake the feeling that something unnatural could emerge from the depths. A classic case of deep-sea phobia. But at its core, this fear wasn't irrational. Humans had always feared the dark, feared nature itself. Compared to the vast, uncontrollable world around them, humans were minuscule. When nature shifted even slightly, countless people perished simply because they couldn't adapt. The best way to overcome such fear was to face it head-on. Or, replace it with a stronger emotion. Excitement. Ren didn't say anything further. Instead, he turned to look at Kaguya. Shinomiya-san, let's go. Kaguya glanced at Chika, who still looked uneasy, and sighed. Then, without hesitation, she stepped toward the guardrail. With a light push, she vaulted over it. Chika's scalp tingled. A loud thud echoed. Panicked, she rushed to the railing and looked down. What she saw made her breathe a sigh of relief. Ha! Below, Kaguya stood calmly atop a floating platform of ice. She's changed so much. For the first time, Chika truly realized how different Kaguya had become. Ever since she ate the ice fruit, she's taken a completely different path. The deep sea that you fear is something she can now conquer. On the water, Kaguya adjusted her stance. With every step she took, an ice platform formed beneath her feet, allowing her to walk effortlessly across the sea. This was the power of her devil fruit. So, Fujiwara-san, what about you? Fujiwara Chika bit her lip, watching Kaguya walk across the water. A quiet sense of envy stirred within her. I don't have that kind of power. That was exactly what Ren had been waiting to hear. Desire. The qualification to obtain power began with wanting it. Without it, there was no path forward. Ren silently stepped behind Chika. Tell me, Fujiwara-san. To be continued. Chapter 174, Guiding Fujiwara. Chika was suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force. At first, she didn't react. But when a sudden burst of warmth and humidity reached her senses, she realized something was wrong. The sensation of being held vanished, and she found herself in an unimaginable place. Looking down, the abyss of her nightmares stretched beneath her. She was standing on the ocean. Her body tensed, trembling uncontrollably. The shaking was accompanied by an inexplicable warmth spreading down her legs. Chika froze, her entire body stiff. Especially when she realized that she had been released and was northwest longer held in place, her muscles locked up even further. But more than fear. A crushing sense of shame threatened to overwhelm her. She knew it. If Ren and Kaguya ever found out that she had wet herself out of fear, she would never be able to show her face again. No matter what, she could not let them find out. Luckily, she was wearing a skirt today instead of warm leggings. It shouldn't be too obvious, right? Fujiwara-san, Ren's voice called out from 100 meters ahead, standing casually on the water. Now, do you have the courage to move forward? The terror surged again, paralyzing her limbs. Chika's body trembled violently. But this time, Ren didn't use the vast, crushing depths of the trench to instill fear in her. Instead, he delivered something even more terrifying. You didn't just pee yourself, did you? In an instant, all her fear was buried beneath sheer, soul-crushing shame. Her head shot up, eyes wide with disbelief. Across the water, Ren stood calmly, watching her. At this moment, she no longer cared about the dark abyss beneath her feet. Her private embarrassment had been exposed, her dignity was on the line. Step. She took her first step forward. Then the second. Then. She sprinted. Her body wobbled as she ran, fueled entirely by panic. Right now, Chika couldn't afford to dwell on her fear of the deep ocean. She had far more pressing matters to worry about. Like making sure Ren didn't tell anyone. It took her just 10 seconds to cross 100 meters, while wearing a skirt and small leather shoes. Ha. Panting heavily, Fujiwara Chika felt like her lungs were on fire. But even then, her tear-filled eyes glared at Ren as she grabbed the front of his shirt in a desperate grip. Don't say it. The overwhelming shame was too much to bear. But Ren only chuckled. You're too controlled by fear. Now, check for yourself, did you actually wet yourself? Chika's mind blanked for a second. Then, she focused her senses, shifting her attention downward. And she felt nothing. No warmth. No dampness. Nothing at all. What? Her brain short-circuited. What's going on? Your senses deceived you. And that deception was caused by my ability. When your ability to think independently weakens, your emotions become much easier to manipulate. By distorting your senses just slightly, I made you think you felt something embarrassing. And that overwhelming shame was enough to suppress your fear. Chika trembled, then raised a small, trembling fist and lightly hit Ren's chest. Why, you scared me to death. For a second there, she had truly thought her life was over. If it had been real, she probably would have jumped into the ocean out of sheer embarrassment. But it wasn't real. She had been tricked. Ren, meanwhile, simply pointed downward. Now, do you still feel as scared as before? Chika hesitated. Then looked down. The sea below was still an endless, inky abyss. The darkness stretched far beneath her feet, completely unfathomable. Yet, though the fear still existed, it no longer controlled her. It no longer threatened to paralyze her completely. Much better. She took a slow breath, calming her racing heart. She had grown. Even if it was through some questionable means. Fujiwara-san, Ren spoke again, his voice even. You're afraid of the unknown, things lurking in the darkness that you can't understand or control. That trench beneath you is a place where light never reaches. The more imaginative a person is, the harder it is to suppress that fear. But what if you had enough power? For example, Shinomiya-san's power. Chika followed his gaze. Kaguya stood calmly on the sea, completely unshaken. The water beneath her feet had frozen over, spreading outward in all directions. If she weren't deliberately controlling the spread of ice, the entire cruise ship would have been frozen solid by now. Chika felt the cold even from a distance. Hiss. A shiver ran down her spine. Looking at the vast, frozen surface beneath Kaguya's feet, she finally understood something. Strength was everything. If I had power like that, then I wouldn't be afraid anymore. She was sure of it. If she possessed strength like Kaguya's, she wouldn't feel so helpless. So, Ren said with a small smile. This is why so many people have Chinibu tendencies. The desire for power is simply an acknowledgement of one's own weakness. And an understanding of one's limitations. Power itself is a form of courage. It's the same as how money is often a man's source of confidence. Because with money, men feel bolder, more capable of taking action. Power works the same way. It gives people the courage to face the impossible. Chika's breath evened out. Slowly. She realized how much her mindset had changed. So, Fujiwara-san. I hope you remember this feeling. Power is the key to unlocking your own heart. But don't just envy others. Desire it. Shinomiya-san's abilities aren't suited for you. But with that desire, you'll eventually obtain the power that you need. Chika clenched her fists, exhaling softly. For the first time, she had a clear goal. To be continued. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, One-Sided, Morning Exercise. Chika, now much calmer, decided to put everything behind her. Amamiya, next time you want to explain something to me, just say it directly. She was confident in her ability to understand things. There was no need for such extreme hands-on teaching. All right, next time, I'll explain it with words, Ren replied. Talking was easy, after all. Chika nodded, then suddenly froze. Wait, then why did you use practical teaching just now? Some things can't be explained properly with words alone. It's more effective to experience them firsthand. I see. Chika finally understood. From what she had learned about Amamiya, he wasn't someone who socialized much. In a school where people only addressed each other as classmates out of habit, it was understandable that he wasn't great with words. Ugh, does that mean there'll be more practical lessons like this in the future? Just imagining it made her head ache. She let out a sigh, then looked down at her feet. Her small leather shoes gently tapped the surface of the water. For the first time, she noticed that there was something solid beneath her. What is this? Just a simple magic trick. Huh. Magic. On the ocean. Chika had heard of waterwalking magic tricks before, but those were usually performed in pools. Who in their right mind would perform such a trick on the open sea? Let's go, Fujiwara-san. Shinomiya-san is ready. At Ren's words, Chika finally turned her attention to Kaguya. The frozen area beneath Kaguya's feet had expanded significantly. Kaguya turned her attention to Isumi. According to Ren, she was the main force of this battle. Then there was no need to hold back. An ice flower with razor-sharp spikes bloomed beneath her feet, exploding outwards in an instant. Isumi swiftly leaped backward to evade, but bang. Nagi and Maria weren't so lucky. The two of them were forced back, their protective crystal armor dimming considerably. You're really going all out, huh? Nagi couldn't help but complain. Is she just taking out her anger on us? Nagi, don't say that, Maria sighed. It was obvious that Kaguya was irritated. And the reason was Ren. After all, he had just been interacting with Chika the entire time. Right in front of Kaguya. Anyone could see what was going on. Well, maybe only the two people involved didn't notice. Maria narrowed her eyes at Kagaya. The frozen sea is Shinomiya-san's domain. Watch out for ice spikes rising from the ground. Just as she said that, Kagaya conjured an ice bow. Nagi, dodge. Maria's expression changed as she saw Kagaya's next move. She quickly condensed a rock spear from her elemental power. Bang. Ice and rock clashed, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The moment Izumi landed, countless talismans shot out from her kimono sleeves. Boom. The talismans detonated as soon as they neared their target. A massive crater exploded across the frozen battlefield. And among the shattered ice shards, Kagaya's body lay in pieces. Even Izumi was momentarily stunned. But something felt off. Kagaya's physical state wasn't right. Elementalization made her immune to physical attacks. The technique Izumi had used was more of a test than a lethal strike. It shouldn't have had such an effect. Suddenly, a hand shot out from beneath the ice. It latched onto Izumi's ankle, tight. She stumbled. Looking up, an ice spear rose from below, aiming straight for her. Without hesitation, Izumi pulled out a talisman and constructed a barrier to block the attack. Ding ding. The ice spear clashed against the barrier, momentarily stopping. But crack. Crack. The barrier began to fracture under the relentless assault. It wouldn't last long. The attacks were coming too fast. Just as Izumi was about to figure out an escape plan, another hand emerged from the ice. This one aimed straight for her chest. A cold white glow radiated from it. Shit. Instinctively, she raised both hands and poured spiritual energy into them. Bang. A sudden shockwave blasted her backward. She barely stabilized herself in midair, regaining her footing. Looking back, even the barrier itself had been completely frozen. This cold, it's insane. For the first time, she was overwhelmed. Her hands had turned purple from frostbite. The sleeves of her kimono were completely frozen stiff. Ha! From above, Nagi, still airborne, gathered a massive amount of elemental energy into a blade. Swinging downward, she slashed at the frozen battlefield. The wind sword cut clean through the floating ice. But before the severed ice chunks could even drift apart, they were already refrozen. This is ridiculous. Still hovering in midair, Nagi let out a frustrated sigh. The frozen sea was simply too advantageous for Kagaya. As long as she had enough cold energy, the battlefield would remain completely under her control. To be continued. Junk Dog's note, Kagaya blitzing ha ha ha. Bonus for 200 PS, next bonus at 400 PS, Chapter 176, Chapter 176, is it because of me? This is completely one-sided. Sakuya hadn't expected this outcome at all. From her perspective, Nagi-chan had become terrifying, effortlessly slicing through the floating ice on the sea. However, the tricky part was that the split ice quickly froze back together. Even in this situation, she could see that Kagaya had the upper hand due to the terrain. Shinomiya's abilities are already strong, and she still has the advantage of terrain. So this morning exercise wasn't meant for Shinomiya, but for Sanzenin and Miss Maria instead. Ren pointed at the two who were still struggling. If they weren't pushed to a near-desperate state, their visions wouldn't be able to extract elemental power according to their own will. The key for Sanzenin and Miss Maria is learning how to better convert external power into elemental power through their visions. Additionally, the long-term conversion and use of elemental power will also affect their physical fitness. It will make their bodies more accustomed to elemental power. This was the reason why the original gods were known as substitute gods in the other world. Each original god could grow stronger, not just remain as star-level figures like in the game. And what fueled their growth was elemental power. More precise control, stronger elemental power, and a more adaptable body, these were all factors that allowed the original gods to surpass substitute gods. However, the true driving force behind the growth of an original god was their will. Original gods existed because mortals' wishes were recognized by the divine, that was why visions existed. Pure wishes could fuel the growth of an original god. Likewise, pure wishes could also strengthen a vision. A completely one-sided battle was more likely to trigger the growth of Sanzenin, Nagi and Maria's visions. And in fact, that was exactly what was happening. Compared to when they started, their elemental power was more focused, and their control had improved significantly. Oppressive style training. Well, I guess it does fit the definition of morning exercise. Though it seemed a bit extreme, Sakuya had gained a new perspective on what morning exercise meant. From an observer's point of view, Nagi was truly giving it her all right now. But there was something else Sakuya was more concerned about. Isn't Shinomiya being a little too ruthless? Right now, Shinomiya completely dominated the fight. This so-called morning exercise was something else entirely. It made her wonder if Shinomiya was going too far. Not really. Ren immediately denied it. Shinomiya may seem cold on the surface, but she wouldn't be cruel to others. If that were the case, she would have attacked the Shinomiya clan the moment she obtained her power. That's true. Sakuya thought about it and agreed. But just then, she saw 3 massive ice hands rise from beneath the ice and quickly grab the 3 struggling figures. Crack! In an instant, the 3 were encased in ice. Sakuya was dumbfounded. This is supposed to be mercy. Ren was also a bit surprised at the scene before him. There was no real danger to Nagi, Maria, and Isumi. Just as he had said earlier, Kaguya wouldn't be unnecessarily cruel. The ice was transparent, indicating that the freezing wasn't severe. And through his spiritual vision, he could tell that only their etheric states had weakened slightly, they were merely immobilized. Still, even with that reassurance, Ren found himself surprised. Because in his estimation, Shinomiya shouldn't have been this impulsive. Besides, Nagi had helped her before. It didn't make sense for her to act so aggressively. This went against the restraint she had been taught. What had provoked Shinomiya? Ren couldn't help but wonder. She had been perfectly fine these past few days, neither excited nor particularly emotional. Even if this was her first major battle, it shouldn't have made her react this way. Had she not been provoked before but rather, just now? That would mean. Was it Chika? Or me? There were only 2 possible answers, but that only made Ren feel even more perplexed. He glanced sideways at Chika, who was still covering her mouth in amazement while recording the scene. Then, he shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be Chika. She hadn't done anything that would irritate Shinomiya. Her earlier reactions had only been responses to Ren's brief explanations of her situation. That left only one possibility. Was it me? After ruling out other possibilities, that was the only answer left. Ren quickly thought of something. Could it be that Shinomiya really likes me? That conclusion left him momentarily stunned. Seriously? Wasn't Shinomiya supposed to be completely ignorant about relationships? Could she really accept a boy getting close to her so easily? Knowing her personality and circumstances, Ren found this thought even more confusing. When he first met Kaguya, she had been as cold as ice. But now, had that ice melted so quickly? Had he done something to break through her defenses? As Ren pondered these questions, the 3 massive ice hands slowly lifted the frozen figures onto the deck of the cruise ship. Bang! The loud impact snapped Ren out of his thoughts. One of the ice hands unfurled, and a sphere of ice rolled to the ground, gradually revealing Kaguya once more. Looking at the 3 she had frozen, Kaguya's expression flickered with a trace of unease. She slowly walked over and dispelled the freezing energy. Crack! The ice shattered instantly, and the 3 freed individuals instinctively began rubbing their hands for warmth. Hiss! Nagi, whose body was naturally weaker, had been frozen directly against her skin. You're too ruthless. Seeing Nagi, who had helped her earlier frozen like this, a faint trace of guilt appeared on Kaguya's face. Sorry, Miss Sanzenin. I lost control for a moment. Lost control, my foot. You were clearly taking out your frustrations on us. Knowing full well what had happened, Nagi could only grumble internally. She rolled her eyes at Kaguya, who was offering a slow apology, and could only accept her bad luck. I'll accept the apology, but now's not the time for that. Just pour us some hot water already, we're freezing. To be continued. Chapter 177, Best Friend. Hiss. After taking a sip of hot water, the warmth spread through her cold body, bringing her back to life. Nagi let out a deep breath, feeling like she had been resurrected. Nagi, how did your first battle feel? You're not even concerned about whether I was scared. Instead, you're asking how I felt. Hearing the question, Nagi rolled her eyes at the idiot who asked it. But Sakuya didn't care in the slightest. No matter how ruthless Shinomiya is, do you really think she'd kill you on the spot? Even if she was agitated, in the end, all she did was restrain you. The final scene had been a bit intense, but it wasn't enough to cause any real trouble. Left with no retort, Nagi simply adjusted her grip on the cup and gave a small nod. It was thrilling. Using power is completely different from playing a game. But after the excitement, reality hit her. Controlling elemental power is way harder than I thought. After that last attack, I barely had any elemental energy left, I couldn't even keep myself airborne. Speaking of battle experience, well, as expected, Shinomiya's ability is just too broken. Nagi couldn't help but complain about Kaguya's power. Yeah, just eating a devil fruit gave her an absurd amount of power. The imbalance between effort and reward is just ridiculous. Even Isumi couldn't help but comment. Elementalization. No wonder Amamiya-san called it the strongest among Logia fruits. Maria now truly understood the weight of the word strongest. Elementalization was simply too overwhelming. If an opponent didn't have a way to counter it, they were essentially powerless against it. It was easily one of the strongest abilities. To deal with someone like that, we'd have to use non-physical attacks. Ah. Nagi suddenly paused, her gaze shifting toward Ren. Actually, we do have someone who fits that description. Someone who wasn't afraid of elementalization at all and could neutralize any unnatural power. Ah. Isumi covered her mouth involuntarily. I see. Maria let out a small sigh, shaking her head. No wonder we only had morning exercises today. It looks like Amamiya-san is setting us up to face Miss Muri next. The first time, we experienced despair. Next time, it'll be Shinomiya who feels despair. No, maybe it'll be even worse than that. Nagi's expression turned grim. Muri's physical strength is absurd, but her abilities don't rely on magic power. If she grabs me and punches me. Just imagining Ren's fist, about the size of a sandbag, slamming into her stomach made Sanzenin Nagi's scalp tingle. The worst part was that elementalization wouldn't work against her. It would be completely nullified. Despair in an entirely different sense. Isumi sighed helplessly. Ever since she and Nagi had entered this circle, their ability seemed weaker and weaker in comparison. Only Nagi and Maria were still relatively close in power, while everyone else felt like they had literal cheat codes. By the way, where's Amamiya-san? Now that she thought about it, they hadn't seen Ren for a while. Isumi looked around but found no trace of him. Oh, him. He went to talk to Shinomiya, apparently. Sakuya's words made the three of them freeze for a moment before realization dawned on them. He figured it out. Meanwhile, in another room, Kaguya had already calmed down. But what was frustrating her now was the annoying person beside her who kept trying to comfort her. Even worse, this annoying person didn't realize that they were the cause of her emotional instability and yet they kept muttering words of reassurance. Well, about Nagi-chan. Kaguya, I'll go with you to apologize. Nagi-chan isn't unreasonable. I doubt she'll hold a grudge. After all, this was Kaguya's first real battle against something supernatural, right? Mistakes are bound to happen. Although the words were meant to be kind, they only gave Kaguya a headache. Because the person who caused her mistake was this woman. The real problem was, this woman was her best friend, and she was still standing there, trying to comfort her. What was she supposed to do? Watching Kaguya's helpless expression, Hayasaka AI simply stood silently by her side. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock at the door, Hayasaka turned back to check with the two ladies. After receiving a nod of confirmation, she opened the door. As expected, the person responsible for Miss Kaguya's emotional turmoil stood before her. Hayasaka-san. Please come in. Miss Kaguya is waiting for you. Before Ren could even finish speaking, Hayasaka stepped aside to let him in, lying without hesitation. The two people in the room froze for a moment. Then, they watched as a visibly stiff Ren stepped inside. Chika immediately left Kaguya's side, abandoning her attempts to comfort her and rushed to Ren. This made Kaguya, who had just been sitting with a dignified posture, freeze completely. Amamiya, Kaguya's mistake earlier was probably just because it was her first real fight, right? I think so. Under normal circumstances, Ren would have agreed without hesitation. But now, knowing the truth, he hesitated. Especially when he noticed Shinomiya glaring at Fujiwara with terrifying intensity. That only confirmed his earlier suspicions. Fujiwara, I need to talk to Shinomiya. We need to have a proper conversation with Kaguya. Chika nodded decisively. She didn't really understand supernatural things, so it made sense to let Amamiya handle it. With that, Chika literally shoved Ren toward Kaguya. Then, she grabbed Hayasaka who was still processing everything and pulled her out of the room, leaving behind one last sentence. Amamiya, make sure to properly talk to Kaguya. It was just a mistake, don't overthink it. At that moment, Kaguya, who had just been glaring at Chika with intense hostility, suddenly snapped back to reality. Her expression softened. The hostility in her eyes vanished entirely. Even in the face of this abrupt change, a hint of surprise flickered across Kaguya's face. At this moment, Kaguya reaffirmed one undeniable truth. She and Fujiwara really were best friends. To be continued. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, The Past. The two of them sat in silence for a long time. Ren took the initiative to break the ice. Shinomiya-san, do you like me? The abrupt question completely crashed Kaguya's brain. Amamiya, why would you suddenly think that? Even without looking in a mirror, she knew her expression must be incredibly stiff right now. Well. I just thought of it. Ren observed Kaguya's reaction, and his suspicion grew stronger. Before today's club activity, you weren't emotionally affected by anything. Based on what I know about you, you wouldn't get overly excited in your first battle. You have an unbelievable talent and all the necessary conditions to test your abilities. You might not know your upper limit, but you can control your lower limit. Having spent enough time with Kaguya, Ren was confident in his assessment. If you couldn't control your maximum output, you would have at least kept it within a manageable range. But in the end, you still lost control. That's not like you, so someone must have influenced you. And that led him back to his initial conclusion. Ren watched as Kaguya averted her gaze, clearly guilty. The only possibilities are me or Fujiwara. But I know it wasn't Fujiwara. This gave Kaguya a chance to speak. Amamiya-san, why are you so sure it wasn't Fujiwara? Ren looked at her even more strangely. Because I know exactly what your relationship with Fujiwara is like. Sure, Fujiwara affects your mentality a lot, and she does make your brain crash often, but that's always in combination with another person. It's never just her alone that gets to you. In the original story, that other person was Shirogane. But now, that person is me. And you're being affected just the same. To be honest, I wanted to play dumb about it, but I'm terrible at acting. Forget it. Kaguya's mind went completely blank. She wasn't sure how she had acted in the original story, but she had never reacted this way in front of President Shirogane before. Yet somehow, she had done exactly that in front of Ren. No wonder he caught on so quickly. Right now, Kaguya was completely frozen, like a typewriter stuck on a single key, unable to type anything else. Seeing her like this, Ren sighed. Although he had no idea what he had done to crack Kaguya's icy exterior, the current situation spoke for itself. He stepped closer. Shinomiya, let's talk about this. Faced with Ren's serious tone, Kaguya finally responded, even in her dazed state. Yeah. The two of them found seats and sat across from each other. Another silence settled between them. Shinomiya, how did you start liking me? The temperature on Kaguya's face, which had just returned to normal, immediately started rising again. Calm down. I'm just curious. Ren reassured her before shifting the conversation slightly. I don't have a very high opinion of myself. Maybe that's because of the 16 years I lived in my previous life, and the years I've spent in this one. He first made sure Kaguya had regained some composure before continuing. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person. My looks and height were probably average at best. My mom used to say I was cute as a kid. She even dressed me up for a wedding photo shoot when I was little, but I never really saw what was so cute about me. In middle school, high school, and college, I was the kind of person who was easy to push around. I learned quickly not to make trouble, because if I did, I was the one who'd get bullied. After graduating college and entering society, I didn't have any particularly outstanding skills. I wasn't good at studying, I lacked ability, and I didn't talk much. And back then, society didn't have much of a place for introverts like me. So I stayed at home. But while I was in school, I had picked up an interest in writing, notably, writing certain types of novels. I started seriously considering writing as a career. And that's the path I took. Ren couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic about his old self. Kaguya listened attentively. This was the first time Amamiya had ever talked about his past life. I was really happy when I got paid for my writing for the first time. But since I mostly wrote about things I liked, I never attracted a large audience. And because I spent all my time writing, I had even less interaction with the outside world. I don't remember exactly when I died in my previous life. Maybe it's because the dead don't always realize when they've died. But I do remember knowing, very clearly, that I was alive before it happened. When I opened my eyes again, I already had self-awareness. I could feel the cold around me. I even realized I was a baby. It was an indescribably surreal feeling, even now. Looking back, Ren found it both fascinating and helplessly absurd. Panic and helplessness hit me immediately. No matter what sound I made, all I could do was cry. And when I couldn't cry anymore, I just had to accept it. I was a newborn. I grew up in an orphanage, and I remember everything from that time. When the orphanage shut down when I was 10, I started looking for work, both legal and less legal, at age 11, hoping to find someone willing to hire a kid. In hindsight, I'd say I was pretty lucky. People were kinder in the countryside. After I started making a little money, I rented a place in the countryside, balancing work and school. I was never a great student, but I still had some leftover knowledge from my past life, so I managed. I lived that way until I turned 15. That was the year I got the diary. And for the first time, an ordinary person like me came into contact with the extraordinary world. To be continued. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, This is what Amamiya thinks. Ren found himself recalling the day, a year ago, when he first laid eyes on the diary. The moment he saw it, his mind went blank. He had already been lucky enough to be reborn. how could fate favor him a second time? At that moment, my mind was completely blank. I couldn't understand how someone as ordinary as me could be granted such luck again. So, I didn't use it at first. I only had the mindset of a commoner. I didn't believe in benefits falling from the sky. It took me a year to come to terms with it. At that time, I was transitioning from middle school to high school. There was no decent high school in the small village where I lived, so I moved to a bigger city nearby, Baika City, under Tokyo. A city where murders happen constantly. Because of that, I'd heard that rent was surprisingly cheap in certain areas. It was only after moving to Baika City and finding my current place that I realized I had been accepted into high school. That school was Teitan High School. And that's when I understood, I had been reborn into an unbelievable world. At that moment, I started wondering if this world might have other crossovers as well. So I searched the internet, and found a lot of things. Names that should have only existed in fiction were real. When I confirmed the existence of the Sanzenin family, I knew this world wasn't simple. That's when I finally turned my attention to the diary I had been carrying for a year. The world of the god of death was terrifying. If you had no abilities, you could get caught up in something dangerous at any moment. But as it turned out, the trouble that came with the Sanzenin name was even worse. So, if he wanted to survive, he had to make a choice. So it wasn't about avoiding Muri's case files after all. Kaguya recalled how the diary had mentioned wanting to steer clear of the chaos surrounding Kudo. But now, she realized the real reason had been Sanzenin. No matter how much chaos Kudo brings, there's a limit to his involvement. But the mess surrounding the debt-ridden butler is on another level entirely. Even if it's a future event, even if it's only a possibility. It's better to gain a certain level of strength in advance, just in case. That was the first time I seriously considered using the diary. Ren admitted that his anxiety had been what ultimately swayed him. He never believed everything would naturally work out for the best. Sometimes, controlling power meant controlling your own fate. Of course, it also meant the diary might control his fate. But in the end, it was still a choice. A choice between being controlled by the diary, or being controlled by so-called fate. In the end, he chose the diary. He decided to use the diary without knowing if it had any risks. He boldly and recklessly revealed himself, pushing the diary to its limits. I've read similar stories in my past life. I know that revealing too much information can be dangerous. But I also knew that if I didn't reveal enough, I might not gain anything at all. And you already know what happened after that. Ren paused here. Looking back on my life, I don't think there's anything particularly special about me, except for the diary. My evaluation of myself has always been the same: ordinary, unremarkable, quiet, and lucky. Otherwise, it was difficult for him to put himself into words. He had already summed himself up as best as he could. Then, he suddenly remembered something Sonoko had once said about him. Maybe in this life, my face is at least decent. I don't really know if there's anything else worth mentioning about me. Hearing this, Kaguya finally understood why Ren was telling her all this. So that's how it was. So, back then, when he talked about the interweaving of fate. At the time, she had assumed he was talking about them. But now, she realized he had been referring to the diary. The so-called interweaving of fate wasn't about them staying together for a long time or developing some kind of special relationship. It was about the diary. At that moment, she had misunderstood Ren's meaning. Now, she understood. This was his view of himself. From the very beginning, he had never thought about forming that kind of connection with them. However, there was one exception. Then, what about Miss Suzuki? Sonoko. Well, Sonoko is an exception. Why is Miss Suzuki an exception? Sonoko approached me before she knew about the supernatural. At the very least, I believe she didn't start a relationship with me because of the diary. But, she did pursue you. Yes, she did. Kaguya looked into Ren's eyes. She didn't argue, but she also didn't say anything else. That silence made it clear. Ren was certain that Sonoko's interest in him wasn't because of the supernatural. So, she was an exception. The difference in interests between herself, Nagi, and Ren was too great. And Nagi was still too young. If anything, her feelings would probably be dismissed as childish affection. So, in the end, was she only interested because of the mystery? Was that how Ren saw it? So, from the very beginning, his judgment had been made. Kaguya took a deep breath. I won't deny it. When I first saw what was written in the diary, I was curious. But after what happened at Tropical Paradise that afternoon, I started thinking about how I could use the diary to gain more. Ren gave a slight nod. That was the Shinomiya Kaguya he knew. But, Amamiya-san, don't you think you're underestimating yourself? That caught Ren off guard. Underestimating myself. Seeing how completely clueless he looked, Kaguya felt her energy drain away. This man had no self-awareness. The diary is the diary. And you are you. Yes, I was originally interested in the diary. But that doesn't mean I wasn't also interested in you. Huh. For the first time, Ren was completely stunned by Kagaya's words. To be continued. Chapter 180, The Rights of a Diary. Like you said, maybe the diary was what first connected us, but after that, it was fate. Even I understand that human relationships aren't only built on interests. Kagaya had the right to say this. Just like with Hayasaka. No matter what, she did betray me. But it wasn't because she wanted to, it was because of her identity and family circumstances. By nature, betrayal is something I cannot forgive. Betrayal was her bottom line. After being betrayed once by someone she had considered a friend, she never wanted to experience that feeling again. That had always been Kagaya's standard. But now. But I forgave Hayasaka. She said it plainly. It wasn't out of kindness. It's just that my bottom line isn't the same when it comes to Hayasaka. I gave her an exception. It wasn't about any personal gain. It was because we had known each other for so long, and my bond with her had formed early on. Amamiya, by your logic, my fate with her had already been intertwined long before this. Then, Kagaya turned to face Ren directly. Amamiya, you and I were first connected through the diary, and through shared interests. But to me, Shinomiya Kagaya, you are the exception. Memories of being raised like a canary in the gilded cage that was the Shinomiya family surfaced in her mind. But that cage had been shattered by ice. For the first time, the canary inside had a chance to escape. The diary gave me more than just power, it gave me an opportunity. The Shinomiya family has always been a cage pressing down on me. As long as it exists, I will never be free. Even my own life has been nothing more than a pawn in their plans, a tool for a political marriage. Of course, I understand that this is the price I have to pay for being born into this family. Kagaya wasn't blind to reality. Nor was she someone who avoided responsibility. But if I had the chance to take control of my own fate, that would be ideal. Yet, on my own, I could never achieve that. It was an undeniable fact. A caged bird could not break its own prison. The diary is what gave me the hope of escaping my normal life. So naturally, I wanted more. She did not deny her ambition. But I haven't forgotten who brought me the diary in the first place. Hearing this, Ren blinked. Me. Kagaya looked at him as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course you. Who else could it be? Amamiya, you are the owner of the diary. Only you could have brought it to us. Even if the distribution wasn't intentional on your part, we only have access to it because you write in it. The ability to read the diary was given by him. Besides, Amamiya, don't forget one thing. The only reason we have what we do now is because of you. Me. Ren pointed at himself in disbelief. Kagaya nodded, her expression calm as she explained. Everything started after you mentioned the lottery function. Before that, there was no lottery. Even after we read the first diary entry, the diary never told us about it. In other words, the diary never intended to give us anything in the first place. It was only because you mentioned it in the diary that the diary responded to us. Others may not have noticed this, but Kagaya certainly did. That's when I realized it. I was only able to escape the Shinomiya family's cage because you gave me the chance to. If, at that time, you had chosen to keep it a secret, then the diary would have only shown us glimpses of the future, it never would have granted us power. Kagaya's words completely stunned Ren. He hadn't known. He really hadn't realized this. I did that. Unconsciously, Ren ran a hand over his face. He had thought about the diary's reward mechanism before. But he never considered that the only reason it granted them powers was because he had triggered it. I believe this right belongs only to Amamiya-san. It was your unintentional actions that caused the diary to follow your commands. This right was given to us only because you, the writer, allowed it. Kagaya had never believed they had any real authority over the diary. The gains they had received were too disproportionate to what they had contributed. There was no such thing as a benefit granted for no reason. So, she came to a simple conclusion. Ren had accidentally shared his authority. That was how they had met. Perhaps, you could even take that right back now. That statement pulled Ren out of his daze. He chuckled. Maybe this is just another twist of fate. Without realizing it, I created an interweaving of fate. Even my unconscious actions have drawn us together. Just like. Yes, just like them. The Tarot Club. Ren pressed his lips together, keeping the rest of the thought to himself. Instead, he took out his diary. Seems like some things can't be brushed off as coincidences. Did you think of something? No. I don't know anything for sure yet. My intuition isn't giving me any clear signals. If anything, it's telling me that I don't need to know more right now. Shaking his head slightly, Ren let out a small sigh. He really had no way of knowing which events were orchestrated by fate. But one thing is certain. This diary does not intend to harm me. Despite saying this, he still shook the diary in frustration. The only downside is that it never tells me the rules outright and forces me to figure everything out myself. Shinomiya-san, are you saying that because of all this, you believe I saved you from your cage? Just because of that, you developed feelings for me? Shinomiya Kagaya had regained most of her composure, but when the topic shifted back to this, her expression wavered slightly. Like is a strong word. I don't know if it's that kind of emotion. I just find myself paying more attention to you than usual. Whenever I see you interacting with other girls, I feel uncomfortable. Even someone as dense as Ren understood what that meant. Isn't that just jealousy? To be continued. Chapter 181, Confession. If you think this is jealousy, then just treat it as love. Kagaya gave up her last bit of resistance. Turning her face to the side, she was unwilling, or perhaps afraid to look directly at Ren at this moment. Her fair cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and her nervous emotions were reflected in her body language. Her fingers had been tightly intertwined for some time now. Right now, the usually cold and composed Kagaya was nowhere to be seen. She was truly beautiful. And unbearably cute. Ren couldn't help but admire her in his heart. But what surprised him even more was that such an adorable girl actually liked him. Shinomiya, thank you for your feelings. Ren expressed his gratitude first. It's just that. I'm not sure what kind of love this is. Noticing the slight change in Kagaya's expression, he quickly explained. I mean, I do like you. You're cute, and you have a great personality. From my perspective, I can't see any reason not to like you. I probably liked you in the past too, but I don't know if I still feel the same way now. Kagaya's expression, which had stiffened for a moment, softened slightly. Although Ren's words were a bit ambiguous, she more or less understood his meaning. That is love. Kagaya answered him directly, her voice steady and confident. She recalled her conversation with Hayasaka at home. That time, she had already made up her mind, she couldn't run away anymore. Because she couldn't bear the thought of some other girl holding Ren's hand, smiling at him so intimately. Just imagining it made her feel frustrated beyond words. So this time, she wouldn't hesitate. The emotions surging in her heart, her desire to hold on, her need to monopolize this relationship, suppressed the shyness threatening to hold her back. Amamiya, this is love. I do like you. It was sudden, I know. Maybe it's because you saved me and freed me from my chains. Maybe at first, it was just gratitude, just admiration. But the more I got to know you, the more I wanted to understand you, to learn everything about you, even to have you all to myself. Kagaya's fiery emotion spilled out in full force. Shinomiya. Ren's eyes weren't just for show. He could clearly see the raw emotions in her gaze, the vulnerability, the longing, the determination. She was laying everything bare, hoping he would accept it. Our fates are intertwined. Kagaya stepped forward and threw herself into Ren's arms. Your original goal was to be our friend. Don't be ridiculous. How can a man and a woman have a pure friendship? Especially us. I know I can't have you all to myself. But I also can't let you go so easily. Her fingers gripped his clothes tightly. Even if you leave, you have to take me with you. I won't let you leave me behind. Don't think you can just walk out of my heart so easily. Ren was silent for a moment, then looked down at Kagaya, whose eyes were slightly red. I won't leave. I don't believe you. Kagaya's emotions were running high. You said our fates are intertwined. Then, even if our relationship becomes something far more special, that would only be natural. Bang. Just as Kagaya declared those words, the door suddenly burst open. The unexpected intrusion startled both of them, especially Kagaya, who had just made such a bold statement. At the doorway, not only were Chika and Hayasaka sprawled on the floor from falling in, but a whole crowd of people stood behind them, clearly watching the scene unfold. Sonoko, the one who had opened the door, took in the sight of Kagaya gripping Ren's clothes tightly, her expression turning a little complicated. This wasn't quite the situation she had imagined. Ren, standing beside her, shrank back slightly, as if wanting to pretend she had nothing to do with this. You guys, what are you doing? Kagaya's voice trembled. She couldn't believe that everything she had just said had been overheard by these people. We just happened to be passing by. Chika, rubbing her nose after her fall, forced an awkward smile, trying to defuse the situation. Yeah, we were just passing by. Hayasaka straightened her clothes and got up from the floor, her tone utterly deadpan. We definitely didn't hear Miss Kagaya's bold confession. We definitely didn't hear her admit she was jealous of Fujiwara-san. And we most definitely didn't hear her say that she wanted to establish a deeper relationship with Amamiya-san. The entire room fell into a stunned silence. Then, everyone's expressions contorted, trying and failing to hold back their laughter. Especially because all of them had, in fact, heard Kaguya's emotional outburst. And now, seeing her face turning redder than a tomato, they just couldn't hold it in anymore. Buffed, ha 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 ha. The laughter erupted all at once. Ice Queen, if you wanted to confess, just confess. Don't say things that can be so easily misunderstood. Sonoko shook her head, feeling like she had overestimated Kaguya's courage. She had thought Kaguya was someone who would push through and take things all the way. But after all that build-up and tension, it turned out to be just a confession. If she had known that, she wouldn't have even bothered opening the door. But then again, it wasn't her fault. Who told Kaguya to say something as dangerously misleading as, "I want to establish a deeper relationship with you," during a confession? How could anyone not misunderstand? As Sonoko's words landed, the room exploded into even louder laughter. Meanwhile, Hayasaka let out a small sigh, looking at her lady with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. "Miss Kaguya, you finally built up the courage to be bold. But couldn't you have been just a little more straightforward? You know Ren is completely clueless in these matters. If you had just gone for it earlier, wouldn't that have been better?" In Hayasaka's opinion, this moment had been the perfect opportunity for her lady. But even with such an ideal setup, Kaguya still couldn't fully seize the moment. Though the result was disappointing, AI also understood something. This was probably Kaguya's limit. Expecting her to be any more aggressive in this kind of situation was, probably unrealistic. At the very least, in matters of romance, both Kaguya and Ren were equally inexperienced. In a way, they were each other's first love. To be continued. Chapter 182, Training begins. After finishing their morning exercises, all members of the Occult Research Club disembarked from the boat and stepped onto the island. Walking along the 1,500-meter-long ice path, they made their way inland. I can smell sulfur. As they approached, the distinct scent of sulfur from volcanic activity hit them. However, due to the time elapsed since the last eruption, the smell was actually quite faint. Following the ice path, they officially set foot on the beach, and the island's interior came into view. It was far quieter than expected, there wasn't even the sound of birds or insects. This island is really quiet. Sakuya perked up her ears, but she could barely pick up any sounds. Ms. Aizawa, you don't need to strain yourself. This island really is silent. Seeing her reaction, Ren explained. The sounds on this island are unusual. It feels like there are bubbling noises coming from all around. With her enhanced senses, Ren couldn't hear much else, but the strange, sticky bubbling sounds were incredibly distinct. Bubbling sounds, could it be hot springs? Sonoko was momentarily taken aback and tried to picture the scene Ren had described. She herself couldn't hear the bubbling, but she had noticed something strange. After stepping onto the island, even the sound of waves had become faint. It's not coming from hot springs. Ren shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the ground. This island sits on top of a large volcano. That kind of bubbling sound is actually pretty normal. Everyone suddenly paused and looked down at the ground at the same time. The deep trench surrounding the island flashed through their minds. Now that they thought about it, the island really did resemble a volcano emerging from the sea. Shinomiya, you really have a knack for shopping. You bought a volcano when you bought an island. Sonoko nudged Kaguya playfully, teasing her. Kaguya glanced at Ren, who was standing in front of her, and hesitantly asked. Amamiya, will this volcano interfere with our training? No. Ren shook his head slightly. He had already observed the volcano in detail. The island was indeed formed on top of it, but the volcanic pressure was minimal. Although this island is situated on a volcano, the pressure within the volcano itself is not very high. It's located within a tectonic plate zone, and at most, it experiences 2 minor eruptions per year. The eruptions are relatively small in scale. The magma release never extends beyond the island itself, it physically can't. That's its limit. For this volcano to erupt more violently, someone would have to inject explosive energy directly into the magma chamber. Otherwise, it won't pose any real threat. This volcano was extremely stable. The eruptions, occurring twice a year, were small-scale. Based on its current state, the next eruption was still months away. Clearly, this training session wouldn't be affected. The reason this island is so quiet is because the local wildlife understands its dangers instinctively. Animals are often the first to react before a disaster. The insects on this island have already hidden deep underground, where it's safe. They won't re-emerge until the volcanic cycle is over. And because the insects disappeared, the birds left as well, they lost their primary food source. So, all that remains is the bubbling of magma beneath us. The others nodded subconsciously. But normal human senses wouldn't be able to pick up the sound of magma bubbling beneath a volcano. Yeah, I can't hear it at all. Ren pointed out matter-of-factly. Ren, your physical abilities and senses have almost reached their limits, haven't they? Yes. Ren nodded slightly, a troubled look appearing on her face. Sometimes I hear things too clearly, which makes daily life a little inconvenient. This is likely due to your lack of control over your own strength and focus. Right now, your body is radiating energy outward. While it's technically a form of physical enhancement, at this level, it's essentially a supernatural ability. Physical strengthening naturally leads to heightened sensory perception. If one can't control it, it becomes more of a burden than a benefit. But this time, things were different. The River of Eternal Darkness, which Ren obtained from the incident on Tsukikage Island, could grant power along the warrior path. This was the key to helping Ren gain full mastery over her abilities. Amamiya Ren waved her over. The goal of this training is mainly for Shinomiya and Ren to master the upper limits of their power. Meanwhile, Sanzenin and Miss Maria need to learn how to control their elemental abilities. So, we'll split into two groups. Hayasaka, open the door and take Fujiwara and Shinomiya to the other world. Let Shinomiya vent inside your spatial realm and release as much of her cold energy as possible. We need to see if her ice fruit abilities put a strain on your dimensional space. As for the outside, Ren, Sanzenin, and Miss Maria will take charge here. Next, Ren. Upon hearing her name, Ren stepped forward. This time, I have a way to help you control your strength. But it'll take time to test and I'll need to regulate how the power is given to you. Otherwise, it could cause unforeseen complications. Do you want to give it a try? Ren nodded without hesitation. Of course I do. To be continued. Chapter 183, Are You Jealous Again? In the dense jungle, a girl moved swiftly through the terrain. Darting across the forest floor, she leaped onto a tree branch with a light, effortless step. With barely a pause, she pushed off, her body soaring upward. In just 3 seconds, she had reached the treetop, allowing her to survey the area ahead at a glance. It's amazing. It feels like this has been ingrained in my body for ages. This is a boon. A small flame ignited on a nearby branch, and as the fire flickered, another figure appeared. It's fine if the boon I grant others is of a low sequence, but once the sequence becomes too high, your growth trajectory will inevitably start leaning toward me. Leaning. What do you mean? To put it simply, the more powerful the boon, the more you will become like me. Eventually, you'll turn into something akin to my dependent, a puppet, to be blunt. Oh. Ren was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected such a heavy price for obtaining Ren's power. But then, with a troubled expression, she asked. If you take the power back, will all of this training still count? Ren smiled slightly. He had considered this issue beforehand. Don't worry. Right now, you're using the knowledge gained from the boon to familiarize yourself with your body. Once you've fully adapted, I'll retrieve the gifted power. But I'll leave behind your physical memory of it. For now, your main focus should be on mastering the overwhelming strength, essentially, learning the technique. Although you won't maintain your current level exactly, after proper training, you'll be able to regain this level of strength on your own. This was the best method Ren could think of to help Ren master her abilities. The process was tedious and complex, but it avoided any dangerous side effects. Compared to the potion pathway, the boon pathway was far more stable, especially when dealing with low-sequence boons. Ren, test your power. Understood. Ren leaped down from the treetop. Her movements were fluid, and she descended from a height of dozens of meters almost instantly. Not a single sound accompanied her landing. She had reached a level where she could ascend and descend extreme heights with ease, utilizing her body weight and technique perfectly. As soon as she landed, Ren turned around and struck a massive tree behind her, a tree so large it would take 7 or 8 people to encircle it. Exclamation point. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the jungle. Ren's seemingly delicate hand effortlessly pierced through the tree's tough outer bark and even penetrated its dense core. Ha! Exhaling softly, Ren swiftly pulled her hand out, clenched her fist, and struck again, this time with a full-force punch. Boom. The massive tree exploded as if someone had stuffed it with TNT. With a loud rumble, the splintered trunk collapsed to the side. Not bad. Your strength and technique are both solid. As flames flickered, Ren descended, placing a hand on the fractured remains of the tree trunk. Just from examining the damage, he could tell how terrifying Ren's strength had become. That was about 70% of your power, right? Only 40%. Ren corrected him, her cheeks tinged with pink. Even though Ren had overestimated her power, the reality was even more astonishing. If just 40% of her strength was enough to cause this level of destruction. By his calculations, that strike could easily pierce through a human body. The phrase, kill with a single punch, was not an exaggeration. Even with the warrior pathway enhancing her, low-sequence augmentations had limits. But considering Ran's base physical strength, even without the warrior pathway's enhancements, she could likely still kill with a single punch. In terms of sheer brute force, normal humans were simply no match for her. However, there was one important thing to celebrate. You can control your power, you know your limits now, right? Yeah. Ren nodded enthusiastically. Although my grasp of it is still a little vague, after receiving Ren's power, I now have a clearer understanding of my upper limit. This is probably my biggest achievement so far. Ren let out a relieved breath. He was never worried about Ren growing too strong. Rather, he was worried that she'd become too strong before she was mentally ready for it. After all, the world was full of terrible people. If Ren ever encountered someone insulting her in a fight, she might instinctively lash out and accidentally obliterate them. Now then. Shinomiya and Hayasaka. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of shattering rang out from the distance. Ren's senses screamed in alarm. Reacting instantly, he grabbed Ren, who hadn't even processed what was happening yet, and teleported several times using flame jumps. Boom. A massive explosion erupted behind them, sending a thunderous shockwave through the air. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. A powerful buzzing noise filled the surroundings, causing Ren's ears to ring violently. For a brief moment, his hearing was completely wiped out. And if he was struggling, then Ren, with her far more sensitive senses, must be suffering twice as much. It took a few moments for the ringing in their ears to subside. Only then could Ren finally take in the sight before him. A massive iceberg had suddenly materialized in the middle of the island. As if an entire glacier had been dropped from the sky. Looks like the Dordor fruit's alternate dimension has its limits, after all. Ren swiftly used his ability to help Ren recover from the sensory overload. Ren, now regaining her senses, also took in the jaw-dropping scene. Did something happen to Shinomiya? Ren put her down and shook his head. It's not Shinomiya, it's Hayasaka. The Dordor fruit still has restrictions. Judging by this, they're running into serious trouble in that other dimension. Ren, now steady on her feet, lightly nudged Ren. Don't tell me. Shinomiya got jealous again. Ren turned to look at her. Even though Shinomiya's abilities were mainly ice-based, Ren's body had been enhanced to its absolute peak, resulting in a figure even more stunning than Fujiwara Chika's. If Shinomiya saw this and got jealous, it wouldn't exactly be surprising. Not impossible. Ren smirked playfully. After all, Shinomiya loves getting jealous. It's totally possible. This time, even Ren wasn't entirely sure. Ren, I'm heading over to check on them. Can you handle things here? I'll be fine. But wait, are we still continuing? I'll check on the situation first. To be continued. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Saving the Beauty Beneath the Iceberg. Puff, puff, puff. Climbing out from beneath the snow, Sakuya spat out the dust that had found its way into her mouth. What the hell is going on? Looking up, she saw that the entire island was now covered by an enormous layer of ice. Oh my god, an iceberg fell down. Sakuya's face went blank with shock. The whole island seemed to have been buried beneath the massive ice formation. If not for the smoke rising from the crater in the distance, one might have thought even the volcano had been affected. Her chaotic thoughts gradually settled as she took in the scene before her, piecing together the situation. This is Shinomiya's doing again, isn't it? No, it's not Shinomiya, it's her maid. Sonoko, who had also just crawled out of the snow, shook her head slightly. Chika, Shinomiya, and her maid all went to another dimension. This kind of iceberg suddenly crashing down can only mean something went wrong over there. It's probably because her maid couldn't handle Shinomiya's outburst in that other dimension. Sakuya nodded in understanding. That sounds about right. Spatial abilities are convenient, but there's definitely a limit to how much they can withstand. The Dordor fruit was indeed a unique ability, but even something that special must have its limits. At the very least, they now knew that such a limit did, in fact, exist. It's good that we figured this out now. At least I won't make the same mistake in the future. Yet, as she looked at the massive iceberg covering the entire island, Aizawa Sakuya couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then, it suddenly hit her. Wait. Nagi and Maria are still on the island. Her eyes widened in realization. She had been so caught up in analyzing the situation that she had completely forgotten about them. And Ren. Isumi, who had remained silent up until now, didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Don't worry. Her voice was as calm and gentle as ever, effortlessly soothing the nerves of those around her. Amamiya-sama won't just sit back and do nothing in a situation like this. Besides, Miss Maria's shield can handle this kind of scenario. Nagi will be fine. All we need to do is wait here. Isumi's steady and reassuring tone had an immediate effect, easing Sakuya and Sinoko's anxiety. Indeed, the situation was urgent. But the people they knew wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. They had to have made some kind of preparation for an emergency like this. At worst, it would just be a little troublesome to deal with. And sure enough, beneath the iceberg, in a dim and suffocating space, Maria was desperately holding up a shelter using rock elemental energy. Ha, ha. Sweat dripped down her face as she continuously squeezed out every last bit of her elemental power. All she could do now was hold on for just a little longer. She knew that Amamiya would definitely come. Maria. The space was nearly pitch black, but Nagi could imagine just how exhausted Maria must be right now. Then, all of a sudden, a burst of fire flared to life in the darkness, illuminating Maria and Nagi's faces. A new figure had appeared in the confined space. He immediately took in Maria's condition and, without hesitation, reached out grabbing Maria with one hand and Nagi with the other. In an instant, they vanished in a flash of fire. The space, now devoid of elemental support, collapsed the very next moment. Above the iceberg, flames erupted as three figures emerged safely. Phew. After bringing Nagi and Maria out of danger, Ren let out a slow breath. He was relieved that he had come to check on them first. If he had arrived even half a minute later, they wouldn't have lasted. Ren silently thanked his intuition. MMM. A faint whimper pulled him back to reality. Gently stabilizing Maria's exhausted body in his arms, he let her lean against him. Using the Soul Assurer's power, he first soothed her emotions, then infused her with a small amount of spiritual energy, helping to restore her depleted elemental power. As the spirituality entered her, Maria's vision began to glow faintly once more. Little by little, the elemental energy inside her started circulating again, gradually revitalizing her body. Ha! Maria's breathing steadied, her complexion regaining some color. When she finally opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Ren's face, closer than expected. She let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I held out long enough. Yeah. Ren gave a small nod. You did well. How does it feel to push your vision to the absolute limit? Maria recalled the sensation from earlier, and her face immediately twisted with discomfort. Horrible. It's like trying to squeeze out the last drop of water from a completely dry sponge, except the sponge itself feels like it's going to tear apart. Yeah, that's how it is for any power when you push it too far. Ren chuckled, well aware of that sensation himself. Seeing him smile, Maria couldn't help but smile back. Then, her gaze shifted toward the frozen landscape around them. Miss Shinomiya really overdid it this time. Ren, however, didn't think so. Well, I did tell her to release her power freely. Part of it was to test the limits of Hayasaka's other-dimensional space. And part of it was to let Shinomiya fully unleash her strength, so that she herself could understand the boundaries of her current abilities. That said, he did feel a bit guilty about one thing. I probably should have reminded her to aim at the sea instead of the island. If this had happened near the water, the damage would have been much more contained. After a brief moment of rest, Ren turned to Nagi, who had also calmed down. Sanzenin, you okay? I'm fine. Maria was the one holding everything together. Her voice was quiet, her lips pressed together tightly. Ren could sense her frustration. Smiling, he reached out and gently placed a hand on her head. Miss Maria is safe now, so don't blame yourself for feeling powerless. Just get stronger in the future. Yeah. Reaching up, Nagi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling just a little bit better. To be continued. Chapter 185, Ren, are you and Shinomiya dating? Bonus. Sanzenin, help take care of Miss Maria. I still need to find Shinomiya and the others, I don't know what condition they're in right now. Ren was genuinely worried about their situation. Nagi gave a small nod and moved to support Maria in his place. You two rest here. I'll be back after I check things out. Got it. Seeing Nagi behaving so obediently, Ren felt a bit more at ease. In the next instant, he disappeared in a burst of flames. Using divination, Ren had already pinpointed Shinomiya and the others' location. After a few consecutive flame jumps, he arrived at the site of the incident. What he saw upon arrival made his heart tighten. Kaguya, Hayasaka, and Chika had all collapsed, unconscious. Without hesitation, Ren rushed to check on Chika first. Looks like she just fainted from shock. Using spiritual vision, he examined her and found no physical injuries, just a faint discoloration at the top of her etheric body, indicating mental exhaustion. Confirming that, Ren sighed in relief. Among the three, Chika was the weakest. If even she had only fainted, then Kaguya and Hayasaka were likely not in critical condition either. Next, he turned to Hayasaka. Her etheric body was also slightly faded at the top, suggesting that she had passed out from shock just like Chika. However, unlike Chika, Hayasaka's spirit body had suffered some damage. So, when the alternate dimension created by the Dordor fruit collapses beyond its limit, it also affects the user's spirit body. A mental impact, plus the shock-induced unconsciousness, a double blow. Taking a deep breath, Ren focused on stabilizing her condition. As he channeled his soul assurer abilities, Hayasaka's expression gradually relaxed. Ren let out another sigh. The extraordinary traits of the soul assurer really come in handy. Placing Hayasaka next to Chika, he then turned his attention to Kaguya. She, too, was lying unconscious on the ice. Just like the other two, there were no major injuries, she had simply passed out from the overwhelming impact. So, the alternate dimension created by the Dordor fruit isn't as invincible as it seems. Thinking about it, this made sense. If the Dordor fruit had the power to trap people indefinitely, it would be an unbeatable ability in battle. But clearly, the alternate dimension it created had its limits, it couldn't withstand excessive force. Ren's gaze lowered to Kaguya in his arms. Her spirit body is weakened. She must have completely exhausted her current control over the ice fruit. She hasn't fully mastered it yet, but she pushed herself to the absolute limit before she collapsed. As for the Dordor fruit, it's still effective at locking people inside. But unless its ability is further developed, it can only trap those weaker than the user. With that thought, Ren lifted Kaguya into his arms and vanished in a burst of fire. This wasn't a place to linger. He needed to bring them to safety first, then return to gather the others. At the entrance of the island, 3 people waited anxiously. Suddenly, a burst of flames signaled Ren's arrival. Amamiya-sama. Isumi immediately stepped forward, the concern on her face evident. She was no longer as composed as before. Don't worry, Sanzenin and Maria are fine. Ren's words instantly reassured her, and she visibly relaxed. Ren, is Shinomiya okay? Seeing him carrying Kaguya in his arms, Sonoko hurried over. She's fine too. When the alternate dimension created by the Dordor fruit collapsed, the impact was immense. The 3 of them were knocked unconscious from the shock. Physically, she's completely unharmed. Hearing this, Sonoko finally let out a relieved sigh. She glanced down at Kaguya, still in Ren's arms. This woman really moves fast. Even in a situation like this, she was a step ahead of the rest. Sonoko admitted it, Kaguya was far more formidable than she had initially thought. And she didn't want anything to happen to her over something like this. Sonoko, take care of Shinomiya. I need to go back and get Fujiwara and Hayasaka. Ren moved closer, preparing to hand Kaguya over. Sonoko nodded and carefully took Kaguya from his arms. However, she wasn't exactly strong, so all she could do was help Kaguya sit down on the ground slowly. After making sure she was settled, Ren turned and vanished once again. The next ones to be retrieved were Hayasaka and Chika. Since both were unconscious, he had to transport them one at a time. Finally, he returned for Nagi and Maria. Fortunately, they were both awake and able to walk on their own, so he simply guided them carefully. The last person waiting was Ran. Sorry for the wait. It wasn't that long. Ran shook her head slightly. It really hadn't felt like much time had passed. How are Shinomiya and the others? They just fainted. Ren's expression was visibly relieved. Hayasaka's spirit took a bit of damage, but it's nothing serious. Fujiwara just passed out. As for Shinomiya, she not only lost consciousness but also drained herself mentally. I think she released all the power she could control in the alternate dimension, and when it collapsed, she was caught in the backlash. Understanding the reason, Ren finally relaxed. For a moment there, she had almost thought Kaguya had done this out of jealousy. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, she asked. So, Ren, does this mean you and Shinomiya are dating now? Well, I wouldn't say that. Ren thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. Ren's eyes widened. But she confessed to you, didn't she? Doesn't that count? That confession was interrupted. Ren sighed. I do understand Shinomiya's feelings for me. Maybe they're the same as Sonoko's feelings for me. But for me, I feel like I need to respond to them properly before we can officially call it a relationship. There were things he still needed to make clear. Ren placed her hands behind her back, her expression thoughtful. So, if someone else confesses to you in the future, would you still accept it? To be continued. Chapter 186, Ran's advice. Ran, the real issue isn't whether I'd accept it, it's whether anyone would actually confess to me. In response to the question, Ren gave a helpless explanation. To be honest, I like all of you. But I also feel a certain distance between us. That's the difference between liking someone from a distance and liking someone in reality. Ren had always had a kind of filter for these girls. For heroines he'd only seen through a screen, he naturally liked most of them. That was only normal, after all, who wouldn't like a heroine that's cute and kind? But now, having the chance to meet them in person, Ren couldn't help feeling hesitant. Saying, "I love you, my waifu," online was easy. Anyone could do it. But saying it offline. And now, those heroines he once admired through the screen were standing right in front of him, real, living people. It made spouting nonsense far more difficult. Ren had once dreamed of being the protagonist. But in the end, he was just a regular guy, not someone with protagonist-level charm. Even now, he was at most just an ordinary person with a cheat. Who would have thought his relationship with these heroines would become this complicated? That someone might genuinely fall in love with him. It all felt like something out of a dream. How could something this good happen in reality? That sounds kind of awkward. Ren probably understood what Ren was trying to say. But in the end, you'd still accept it if someone confessed to you, right? Yeah. Ren hesitated but didn't deny it. It's just hard to imagine something like that actually happening. All of you are amazing girls, there's no need to say much about your looks, background, or personality. It just doesn't feel real that people like you would fall for someone like me. Like Shinomiya and Sonoko. They're both beautiful, have great personalities, and come from strong family backgrounds. Anyone would pursue girls like them. So why would they like me? Ren felt genuinely confused. If it were because of power or status, I could understand. But they're not acting that way at all. So I can't just brush it off with a half-hearted response. Just like with Okino Yoko. If she had simply seen through his special qualities and thought he could help her, Ren would have been able to accept that. But that wasn't how she acted at all. At first, it felt like she was simply repaying a debt of gratitude. But over time, they grew closer, like genuine friends. And eventually, that relationship evolved again. Was it sincere? Even if Ren didn't fully trust his own emotions, he still believed in his ability to read sincerity. That was what made it all the more confusing. He didn't understand why these girls were being sincere with him. But there was one thing he did understand. Because their feelings were real, he couldn't respond carelessly. I get it now. Ren's lips curled into a soft smile. Her hands were behind her back as she spoke. She understood what Ren was struggling with. Aside from feeling awkward, the real issue was that he simply couldn't believe it. And to be fair, she wouldn't believe it either if she were in his shoes. But the good news was, it wasn't something he couldn't accept. Ren, I think you just need to treat this more seriously. At least, I think everyone else is serious about it. Yeah. I can feel that too. Also, Ren, you're the one who said we could pursue immortality together. How are we supposed to accept anyone casually with that mindset? Ah. Ren suddenly realized. He did say something like that before. And anyone who obtained the diary would most likely gain immortality in the future. That did indeed set him apart from everyone else. Immortals walk together with immortals. Immortals pursue love with other immortals. Did you forget that, Ren? Ren kept pressing the point, this was key. Yeah. I guess I kinda forgot. Hearing that, Ren rolled her eyes. Seriously. You're the one who reminded us to remember that, but you're also the one who forgot it. Sorry. The issue of longevity really had slipped his mind. After all, he was only 16 years old, and not yet truly an immortal. It was easy to forget he would eventually become one. The values of immortals couldn't be measured by normal standards. The lifespan of an immortal was simply too long. There's that, but there's also the issue of love. Everyone likes you sincerely. Ren cut off Ren's spiraling thoughts before they could go off track again. I don't think girls would fall for someone just because they're immortal. If anything, after learning they'll live much longer in the future, they'd be even more careful, choosing someone they truly like. Otherwise, how could they spend eternity with them? You're right. It was a valid and convincing argument. Ren had no way to refute her point, because it was true. For immortals, it wasn't just a matter of convenience. Only by confirming their feelings would they be able to walk that long road together. Ren gained a deeper understanding of the girl's feelings for him. He realized that he needed to take their love more seriously. So, Ren, you can take your time to understand the girl's sincerity and why she loves you, then give your answer. But if it's Shinomiya, I think she's being genuine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost control when she confessed. Ren carefully listened to Ren's advice. Indeed, her words carried weight. Girls had better intuition when it came to matters of the heart. And he agreed with her. He would first understand why the other person liked him and only then respond accordingly. It just meant his original plan might be delayed a bit. But that wasn't a big issue. After all, advancing in the apprentice pathway wasn't easy either. Maybe his diary would surprise him again. So, instead of worrying about the future, it was more important to deal with what was right in front of him. To be continued. Chapter 187, What happened during the fainting? It was evening. Due to the incident earlier that afternoon, the three who had been inside the alternate dimension slept through most of the day before finally waking up. Ugh. My head hurts. Kaguya sat up groggily from the bed, still feeling a sharp headache. The dizziness that followed made her nauseous and on the verge of throwing up. She subconsciously glanced toward the window. Outside, the sun was just setting over the ocean. I remember, Kaguya vaguely recalled that they were testing the alternate dimension. But the moment she tried to focus on those memories, a fresh wave of pain surged through her head. Hayasaka. Where are you, Hayasaka? She instinctively called out to her maid. Miss Kaguya. As she called, Hayasaka, who was sleeping beside her, slowly opened her eyes. Hayasaka. Still dazed, Kaguya looked around. She noticed Hayasaka, who was sitting up in bed wearing only her underwear. Unlike Kaguya, who preferred pure white undergarments, Hayasaka's taste leaned toward bolder styles, black and purple, more mature and elegant. Miss Kaguya. Hayasaka's eyes were still unfocused, but as a professional maid, she quickly adjusted her state. Within moments, the confusion in her gaze cleared, and she began observing the situation. She glanced at the still-dazed Kaguya, who hadn't realized she was only in her underwear. And of course, Hayasaka herself was also in the same state. Her attention then turned to the bed. Aside from her and Kaguya, someone else was lying there. It was none other than Chika, the one who always found ways to defy expectations. I can't eat anymore. With puffed cheeks and a dreamy tone, Chika murmured in her sleep, clearly in the middle of a food fantasy. It was obvious something had gone wrong during the test. There was no need to further examine the room. Hayasaka already recognized it. It was the room she shared with Miss Kaguya. She raised her hand and made a gesture to open a door in space. A spatial door appeared. But immediately, a sharp pain struck her head. The moment she closed the spatial door, the pain subsided. That was enough for Hayasaka to confirm the issue. Miss Kaguya's release had gone too far, causing the alternate dimension to surpass its limit and begin collapsing. As expected, the dimension created by the door fruit had its limitations. Taking a deep breath, Hayasaka decisively got out of bed. She passed by the still dreaming Chika, walked to the closet, and retrieved an appropriate maid outfit to put on. After quickly tidying herself up, she looked like her usual capable self. She then turned to the still confused Kaguya and gave a slight bow. I'll go check on the situation first. But I suggest you pay attention to your appearance. If Amamiya comes in like this, he won't even know where to look. Kaguya instantly understood what Hayasaka meant. She looked down and realized she was only in her underwear. Panicking, she pulled the quilt up over herself. Morning. Hayasaka, what happened? Miss Kaguya, we were brought back after we lost consciousness. Then, what about our clothes? Looking at Kaguya's hopeful yet nervous expression, Hayasaka inwardly sighed at her wanting to have it both ways. Please don't expect too much, Miss Kaguya. Everyone here is a girl except for Amamiya. And he definitely wasn't the one who undressed us. Also, think about it, Miss Fujiwara and I were both sleeping in the same bed. Do you think Amamiya would have helped all three of us change clothes? Is that what you want? Hayasaka's direct words immediately snapped Kaguya out of her shyness and nervous daydream. While she had felt a little flutter at the thought of Ren seeing her, the idea of him undressing Hayasaka and Fujiwara was unacceptable. Did something go wrong during the test? Now that her mind had cleared, Kaguya quickly grasped the situation. Most likely, the dimension couldn't handle the full release of your power. We'll need to verify the specifics, but that should be the general cause. Hayasaka agreed with this assessment. Miss Kaguya, I'll head outside to check on things first. All right, I'll leave it to you, Hayasaka. Hayasaka gave a polite bow, exited the room, and headed for the security room. Miss. The security personnel stationed there, all from the Hayasaka family, immediately stood up and saluted respectfully upon seeing her. No need for all that. You all know the rules here. If you're aware of something, just keep it to yourselves. The security captain quickly stepped forward. Of course, of course. We understand the rules, Mississippi. Knowing a little could sometimes strengthen trust even more. The future of the Hayasaka family was bright and Kaguya was its greatest support. This was something everyone present understood well. Especially after witnessing that awe-inspiring scene earlier, they understood clearly, strength was everything. Wealth and status were secondary. Their eldest daughter and Kaguya were destined to form a powerful alliance. They didn't trust the rest of the Shinomiya family, but they absolutely believed in Shinomiya Kaguya. Because she, like their eldest daughter, possessed supernatural powers. Not just Shinomiya and Hayasaka, everyone who had traveled with them this time had such abilities. Knowing that, they understood exactly what they had to do. Hayasaka's gaze shifted toward the deck. The cruise ship was slowly moving forward. She frowned slightly. We've already set sail. Yes. The security captain responded immediately. That was Lord Amamiya's decision. He said, since you and Miss Kaguya fainted, this trip should end early. So we departed as instructed. Hayasaka gave a small nod. That was the right call. If Amamiya made that decision, we follow it. She suddenly became curious about what had happened after she and Kaguya lost consciousness. Did anything important happen after we fainted? Yes. The captain nodded right away. Shortly after we departed, we came across a cruise ship from the Hatamoto family. It had a mechanical failure and was stranded at sea. The Hatamoto family? Hayasaka frowned. She remembered them, an extremely traditional and rigid old family. In fact, they were the original owners of the volcanic island, which had been purchased from them. Lately, they'd been offloading assets and downsizing. That was the only reason the volcanic island had been sold for just $600,000. Did we let them board? Yes. At first, we refused. But then we found out Miss Muri's father was aboard the ship, so we went to consult with her before proceeding. Hearing that, Hayasaka relaxed. In that case, it's fine. Just maintain security, especially near Miss Kaguya's room. If anyone approaches, increase vigilance. To be continued. Chapter 188, completely erasing the traces. Miss Suzuki, thank you very much for your help. An elderly man with white hair bowed deeply to Sonoko, expressing his gratitude with utmost respect. He was dressed in a traditional kimono, a dark blue haori with a light gray lining and a pale yellow hakama. Sonoko, who was being thanked, waved her hands dismissively. Oh, old man, I've already told you, this cruise ship doesn't belong to me. It's Shinomiya's. If you want to thank someone, you should be thanking Shinomiya. The old man, with his somewhat stiff demeanor, didn't consider his behavior shameful. No, I will thank Miss Shinomiya in person later. His rigidness gave Sonoko a headache. Grandpa, your stubbornness really hasn't changed at all. The old man had always been this stiff and traditional, even when upset. He was also very formal with people. No matter how young someone was, if they weren't from the same social class, his attitude toward them would become extremely respectful, almost excessively so. This was a way of humbling oneself before the higher-ups. Sometimes, knowing when to bow your head was an art form. Being arrogant in front of someone more powerful rarely ends well. Attitude often determines the success or failure of a deal. Is this a kind of condescension? Of course it is. Is it flattery? Absolutely. But when one's own abilities or even one's family's capabilities are lacking, then humility becomes a type of currency. All that deference is part of the transaction. While Sonoko was dealing with the old man, Ren was staring at her father in curiosity and helplessness. Dad, how did you and this kid end up out at sea? I should be asking you that. Kagoro couldn't help but ask the question back. I brought this kid along because I accepted a commission on a nearby island. But wouldn't you know it, we stumbled into a murder case. After we finally wrapped it up and were preparing to leave, we ran into a ship in the harbor with engine trouble. If we hadn't been taken in by another cruise ship, we'd have been stranded on that island for at least half a month. The island was that remote, ships only stopped by once every 2 weeks. Without help, Kagoro would have been stuck there for quite a while. He nearly broke down just thinking about it. Luckily, they encountered a large cruise ship chartered by a wealthy family. But even then, things didn't go smoothly. There was another malfunction at sea. If it weren't for the second cruise ship that happened to pass by, Kagoro suspected he and Conan would have ended up on a sea survival trip. And then, unexpectedly, he saw his own daughter on that second cruise ship. That gave Kagoro all kinds of feelings. By the way, what are you doing on a cruise ship over the weekend? And what's with the Shinomiya that the second young lady mentioned earlier? Ran explained. This time, I'm on the cruise because it's one of our club's outdoor activities. The Occult Research Club does these excursions when we have free time. We investigate mysterious cases and do some field work. Outdoor excursions. Kagoro looked at her like she was crazy. Last time it was Tsukikage Island, and now it's a cruise ship. Ran, is your club even operating legally? Would the principal of Teitan High School even approve of something this ridiculous? Seriously. As a former high school student himself, Idagawa Conan was very familiar with how strict Teitan High's standards were. There was no way a club like that would get approval. Ren gave a small smile. Well, that's thanks to Shinomiya-san. She made a donation to the school when she enrolled. Kagoro's expression changed instantly. That was something only a rich heiress could pull off. And all the club expenses are paid by the members. The school doesn't pay a single yen. What? Kagoro's eyes popped open. Don't tell me you're paying too. What are you talking about? My allowance isn't even enough to cover snacks. Ren grumbled, then clarified. It's Sonoko, Shinomiya-san, Sanzenin, and Sajinomiya who pay. Kagoro was stunned by the last three names. Uncle, Shinomiya is from the Shinomiya group, rival of the Suzuki group. Sanzenin belongs to the Sanzenin group, the one that stirred up trouble a while ago. Didn't the rumors say they tried to wipe out the Shinomiya group? Conan's mind was spinning. From just the surnames, Shinomiya, Sanzenin, and Sajinomiya, he quickly figured out which Zaibatsu stood behind them. They were all colossal corporations. So how did all these elite heiresses end up at Teitan High School? This question puzzled him deeply. Back when he was at Teitan High, he had never seen any heiresses of this level transfer in. How had things changed so much in the short time he'd been away? Oh, as expected of the second Shinichi. Conan, naturally, wasn't laughing. Facing her gaze, sharp and unmistakably aimed at him, he could only grit his teeth and step forward. Sister Ran, I'm Idagawa Conan, not Shinichi. That's true. Ran's eyes remained cold, until her lips curved into a smile. Idagawa Conan, yes, that's right. It's Idagawa Conan. Conan, hearing his own name being spoken, felt strangely hollow inside. He could clearly sense that something incredibly important had just vanished, as if it had been lost forever. Kagoro, noticing the subtle change in his daughter's mood, immediately changed the subject. Ran, when did all these young ladies start transferring to Teitan High? I thought girls like that would all be attending exclusive academies. His shift in topic worked, Ran's attention moved on. Well, Sanzenin and Sajinomiya used to attend Hakuo. Hakuo? Hiss. Kagoro took a sharp breath. Hakuo was a top-class elite academy, well known even among aristocratic schools. As for Shinomiya, she studied at Shuchiin before. That's another elite school. Kagoro widened his eyes further. So he was right, all of these girls originally came from high society schools. But that only raised a new question. Why would these elite heiresses transfer from prestigious private schools to a public high school like Teitan? To be continued. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, The Hope of the Hatamoto Clan's Comeback. After leaving the security room, Hayasaka made her way to the cruise ship's main hall. She didn't have much personal opinion about the people on board, but she had just finished transferring intel related to the Yoshimoto clan. The current situation was becoming complicated, and she could no longer keep things under control on her own. She needed someone capable of stabilizing the situation. Amamiya-san. Her conservative black and white Victorian-style maid outfit was eye-catching as always. Her appearance instantly drew a lot of attention. But Hayasaka paid it no mind. Ren gave a slight nod, then activated his spiritual vision to assess Hayasaka's condition. Her spiritual body still showed clear signs of weakness, though there were no major abnormalities beyond that. Your mental state hasn't fully recovered. The collapse of the alternate dimension heavily impacted your spirit. For the time being, you shouldn't use that ability again. I understand. Hayasaka nodded slightly. She had already experienced firsthand the backlash of forcefully opening a door. How's Shinomiya? Miss Kagaya is awake, but her consciousness is still hazy. Hayasaka nodded again. Ren understood. Kagaya's condition was similar to Hayasaka's, but she had released even more power. It was natural her situation was worse. This was my fault too. Ren let out a sigh. I pushed her to release as much power as possible, to help her find her limits. I didn't expect it would lead to the collapse of the alternate dimension. I should have warned her beforehand. This isn't your fault, Amamiya. Hayasaka shook her head gently. She didn't believe this sudden turn of events could be blamed on him. No one could have predicted something like this. But just as she said that, she paused. Indeed, normally, such an event couldn't be foreseen. But couldn't Ren use divination to glimpse future events? Amamiya, didn't you divine this? Don't overestimate what divination can do. Ren shook his head slightly. Divination is useful, but you can't rely on it for everything. If you put too much faith in the future seen through divination, you'll become bound by that future. That's why I don't go around predicting things just for the sake of it. Divination had always been one of Ren's most important tools, but he also clearly understood the taboos that seers had to follow. Seeing how carefully Ren avoided certain details, Hayasaka could tell there were likely many unspoken taboos involved. Your condition still isn't fully recovered. Why did you come out? Hayasaka gave a small smile and nodded, but her gaze subtly shifted toward the Hatamoto clan. She had keenly noticed that many of the Hatamoto clan members were focused on her. Is it about the Hatamoto clan? Yes. What did you find out? Yes. Ren gave a light nod, then stood up and followed Hayasaka to the side. After they left the main hall and confirmed no one else was nearby, Ren asked. Is there something wrong with the information we gathered? Yes. According to the intel from the Hayasaka family, it's confirmed that the future heir of the Hatamoto clan is Hatamoto Natsu, granddaughter of Hatamoto Gozo. The reason they're gathered here is to hold a ritual on the island where the Hatamoto clan's ancestral home is located. The ritual also doubles as the engagement ceremony for Hatamoto Natsu and her fiancé. If it were just an ordinary granddaughter, Hatamoto Gozo wouldn't go to such lengths to arrange an engagement right after a ritual. But because of how much importance he places on her, it's become this grand of an event. Ren nodded. He understood now why they had encountered the Hatamoto clan and how much Hatamoto Gozo, the clan elder, valued his granddaughter. So, your investigation points to a problem with Hatamoto Natsu's fiancé. Yes. Hatamoto Gozo. Was he the type to make a lot of enemies in the past? Yes. And Natsu's fiancé is the son of one of those enemies? Yes. Ren let out a speechless sigh. This is some real soap opera level drama. A textbook revenge story. I infiltrated the family of my enemy by getting close to his granddaughter, all to avenge my dead father. That clueless fiancé doesn't actually think his identity hasn't been exposed, does he? If even the Hayasaka family had uncovered it, Ren seriously doubted it was some well-guarded secret. Hayasaka AI nodded silently. Ren found this kind of naive person irritating and pulled out his tarot cards to divine the outcome of the return trip. He drew the reversed High Priestess, the reversed Magician, and the upright Death card. Ren completed the divination. Looks like it's going to be troublesome. Even he had to sigh at the final result. Though he enjoyed watching drama unfold, this kind of drama really didn't belong during his vacation. Even if he wanted to spectate, he preferred better timing. He looked at the Death card in his hand, a skeletal figure wrapped in a cloak, wielding a black scythe. This time, the god of death would definitely swing that scythe. Amamiya, are you not going to stop it? Do you think they'll listen? With that one line, Amamiya put an end to Hayasaka's suggestion. It wasn't that Ren intended to turn a blind eye, but some people just wouldn't listen. Hayasaka, since they wanted to play, and dragged Shinomiya into it, they should be ready to pay the price. The Hatamoto clan's situation isn't looking good. Yes. Hayasaka nodded. The Hatamoto clan acquired a valuable piece of real estate through shady dealings with the Takasugi group. It's now confirmed that the government plans to designate that area for a new airport. The land value in the surrounding region is expected to skyrocket. Ren wasn't surprised by that information. Major conglomerates always had inside knowledge of government policies. Otherwise, how else could certain officials maintain their lifestyles? But because of that land, the Hatamoto clan has been tightening its funds. They've sold off a lot of assets to stay afloat. They're staking everything on that land. From Hayasaka's summary, Ren could tell that this real estate was the Hatamoto clan's last chance at a comeback. Then Hayasaka spread the word that the land's value is about to skyrocket. I'm sure plenty of conglomerates will want a piece of the action. To be continued. Chapter 190, Giving the Right to Choose. Hayasaka nodded slightly. It was a standard move. Expose the situation early to prevent disaster. Once news of the land's appreciation spreads and draws the attention of various conglomerates, the government likely won't be able to carry out the original plan so easily. The Hatamoto clan is done for. Hayasaka was certain of it. She knew the Hatamoto family had staked everything on this one piece of land. They couldn't afford to lose. If this gamble failed, not only would the family's position as a conglomerate crumble, but they might even fall into an irreversible decline. But Hayasaka AI had no interest in the future of the Hatamoto clan. Her only mission was to protect Kagaya. If the Hatamoto clan tried anything foolish during this return trip, she wouldn't hesitate to personally send out the order to annihilate them. Amamiya-san, are you really not going to warn them? Ren fell silent for a moment, collecting himself. I'd like to, but will they listen? Just thinking that they might not believe it is enough to discourage him from speaking up. But, if even one person out of the whole bunch listened, maybe some things could change. Hayasaka, you've seen what the Hatamoto family is like. If I tell them the pillar of their family is going to die, do you think they'll set off fireworks to celebrate? Hayasaka AI believed that those who were purely profit-driven definitely would. Most large families didn't have anything resembling real familial affection. She knew this better than anyone. Because the Shinomiya family was just like that. Where is Natsu Hatamoto? She's Gozo Hatamoto's favorite granddaughter, right? Ren fell silent again, then turned to look at Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka, do you think I should tell her? I think it's worth a try. Hayasaka voiced her thoughts without hesitation. This is just like the nature of people you explained to us in the beginning, Amamiya-san. Ren was briefly taken aback, then smiled. Human nature, he had just been talking about it, and now the words were being turned back on him. Heh. I've really been taught a lesson. But you're right, Hayasaka-san. I taught you well, and it really would be hypocritical of me not to act on it myself. Besides, this entire story revolves around human nature. Maybe this is a good test before I move up. Respect people's right to choose, which means we have to give them the right to make that choice. Forget the others. Just one person is enough. Giving her the right to choose is enough. But doesn't that make me the bad guy? Yes. From her perspective, you'll be an awful, terrible villain. Hayasaka AI's response made Ren smile even wider. Ah. I'm a social recluse, so being disliked really bothers me. But it's fine. Even if he ended up being the bad guy, it would still be a fresh experience. Let's wait and see how the news plays out. Understood. Hayasaka crossed her hands in front of her abdomen and gave a polite bow. I know of a quiet room that's perfect for a conversation. All right. Thanks, Hayasaka-san. No problem. The room Hayasaka mentioned was indeed very quiet. It was more like a private lounge, with a table, some tea, and a large bed. The doors were specially made with excellent soundproofing. It was pretty obvious what this room was usually used for. Ren glanced around helplessly. Does this room really look appropriate for the situation? Hayasaka, are you seriously planning to make Shinomiya faint in this kind of room? She wouldn't faint anymore. Ren had built up more tolerance, but she'd definitely be too embarrassed to say a word. Fortunately, for now, it was just being used as a conversation room. Knock knock knock. A few moments after the knock, the door opened. Come in. Hayasaka AI entered first, followed by Natsu Hatamoto. She wore a light, ocean blue dress. It wasn't particularly eye-catching, but Amamiya Ren's sharp eyes noticed it was probably custom-made. Excuse me, what did you want to speak with me about? Natsu Hatamoto looked confused and uneasy at being called here alone, especially after noticing the bed in the room. Ren noticed her gaze and waved his hand casually. Hayasaka, don't leave. I don't want Miss Hatamoto thinking I'm going to do something to her. Understood. Amamiya-san, you're exactly right. That's not what I meant. Just that one comment was enough to expose Natsu Hatamoto's frail and helpless demeanor, giving Amamiya Ren a headache as he glanced at Hayasaka AI. Things were complicated enough, and this girl had to make everything more tense. Miss Hatamoto, please have a seat. To be honest, I'm not sure you'll believe what I'm about to tell you. That sentence piqued Natsu Hatamoto's curiosity. Would she believe it? Driven by curiosity, she couldn't help but ask. May I ask, what's going on with my grandfather? Ren looked deeply at her, then got straight to the point. It's about your grandfather. He's already set foot on the road to death. Natsu Hatamoto's expression changed. She froze on the spot, panic written all over her face. But in addition to the fear, she grew more suspicious of the boy in front of her, her guard rising beyond just surface-level wariness. Wait. How do you know something's happened to my grandfather? Ren expected this reaction. Of course, I learned about your grandfather through certain means. Then, he pointed at Hayasaka behind him. The maid behind you is actually a top-tier lady. Her status is far above yours. Also, this ship is Shinomiya's. Do you really think we'd let your group on board without investigating everything thoroughly? That explanation was enough to make Natsu Hatamoto slightly more convinced. Not because she trusted him, but because her grandfather had explained to her before that the Shinomiya family represented wealth and power. They had no reason to target the Hatamoto family, they weren't even in the same league. And if they said they'd investigated everything, it made sense. She didn't believe the Shinomiya family would ever allow unvetted guests on board. To be continued. Chapter 191, Trust Me in Return, bonus. After calming down, Natsu Hatamoto looked once more at the boy in front of her. Sir, what exactly did you mean by what you just said? Ren. Just call me Ren. Not knowing his name would make things awkward, so Ren gave it without hesitation. As for what I said earlier, the meaning is pretty straightforward, just take it literally. Seeing that he wasn't going to elaborate, Natsu Hatamoto grew more anxious. Please, explain in detail. Miss Natsu Hatamoto, are you aware of your family's current situation? Natsu was a little taken aback by the sudden question but still gave a slight nod. I know. Grandpa told me a bit about the Hatamoto family before. Right now, we've hit a dead end. He's been working hard to find a way to turn things around. Lately, Grandpa's mood has been pretty good. He told me he found a way to reverse the Hatamoto family's decline. Ren nodded slightly. It seemed Miss Hatamoto had indeed been told the truth, at least enough to understand the stakes. It's true. Your family found a potential breakthrough, through the adopted son of the Takasugi conglomerate. Speaking of the Takasugi conglomerate, Ren had nearly forgotten about that already fading name, if not for the Hatamoto family surfacing today. The last time it came up was during the wedding of Ran and Sinoko's elementary school teacher. In order to quickly increase liquidity, your family has been aggressively liquidating assets recently. Even some items that were once considered important to the family have been sold. If your grandfather continues to operate like this, I believe he does have a real chance of turning things around. But only if he's still alive by the time this entire plan is completed. Natsu's heart clenched. So in the end, this still came down to Grandpa's safety. Having lost her parents, she couldn't accept the idea of losing another loved one, especially not her grandfather, the one person she still regarded as true family. Is someone trying to harm Grandpa because of this? Ren waved it off. Not exactly. Your grandfather's been good at keeping it secret. Thankfully, the rest of your family isn't too sharp, they haven't picked up on the Hatamoto family's recent situation. The problem lies with your engagement. My engagement. Could it be Takehiko? Natsu's expression shifted. She couldn't imagine doing anything to hurt Grandpa, so the only possibility was Takehiko. Ren didn't answer directly but instead looked to Hayasaka. Hayasaka AI gave a slight bow. Miss Hatamoto, based on our investigation, your fiancé's father is named Zaiki. Zaiki. Hearing the surname, Natsu frowned. It sounded familiar, she felt like Grandpa had mentioned it before, but in what context? Hayasaka hadn't expected her to remember, it had happened quite a while ago. Zaiki was once a company president. Due to mismanagement and crushing debt, he ultimately committed suicide. His son's name is Zaiki Takehiko. He changed his family registry a few years ago and took the name Nakahara Takashi. When she heard the name, Nakahara Takashi, Natsu froze. Then slowly, she lowered her head. I see. She looked like a balloon that had been punctured. After learning the truth, she finally understood why Grandpa had mentioned someone named Zaiki. So that was his way of warning her about why Takehiko had been so persistent. Grandpa had known Takehiko's true identity all along. But for her sake, he never explained it outright. He even allowed her to get engaged to Takehiko. Because he knew, once she found out the truth, she'd definitely reject the engagement. Grandpa didn't want her to be put in that position, so he kept quiet. Now, Natsu finally understood why Grandpa's mood had been so unstable ever since the engagement. It was all because of Takehiko. So, it really is Takehiko. Natsu's previously fragile demeanor vanished, replaced by a rare firmness, as if she'd made up her mind. He's the root of it all, isn't he? She didn't say anything more but of course, it was Takehiko. One last question. Why are you telling me this? She had been planning to ask how he knew all this, but now it no longer mattered. Miss Hatamoto, try picturing your relatives. Natsu instinctively pictured them in her mind. Would they be saddened by the death of the person holding the reins of the Hatamoto conglomerate? Natsu tried very hard to think positively, but it didn't work. Her aunt and uncle would never be saddened by Grandpa's death. They might even be happy about it. The very thought made her heart ache. I respect the choices and fates of others. But Hayasaka reminded me, this is human nature. That's why I have the right to offer others a choice. Miss Hatamoto, you have the right to choose. After taking a deep breath, Natsu looked at him, her gaze filled with doubt. But, why are you telling me this? What can I possibly give you in return? She couldn't understand what she had to offer in exchange. Ren simply smiled. If you really want to repay me, then believe in me. That confused her even more. Believe. In what? Some kind of ideology. Believe in a person. Miss Hatamoto, you've been here long enough. It's time for you to return. Hearing Ren's words, Natsu subconsciously nodded. If you've made a decision, be sure to stay close to your grandfather. And if you ever face something you can't overcome, maybe believing in the power of faith wouldn't be a bad choice either. The power of faith. Natsu didn't fully understand what he meant, but she gave a small nod anyway, silently taking his words to heart and locking them away in her memory. To be continued. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Grandpa, I want to be willful for once. After sending Natsu Hatamoto out, Hayasaka closed the door and turned her attention back to Ren, who was still sitting in the room. Amamiya, are you planning to start a society? Of course not. Ren shook his head. He understood why Hayasaka had that kind of suspicion. I want her to believe in me because the power system I follow requires the faith of believers to act as an anchor, something to stabilize my humanity after ascending to a higher position. I possess special characteristics. I'm not sure whether the anchor of belief is truly necessary, but given my personality, I have no issue testing it out. Hayasaka understood why Ren was doing this, it was a form of preparation for what was to come. Amamiya, does Miss Hatamoto's fiancé harbor murderous intent? Yes. Just like Takasugi Toshihiko, this Zaiki Takehiko is also pursuing her out of revenge. But sometimes, hatred can be diluted over time. Especially when you're looking at such a beautiful, kind-hearted girl, it's enough to shake that hatred. Ren's words helped Hayasaka understand that Takehiko had, in fact, lost his desire for revenge. If that's the case, then why mislead her? Mislead? No. I didn't mislead her. Ren took out a tarot card, the reversed lover's card. When you went to get help, I performed a divination on Miss Hatamoto's future. It wasn't too far ahead, just 3 months after her marriage. Her married life would be filled with boredom and arguments. She wouldn't even be able to resist temptation. While divination isn't absolutely accurate, it's generally reliable when based on personal context. Having said that, Ren put away the tarot cards. Her fiancé may have temporarily forgotten his hatred, but that doesn't mean he's let go of it. The moment it resurfaces, it'll strike their marriage like a thunderbolt. Because when it returns, all the dissatisfaction in their marriage will be projected onto her identity, as the daughter of the men he seeks revenge on. Ren held the Wheel of Fortune card between his fingers. Miss Hatamoto's prospects for marriage are grim, but her career luck is quite good. If she devotes herself to her career and cuts off the parasites in her family, she might be able to reclaim her ancestral glory piece by piece. No wonder. Hayasaka was surprised. So it wasn't the fiancé who had acted out, then why had Ren brought him up? After learning what Miss Hatamoto's future marriage could look like, Hayasaka finally understood why Ren had framed the discussion that way. In that kind of marriage, this path was indeed better for her. Let's go watch the drama unfold. Ren stood up, confident that something big was about to happen. Hayasaka, have the bodyguards keep an eye on the Hatamoto family. Make sure they don't stir up trouble. Also, assign 1 or 2 guards to live beside and across from Hatamoto Gozo's room. Make sure any disturbances can be immediately handled. As for evidence, there are plenty of surveillance cameras near the guest rooms on the cruise ship. Add more. Use high-definition, night vision-capable cameras that can clearly capture faces even in the dark. Hayasaka efficiently described the surveillance equipment and emphasized the night vision function. Very good. Ren gave her high praise. As expected of a professional maid, everything was handled perfectly. The two walked out of the private room and entered the main hall. The main hall was bustling with activity. After leaving the room, the gloomy-faced Natsu Hatamoto made her way to the main hall. At that moment, nearly all the Hatamoto clan members had gathered in the hall, naturally including Hatamoto Gozo. The first person Natsu spotted was Takashi, but she didn't even spare a glance at her fiancé. Instead, she quickly walked over to her grandfather. Grandpa. Natsu. Hatamoto Gozo noticed that his granddaughter looked distraught and frowned. He remembered a maid had called her away earlier. But he also knew the maid's master was from the Shinomiya family, so he couldn't say anything rash. Grandpa. You've known for a long time, haven't you? Looking at him, Natsu felt tears welling in her eyes. Knew, for a long time. Gozo was stunned for a moment. Then, seeing his granddaughter on the verge of tears, he understood what she meant. He instinctively glanced at Takashi. That glance didn't escape the notice of Natsu, who had been watching closely. There was no need to say anything more. The answer was clear. The urge to cry grew stronger, but Natsu still held back. Grandpa. I want to be willful just this once. Hatamoto Gozo could faintly guess what his precious granddaughter was trying to say. Natsu, things like this. You have to decide for yourself. I've already decided. This was the first time Natsu Hatamoto had ever made such a request of her grandfather. Everything that happened after this would be her willful decision. After saying that, she steeled herself and slowly walked up to Hatamoto Takashi. Takashi sensed something was wrong when she formally approached him, but he still stood up. Natsu. Facing the men before her, Natsu took a deep breath. Takashi, our engagement has changed. Let's call it off. Her sudden declaration struck like a bolt from the blue. Takashi instinctively tried to grab her hand, but she stepped back, avoiding his touch. That was when he realized, this wasn't a joke. Natsu, why is this happening? Still unwilling to give up, Takashi stared at her in disbelief. Clenching her teeth, Natsu replied. Zaiki Takehiko. Do I really need to say that name before you'll let go? Zaiki Takehiko. Takashi froze, his face turning pale as he looked at her tear-filled eyes. At that moment, he knew. He knew why Natsu had cancelled the engagement. And he also knew, his identity had been exposed. To be continued. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, You Meets My Criteria for a Partner, bonus. The two who had just stepped out of the room happened to witness the whole scene, bloody drama, and all. TSK, what a show. Ren watched the drama unfold with rare schadenfreude. Amamiya-kun, your image is falling apart. Sometimes I like watching drama too, especially when it doesn't involve murder cases. Hayasaka's reminder was promptly ignored as Ren smiled. He wasn't the kind of person who cared much about appearances anyway. In the past, he hardly talked in front of others, but he'd still talk to his TV and computer when he was alone. Watching Ren enjoying the show, Hayasaka shook her head slightly. Boys will be boys, after all. But honestly, she thought it wasn't bad for guys to laugh like this from time to time, as long as they weren't the type to torment people like Kaguya. So, she too watched the drama unfold. A revenge-driven young master falling in love with the daughter of his enemy. That kind of plot is entertaining no matter the setting. Yeah, no doubt. Ren nodded in agreement. This kind of melodrama was universally appealing. But if this were a drama series, the ending would feel rushed. The male lead fell too quickly, and the female lead's resolve shut down any chance of a twist. Hayasaka had to pull Ren back from overanalyzing the drama. Ren, Miss Natsu isn't a bird in a gilded cage like Shinomiya. She has freedom and she has boundaries. Family. Natsu lost her parents young. Her grandfather, Gozo Hatamoto, doted on her and became her everything. He's her bottom line. And once that bottom line's crossed, even a fiancé is no exception, especially now that she knows his intentions weren't pure. Ren gave a light nod. Yeah, following this narrative logic, once you know the fiancé is basically a time bomb for your grandpa, you'd cut ties without hesitation. Totally reasonable to break things off on the spot. So, Ren, who's the one trying to kill Gozo Hatamoto? Hayasaka was genuinely curious. Sure, they'd find out the truth later that night, but who watching a mystery doesn't want to guess it ahead of time? Besides Zaijo Takehiko and Miss Hatamoto, there's one other suspect in the Hatamoto family. One more. With the hint, Hayasaka mentally flipped through the family tree and locked onto a name. Ichiro Hatamoto. Kind of gloomy, doesn't talk much, hair covering half his face. Looks just like you a month ago. Ren didn't even bother to deny it, he agreed. That probably was me back then. But my hair wasn't that long. Plus, I didn't have the same resources as him, and I definitely never confessed to my cousin. There's no way he actually likes her. He's just lusting after her. What a creep. Ren's harsh take on Ichiro made Hayasaka glance at him suspiciously. Amamiya, you and him have a lot in common, so you're not. That sentence brought Ren to a halt. Wait, I don't have a cousin. What if the target were Miss Kaguya, Sonoko, or Fujiwara? He imagined Kaguya, Sonoko, and Chika in his mind, and even a saint would have wavered. Ren wasn't a saint. Saying he wasn't tempted would be a flat-out lie. He wasn't some monk who cut himself off from all worldly desires, he didn't want to be incomplete either. Hey, doesn't that mean you're greedy for my body too? A voice suddenly interrupted. Ren and Hayasaka both froze. They turned around to find Chika standing nearby, face flushed and hand over her mouth, clearly startled by what she'd just overheard. Ren stared at the blushing Chika. He hadn't expected her to suddenly appear like this. Fujiwara, how long have you been listening? Ren asked the crucial question. Hee. Chika gave a sweet giggle, cheeks still rosy. Since I saw you and Ai-chan whispering. So, basically, she heard most of it. Ren covered his face with his hands. It's fine. It's normal to overhear stuff like that. Seeing Ren cover his face, Chika thought she had upset him and quickly tried to explain. I hear people talking behind my back all the time, saying they're obsessed with my sister's body. Fujiwara Toyomi. The one who always wore crop tops. No doubt she had plenty of admirers. But still, Ren had to internally snark. A bunch of pervs ogling someone else's sister. Though to be fair, he wasn't exactly innocent either. He was all about face and figure too. Who was he to judge? Still, who had the guts to talk like that in front of Chika? Curious, Ren asked. Fujiwara, who'd you hear that from? My dad. Yeah, that tracks. Ren instantly understood. Only a father would dare say something like that to his daughter, as a warning. A subtle way of saying, be careful, men are all the same. Fujiwara, listen to your father. Aside from your dad, there aren't many decent men out there. Feeling awkward that his inner thoughts had slipped out, Ren still tried to caution her seriously. Nope. Chika still wore that bubbly smile. I think you are pretty interesting. You totally meet my criteria for a partner. To be continued. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Long-lasting hatred is uncommon. At that moment, Ren was a little shocked. Even Hayasaka, standing beside him, was a little caught off guard by the sudden confession. Fujiwara-san, are you being serious? Of course I'm serious. Chika smiled sweetly. She wasn't the type to go with the flow, nor someone who would like a person simply because of power or status. I like people who work hard and keep pushing toward their goals, even if they're not particularly good at expressing themselves. Well, I know that sounds like a simple requirement, but in reality, it's not. At the very least, I have to actually meet someone like that. Her words were grounded in realism. She knew full well that, no matter her own preferences, her final choice would have to be someone more suitable, just like Kagaya's. Her father wouldn't allow anyone unqualified to get close to her. Just like with her sister. And within the scope of what her father permitted, she saw very few people who truly worked hard. Well, President Shirogane is one of them. But compared to Ren, President Shirogane still gets some support from his father. Ren, on the other hand, has no one backing him. He relied entirely on himself to succeed. Kagaya isn't the only one who's looked into that. I've done some digging too. And my father's investigation was even more thorough than I expected. As someone from an elite government family, it was actually easier for her to dig up the kind of information than it would be for a conglomerate heiress. So she knew exactly how hard Ren had worked before he revealed any of his current special qualities. That was true, grueling effort just to survive. She admired people like that. Raised in a wealthy household, she hadn't experienced any real hardships. She'd heard about families who struggled, sure, but Ren's situation had genuinely shocked her. Even Shirogane's family wasn't poor from the start. It was only later, when his family's company went bankrupt, that they truly fell into poverty. But Ren. He had started at rock bottom. No parents. No family. Just sheer will to support himself through school. Given that, she found his lack of social skills completely understandable. Who has time to socialize when you're that busy just trying to survive? So when she looked at a guy like Ren, who worked so hard, she realized she genuinely liked him. He fit her criteria for a partner completely. Then why not choose Shirogane? Hayasaka asked bluntly. Fujiwara rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a while, before answering. It's because of his face. President Shirogane's eyes look like my dog, Pes. I love Pes, but I can't like President Shirogane the same way I like Pes. And the other reason is probably just a feeling. It was vague, but that was the kind of answer girls often gave. Even Chika herself didn't really know how to describe it properly. After being in the student council together for a whole year, I still never got the urge to date President Shirogane. But I think I could with Amamiya. I think it's probably because of his face and mysterious vibe. That answer was surprisingly honest. Even Ren had to admit it was likely due to his looks and his aura of mystery that he earned extra points. So appearance and mystery really did hold a lot of weight. Even Ren found it hard to believe. But he wasn't about to complain. After all, this was his second life and it made sense that his genetic luck was better this time around. Aside from that and the diary that appeared when he was 15, he didn't have much going for him. Turns out it's pretty normal for both guys and girls to care about looks. At this point, shouldn't Ren be thanking the parents he never met for giving him these good genes and this face? Obviously. Chika nodded without hesitation. These days, people judge each other based on appearance first. Who would even bother to get to know someone without first seeing their face? But there are exceptions. Sometimes you get interested after learning about someone's character, and if the meeting goes well, then the looks just become a bonus. True. That was pretty accurate. In this day and age, you at least needed to pass the face check before anyone would try to understand your inner self. If you didn't meet the visual standard, people wouldn't even want to try. Even Ren had to admit, when it came to beautiful faces, he wanted to understand those girls better. Well, his standard for a cute girl was about a 6, but the girls around him, they were all 9s or above. Top tier. Hey. Fujiwara-san, why don't you go watch the big drama over there instead? Ren made a desperate attempt to shift the topic from love interests back to gossip. That was a very awkward transition. Chika smiled as she pointed it out, but she still followed along with the shift in topic. That scene was pretty intense, but things like that aren't all that rare in this country. Among the people I know, a lot of families connected to Shuchi and students have bankrupted others in business deals. President Shirogane's family is just one example. When people go bankrupt, some can't handle the pressure and end up hanging themselves or jumping off buildings. And usually, behind those families, there's at least one person who harbors thoughts of revenge. But it's rare for anyone to actually go through with it. Because revenge that drags on for too long rarely holds up. She hadn't seen anything like that happen at Shuchi or among the social circles she knew. That's true. Hatred that lasts more than 10 or 20 years is pretty rare. Ren agreed with her. But right now, something like that had happened, twice, in a very short period of time. Well, I'm going to record it later. To be continued. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, the second batch of diaries issuance. I encountered 2 revenge scenarios in the same week. This hatred has lasted more than 10 years, maybe even over 20. Honestly, it's rare for hatred to persist this long. Unless it's truly extreme. From what I've seen in the past, revenge doesn't usually take the form of joining the enemy's company and targeting someone else to get back at them. The Avengers I know would just pick up a knife and kill the person outright after waiting 10 or 20 years. So these two childhood revenge stories I've encountered recently, they feel more like something straight out of a Japanese drama. And falling for the enemy's daughter? Is the enemy's daughter really that attractive? I get wanting revenge on your enemy, but why do they always target the enemy's daughter or granddaughter while they're at it? These so-called Avengers don't seem like they're here for revenge, they're here for romance. I just heard from Fujiwara that lots of families connected to Shuchian end up going at each other's throats. But actual Avengers are rare. Why have two popped up recently? I think it might be because Baika City's mystery quotient is off the charts, everyone here's a high IQ criminal. According to the insight from the seer and my current understanding of the situation, the cause of this case really does point to the groom. But overall, Miss Hatamoto herself has an exceptional character. The saying that beautiful women bring trouble really holds true. However, this time, the focus isn't on the criminal but Miss Hatamoto herself. Hayasaka reminded me, it's a question of human nature. I think so too, which is why I gave Miss Hatamoto the right to choose. I don't know if she truly changed her fate through her own strength, or if it was just her belief in me that altered the seer's reading. When Ren wrote the final stroke and decided to end today's diary, a line of text suddenly appeared at the bottom. Diary to be distributed. Seeing this line, Ren was silent for a moment, then waited for the knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Sure enough, the knock came. Ren walked over and opened the door. As expected, the person outside was Sonoko. It was Sonoko. Since it was nighttime, her hair was still a little damp, and droplets of water dotted her shoulders. She must have come straight here right after her shower without even drying her hair. She was smiling brighter than usual. She brought her hands out from behind her back, holding a diary in them. I've got it too, the diary. Should I say congratulations? Sonoko smiled and tucked her hands behind her back again, taking 2 confident steps forward. Ren instinctively took 2 steps back. I should be the one congratulating you. You haven't forgotten our agreement, right? That we'd start dating once you got the diary. Yeah, I haven't forgotten. Hearing that, Sonoko's smile deepened. Then that means we can fulfill our agreement today. Sonoko. Are you sure? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Seeing Ren's expression grow more serious, Sonoko also softened her smile. She had always been serious about this decision. I've been serious from the very beginning. It's just that the diary took a while to arrive. That made me slower than that big ice cube. That was her one real regret. She'd expected to get hers sooner, but the diary didn't fall into her hands until nighttime. Even though she'd rushed over to Ren's room right away, the feeling of being one step too late still left her a little bitter. There's no way to prioritize something like this. Ren was starting to choose his words more carefully. After all, it was him that Shinomiya had confessed to earlier. That confession had been interrupted midway, but it wasn't because she failed, it was more like it hadn't reached the finish line yet. Normally, you can't compare confessions like that, but our situation's kind of unique. Sonoko couldn't really accept Shinomiya's confession either, since their circumstances were anything but ordinary. After all, how many people in the world are connected through these diaries? That alone made their relationship special, something beyond common sense. Just like you said in the beginning, our fates are intertwined. So even if something changes between us, that's only natural. Of course, that doesn't mean I won't be jealous of you and the Ice Queen. Understanding is one thing. Jealousy is another. Those feelings don't cancel each other out. Any girl in love wants to have her person all to herself. Sonoko was no exception. Unfortunately, the boy she liked was just a little too special. So special that she couldn't act possessive. That was her second regret. So, I want to fulfill the promise we made back then. That was practically a confession. And for that promise, Ren had no intention of going back on his word. If that's the case, then let's try dating. Yeah. Hearing his answer, Sonoko visibly relaxed. She took a step forward and leaned into Ren's arms. As for Ren's awkwardness when it came to girls, she could take care of that in time. She believed that now that they were officially dating, things would gradually improve. Right now, Sonoko just hoped Ren wouldn't get too good at dealing with girls in the future. But that was a problem for later. By the way, you'd better give the Ice Queen a proper response. That girl's confession must have taken everything she had. If it hadn't been you, she would have never gone through with it. Of course, Ren didn't need a reminder, he'd already planned to handle that. Especially considering how much Shinomiya had said. There was no way he could just leave her hanging. To be continued. Chapter 196, Ladies' Rights. Looking down at Sonoko, who was still burying her face in her arms. Ren didn't know what to say in that moment and subconsciously changed the subject. Sonoko, did you read the diary's contents? Yeah. So, did you draw your first lottery? Sonoko froze for a moment, then pulled away from Ren's arms and scratched her face a little awkwardly. I just read through it and forgot that part. She had gotten so excited reading the diary that she rushed to Ren right after finishing the first entry, completely forgetting the most important step. Wait, I'll draw a prize now and see what I get. Sonoko was actually looking forward to this part. She didn't know what kind of power her trait might grant her. She took out the diary, selected the lottery option, and summoned the large roulette wheel. The spinning wheel gradually came to a stop, and the pointer landed on a section. Negima. Magister Negi Magi. You have obtained the provisional contract coin. Provisional contract coin, drop the coin to form a special magic circle. Within the circle, a provisional contract can be formed. Note, a kiss is required to complete the ritual. Staring at the coin in her hand, Sonoko looked a bit puzzled. It wasn't a direct ability, but rather a tool for forming a contract. She glanced at Ren. Needless to say, the contract target was obvious. And since the ritual required a kiss, there was no way she'd use it with anyone other than Ren. Which meant the prop had limited use. But a smile gradually formed on her face. Even if it wasn't a direct manifestation of power, she didn't really mind. She wasn't entirely sure what a contract entailed, but she liked the idea of the ritual. Coincidentally, today was a memorable day too. And this time, she was sure she'd be one step ahead of the others. With that thought in mind, Sonoko smiled and looked up at Ren, who was a head taller than her. Ren, let's form a contract. Just as Ren was confused, he saw Sonoko toss the item she had drawn to the floor. Ding! With a crisp sound, the coin hit the ground and disappeared almost instantly, replaced by a magic circle large enough to cover the two of them. Pink light radiated from the circle, and within it, both of them could feel each other's heartbeats quicken, along with a blush and a faint, special kind of tension. Ren. The comforting sensation caused a soft flush to rise on Sonoko's cute face. She knew Ren wouldn't have the courage to make the first move, so she grabbed the front of his shirt, pulled him down, and seized the moment. Smooch. The instant their lips met, the magic circle burst with brilliant light, slowly materializing a card with Sonoko's image on it. As the contract card took form, the magic circle gradually faded. But the two, now having kissed, didn't immediately separate. Only after a long pause did they pull apart in unspoken understanding. Both of their faces were bright red. This had been their first kiss. Sonoko picked up the card at her feet and turned it over. The image on the front showed her in a blue evening gown, the usual headband gone, her appearance transformed into that of a true lady. Words were written above the card. Contract card, Ladies' Rights. Ladies' Rights allows the user to meet with anyone at any time without an appointment. Upon seeing this, Sonoko instantly understood what kind of ability she had received. It really suits my status as a young lady. Although it wasn't as direct as Ran's or Yukiko's abilities, this kind of power had strong utility. Of course, the power itself wasn't the main thing, it was the commemorative value that mattered. Looking up at Ren, she smiled and held the card to her lips. To commemorate our first day of dating, now you'll never be able to forget me. Ren stared at Sonoko, dazed. I really can't forget you. He wasn't the type to say mushy things, but Ren truly felt that it was impossible to forget Sonoko now. She'd left a strong impression on him since the beginning, and now, with this contract kiss, there was no way she could be erased from his memory. Sonoko smiled as the warmth on her face slowly deepened. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but now that things had calmed down, she realized just how bold it was, definitely more daring than that icy block. Well, that's all for today. I'm going back to my room. She left in a bit of a hurry. Looking at the closed door, the heat in Ren's face finally began to fade. Just as he was about to splash some water on his face, he noticed another card lying on the ground. He picked it up. Some words were written on it. Main card. Main card, the central card of a provisional contract. Used for contact, summoning, and magic supply to the contracted servant. Provisional contract. Ren glanced at the ability written on the card. It really does suit her. By the way, is this a copy of Asuna Kagurazaka and Ayaka Yukihiro from the Negima Magister Negi Magi universe? Shaking his head slightly, he stored the main card inside Sefirah Castle. Since they were always together anyway, the card wasn't especially useful at the moment, though it could be useful later, maybe for magic supply during research. But that was for the future, not now. Knock knock knock. There was another knock at the closed door. After mentally preparing himself, Ren opened it. The person standing outside surprised him. It was Fujiwara Chika. Fujiwara-san. Chika stood there in a white nightgown, her ample bust lifting the fabric and making her natural figure all the more noticeable. It was just a plain nightgown, but on her, it looked subtly seductive. "Ren, I want to talk to you." As she spoke, Chika pulled out a diary hidden behind her back. It seemed like whoever was distributing the diaries had indeed limited it to this small group. Not only had Sonoko gotten one, but so had Fujiwara. Ren nodded slightly and stepped aside. "Come in." To be continued. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. Fujiwara is indeed quite suitable. After entering the room, Chika didn't treat it as a boy's room at all. Instead, she acted like it was her own space. She sat down on the single sofa, made herself a cup of tea, and took a sip of the steaming drink. Exclamation point. It's so hot. The tea was boiling, and she had taken an impatient sip. Or rather, she wasn't suited for drinking scalding hot tea in the first place. "Did you burn yourself?" Ren walked over and looked at Chika's reddened lips, clearly aware of how much damage the tea's temperature had caused her. Chika's eyes welled up with tears as she fanned her mouth rapidly with her hands and nodded frantically. "Don't move." Ren shook his head. She was unexpectedly reckless. Then he reached out and tapped her lips lightly. "Secret." As soon as Ren spoke, the burning sensation around Chika's mouth suddenly vanished. "Ah, that's better." The scorching pain faded, replaced by a cool, soothing sensation. Chika felt immediate relief. Be more careful when drinking next time. If you're not used to hot tea, don't force it. There are cool drinks in the fridge. No, drinking cold tea late at night can cause a stomachache, especially this season. Chika picked up the cup of hot tea again, but this time, she was obviously more cautious. She blew on it gently and only took a small sip once it had cooled slightly. The lukewarm temperature was much more pleasant. Ren sat across from her. "So, is this about the diary? Or the reward?" "The reward," Chika replied directly. "I've heard Kaguya talk about the diary a lot, and you guys don't really avoid me when you bring it up, so I know the basics. What I don't understand is the reward I got from the lottery. I'd like your help to figure it out." "No problem." It was just identifying a reward item he didn't recognize, not a big deal for him. Ren waved his hand casually and asked, "Fujiwara, what was the name of your roulette draw?" "Lord of Mysteries." Chika's straightforward answer made him freeze just as he was about to retract his hand. He looked at her with a slight smile. "This is really..." He tried to keep a straight face. Besides him, someone else had drawn from the Lord of Mysteries. That was a bit unexpected. "Was it a potion?" "Yeah." "What sequence?" I think it was a potion called Spectator." That response made Ren take a closer look at her. "But honestly, it really suits you, Chika. For anyone else, the Spectator potion wouldn't be a good match. But for Chika, it oddly fit. The potion pathway granted excellent abilities, but the side effects were also significant. Unlike Ren, who had drawn wild card at the start and thus became unique, almost immune to the usual side effects, Chika didn't have that kind of buffer. Still, Ren began explaining the audience potion's powers. "Fujiwara, let me explain the potion you drew, Spectator. Drinking the Spectator potion grants you extraordinary abilities. It enhances your spirit and observation skills. You'll be able to discern others' intentions and thoughts just by observing their behavior. Isn't that basically mind reading?" For the first time, Chika felt just how close supernatural power really was and how strong this ability sounded. If it were her mother, she'd be ecstatic to get something like this. It's not quite mind reading. You're making inferences based on what you observe. The potion just enhances your observation skills to the extreme. But the pathway you drew, the visionary pathway, eventually develops into reading people's hearts. The next potion down the line, Sequence 8, should be Telepathist. It further strengthens the observation abilities you gained from Spectator, and also allows you to perceive auras. At that point, maybe you really can read people's minds. Even Shinomiya and Ran probably wouldn't be able to block that. Magic nullification only works against supernatural powers. But when it comes to observation, there's really no way to defend. After all, mind reading through the visionary pathway works via observation, external, internal, and mystical cues. It's fundamentally an extension of one's own perception, not some overpowered forced mind reading like the diary's cheat ability. Observation can't be nullified by anti-magic. Of course, Ren also made one thing clear. Just keep in mind, it's only observation. Other than that, you don't get anything else. Neither Spectator nor Telepathist offer any boost to direct combat ability. That's important. Chika nodded slightly. She understood what Ren was saying. Even though the Spectator path didn't give her something flashy like Kaguya's abilities, she still felt like it was a perfect match. Compared to Kaguya's direct power, she believed she was better suited for a supporting role. Mental acuity and observation were her strengths. "Amamiya, I think the Spectator potion really does suit me." In a sense, Ren also felt the same, it really did suit Chika. If you're okay with that, then I'll explain how the potion system works. Okay. Although the potion system looks impressive, it comes with certain risks. Once you start taking potions, there's always the danger of losing control. Losing control. The phrase sounded dangerous, and Chika's expression turned serious. Well. Ren, I don't really get what that means. I just want to know, can it be controlled? Yes. Managing loss of control wasn't that difficult. What losing control really referred to was encountering trouble during promotion, or being exposed to information beyond what your mind can handle. Most Lord of Mysteries pathway users lost control when they heard the whispers of high-sequence beings during advancement, or when they accessed too much forbidden knowledge and suffered cognitive pollution. Damage taken during high-sequence battles could also trigger it, but that was something still far off for Chika. Then there were curses. But none of this was particularly stressful for Ren, who held both Sefirah Castle and access to the River of Eternal Darkness. When you drink the potion, you can chant my name and turn that into faith in me. I can protect you. To be continued. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Loss of Control. Just drink it and chant Amamiya's name, right? Chika confirmed one last time. Right. At the moment of confirmation, Chika made her final decision. She took the potion bottle from her pocket, uncorked it, and drank it down in one go. In an instant, her vision burst into color, and the entire world around her began to spin. She didn't even realize a strange sound had escaped her lips, nor did she notice the faint pink scales that had started appearing on her skin. Strange. Why such a big reaction to a low-sequence potion? Observing Chika's changes, Ren was genuinely surprised. A potion of the lowest sequence shouldn't cause such a strong reaction. This wasn't a fully mysterious world, there were no high sequences here. There shouldn't be any high sequence whispers either. So why such a violent reaction? Without hesitation, Ren acted. An invisible fog instantly enveloped Fujiwara, completely suppressing the signs of losing control that had started manifesting. Once the symptoms subsided, Ren heard a faint prayer. Amamiya. Amamiya. The voice was soft, but clearly Fujiwara's. Seems like the loss of control was quite serious for a lowest sequence potion. Ren muttered, puzzled, then closed his eyes and focused his consciousness into Sefirah Castle. Beside the ancient stone table sat a pink-haired girl. Fujiwara had been drawn into Sefirah Castle through her prayer. Ah. The girl lying on the table looked like a student jolted awake during class. Her face was flushed, her heart raced, and she was panting heavily, as if she had just awoken from a nightmare. She immediately searched for him and soon spotted the figure standing by the stone table. Amamiya. She leapt at him without hesitation. The moment she did, her emotions burst forth uncontrollably. The world, it was twisted. I heard so many strange voices. I felt. The world was collapsing around her. She was in terrible condition. It felt like she had glimpsed a madman's world firsthand. In that twisted reality, she too felt as if she would be consumed by madness at any moment. If she hadn't called out Amamiya's name in time, she felt she might never have seen him again. It's okay now, it's okay. It's all over. Seeing Chika on the verge of breaking down, Ren could tell just how severe her loss of control had been. If he hadn't used Sefirah Castle to suppress it, she would have turned into a monster in less than 30 seconds. Using the Soul Assurer's extraordinary ability, he gently comforted her and stroked her hair to calm her. Ren also examined her spiritual condition using his spiritual vision. Had the corruption faded? The black ink-like corruption on Fujiwara's spirit body was visibly dissipating before his eyes. Corruption, could it fade this easily? Even without having seen all the Lords of Mysteries, Ren knew that corruption wasn't something that just vanished on its own. This was unusual. As he watched the corruption vanish entirely from Chika's spirit body, he felt a bit unsettled. He hadn't used the full power of Sefirah Castle, not even the River of Eternal Darkness. So how had the corruption faded? Ren carefully examined Chika's spirit body, ether body, mental body, and astral body again, yet found no remaining contamination. It really was odd. A low-sequence potion should not have had such intense side effects. This wasn't the world of Adam. Even Adam from that world wouldn't trigger something like this. Not only had she nearly lost control, but she'd also been exposed to corruption, and yet the corruption had vanished on its own. Ren made a mental note, this was something he'd need to monitor closely moving forward. He was apparently quite special, as he had never experienced anything like this himself. He'd never once encountered loss of control, let alone corruption. It looked like he'd need to personally watch over Chika during her future advancements. To prevent any future losses of control or corruption, it was now necessary for him to be present. Please. I don't want Grandpa to die. I don't want Grandpa to die. Suddenly, a prayer echoed in his ears. A red star slowly descended from the endless fog above. While soothing Chika, Ren guided the star before him. The red star shimmered with a projected scene. A gloomy young man was about to stab an old man in the abdomen. A girl dashed toward the old man, her expression filled with desperation, praying with everything she had. Looks like the opportunity had arrived. Then, in response to that prayer, a corresponding power would be granted, to change fate. A power to temporarily alter the destiny of the one who prayed was granted in the form of a gift. After completing the gift, he looked down at the still crying Chika and sighed helplessly. It was going to take a while to calm her down. But there was no helping it. After all, for an ordinary girl to go through loss of control and encounter spiritual corruption, emotional instability was inevitable. By the way, could he pull Hayasaka into Sefirah Castle too? Just as Ren was thinking that, a red star fell from the foggy ceiling. Ren peered into the star and saw Hayasaka reading a diary. So it was possible, then. But it seemed the diary itself was what allowed her location to be locked. He gently tapped the star. Hayasaka, the net has closed in on the Hatamoto side. I've got something going on here and can't leave right now. Go check it out first, I'll join you later. Hayasaka, visible through the star, was momentarily stunned. But she quickly sprang into action. Seeing this, Ren didn't continue watching. Instead, he focused his attention on comforting Chika, who was still quietly crying. To be continued. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, The Elderly's Thoughts. 15 minutes ago. Since this was a private luxury cruise ship, there were no so-called tourist rooms. Every room was lavishly furnished and well-equipped. As a guest of the cruise, Hayasaka arranged rooms for everyone. Hatamoto Gozo, who had a hot temper, was given a room to himself, far removed from the others. It wasn't easy to get close to his room. The rest of the Hatamoto family were placed in one area, though divided into different rooms based on whether they were married. Of course, Zaiki Takehiko, who had only recently become part of the Hatamoto family, had his room assigned separately. After all, the engagement with the second daughter of the Hatamoto family had been unilaterally cancelled. Naturally, he no longer had the qualifications. In addition, his true identity had been exposed, leaving no further prospects. The possibility of marrying Hatamoto Natsu was virtually destroyed. Once they disembarked from the ship, they would belong to completely different worlds. As for Hatamoto Natsu, she wasn't placed in the same area as the rest of the Hatamoto family but was given a room next to Hatamoto Gozo's, because the engagement had been cancelled. Still, even though a room had been assigned to her, Natsu remained in her grandfather's room. Even Hatamoto Gozo found it odd. Natsu, why aren't you resting in your own room? Having just experienced the cancellation of her engagement, she should have been exhausted. In truth, Hatamoto Gozo hadn't wanted her to find out about it. But things hadn't gone as planned. In the end, his beloved granddaughter was left deeply saddened. Grandpa. Even though she was upset by the broken engagement, Natsu still felt uneasy. Especially when she recalled the last words left by that boy. Remember to stay by the old man's side. She vaguely sensed that this was both a reminder and a warning. Natsu instinctively felt that she shouldn't leave her grandfather's side today. Otherwise, he might still be in danger. Hugging her knees tightly, Natsu chose not to share those words. I just feel like today won't be very peaceful. It's quieter with you here, Grandpa. Hatamoto Gozo could tell she was hiding something. He also knew exactly when her attitude had shifted. It was after she was summoned away by the Shinomiya family's maid. Natsu, did the Shinomiya maid tell you something about Takehiko? Yes, though, maybe not directly. Explain it in detail. With nothing better to do, Gozo became interested in the topic. Natsu gave a slight nod. The maid who asked me to talk was named Hayasaka, but she didn't take me to see Miss Shinomiya. Instead, she took me to meet a boy. Although the boy didn't give his name, the maid was very respectful toward him and cooperated with him. She explained things when he told her to. Hatamoto Gozo nodded slightly. He could tell the boy wasn't ordinary. Among the group of young ladies, that boy had stood out. As a businessman, he had a general impression of many young elites. It was taboo to accidentally offend someone important without knowing it. So when they had met earlier, Gozo had recognized most of the girls. In addition, among Kagoro's group of girls, that boy had been the only one he couldn't identify. He stood out, abrupt and striking, but there was something indescribably strange about him. Still, knowing that he couldn't possibly recognize everyone, Gozo had dismissed the odd feeling. Now, hearing things from his granddaughter's perspective, it confirmed the boy's status wasn't low. The maid told me about Takehiko. Also, she mentioned some things about what you've been planning lately, Grandpa. Gozo wasn't surprised. Those idiots in the family might not know about his fund recovery efforts, but it didn't mean others couldn't find out. The Shinomiya family's intelligence network really is broad. They even investigated our Hatamoto conglomerate, despite it being in decline. Gozo honestly admired such information control. If only the Hatamoto family had those kinds of resources, perhaps their situation would have turned around long ago. What the boy said was accurate. I recently got some very good intel. If things go well, we might just reverse the Hatamoto family's decline. Hatamoto Gozo was very confident in this. The current problem with the Hatamoto conglomerate was liquidity. As a major business group, they still owned many heavy assets, but these couldn't be liquidated easily. They also had many long-term operations. Still, the conglomerate needed a steady cash flow to function. That's where the Hatamoto Zaibatsu was faltering. So, after getting this piece of information, Gozo had begun to make moves, selling off many major assets. It was a gamble. Maybe he could win a brighter future for his beloved granddaughter. Thinking of that, Hatamoto Gozo looked at her with the warmth of an ordinary grandfather. Natsu, I've made my decision. From now on, the Hatamoto family will be yours alone. Grandpa. You don't need to worry about your uncles. They're all parasites, clinging to the Hatamoto name. Your aunt, I knew what kind of person she was, so I let her marry a competent man who still wasn't good enough. Your sister's a tramp. Back in school, she was fooling around with men and women alike. She's the kind of trash anyone can ride. She doesn't deserve to sit at the same table as you. I let her marry a gangster because that's all she's worth. As for your uncle, that guy's useless. He likes cooking and opened a restaurant, but it went under due to his incompetence. He's half-baked and aimless. How could he manage a restaurant? He'll come crawling back for money. He's no good. At this moment, Hatamoto Gozo harshly criticized his children, but more than anything, there was a strong sense of disappointment behind his words. He knew exactly what kind of people they were. That's why he'd already decided, not a single yen from the Hatamoto family would go to those leeches. Everything would go to you. I originally allowed your engagement to that boy because he had potential. At least he could support you in the future. His revenge wasn't aimed at you. He wasn't just targeting you. The old man could see clearer than anyone. If he hadn't known what kind of person the boy truly was, how could he have allowed his precious granddaughter to be engaged to him? Grandpa. At that moment, Natsu's eyes grew misty. Hearing his words, she understood his plan. Grandpa had already prepared himself to become a target of revenge. To be continued. Chapter 200, Chapter 200, please give me the power to change my grandfather's fate. Hatamoto Gozo had already used himself as bait to help his precious granddaughter completely seize control of the Hatamoto family. But what he hadn't expected was that his granddaughter had her own plans. She had directly cancelled the engagement with Takehiko. This was truly beyond his expectations. Still, there was nothing he could do. Some things had already been explained in advance. Even so, Gozo Hatamoto remained deeply surprised. The relationship between his beloved granddaughter and Takehiko had seemed good. He had seen it himself. It was precisely because Takehiko had potential as a future pillar of support that he had approved the marriage. So why had Natsu so resolutely broken off the engagement after learning the truth about Takehiko? Could the conversation have covered more than just Takehiko? Gozo Hatamoto suddenly realized. It must have been something else in that discussion that stimulated Natsu. But what? Gozo Hatamoto couldn't help but wonder. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock at the door interrupted Gozo's thoughts. His brow furrowed. This untimely interruption gave him a bad feeling. Natsu, go sit over there. If it was one of those useless fools, he didn't want them bothering his precious granddaughter any longer. Gozo Hatamoto motioned to a spot along the wall, somewhere not easily seen from the door. He then walked over and opened the door. The moment he saw who it was, his expression turned dark. Hatamoto Ichiro. A shameless fool who didn't know the meaning of decency. What are you doing here? Gozo Hatamoto didn't speak to this grandson with even a fraction of the warmth he showed Natsu. Grandpa. Hearing that voice, Natsu, seated quietly against the wall, immediately knew who had arrived. Grandpa, I want to ask you for a favor. Don't even think about it. Gozo didn't even let Ichiro finish. He coldly rejected him outright, his face dark and his tone steeped in disgust. I don't care what you're thinking. If you want to live as a parasite, go ahead. But don't drag Natsu into your worthless mess. Ah. This has something to do with me. Natsu Hatamoto, listening nearby, was confused. She didn't know what Ichiro had said to upset her grandfather so much, but it seemed related to her. Why? Why? Ichiro's voice turned frantic, almost unhinged. They were going to let Takehiko marry Natsu, so why can't I? Marry me. Hearing this, Natsu's eyes widened. She quickly covered her mouth to suppress any sound. She had never had any feelings for Ichiro, if anything, she'd never seen any hint from him either. But now she understood why her grandfather was so furious at Ichiro's visit. Ichiro had come to propose something like this, right in front of Grandpa. Your parents really passed on their disgusting genes to you. Gozo Hatamoto didn't hide his contempt. His glare was filled with loathing, as if he were looking at garbage or some vermin crawling on the floor. Gozo had tried to stop his daughter from getting involved with her cousin back then. But the result had been her turning into a domineering shrew. That was the moment Gozo Hatamoto realized what kind of person his daughter Mariko truly was. From that point on, he had stopped caring about her marriage and simply let her do as she pleased. But in his heart, Gozo looked down on Mariko's entire household. Seeing Ichiro only reminded him of those two disgraceful people. As for Ichiro, an inbred product of that union, Gozo naturally held him in disdain. Now, this close-blooded relative wanted to lay his hands on Gozo's beloved granddaughter. This level of shamelessness could only have come from his mother. Impossible means impossible. I would never approve of someone like you, low, incompetent, and utterly nauseating, marrying Natsu. Gozo Hatamoto had said something similar before. This was the second time he made it clear. Even if Takehiko has ulterior motives, at least he has ability. And you? You have nothing. You're a low-level, half-baked painter. Do you really think you can support her? You're nothing but a burden. Ichiro, humiliated and crushed, trembled as he stood there, fists clenched tightly. So no matter what, Grandpa will never allow me to marry Natsu. That's right. I will never agree to your delusional fantasy. But at that moment, Gozo Hatamoto didn't notice the flicker of murderous intent in Ichiro's eyes as he lowered his head. His trembling stopped. Suddenly, Ichiro pulled a kitchen knife from behind him and lunged toward the old man, his own grandfather. In that instant, the flash of cold steel froze Natsu's mind completely. Her thoughts were cut off, her consciousness and sense of time frozen in place. Her brain quickly rebooted, thanks to the image now seared into her retina. Ichiro, holding a kitchen knife, was charging at Grandpa, about to stab him in the abdomen. At that moment, she finally understood what that boy had meant before he left. Time had seemingly stopped, but her body, too, felt frozen with it. Natsu Hatamoto's thoughts began racing. If the kitchen knife pierced Grandpa's abdomen, it would be fatal for someone his age. They were at sea. If they couldn't give immediate first aid, Grandpa would surely die. Her mind reached that conclusion, and panic surged. What should I do? What should I do? She didn't know when this frozen state would end. But once it did, Ichiro's knife would be in her grandfather's stomach. Suddenly, a sentence she'd heard not long ago echoed in her mind. If you encounter something you can't handle, perhaps believing in the power of faith is also a good choice. The power of faith. Natsu, who had never been a believer, didn't trust in faith at all. But right now, she had no other options. If you want to repay me, then believe in me. I don't want Grandpa to die. I don't know who you are. But if believing in you can help me change Grandpa's fate, then please, give me the power to change Grandpa's fate. To be continued. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, Changing Destiny. Then, according to your prayer, I will grant you the corresponding power to change this fate. The boy's voice suddenly echoed in Natsu Hatamoto's ears. Immediately after, a surge of extraordinary power flowed into her body, and a massive amount of information flooded her mind. At that moment, when Natsu Hatamoto focused again, she felt as if she instinctively knew exactly what to do. There was no need to think, once her body could move, time would resume. Click. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through her chest, and she instantly realized that the frozen moment in time was about to restart. With that mysterious feeling, her body also began to move, though the world around her remained in slow motion. She understood it was only due to the unknown power that had just entered her. Natsu's gaze sharpened, and without wasting a second, her body sprang into action. She moved swiftly, accelerating as fast as she could in a single step. As the tip of the blade neared her grandfather's body, she planted her foot and leapt into the air, speeding up once more. Her body spun midair, delivering a powerful kick to Ichiro Hatamoto's hand, the one gripping the kitchen knife. At the exact moment fate was about to be rewritten, the slowed time snapped back to normal. Crack! Gozo Hatamoto was still frozen in shock at the sight of Ichiro drawing a knife when a foot came flying in, slamming directly into Ichiro's wrist. All he heard was the crisp sound of bones breaking, and then Ichiro's hand was violently smashed into the doorframe by the impact. Gozo Hatamoto remained dazed. But with a shrill, guttural scream, Gozo finally snapped back to awareness. Ah! The scream, like a pig being slaughtered, rang throughout the entire cruise ship. When he came to, Gozo saw his granddaughter standing tall, one foot still raised as she pinned Ichiro's hand to the doorframe. He even noticed that the wooden panel had caved inward under the force of the blow. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much strength Natsu had used. The sharp heel of her high-heeled shoe had pierced through Ichiro's hand, pinning it, and the knife he held, firmly into the doorframe. Blood streamed down the panel. Natsu removed the heel that had pinned Ichiro's hand, then quickly grabbed her grandfather's arm and pulled him away from the source of danger. Her heart was racing. It had been close, far too close. If I hadn't been here, if I hadn't had that power. Grandpa might have been stabbed to death by Ichiro. The thought of that outcome filled her with dread. And then, after the fear, came the anger. She glared at Ichiro, who was now slumped against the wall in agony, his hand still dripping blood. At that moment, Natsu finally understood why her grandfather looked down on people like him. They really were trash. After experiencing something so terrifying, all of Natsu's remaining compassion toward those relatives was shattered. These people didn't deserve sympathy. Looking at Ichiro howling at the door, all she felt was cold indifference. Soon, the Hayasaka family's bodyguards arrived from the adjacent room. "Help me, save me." Bang. Without hesitation, one of the bodyguards kicked Ichiro, who was still pinned to the wall by his hand. Ayagha. The blow knocked Ichiro straight to the floor. Because his hand was still embedded in the panel, the sudden pull on the wound caused him to let out another scream. His tears flowed uncontrollably, and he writhed in pain. So noisy. A calm, emotionless female voice echoed behind the bodyguards. It was Hayasaka Ai, dressed in her maid uniform, approaching slowly. She looked down briefly at Ichiro, who continued to cry and scream on the floor, but didn't spare him a second glance. Instead, she turned toward the two still shocked people in the room and gracefully lifted the hem of her skirt in a polite curtsy. "Good evening, Miss Hatamoto. It seems things have unfolded just as we expected." Hayasaka didn't seem surprised at all by Ichiro's attempt to murder. It was something she had foreseen. Everything Ichiro had done was simply a consequence of his own choices. Before assigning the rooms, we had already installed surveillance in the area. Our bodyguards were filming nearby just now. Based on his actions, I believe the judge will charge him with attempted murder. 10 years would be a reasonable sentence. Mr. Gozo, do you have any objections? Gozo, who had now recovered from the chaos, looked around at the scene and at the maid's arrangements. This was indeed the best way to handle the situation. No. Hayasaka nodded slightly. In that case, Mr. Ichiro Hatamoto will be placed in our custody. Once we disembark, we will notify the authorities and allow the police to take over the investigation. After saying this, Hayasaka turned her gaze back to the half-conscious Ichiro. She waved her hand. Send him to the confinement room. Treat his wounds. He still has 10 years of prison to face. Yes, Mississippi. The Hayasaka bodyguards immediately carried out the order. Of course, their handling was anything but gentle, rough, even brutal. After all, the only instruction was not to let Ichiro die. Pain, however, was not off the table. When they forcibly removed the hand that had been nailed to the doorframe, Ichiro let out another miserable scream. But none of the bodyguards reacted to his cries. They were all trained professionals, ruthless and unbothered. Once Ichiro Hatamoto had been dragged away, the source of noise was finally eliminated, and the room grew quiet again. Hayasaka glanced at the blood-stained doorframe and the smeared floor, then gave a slight bow. "Mr. Gozo, this room has become unsuitable. Please move to the room directly across the hall. I don't believe anyone else will come to disturb you tonight." Gozo Hatamoto exhaled and nodded with a rare bit of gratitude. "Thank you very much. Then I'll take my leave." With that, Hayasaka departed, leaving the room in silence. Now that everything had quieted down, Gozo Hatamoto could only feel a dull ache in his head. A weakling like him actually dared to try something like that. I really underestimated him. But more than anything, what truly surprised him was Natsu. Now that he had calmed down, Gozo realized that her explosive strength and sudden reaction earlier were completely abnormal. After some thought, he realized he needed to have a proper conversation with Natsu. "Natsu, let's take this opportunity to talk. It seems it's finally time I handed the Hatamoto family over to you." To be continued. Chapter 202, Rigorous and Caring Maid. Hayasaka had no interest in the restrained Ichiro Hatamoto. Attempted murder carried a long sentence. With enough evidence, it could even warrant the maximum penalty. And those hands. According to what Hayasaka knew, Ichiro had graduated from a professional art academy. For an art student, one's hands were everything, but Natsu Hatamoto had nailed his hand to the doorframe with a high-heeled shoe. Judging from the dented panel, Hayasaka could say with near certainty that if his hand were only given basic treatment, it would be permanently ruined. But she didn't care. For the next 10 years, Ichiro would rot in prison. With both hands crippled, he might end up in a psychiatric facility after release. Was there any point in caring about someone like that? What Hayasaka cared about more was Hatamoto. A seemingly weak and ordinary young lady had just demonstrated power far beyond expectation. Was this the power Ren had given her? It was hard to believe Ren had granted such power even when he wasn't physically present. Suddenly, Hayasaka paused, straightened her posture slightly, and gave a formal bow to the air in front of her. "Good evening, Ren." In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. "Good evening, Hayasaka," Ren replied. "Thank you for your help with the Hatamoto family." Ren returned the greeting politely and expressed his gratitude for her handling of the Hatamoto incident. Think nothing of it. Hayasaka didn't consider this situation troublesome at all. Compared to the young lady she served, this was trivial. Dealing with the Hatamoto family was nothing more than a small matter. But Amamiya-san, did something happen on your end? Ah. Ren hesitated slightly when it came to his own situation. Chika got the diary. After drawing her reward, she came to ask about it. I explained what it was, including the side effects. I also told her I could suppress them if needed. But right after she drank it, the side effects erupted. Is Miss Fujiwara all right? Hearing that the side effects had flared up, Hayasaka frowned, unable to suppress her concern. Ren shook his head lightly. She's fine now. But during her initial loss of control and corruption, she saw some terrifying images. Her emotions were completely out of control until just now. That's why I couldn't leave, I had to calm her down. I see. Hayasaka fully understood that Fujiwara encountering such an unexpected issue would explain Ren's delay. She didn't know what Chika had seen, but knowing how emotionally resilient she usually was, the fact that she'd fallen apart made Hayasaka not want to know. Hayasaka-san, you received the diary too, right? Yes. In that case, Maria and Sajinomiya should have also received one. It seems the spread of the diary still centers around you, Ren-san. The people who come into contact with you first or the key characters in our narrative are gradually being chosen. Ren agreed with her assessment. The distribution of the first batch of diaries wasn't easy to analyze, but the second batch had shown a clear pattern. We can probably make that conclusion for now. As for the rest, we may need to wait until the third wave. Ren didn't linger on the topic. Instead, he turned his attention toward the cruise ship's layout. The soundproofing on this cruise ship is excellent. The screams earlier echoed through the halls, but no one from the other rooms came out. Of course. This is a private ship designed for exclusive banquets. If a wealthy client's event lacks proper soundproofing, it can lead to a lot of trouble. Besides, we also need to be prepared for situations like this one. Hayasaka had specifically considered these factors when selecting a ship designed for private events. In the future, we'll probably need to account for unexpected disruptions whenever we go out. That means extra prep for our club activities. To this, Ren could only offer sincere appreciation. Thank you for all your work, Hayasaka-san. Not at all. Hayasaka smiled and shook her head. If it were in the past, it would have been exhausting. Back then, Oko placed constant pressure on me. I had to report Kagaya-san's daily life to that bald man every day. The guilt weighed me down and became an invisible burden. But since breaking free from Oko's control, I no longer have to carry that guilt day after day. I'm finally out of that constant state of explosive stress. Now, the maid work I do daily actually feels like the least stressful part of my life. Her work was still just as busy as ever, but mentally and physically, she no longer felt overwhelmed. Everything moved smoothly. Aside from the occasional chaos caused by Kagaya, almost nothing truly stressed her out anymore. These days, her daily tension stayed well below the danger line. She hadn't had a breakdown in ages, and honestly, she was quite content with this life. Besides, I've had the chance to follow Kagaya-san into a magical world I'd never imagined. For me, that's been a wonderful experience. Having mastered the Dordor fruit, she had come to understand how meaningful and unique power could be. For that, she was deeply grateful to Kagaya for bringing her into such an extraordinary world and allowing her to see beyond her former life. And then, there was Ren. She was even more thankful to him for giving Kagaya the opportunity to break her chains, and for giving her the chance to escape the endless betrayal that once caged her. Only someone who had descended into that kind of hell could understand how suffocating it was. But she had escaped it, almost effortlessly, and all thanks to Ren. To her. Ren was truly someone irreplaceable. To be continued. Chapter 203, Scumbag. The next morning, the cruise ship was still en route to Tokyo port. To ensure a safe and stable voyage, the ship's speed during the night hadn't been particularly fast, maintaining a steady, optimal pace. Thanks to the cruise ship's stability, the calm sea, and the quietness of the rooms, everyone on board had a pleasant night. Kagaya sat up in bed, but there was no one else in the room. Hayasaka. No response. Fujiwara-san. Still no response. That left the just-awakened Kaguya feeling a little strange. She tilted her head, trying to rouse her foggy mind and figure out where the two had gone. Her body stayed frozen for a long time, her brain seemingly caught in a delay. After 5 minutes, Kaguya finally straightened her tilted head and turned to look out the white window. Is it already morning? The bright light outside helped bring some clarity to her groggy mind, and her vacant expression began to fade. It's already the second day. Kaguya clearly remembered everything that had happened yesterday. She had officially confessed to Ren. And not only that, but the confession was witnessed by everyone. After that, she fainted during the exercise, likely because of Hayasaka's dimension-shattering ability. When she regained consciousness, she was already back in her room. Yes, I confessed to Ren. But because those people had interrupted at the time, she never heard his answer. Thinking of this, Kaguya dropped back onto the bed. She started tossing and turning restlessly. Hayasaka, ugh, she's not here. Whenever she ran into trouble, her first instinct was still to rely on the all-capable Hayasaka. But the moment she called out her name, she remembered that Hayasaka wasn't in the room. She looked at the large clock mounted in the center of the room. It was 6:04 a.m., early morning. Normally on weekends, she'd still be enjoying the warmth of her bed. Kaguya recalled that Hayasaka always started her duties early, so she probably had already gotten up. I remember Ren works on weekends, but he usually wakes up a little later. In order to better understand Ren, Kaguya had investigated his entire daily routine beforehand. He wakes up about an hour later on weekends than on school days. That means, based on his past habits, he probably wasn't up yet. With that in mind, Kaguya was now fully awake. She genuinely cared about the answer to her confession. Only by hearing it could she confirm whether or not they were officially dating. Yes, at this moment, Kaguya wasn't even sure whether she and Ren were in a relationship, since she never got a response. All of a sudden, she sprang up from the bed. She walked barefoot into the bathroom, washed her face, brushed her teeth, then changed into an outfit different from her usual attire. She tied her long hair with a ribbon and stood in front of the full-length mirror. Her appearance was no different from her usual refined look. Well, I'm ready. After confirming her appearance in the mirror, she took a deep breath and stepped out of her room. The rooms assigned to their group were located fairly close together, as expected for a group booking. However, since Ren was the only boy among them, his room was slightly separated from the girls' section. Still, it was only a short walk away. Kaguya took a deep breath and gently knocked on Ren's door. She made some quick mental adjustments while waiting. But when the door opened, her composed smile instantly vanished. Hayasaka. Why are you in Ren's room? The one who opened the door was none other than her maid, Hayasaka Ai. She wasn't dressed like a proper maid at all, she was in a nightgown. There are a lot of reasons. Miss Kaguya, you should come inside first so we can talk. Seeing Hayasaka's face full of things left unsaid, Kaguya momentarily held back her questions and entered the room. Inside, Ren was seated on a single sofa, while Chika was lying on the bed. The scene looked rather complicated. However, factoring in Hayasaka's earlier words, Kaguya didn't immediately assume anything inappropriate had happened. She just found it strange that all three of them were in the same room. Seeing the confusion on Kaguya's face, Hayasaka closed and locked the door behind her before stepping forward to explain. Miss Kaguya, a lot happened last night. First of all, Miss Fujiwara got the diary. Of course, so did I. To lend weight to her explanation, Hayasaka pulled out her diary and showed it to Kaguya. The second batch. Kaguya blinked, surprised by the diary in Hayasaka's hand. Then, with a calm look, she turned toward Chika, who was still sleeping on the bed. So, what exactly happened with Fujiwara that resulted in you and Ren being in the same room? Yes. With Hayasaka's confirmation, Kaguya gave a slight nod. That explained why Chika, a girl, would be in Ren's room. Miss Fujiwara took the same power system drug as Ren. Unfortunately, what didn't happen to Ren, did happen to Miss Fujiwara. Because of the side effects, Miss Fujiwara was frightened once. If no one is around her, her emotional state becomes unstable. So, for now, she needs someone to stay with her. That side effect is way too intense. Kaguya was a little stunned, but when she saw Chika curled up on the bed with a frown on her face, she couldn't help but feel worried. Normally, she found Chika annoying and troublesome. But still, she didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Is Chika okay? She's fine. Hayasaka looked at Kaguya. She hesitated briefly, unsure if she should say more. But considering Chika's behavior later would be impossible to hide from Kaguya anyway, she went ahead and added. But since she was frightened, she still needs someone by her side for now. And Miss Fujiwara is a little clingy. As she said that, Hayasaka subtly glanced over at Ren, who was sleeping on the sofa. In an instant, Kaguya understood, and the concern on her face vanished in a flash. Sure enough, this woman is still a scumbag. To be continued. Chapter 204, Kagaya's Complaints. Although she was fuming over Chika's shameless behavior deep down, Kagaya didn't actually say anything out loud. She understood how unusually optimistic Chika was, always smiling, and not in a fake way. She genuinely radiated cheer and positivity. But now, even someone like her had completely collapsed emotionally. That alone showed how serious the mental shock must have been. The last time Chika had such a reaction was when Ren had exposed the ugliest aspects of human nature to them. Everyone had thrown up back then, Chika, the eternal optimist, included. And this time, it seemed even more serious than that. So, fine. She'd let it go. Then what's with your appearance right now? Kagaya understood the general situation, but she still couldn't ignore the fact that Hayasaka was dressed in a nightgown. Because it wasn't appropriate for Ren and Miss Fujiwara to be left alone in the same room. If you walked in and saw just the two of them, it could have caused a huge misunderstanding. So, I took the initiative to stay with them. As for the nightgown, well, I need to sleep too. You wouldn't want me to stay up all night, right? Then, Hayasaka leaned in closer. Besides, if I sleep with her, she won't drag Ren into bed. How could that woman possibly do something like that? Kagaya felt Hayasaka didn't understand Chika well enough. She was just about to retort when. Miss Kagaya, yesterday Miss Fujiwara told Amamiya that he perfectly fit her criteria for a potential partner. That one sentence made Kagaya choke back the words stuck in her throat. This was the first time she'd heard something like that. She actually said that. Yes. Kagaya's expression stiffened. She really hadn't expected that Ren would meet all of Chika's criteria for a partner. Wasn't she just spouting nonsense? Hayasaka added at just the right moment. From my observation, she wasn't joking. She said she likes hard-working boys. But because of her family background, she rarely sees guys who are truly hard-working. Kagaya completely understood that statement. The Fujiwara family's situation was even more complicated than that of a major conglomerate. As a politically entrenched family, they operated under a special set of conditions, and there were naturally many restrictions in place. The key part was what Hayasaka had said, Chika likes hard-working boys. Seriously, that requirement alone eliminates almost every guy in Shuchian. From what Kagaya knew, among the boys in Shuchian, there were almost no ones like Hunin who truly embodied hard work. Most of the mixed-grade students were hardworking by default, after all, that was how they got into Shuchian. The most typical example was Shirogane Miyuki. He was the epitome of a hard-working student. Kagaya inhaled deeply, trying to calm the stuffiness building in her chest. Then why not President Shirogane? Because, something about his vibe feels off. So. Ren's vibe is right. That sentence came out with a lot more grit in her voice. In response, Hayasaka pointed to her own face, then pointed to Ren sleeping on the sofa, making Kagaya instantly understand the real reason. Oh, I get it. So aside from the vibe, it's also about the face, huh? In her mind, she subconsciously compared Ren and Shirogane's faces. Yeah, it's true, Shirogane, who's always buried in studying, constantly has dark circles under his eyes. Definitely a minus. Ren might look sleepy at times too, but at least his dark circles weren't as extreme. Objectively speaking, Ren really did have a much better looking face than Shirogane. Fine, whatever. It's all a matter of time. Their fates were already entwined anyway. Chika getting the diary too made it inevitable she'd grow attached to Ren. Now it's Chika, and also Sonoko, and probably more to come. From that perspective, Kagaya actually felt a bit more at ease. At least Chika's case wasn't completely incomprehensible. Having adjusted her emotions, she now more or less understood the situation among the three people in the room and what had happened yesterday. Hayasaka, what happened outside while I was asleep yesterday? Miss Kagaya, here's what happened. Hayasaka gave a brief explanation of yesterday's events, especially regarding the Hatamoto family, the bloody drama within their ranks, and how Hatamoto Natsu had ended up becoming one of Ren's followers. So it was part of the preparations Ren is making for the future. Kagaya nodded slightly. She didn't fully understand the reasoning, but since it was part of Ren's long-term plans, then it should be fine. Perhaps he intended to take care of the Hatamoto family later. But speaking of the Hatamoto family, she still couldn't help but feel exasperated. That Hatamoto clan isn't even that large, yet they're a mess. And this Hatamoto Ichiro is totally unhinged. Just because the old man forbade close relative relationships, he wanted to personally stab his grandfather to death over it. Doesn't he realize who's responsible for his cushy life right now? She hated her own father deeply, and yet even she never considered killing him. She still had some sense of shame. Even though she once considered using force when she gained power, she never thought about wiping them all out. And this guy. Just because the old man rejected close relative marriage, he actually tried to kill him. Wow. Real filial behavior. As expected from someone born of close relative marriage, his very existence proved the old man was right to ban it. Hayasaka had the same opinion. Right now, it feels like only the puppet monarchy still wants to maintain that filthy bloodline. Keep the royal blood pure. That's the root of why these so-called royals are all brain dead. Kagaya couldn't help but complain inwardly. Hayasaka agreed completely. Although cousin marriage wasn't legally banned in Japan, anyone who went through with it obviously had something wrong in their head. In the end, children born from close relative marriages nearly always ended up with genetic defects. In a conglomerate family, the point of marriage wasn't to preserve the bloodline, it was to exchange genes efficiently. Like a political marriage. To be continued. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Intimate. If I were to look at the problem from the old man's perspective, I'd probably feel just as much of a headache. Trying hard to protect the only normal person in the family, yet surrounded by so many abnormal relatives constantly stirring up trouble. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya also felt a hint of sympathy. As the pillar holding up the last thread of normalcy in the Hatamoto family, the old man, Hatamoto Gozo, must have experienced countless moments of helplessness in his lifetime. How did Miss Hatamoto react? She resisted fiercely. When Hatamoto Ichiro committed the crime, she used the power of Amamiya to stab high heels into his hands and shattered the bones in both. Kagaya nodded approvingly. That's the behavior of a normal person. Even if they're close relatives, there should still be boundaries. How can someone who's already in university still be so ignorant? Science makes sense. Science does not allow close relative relationships for a reason, because the side effects are significant. The offspring often end up with genetic defects. Now, Kagaya really wanted to know how Ichiro Hatamoto even got into university. Even if it's an art school, there should still be some basic scientific literacy, right? After disembarking, hand over the suspects and evidence to the police. This clearly constitutes intentional homicide. With solid evidence, there's no way they can overturn it. This kind of case was serious enough that it had to follow the formal judicial process. As for the outcome, there was no need to overthink it. After this incident, Kagaya didn't think the old man would hold any lingering affection for these family members. Most likely, once they got off the boat, he'd cut ties completely. As for Hatamoto Natsu. Hayasaka, remember this Miss Hatamoto. If she proves useful to Ren in the future, lend her a hand. Suddenly, Kagaya paused, glancing at Ren, who was still asleep, before turning to Hayasaka. Do you think this Miss Hatamoto will become one of Amamiya's believers? Hayasaka already had her answer. I didn't believe it before because I had never seen it. But having experienced it myself, I now believe Miss Hatamoto will become Amamiya's most loyal believer. There's actually only one criterion for whether something becomes a belief: do you believe in it or not? And what better way to awaken belief in the mysterious than through direct experience? Because of that, Hayasaka was certain that Hatamoto Natsu, who had experienced that power firsthand, would undoubtedly become one of Ren's loyal believers. And in that case, there was nothing wrong with helping her. Although Hayasaka said this was just a casual act by Ren, if needed, these casual acts were actually a form of preemptive preparation. They might even serve as an emergency resource one day. Most importantly, this was a way she could support Kagaya. That alone made it meaningful. At that moment, Fujiwara Chika, who had been sleeping peacefully in bed, suddenly sat up. Ren. With a dazed expression, it was clear she was still half asleep. But due to the impact of yesterday's events, she subconsciously sought out the presence that made her feel safe, her gaze immediately locking onto him. In that hazy state, she lifted the blanket off herself, barefoot and still in her nightgown, and stumbled over to the single sofa where Ren was. She habitually tugged at her nightgown, then sat directly on Ren's lap, leaned against him, resting her head on his neck, and curled her legs up beside his. Her movements were smooth and practiced, as if she had done it countless times before, executed without hesitation. Kagaya looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She. Kagaya was so furious she couldn't even breathe. Hayasaka quickly covered Kagaya, who looked like she was about to explode. Calm down, Miss Kagaya. Fujiwara-san just experienced something traumatic. According to Amamiya, there were serious side effects and pollution involved, and Fujiwara-san was also frightened. Those words were barely enough to keep Kagaya calm. But seeing Chika, who had clearly stored all her nutrition in her chest curled up in Ren's arms, Kagaya trembled uncontrollably. She hadn't even done anything like that yet. She had already confessed to Ren and was just waiting for his response. But even as the potential girlfriend, she hadn't gotten this far, and Chika, that girl, got there first. How could Kagaya not be furious? She was about to die from anger. At that moment, Ren, still asleep, felt a sudden weight on his body and a warm, ticklish sensation on his neck. He subconsciously opened his eyes. And froze. Fujiwara. He looked down and saw the girl curled up on his lap, her body nestled into his arms, and her head resting on his shoulder. The whole situation made Ren freeze in place. He shifted his gaze and saw Hayasaka and Kagaya standing there staring at him. Ren was completely at a loss, pointing at the girl in his lap with his left hand. What's going on? Hayasaka, seeing Ren's miserable expression, felt a twinge of sympathy. Sleeping on the sofa was already uncomfortable and now this. But she was sure Chika didn't do this on purpose. That girl wasn't bold enough, especially not in front of her and Kagaya. So Hayasaka slowly walked over. Fujiwara-san seems to have subconsciously sought you out after waking up, Amamiya. Ren's mouth twitched. This was indeed unexpected, but Chika was always prone to this kind of behavior at times like these. Losing control and being tainted by corruption, those weren't experiences normal people could go through. Chika was just an ordinary girl, kind of. After enduring something like that, it was inevitable that she'd be left with psychological scars. In that kind of condition, it was normal for her to instinctively seek out a person or place that gave her a sense of security. This kind of trauma couldn't be healed that easily. He glanced at Kagaya. Chika's situation could wait, he had more pressing matters to handle with Kagaya. Hayasaka, can I trouble you to look after Fujiwara for a bit? I need to speak with Kagaya. Hayasaka nodded slightly in response. Understood. Ren took a deep breath, carefully lifted Chika off his lap, and gently laid her back down on the bed. Then Hayasaka climbed onto the bed from the other side, embracing Chika to soothe her. That finally freed Ren up to turn toward Kagaya. Shinomiya, let's talk. To be continued. Chapter 206, Official, Bonus. Ren brought Kagaya into the vacant room next door. After she had calmed down, Ren looked at Kagaya, who was neatly dressed. Shinomiya, I've thought carefully about your confession. I can clearly feel your emotions, and I understand how you feel about me. So I think this is something that needs to be addressed properly. Kagaya naturally understood that as well. Some things had to be made clear. At this moment, she felt a bit nervous, worried that Ren would try to give a vague or evasive response. Actually, at first, I took the whole dating thing Sonoko talked about rather casually. I always thought it was just for fun. But your sudden confession made me realize something was different. Originally, I was just a normal reborn person, planning to live an ordinary life, get into a good university, then live as a normal working adult. But that opportunity before high school began was a turning point. Then a year later, just over a month ago, I gained enough power to change my fate, and my way of thinking started to shift. After I got this power, I also came into contact with you. But when I realized it was you too, I felt relieved. Sanzenin is still a child, so she doesn't really count. As for you, Shinomiya, you were like a frozen shell. I thought only someone willing to reach out could melt that shell. So, back then, I just wanted to maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with you. In order to gain more, I shared my information, and in return, you maintained a balanced relationship with me after getting those benefits. That had originally been the ideal state of harmony that Ren wanted. Because the diaries acted as mutual restraints, and because of them, they could provide each other benefits, allowing a delicate balance to form between everyone involved. There could be fluctuations from interaction, but Ren had always worked to maintain that balance. From the start, Ren had never intended to pursue anything beyond interest-based relationships with Kagaya or the others. Because interests were the easiest thing to balance. But once emotion got involved, it became harder to maintain. Human feelings were variables. Once emotional factors entered what had been an interest-based relationship, the original balance became unsustainable. Just like now. What had once looked like a stable relationship completely collapsed in less than a month. The speed of change in their relationships had far exceeded his expectations. He had underestimated the ripple effects of the diary. Kagaya wasn't surprised at all. In fact, she had already guessed this from the start. That was why, in yesterday's confession, she had spoken her mind clearly, because her instincts told her. You thought that if you didn't get too close to anyone, it would be easier when it was time to leave, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Ren didn't deny it. But looking back now, I realized that idea was too naive. I didn't expect things between us to develop so quickly. And that some relationships would deteriorate. Even though I haven't changed my desire to travel and explore, some of my ideas have changed. I've given up on the idea of keeping my distance from you. I guess, some of the things I said back then were right. Our fates really are entangled. Ren had already come to terms with it. I should be the one saying these words. Well, some of it might not come out exactly right. After taking a breath, Ren extended his right hand toward Kagaya. Things around me will only get more complicated. There will probably be more girls involved in the future. Maybe the diary itself is a reflection of my fickleness. Even so, are you still willing to be my girlfriend? Without hesitation, Kaguya placed her hand in Ren's. Of course I am. Even if I still get jealous, considering our situation, I can accept it. What I can't accept is seeing you leave with someone else hand in hand. Holding his hand, Kaguya slowly stepped in front of him and leaned gently into his arms. Affection doesn't come from spending a long time together. Sometimes, all it takes is a moment, but it's precisely because of that moment that I want to make it last longer. Then she gently bumped her forehead against Ren's chest. But jealousy is a whole other thing. So this means, we're dating now, right? Kaguya still felt like she was dreaming. She'd suddenly met a boy she admired, appreciated, and liked, and now she was dating him. That's right. Then I should be the first one, right? The lack of response made Kaguya pause. She slowly looked up and saw Ren's eyes awkwardly shift to the side. Suzuki Sonoko. The name popped into her mind immediately. Again. Suzuki Sonoko. She had been surpassed once before. Now, even though she had confessed first, she was still one step behind Sonoko. But how had Sonoko suddenly gotten ahead of her? Wait. Sonoko got a diary too. The only explanation for Sonoko getting ahead was the diary. So, Fujiwara isn't the only one who received a diary this time. Hayasaka too. What did Hayasaka say to me again? You just woke up. Ren's words reminded Kaguya that she had been asleep since last night, only waking up just now. The first thing she did after waking up was go straight to Ren's door. She had only learned about Chika's situation through Hayasaka, and Hayasaka hadn't had the time, or chance, to explain her own. Kaguya regretted sleeping so long. Why was she always the one falling behind after waking up? The thought made her feel a little bitter. Her again. It's always her. Ren didn't know how to respond. He had never dated anyone before, let alone dealt with the complexities of dating multiple girls. Shinomiya, so, if we're dating, what exactly do we do? Kaguya was stunned by the question. It was her first time dating a guy too. She had no idea what she was supposed to do in a relationship. But there was one thing she had wanted to do for a long time. Let's change how we address each other first. To be continued. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Unstable Chika. The first thing that changed after they became boyfriend and girlfriend was the way they addressed each other. Kaguya. Yeah. Hearing Ren call her name, Kaguya smiled. This was the beginning of a change. It truly made her feel like she and Ren had started dating. As for what to do after becoming a couple, that was another matter. Some things didn't need to be rushed. They could figure it out together as they went. Ren, you don't react as strongly to girls as you did in the beginning. Kaguya knew everything about Ren, including the fact that he wasn't good at dealing with the opposite sex. But in just over a month, he had already started to interact normally with girls. Looking down at the hand she was holding, it seemed like things had become much more natural now. That was a normal reaction. Ren still felt the need to justify himself. His strong reactions back then were simply because he had never interacted with girls before. In my previous life, I didn't have the chance to get close to girls. Even though I had casual contact during school, I never had a real relationship with any girl. Not even a single date. I was a virgin, both physically and emotionally, until the day I died. Even in the 16 years of my current life, the woman I had the most contact with was probably the boss lady who occasionally showed up where I worked. Ren didn't know if others were the same, but that's how it had been for him. He hadn't intended to react so strongly. He just genuinely lacked any experience with girls. This was the first time Kaguya had heard that. She had known Ren wasn't good with the opposite sex, but only now did she understand why. What's the boldest thing you've done with a girl, Ren? A kiss. Kaguya froze, and then suddenly realized when that kiss might have happened. Suzuki Sonoko again. Ren had just said he'd never had any relationship in his previous life, so the kiss had to have happened in this life. And among the girls Ren had contact with, the only one bold enough to kiss someone was Sonoko, who had just started dating him. Besides Fujiwara, I think someone else is starting to get on my nerves. The jealousy was heavy, but Kaguya didn't ask for a kiss directly. She still kept a relatively reserved attitude about things like that. It just didn't feel right in this atmosphere. It should happen on a more appropriate occasion. Besides, asking for a kiss right after they started dating would feel like she was just trying to catch up to Sonoko. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Her relationship with Ren wasn't about comparing progress with anyone else. It was about the voice in her heart wanting those good feelings to grow and bear fruit. Speaking of which, is Fujiwara's condition really that serious? Even though she said Fujiwara was annoying, she still cared. Yeah. She's on the same power system as me, but her situation's a bit different. Maybe because I obtained a characteristic, while she only used the potion to access the system. Ren believed the biggest difference between him and Chika was their wild card status. But as far as I know, the starting potion for a sequence shouldn't cause such a strong reaction. I don't know all the details, but something bad definitely happened to her during the awakening. She's fine now. The loss of control and corruption have subsided. But I'll need to keep an eye on her promotion going forward. Her current reactions are after effects, a psychological shadow left behind by the disturbing images she saw during the pollution. Because I was the one who suppressed her loss of control, she instinctively sees me as a source of safety. So when I'm not nearby, she has stress responses. Now Kaguya was sure something serious had happened to Chika. If Chika was exhibiting symptoms like that, then what she experienced had to be far more serious than what happened back on Tsukikage Island. But it wasn't just about safety. She wasn't trying to make assumptions about Chika's behavior. The reason she thought this way was because of what Hayasaka had said. Chika had openly said Ren met her ideal standards for a partner. So now, everything Chika did wasn't just because she felt safe around Ren due to the suppression. It was likely that part of her heart didn't resist Ren at all. Otherwise, Chika would never have behaved like that subconsciously. Of course, another big factor was that Chika had also gotten the diary and joined them. Ren, let's head back to the room. Yeah. The two didn't say they were holding hands, but as they returned to the next room, they subconsciously let go. Back in the room, Chika sat up again. Hayasaka was sitting beside her, gently trying to comfort her, though it had little effect. Chika was still half asleep and half awake, and the shock from earlier had left her spirit tense and strained. Even though Ren had calmed her down earlier and brought her back to a stable state, her body was still showing stress reactions. Ah. Amamiya. As soon as Ren returned to the room, Chika instinctively reacted to his presence, her spirituality picking it up instantly. Just like before, she walked barefoot, staggering toward him. She opened her arms and threw herself into his embrace, burying her entire face into his chest. In response, Ren carefully hugged the mentally unstable Chika. This time, Kaguya didn't feel jealous. She could clearly see that Chika's mental state was unstable, and her abnormal behavior proved it. She could tell that Chika was asleep, yet even her sleeping reactions made it seem like she had been pushed to her limits. To be continued. Chapter 208, Jealous Kaguya. For some reason, Chika felt that she had slept more peacefully today than any other day. I don't know what's wrong with the bed today. It feels a bit hard. But it smells really nice. She rubbed her face against the hard surface out of habit, then reluctantly opened her eyes. But the first thing she saw wasn't her bed, it was someone's neck. Looking further up, she could see whose neck it was. Amamiya. Chika's eyes widened, her expression shifting slowly from astonishment to surprise, then to confusion, and finally settling into a playful smirk before turning into a look of contemplation. How did I end up in Amamiya's arms? She couldn't quite grasp the situation, so she tried to recall what had happened before she fell asleep. She remembered that after getting the diary, she read Ren's entry and received her first chance to draw. She got a bottle of magic potion. Suddenly, as the lingering drowsiness faded, her lost memories slowly began to return. The horrifying memory came flooding back like a maggot clinging to her bones. The wave of terrible recollection overwhelmed her, nearly suffocating her. Yes. That's it. That horrifying memory had resurfaced. Her heartbeat quickened, her blood pressure rose, and her body began trembling slightly from the overwhelming emotion. She remembered that, at that time, it felt like her entire world was crumbling. But just as she was about to break, she felt a trace of warmth return to her body, and her voice, which had been too weak to speak, gradually regained strength. She knew someone could save her, as long as she called out his name. All the suppressed memories awakened at that moment. She remembered that after calling his name, she entered a strange place. There, she saw Ren, and her shattered world began to piece itself back together. Even now, just thinking about it made cold sweat trickle down her back. But her wildly beating heart slowly calmed when she remembered Ren. That inexplicable sense of security made her relax. Although she still didn't fully understand what was going on, it was fine. Chika didn't dwell on why she was in Ren's arms anymore. At this moment, the feeling of security made her feel completely at ease. As for that horrifying memory, she didn't think she'd forget it anytime soon. As long as Kaguya didn't find out, everything would be fine. Chika thought carefreely. Just as she was about to close her eyes and go back to sleep, a stiff cough made her frown. She turned toward the source of the sound, annoyed, and then froze like a cat caught red-handed stealing fish. There stood Kaguya, her face filled with resentment, eyes burning with barely concealed jealousy and bitterness. And behind her, Hayasaka stood expressionless as usual, but there was a clear glint in her eyes, the joy of watching drama, mixed with a tinge of envy. Chika, who had just been frightened, suddenly felt like the world had changed. At this moment, she felt as though she could see everyone's emotional shifts and the thoughts behind them. What are you staring at, Fujiwara? Kagaya was practically seething with jealousy. She had just started dating her boyfriend, and already he had to hug another girl to calm her down. She understood why, and the girl he hugged was her friend, so she couldn't even throw a fit. Just like she had said before, she could accept the complicated and special relationship between them, but that didn't mean she wouldn't get jealous just by standing by and watching. She would still be jealous. She would still get angry when it was called for. In fact, her jealousy might even be stronger than before. Huh. Chika was stunned as she looked at Kagaya. She could clearly see Kagaya's conflicted emotions and her intense jealousy. Since you're awake, shouldn't you be getting off, Ren? Only then did Chika realize she was practically lying across Ren's lap, her body nestled against his arms, and her head almost buried in his shoulder. No wonder the first thing she saw earlier was a neck. No wonder the bed felt so hard. She curled up instinctively, even her bare feet were resting on Ren's legs. Imagining how she must have looked, Chika's face instantly turned pink. She could accept sleeping in Ren's arms, but not being stared at like this. She quickly pushed off of Ren using his shoulders. Sorry, Kagaya. I stole your Ren. Chika jumped down and turned to Kagaya with a flushed face and a playful grin. Well, it's not like he was mine to begin with. The way Chika said your Ren was oddly satisfying to Kagaya. Really? But the way Kagaya addresses Ren has changed, hasn't it? Just like how Ren and Sonoko did back then. And when Kagaya saw me sitting on Ren, she was really jealous. That kind of expression. I've never seen you make it before. Kagaya froze and subconsciously touched her face. Did she really show that kind of emotion? Yeah, it was pretty obvious. It's the first time I've ever seen Kagaya so jealous. As she spoke, Chika's face bloomed with a radiant smile. So, Kagaya is acting so jealous because Ren responded to your confession, right? Pfft, I got it right. So, does that mean Kagaya and Ren are officially dating now? Faced with Chika's teasing smile, Kagaya couldn't keep up her calm facade anymore. Fujiwara, what nonsense are you saying? No matter how hard she tried to play it cool, all of Kagaya's emotions were clearly visible in Chika's eyes. Jealous Kagaya is so cute. That one sentence completely shattered all of Kagaya's mental defenses. Hey, anyway. Get up already. I am going out with Hayasaka. Unable to endure Chika's teasing stare any longer, Kagaya turned and grabbed Hayasaka before storming out of the room with her. To be continued. Chapter 209, Agreement with Fujiwara. After Kagaya took Hayasaka out, Chika finally let out a long sigh of relief. What just happened? She couldn't understand how she had been able to clearly see through Kagaya's real thoughts, discover that Kagaya seemed to be dating Ren, and even pinpoint her emotional flaws to the point where Kagaya couldn't take it and ran away. This is the extraordinary ability of the spectator. She turned around immediately upon hearing the voice and saw Ren stretching his slightly stiff body. She could also sense Ren's current emotional state, discomfort and embarrassment, which matched her understanding of him. Chika now re-evaluated the power she had gained. The spectator's spirituality and observational skills are both exceptional. It's because of this that a spectator can perceive information others can't, and from there deduce someone's true thoughts. As I said before, low-sequence spectators do not possess outstanding combat capabilities. Spectators are not meant to fight initially, they are observers. This is also preparation for Sequence 8, Telepathist. Once promoted to Sequence 8 Telepathist, your perception will become even sharper. You'll be able to grasp others' thoughts more precisely, and even read minds. After moving his body, Ren carefully explained and introduced this to Chika. And I already think my current ability is amazing. Although she still didn't know what kind of power system she had entered, Chika genuinely thought that the spectator's extraordinary ability was already incredible. To be able to see through someone's true thoughts with pure observation was beyond imagination. From what she knew, abilities like this could only be developed through years of accumulated experience. But she had gained such a power just by drinking one bottle of magic potion. It was unbelievable. There are also significant side effects. That one sentence brought back yesterday's unpleasant memory, and Chika's body trembled slightly. It was truly one of her worst experiences. She glanced at Ren sitting on the sofa, then quickly looked toward the door, and in the next moment jumped into Ren's arms. Once in his embrace, the familiar sense of peace finally stopped her trembling. Ren, what exactly happened? It was hard for her to imagine how she had ended up in such a terrifying state. Loss of control, corruption. This is the price of gaining power. However, even as he said this, Ren's expression was filled with confusion. I actually warned you about this issue before you drank the potion, but I didn't pay enough attention myself. Why? Chika didn't understand. Because low-sequence potions aren't supposed to be that dangerous. They don't usually result in loss of control or mental contamination like what happened to you. If it were a self-made potion, maybe, but the diary gave you a pre-prepared potion. The likelihood of something going wrong was even lower. My spirituality didn't give me any warnings. And in fact, that should have been correct. This was also a strange issue for Ren. As someone who had walked 3 pathways, his sense for danger was extremely sharp, especially when absorbing the spiritual imprints within potions. He had always been keenly aware of any potential crisis. But in Chika's case, that sensitivity had given him nothing, which made the whole situation even more unusual. Of course, there was another point that was even stranger. In fact, losing control is almost an irreversible state. Only someone of a higher status can suppress its effects. I do possess that level of status, so I was confident I could suppress the reaction. But what actually happened was, I only used my spirituality to comfort you, and your symptoms of losing control vanished. The pollution in your mind completely disappeared right in front of me. It wasn't hidden. It was completely erased. I believe that's why my spirituality didn't issue any warnings. Because it didn't see it as a crisis. Since it wasn't a crisis, there was no spiritual alert. This was the answer Ren had arrived at. But he also reflected on it deeply. I relied too much on my spirituality. I should have been more cautious. I should have done a divination about your condition before letting you drink the potion. If I had known in advance, I never would have let you go through something so awful. Listening to Ren's explanation, Chika finally had a clearer understanding of what had happened to her. So, in the end, what happened to me was just an accident. Absolutely not. Ren's tone was firm. There are no such things as accidents in the world. What happened to you was due to my miscalculation. I can even feel right now that the loss of control and mental contamination you experienced was inevitable. Fujiwara, remember this. The sequential path we're walking doesn't believe in accidents. Many so-called coincidences or accidents are actually destined outcomes. Even though I still don't know why it happened to you, from now on I'll pay much closer attention to your condition. Ren still didn't know why this had happened to Fujiwara. But not knowing didn't mean the matter was over. This wasn't the end. This matter couldn't be considered resolved just yet. He would get to the bottom of it. And if it was connected to that bizarre atom in the secret realm, then one day, he'd rip his head off. Yeah. Hearing Ren's resolute tone, Chika couldn't help but smile slightly. Even though it had been an awful experience, the outcome didn't seem so bad now. Then, she buried her face deeply into Ren's chest. The warmth and comfort dispersed the fear and trauma from the experience, making her feel much better. If I get scared again in the future, can you hold me like this? Ah. Ren was a little taken aback. He hesitated for a moment, but remembering that her situation was directly caused by his carelessness, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. If you're afraid. That's good. After getting his permission, Chika felt her fear fade away even more. To be continued. Chapter 210, Feeling of Love. After staying in Ren's arms for a long time, Chika's mood gradually stabilized. Although she wanted to stay like this, thinking of Kaguya waiting outside made it inappropriate to keep clinging to Ren. But she couldn't bring herself to get up so easily, because curling up in Ren's embrace was just too comfortable. After lingering for a while, Chika slowly lifted her head. Looking at Ren's face so close to hers, she shifted slightly with a hint of shyness. Chi. Her lips gently touched Ren's cheek. The kiss didn't last long, but it left Chika's face burning. This was the first time she had shown such a direct gesture of affection, or admiration, toward a boy she liked. As she had said before, she had always been a young lady raised in a proper household. But compared to Kaguya, she was luckier. Her family's status was high enough that the 3 sisters didn't need to be involved in any political marriages. They actually had a high degree of freedom in choosing their partners. Of course, that freedom didn't mean they could choose anyone, but it did mean they had a range of acceptable choices within certain circles. So, Chika had always been very reserved. Even though she yearned for the romantic love she saw in manga, she wouldn't casually choose just anyone as her partner. It was just that Ren was a little special. If he had only a normal identity, then Ren's background would definitely be unsuitable. But his hidden identity made him very suitable. At the very least, Chika believed that her grandfathers wouldn't object. The only one who might be unhappy was her father, but that didn't matter, her father wasn't as stubborn as the 2 old men. Ah, don't get the wrong idea. I just kissed you to express my gratitude. I really didn't mean anything else. Chika blushed and tried to justify her impulsive act. Once he came back to his senses, Ren looked at Chika, who was right in front of him. He knew now that another girl had become emotionally involved with him. Well, let's just go with that for now. Hearing this, Chika's face turned even redder. She knew Ren didn't believe what she had just said. In fact, even she didn't believe it herself. Because only she knew what she truly felt. Just like Ren said, let's just go with that for now. That was the answer closest to what she actually hoped for. With a flushed face, she responded softly, acknowledging Ren's words. Change your clothes first. Hayasaka moved your luggage from your room yesterday. Ren genuinely admired Hayasaka's attentiveness. She had already anticipated what might happen today and made arrangements in advance. Chika poked her head out of Ren's arms and glanced around the room. She spotted the suitcase she had brought with her. Then, you tidy up in here first. I'll head out. She needed to change clothes, so of course she couldn't let Ren stay in the room. She wasn't that thick-skinned. So she had to send him out. Standing up, Ren felt his stiff body finally begin to relax. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to move before, but Chika had been sitting on him the whole time. His body had stiffened, and he hadn't even dared to shift. Taking a breath, Ren was just about to leave when he saw Chika standing there with her hands behind her back, her toes twisting slightly. She looked like she was waiting for something, and he paused for a moment. Thinking about her mood, Ren took a deep breath, stepped forward, lifted his hand to gently brush aside the pink bangs covering her forehead, and placed a light kiss on it. It was the first time Ren had taken such an initiative with a girl. He wasn't even sure if he had done it correctly. Don't be afraid, Chika. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Ren quickly turned around. Truthfully, he felt a little embarrassed. I'll go out first. It wasn't until Ren left the room and the door closed again that Chika, who had just been kissed on the forehead, slowly came back to her senses. She raised her hand and touched the spot where she had been kissed. Only now did she realize Ren had just kissed her. So, that's what a boy's kiss feels like. Her face flushed red, and her hands unconsciously pressed against her chest. She could clearly feel her pounding heartbeat. It hadn't been a particularly romantic setting, yet that kiss had left a deep impression on her. She couldn't help but recall how she had kissed Ren on the cheek earlier. So, does that mean Ren and I feel the same? Her heart suddenly started racing, and the blood rushed to her face. Chika felt like her whole face was on fire. But the strong emotion welling up from deep within made her smile foolishly. After a while, she slowly turned around. Still unable to stop smiling, she tiptoed and lightly made her way to her suitcase. Mom, I think I might really be in love. At that moment, Chika truly understood that her sudden feelings may not have been a coincidence. After opening the door and stepping out of the room, Ren saw that only Kaguya was standing outside. Turning to the side, he saw the couple from the Hatamoto family, Hatamoto Mariko and Hatamoto Kitaro, standing a short distance away in the corridor. They were looking anxiously at Hayasaka, who stood facing them calmly. Hatamoto Ichiro's parents. Ren naturally recognized the couple. Yesterday, Hayasaka had placed the information she gathered in front of him, and he had already reviewed their files. First thing in the morning, don't tell me they couldn't find Ichiro Hatamoto in his room. Yes. Kaguya nodded slightly and glanced at the couple, her expression devoid of emotion. That pair set a very poor example. Ichiro Hatamoto must know his parents are cousins. It's hard to imagine he doesn't. Ren didn't believe such a thing could be kept a secret. The old man has a strong dislike for Ichiro's parents. He probably hoped to limit the family's negative reputation by keeping them close. It's not like they have good genes. A close relationship doesn't mean excellent bloodlines. Kaguya agreed with this. Scientific research shows that children born from close relative marriages tend to have problems, either mentally or physically. Ichiro Hatamoto may not be physically deformed, but his mind definitely is. Maybe, when he proposed to marry his cousin, he didn't even consider whether she was willing. If he could get Miss Hatamoto's agreement and propose with her together, there might have been a chance. Ren nodded slightly but asked the most critical question. Kaguya, do you think Miss Hatamoto would agree? Kaguya sneered and shook her head lightly. Of course not. No normal person would have that kind of affection for a cousin. And I doubt Ichiro Hatamoto has the charm to make Miss Hatamoto willing to throw everything away for him. To be continued. Chapter 211, Detective Full of Curiosity. Miss Hayasaka. Mariko Hatamoto was unusually humble at this moment. She knew the girl in front of her, despite being younger than her son and serving as a maid, held an extraordinary identity. The maid of the Shinomiya family's princess, and the eldest daughter of the Hayasaka family. Compared to their own family, the Hayasaka family was a giant. She didn't dare to maintain her previously arrogant attitude. After my husband and I woke up, we went to look for Ichiro, but we couldn't find him in his room. The space on this cruise ship is quite large, so we'd like to ask for your help in finding him. Mr. Hatamoto Ichiro. Hayasaka's voice was flat and emotionless, which only made the couple more uneasy. If you want to look for him, now is not an appropriate time. Not appropriate. Mariko and Kitaro didn't understand what she meant. I do know where Mr. Ichiro Hatamoto is. But for now, he can only remain there until we disembark. Hayasaka's cold tone made the couple even more unsettled. Suppressing the unease in her heart, Mariko still forced herself to ask. Miss Hayasaka. Did Ichiro do something inappropriate last night and offend you? Hayasaka shook her head slightly. Mr. Ichiro Hatamoto didn't offend me. He did something even more outrageous. Since you are Mr. Hatamoto's parents, I'll give you a clear answer. Just last night, Mr. Hatamoto held a kitchen knife and nearly stabbed Mr. Gozo to death. At that moment, Mariko and Kataro's breathing stopped. The shock nearly made them faint on the spot, and their legs went weak as though they were about to kneel. They knew very well how furious the old man would be if something like that happened. And now they were hearing that their son almost stabbed him to death with a kitchen knife. These words were far too extreme. So extreme that the couple could hardly believe their son was capable of such a thing. But neither dared to say so. After all, the Hatamoto family was not the Shinomiya family. The Shinomiyas had no reason to joke about something like this, especially not on their own cruise ship. This likely meant it was true. Their son really had confronted the old man with a knife and nearly committed murder. This. Mariko simply couldn't believe that her son, self-effacing and somewhat timid, was capable of something so insane. Hayasaka could fully understand the couple's shock and disbelief, but reality was cruel. This was also infuriating for the Shinomiya family. What was supposed to be a pleasant weekend trip nearly turned into a murder scene on the return journey. Fortunately, Mr. Gozo wasn't stabbed. Otherwise, it would have been a very traumatic memory for Miss Kagaya. Furthermore, Mr. Gozo has already decided to turn Mr. Ichiro Hatamoto over to the police for attempted murder. Those words struck the couple like thunder. It was over. That was the only thought in their minds. Right now, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. Allow me to remind you both, it was the Shinomiya family who provided the evidence. Hayasaka's final reminder shattered what little hope the couple had left. If it had just been the old man's personal matter, they might have tried pleading for leniency. But if it was the Shinomiya family who had the evidence, then there was nothing they could do. Causing a scene would only make things worse for them. The Shinomiya family's power far exceeded what they had imagined. The couple was completely crushed. Seeing them collapse, Hayasaka felt no sympathy. Frankly speaking, their son's actions were deeply connected to them. The root of Ichiro Hatamoto's madness may well have stemmed from their marriage. With this matter settled, Hayasaka no longer paid attention to the collapsed couple. She glanced toward the far end of the corridor, then returned to Kagaya's side. At the far end of the corridor, a child was leaning against the wall, one hand over his chest, which was beating violently. Their eyes met. Even at such a distance, he had still been discovered. Conan had to admit, the maid of a major family was something else. That cold, scrutinizing gaze felt like it had completely seen through him. It was deeply unsettling. But what surprised him more was that, despite being so careful, he had still been noticed. He had heard that the Hayasaka family had always served the Shinomiya family. Despite being a high-status lady herself, she still worked as a maid. From his perspective, this maid was clearly more than just a maid. She was likely also acting as a bodyguard. Conan felt his guess was probably right. But this arrangement wasn't particularly unusual. After all, Hayasaka was Kagaya's exclusive maid. It was natural for her to have some combat training. Still, the idea that Ichiro Hatamoto had nearly murdered his own grandfather was deeply shocking. And the Shinomiya family even had evidence. Well, with all the hidden surveillance cameras on this cruise ship, that wasn't surprising. This didn't surprise Conan either. Given that the cruise ship belonged to the Shinomiya family, it was entirely reasonable for them to install surveillance cameras throughout for security purposes. As for the charge of attempted murder against Ichiro Hatamoto, there was no issue at all. With clear evidence and no forgiveness from the victim, he was definitely going to prison for at least 10 years. Of course, that outcome wasn't something Conan needed to be concerned with. But what was the motive? What kind of grudge would drive a grandson to try and kill his own grandfather? Conan shook his head at the thought. There didn't always have to be a reason. As long as it wasn't a murder case, it wasn't his concern. The detective in him couldn't help but ponder the question. But since this wasn't a full-on murder and hadn't resulted in irreparable harm, he hesitated, then chose to let it go. The inner workings of wealthy families were always complicated. As an outsider, he didn't need to think too deeply about it. But what piqued Conan's curiosity more was Amamiya Ren. To be continued. Chapter 212, The Great Detective's Eye. Amamiya Ren, a student in Class C of the second year at Teitan High School, had above-average grades, but wasn't particularly outstanding in other areas. He wasn't good at socializing and rarely interacted with classmates. In short, he wasn't a very sociable person. He had no parents and grew up in an orphanage. On weekends, he worked part-time to earn money and had always lived a very disciplined life. When Conan reviewed this information, it all seemed very ordinary. At best, it was the inspirational story of a hard-working student from a humble background. He admired people like that. According to the information he'd asked Dr. Agasa to investigate, it really hadn't been easy for Ren to make it this far. He was supported by the orphanage in the beginning, but after it closed, he lived alone. He worked to earn a living while continuing his studies, without engaging in any social activities. This steady routine had lasted more than 6 years. From an objective standpoint, his life was admirable. However, beginning in his second year of high school, or more precisely, about a month ago, Ren's situation changed completely. Conan didn't know how Ren's social life was at school, but he did confirm that he had joined a club. The Occult Research Club. This club felt extremely strange to him. Because Conan was sure of one thing, Ren had always disliked and feared anything related to the occult. So her joining this kind of club was suspicious. Ren was already a member of the karate club. Why would she join the Occult Research Club for no apparent reason? The club's membership was also questionable. Besides Ren and Ran, most of the other members were high society young ladies. This, too, was unusual. While it wasn't strange for Ran to be drawn into Sunoko's social circle, how had someone as ordinary as Amamiya Ren gotten involved? It couldn't be that he was actually related to Sunoko, right? Based on what he'd investigated and his natural curiosity as a detective, Conan couldn't help but grow increasingly interested in the hidden truths surrounding Ren. Perhaps asking directly would have been a viable approach. Unfortunately, after losing the identity of Kudo Shinichi, he had also lost the right to ask directly. All he could do was investigate and analyze through the eyes of a detective. Leaning against the wall, Conan took out his notebook and pen, flipping to the relevant page in his notes. So far, none of the evidence directly pointed to any hidden secrets behind Ren. However, the possibility of Sunoko being in a relationship with him remained. And not just Sunoko. The possibility existed for others too. Why did he think that? Because according to the data he gathered, the Occult Research Club hadn't opened recruitment to outsiders. Almost all of its members were invited personally. Under these circumstances, Conan was certain that Ren had either done something special to earn the invitation or had formed a romantic relationship with one of the existing members. The most likely candidate. Sunoko. Not because of anything concrete, but simply because he understood Sunoko well enough and also didn't dare look too deeply into the other young ladies. Investigating girls from powerful families could very easily lead to trouble. He didn't believe those heiresses were like Sunoko. They weren't raised casually. Digging into their background recklessly might lead to being counter-investigated. After recording today's speculations, Conan carefully left the area. There were still many surveillance cameras on the cruise ship. It was best not to act too suspicious. Just as he thought, a pinhole camera was recording the corridor from a hidden spot, its feed routed directly to the monitoring room. Miss, the child has left. The security staff had been watching him the whole time. Once he started acting suspicious, they had increased surveillance and notified their young lady by phone. Understood. Continue monitoring him. Make sure the child doesn't engage in any suspicious activity on the cruise ship. Also, compile and organize all footage for me before we disembark. Understood. After hanging up, Hayasaka put away the phone and looked at the two people in front of her. It seems he's grown curious about Ren. Kagaya sighed, looking both helpless and exasperated. Hasn't he learned his lesson from last time? Don't get involved in what you shouldn't. Don't investigate what you're not supposed to. Doesn't he understand such a basic principle? Ren appeared calm. More accurately, he knew exactly what kind of person Conan was. Curiosity is a detective's flaw. I think it's because my surface-level information is too plain. Then I show up around a group of elite young ladies, which is why he's intrigued. Ren pulled a maple leaf gold coin from his pocket and flipped it into the air with his thumb. The head side faced up. Well, looks like I guessed right. In truth, this outcome wasn't surprising. Even Ren himself knew that his presence in the club made him stand out far too much. What a troublesome person. At that moment, Kagaya truly felt that being a detective was an incredibly inconvenient profession. A detective is someone who's curious about everything. But don't worry too much. I've suddenly been surrounded by a lot of people, and with Sunoko and Ran involved, it's natural he'd take notice. He's probably wondering why someone like me would be around a bunch of high society girls. As Ren spoke, he flicked the maple leaf gold coin again. It landed heads up once more. Seems like he's still just curious for now. With my ordinary identity, he's definitely wondering why I joined the Occult Research Club. From his perspective, he's likely starting his investigation with me. He flipped the maple leaf gold coin once more. Again, the head side faced up. The answer was clear. The repeated confirmation through divination made his deduction even more solid. Ren smiled, showing no concern over the detective's curiosity about him. Don't pay too much attention to what he's doing. To someone who believes in science, everything we do is irrational. Let him keep theorizing like a good little detective. To be continued. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, The First Believer. The Hatamoto clan soon learned what had happened with Hatamoto Ichiro, but neither of the central figures, Hatamoto Gozo nor Hatamoto Natsu, left their room. That in itself made their position very clear. Hatamoto Mariko and Hatamoto Kitaro were unusually silent on their way back. Because they both knew very well that the old man would not spare Ichiro this time. The charge of attempted murder was enough to make Ichiro waste his best years in prison. A conservative estimate for this charge was up to 10 years. But the key issue wasn't the 10 years, it was the old man's attitude. This time, Gozo had clearly decided to teach Ichiro a lesson by letting him rot in prison for a decade. That alone meant the old man had already made up his mind to take action against the rest of them as well. And once they came to that conclusion, neither of them dared to speak further. They didn't even dare to stir up trouble again, fearing they'd be made into public examples by the old man's wrath. However, by noon, Hatamoto Gozo and Hatamoto Natsu finally stepped out of the room. The old man's face was frosty, his expression unreadable. Seeing this, the members of the Hatamoto clan, already feeling the weight of impending consequences, didn't even dare to breathe. Takehiko, who had been ostracized from the Hatamoto family, had his gaze locked solely on Natsu. Natsu was different today. Takehiko knew Natsu far too well. In order to pursue her, he had studied her carefully, her personality, her preferences, everything. Otherwise, how could he have gotten so close? But now, with all that familiarity, Takehiko could immediately tell that today's Natsu was not the same as the one he'd known yesterday. Hatamoto Gozo slowly led his granddaughter over to Shinomiya Kagaya. The old man began by showing the utmost respect. Miss Shinomiya, thank you for your rescue yesterday. The favor is already heavy, and for what happened last night, I must express even more gratitude. Gozo knew that he had been saved by his granddaughter yesterday, but the way she had suddenly erupted with power was obviously not normal. And immediately after, the Shinomiya family's bodyguards had rushed in, making it clear that even if his granddaughter hadn't acted, the Shinomiya bodyguards would have saved him. So, this gratitude was beyond question. Kagaya accepted the thanks with grace. She didn't act proud, simply nodding slightly. Mr. Hatamoto is too polite. It wasn't anything major. Perhaps not to you, Miss Shinomiya, but it was certainly major for me. Once again, I thank you. Kagaya gave a slight nod. She could overlook many things, but still hoped that others would understand where the lines were. She then turned her gaze toward the already demoralized Hatamoto clan. Mr. Hatamoto should handle internal matters properly. Don't waste this hard-earned opportunity. Hatamoto Gozo understood this well. After facing death the previous day, he had made a decision in his heart. He could no longer tolerate these parasites. If he did, they would eventually become a major obstacle for Natsu's future. Of course. Some reminders were enough. Kagaya didn't believe Gozo was a fool. A fool couldn't turn a company into a powerful conglomerate. And what nearly happened yesterday was no trivial matter. It was enough to make anyone abandon sentimental ties. Seeing that the conversation had run its course, Hayasaka, who had been standing behind Kagaya, stepped forward to shift the topic. Mr. Gozo, the cruise ship will arrive at the port of Tokyo in 2 hours. Please get some rest during this time. Preferably in a secure location. This was a polite but necessary suggestion. After all, there really was a madman among the Hatamoto family who had done something insane. In such circumstances, security was a top priority. Of course. Gozo didn't think those fools would try anything reckless, but he had misjudged Ichiro the day before. He wasn't about to take any chances this time. He wouldn't risk Natsu's or his own safety. From now on, he would be much more vigilant about the rest of those useless relatives. Then, I'll take my leave for now. Grandfather, I still have something to say. Just as he was about to leave with Natsu, Gozo paused when he heard her speak. He was slightly surprised, but still nodded and walked over to a seat nearby. Once seated, Hatamoto Gozo turned his attention to his granddaughter. Because of the distance and the quiet voices, he couldn't hear what was being said. But what he needed now wasn't to hear, it was to see who she was speaking to. Following Natsu's line of sight, he noticed she was looking at a boy among the group of high society girls, someone Gozo didn't recognize. Miss Hatamoto, do you believe in faith now? I do. This time, Natsu answered without the slightest hesitation. The reason faith often fails to spread is because miracles are rare. But once a miracle does appear, faith becomes the fastest thing to propagate. Hatamoto Natsu had never believed in gods. Her elite scientific education had made her skeptical, even dismissive of such notions. But once a miracle actually happened, one that saved her grandfather, she immediately accepted the existence of divinity. And the boy standing before her was the god who had descended to this world. That devout faith was evident in her eyes. Ren could see it without needing to confirm it. The knowledge in your mind and the power you've received are gifts of your faith. You made the right choice. You changed your destiny, and also your grandfather's. For me, this was a successful trial. I'm curious to see what choices you'll make next. If you still wish to change things, very well. Then begin with your family. Spread my name. Bring in more believers. If you succeed, I'll grant you greater rewards. How does that sound, Miss Hatamoto? Of course, I'm willing, God. To Hatamoto Natsu, the boy before her had already become a true god. She would naturally accept any mission granted by him. The name, God, is a bit excessive. Let's go with this instead. From now on, Miss Hatamoto, you may call me the Fool. Yes, Mr. Fool. To be continued. Bonus for 200 PS, Chapter 214, Chapter 214, The Good Days of Our Clan Come to an End. At 3 p.m., the cruise ship docked at the port of Tokyo. The police, already informed, promptly arrived with a team to make an arrest. Several bodyguards escorted Hatamoto Ichiro, whose hands were bandaged, off the cruise ship. It was the first time today that Mariko Hatamoto and Kitaro Hatamoto saw their son. His face was haggard, his expression lifeless, his eye sockets sunken. Even through the bandages on his hands, bright red blood still seeped out. The pitiful sight made Mariko Hatamoto cry out. Ichiro, my Ichiro. She couldn't even imagine what kind of treatment her son had endured before he was subdued yesterday. But she had no right to complain. Because they both knew this was the result of his own actions. If he hadn't gone to the old man with a knife, he wouldn't be in this condition now. Ignorance is no excuse. Gozo looked at them coldly, snorting with disdain. He was completely done with these people. Now that they had disembarked, he would begin taking action the following day. His gaze swept across Takiko, who stood at the edge of the crowd with a dejected expression. It was a pity. The original plan for Candidate 15 would now be scrapped. But Gozo had no regrets about this change. He had realized just now that his granddaughter seemed to have established deeper ties with the young ladies group. Takiko's skills and work ethic were commendable, and it was a shame to cast him aside. But since that was Natsu's own decision, he would respect it. Compared to Zaishiro, Natsu's entry into the elite circle was far more significant. That widened network could provide much greater long-term benefit than anything Takiko could offer. So it was better to discard this now useless chess piece entirely. They would likely never cross paths again. At that moment, the entrance of the cruise ship was surrounded by Inspector Megier and his team. Attempted murder was no small matter. With irrefutable evidence in hand, there was no need for further delay. As long as they secured the suspect and evidence, the case would soon be closed. The bodyguards handed over Hatamoto Ichiro, then presented a plastic evidence bag containing a blood-stained kitchen knife, along with a disc containing the video footage. This is the weapon used by the suspect, and the disc contains a full recording of the crime. Inspector Megier examined the items. These would be formally reviewed later. Officer Sato, secure the evidence. Yes. Sato Mawako stepped forward to collect the items. With the weapon and full footage in hand, the case was essentially airtight. No one could dispute the facts. She glanced at the suspect. Blood still seeped through the bandages on his hands, indicating he had already been punished. The bodyguards noticed Sato Mawako's gaze. In order to avoid any complications involving the young lady or Miss Kagaya, they gave an explanation. The injuries to his hands were inflicted by the granddaughter of the victim. Officer, please note, this was an appropriate and lawful act of resistance to stop the crime. The footage clearly shows how the injuries were sustained. Inspector Megier nodded. Understood. We'll need to confirm the case details more thoroughly. The bodyguards understood protocol. Miss Kagaya has already stated she will fully cooperate with the investigation. The cruise ship will remain docked for the time being, and the police may conduct their investigation on board. The crew is familiar with the situation at the crime scene. However, Miss Kagaya may not be available for questioning, as school resumes tomorrow. Inspector Megier breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Miss Shinomiya to be so cooperative. As for her not being available for questioning, it was understandable. This was, after all, an attempted murder, not a completed one. And the suspect had no direct connection to Miss Shinomiya, so there was no need to involve her in the follow-up investigation. Of course. That's more than reasonable. The bodyguards nodded and stepped aside, as people began disembarking from the cruise ship one after another. At the front of the group, naturally, was the Hatamoto family. Mr. Hatamoto Gozo, as the intended victim, we hope you'll accompany us to the Metropolitan Police Department for formal statements and verification. Thank you, officer. Gozo did not refuse. He understood that his statement was essential to ensure that Hatamoto Ichiro, that delusional fool, ended up where he belonged, behind bars. This would also prevent anyone else from developing any misguided thoughts. Natsu, come with me. I'm here, grandfather. As for the rest of the Hatamoto family, Gozo didn't spare them a single glance. And Hatamoto Natsu, walking beside him, never once looked back at the so-called relatives behind her. At this moment, she no longer viewed those people as family. After her grandfather was nearly stabbed to death by her cousin, Hatamoto Ichiro, Natsu had completely severed emotional ties with them. She was thoroughly disappointed in what they represented. From here on, Natsu knew her focus was no longer her family. It was on Mr. Fool, the one she now believed in. The other Hatamoto clan members trailing behind looked at the grandfather and granddaughter walking ahead, feeling a suffocating weight above their heads. A dreadful sense of foreboding was undeniable. It looks like the old man has made up his mind. Hatamoto Shoji sighed helplessly. Ichiro's reckless actions had completely destroyed whatever remained of Gozo's familial compassion. And Shoji himself was caught in the fallout. Still, he understood. The old man would no longer indulge anyone's fantasies. Shoji braced himself. He'd likely need to liquidate his businesses once they returned. Otherwise, surviving would become extremely difficult. Why is it always Natsu? Aki Hatamoto, dressed in a revealing V-neck dress, seethed with rage. She had never been the favored one. Back when her parents were alive, their attention had always gone to Natsu. After their deaths, their grandfather doted on Natsu alone. As the older sister, Aki had always been overshadowed. No matter how hard she worked, she received no recognition. Now, everything was slipping away completely. Aki felt only despair and powerlessness. Beside her, her husband stared at her with dull eyes. He had married this woman for money, but now that was crumbling. And with it, all hope. To be continued. Chapter 215, Summary Gathering. After leaving the port, everyone took one of the Sanzenin family's spare cars to Sanzenin Nagi's residence. Considering there were still matters to wrap up, it was fitting to conclude things at Nagi's home. Soon, the car pulled into the Sanzenin estate, a massive villa where one had to drive all the way up to the entrance just to reach the house. The entire property was enormous. Without someone guiding you, you could easily get lost inside. Sanzenin, your house is really huge. Even though he had seen it before in pictures, Ren couldn't help but be amazed by the size of the estate when seeing it in person. Aside from a group of bodyguards and Maria, it's just you here. It's kind of a waste to have such a huge place. A place this empty really did feel like a haunted mansion at night. The Kudo residence was one classic example of a haunted house, but Nagi's home could arguably top that. The person being mentioned, Nagi, wore a complicated expression. Honestly, she also felt her house was a bit too big. The scale was unnecessarily excessive. While it was great for gaming, having only 2 people live in such a vast space felt undeniably lonely. At that moment, Aizawa Sakuya grinned and threw her arm around Nagi's shoulder. This girl never liked how quiet it was here, so she used to throw parties now and then just to fill the place with people. Back when she was still at Haku Academy, she was pretty popular. Everyone who knew her would show up to hang out, especially those teachers who just wanted free food. But ever since she transferred schools, there hasn't been a single party at home for over a month. If she hadn't made friends in her new school, I swear she would have died of loneliness by now. Go away. Who said I'd die of loneliness? Nagi slapped Sakuya's arm off her shoulder, seething with embarrassment. She felt like her dignity was about to evaporate under Sakuya's teasing. Well, Nagi-chan definitely isn't lonely anymore. As her close friend, Isumi was confident about that. Back then, Nagi-chan only played games at home. But after playing the same ones over and over, they stopped being fun. Now though, Nagi-chan has found new things to enjoy and can finally live out her middle school Chinibu dreams, so she definitely isn't feeling lonely. Nagi's face turned red with shame before she could stop the words from coming out. It was true. Her life had become more exciting lately. Especially after receiving her vision, everything had changed. Now she could do things she'd only dreamed of before, flying through the air, controlling the wind to pull off all kinds of fun stunts. This new life of hers had pushed any lingering loneliness far away. And honestly, her second-year syndrome had been bursting out so uncontrollably, she didn't even want guests coming over anymore. Some of the things she'd done were so embarrassing that even she cringed thinking about them afterward. Isumi, why do you? Because when I came by earlier, I saw little Nagi wearing some strange armor and leaping off the top floor over and over. She even let out an exaggerated evil laugh each time she jumped, so I figured she must be having fun. Oh. Sakuya's eyes sparkled with interest. She leaned in. Isumi, tell us all the juicy details. Well, it started when, MMPH. Before Isumi could spill the story, her mouth was quickly covered by Nagi herself. Her face was crimson. It was the kind of embarrassment you feel when your most humiliating Shinibu moment gets revealed in front of everyone. Sure, she could have a middle schooler level delusion attack. But saying it out loud? No way. That was the limit of her pride. Ahem. Everyone, maybe we should head inside and continue this there. Seeing Nagi about to collapse from sheer shame, Maria kindly stepped in. If the teasing continued, Nagi might actually faint. Maria's words helped break the tension and led everyone into the villa. As always, Maria served black tea for everyone. The trip was over. After returning from the cruise, what everyone needed now was to unwind. After setting down his teacup, Ren was the first to speak. Then I'll give a quick summary of this vacation. Kaguya and Ran have tested the limits of their abilities at this stage, but due to Hayasaka disrupting the dimensional space, our original plan for continued training had to be cancelled. So we didn't conduct deeper confirmation. Still, even if we didn't go further, most of the weekend's goals were achieved. In addition, the other members of the Occult Research Club have received the second round of diaries. So, beyond Ran, Kaguya, and Sanzenin, the new diary holders should also come forward and introduce themselves. The key is understanding each person's ability. That way, everyone can be more aware. Then I'll go first. As soon as Ren finished speaking, Sonoko stood up and pulled out a contract card from her pocket. The first thing I won in the draw wasn't anything offensive, it was a coin used to establish a contract with someone. Of course, my contracted partner is Ren. This card is proof of that bond, and it has a pretty unique ability. As long as I use this contract card's ability, I can meet with anyone I want, no appointment needed. That ability immediately drew everyone's attention. You can meet anyone at any time without an appointment. That's incredibly powerful. The key is that it works on anyone, which means nobody is exempt. Kaguya also reacted with surprise. If it were used in an assassination, you might not even need to get close. Hayasaka commented instinctively, only to be immediately glared at by Kaguya. Idiot. The point of this card isn't assassination. In terms of assassination, nothing beats your door fruit. This card's ability is for conversations. Sonoko's ability allows her to meet with anyone instantly, which means she has the chance to start conversations with anyone. That's far more valuable than an assassination skill. In fact, her ability has virtually no restrictions. No barrier can stop her from using it. This gives her immense leverage in negotiations. The other party won't be able to escape the conversation, making it much easier to pressure them and reach a favorable outcome. To be continued. Chapter 216, Contract Card and 6 Styles. It's a very rare ability, and it's really useful, but there are some issues. Sonoko, does the person you're making an appointment with need to verify their identity? Or is there no need to confirm it at all? This question was key, causing Sonoko to pause just as she was about to answer. After a brief hesitation, she couldn't give a definite response. I'm not sure. But I think, since it's an appointment, there should at least be a clear direction, and confirming the other party's identity should be a necessary condition. And since it's an appointment, the ability should be post-activated. It should require a specific time, place, and person. Although Sonoko wasn't certain about the full extent of her contract card's ability, she followed Kaguya's logic and listed the 3 elements: time, place, and person. From common sense, these 3 elements are the basic conditions of an appointment. After all, if time, place, and identity are uncertain, how can it be called an appointment? The basic conditions of an appointment need to be clear, and it must be made in advance. That aligns perfectly with the rules of how appointments work. These should be the activation conditions for the ability. Kaguya nodded slightly. These limitations seemed very reasonable. Even though there are many restrictions, a lot of the conditions can be prepared in advance. As long as you plan ahead, you can basically meet anyone you want. Not necessarily. Just as Kaguya finished, Ren voiced a different opinion. Sonoko's ability is powerful, but like yours, it has a certain upper limit. If the target surpasses that limit, her ability won't work on them. So, once a person's strength exceeds a certain threshold, Sonoko's ability can no longer interfere with them. After Ren confirmed this point, Kaguya had no objections. She nodded slightly, then added. The 3 elements of an appointment and the limitation based on the target's strength, well, the last condition Ren mentioned doesn't apply to us. At the very least, there's no one out there with abilities above ours. Ren nodded in agreement. In that case, the ability Sonoko obtained really is extremely rare. After evaluating Sonoko's contract card, a faint trace of resentment flickered in Kaguya's eyes. By now, she had also figured out the reason for that kiss. God knows, there's also a diary helping her in the background. Hayasaka, what about you? Kaguya believed that Hayasaka must have also obtained a diary. Standing behind Kagaya, Hayasaka stepped forward calmly. Miss Kagaya, I received a special physical skill called 6 styles. They are Shave, Moon Step, Tempest Kick, Finger Gun, Paper Art, and Iron Body. The name 6 styles refers to these 6 distinct techniques. Shave boosts instantaneous burst speed. Moon Step allows you to move freely in the air. Tempest Kick lets you launch vacuum blades with a kick. Finger Gun concentrates your entire body's strength into your fingers for a deadly strike. Paper Art relaxes all body muscles, allowing you to freely manipulate your body to dodge attacks. Iron Body instantly hardens your muscles, allowing you to resist bullets and blades. It was a thorough explanation. Everyone present quickly understood what the 6 styles were. Ren activated his spiritual vision and scanned Hayasaka's body. He immediately understood the problem and raised the most critical question. But you can't actually use them yet, right? Hayasaka, usually expressionless, revealed a hint of helplessness and nodded slightly. Yes. I've obtained the knowledge and usage principles of the 6 styles, but my physical fitness hasn't been enhanced. Even though I have the theoretical foundation, the 6 styles are techniques that go beyond the limits of normal humans. Without superhuman physical conditioning, I can't execute them properly. The 6 styles were indeed extremely powerful techniques. If Hayasaka could fully master them, she wouldn't just be someone who ate the Dordor fruit, she'd be a true superhuman. The idea was promising, but she had the skills without the physical capacity to use them. Until her physical condition improved, the techniques remained unusable. Forcing it would definitely result in serious bodily damage. The power system you and Kagaya use requires much stronger physical foundations. Take Kagaya's Ice fruit for example. In that story, the original user and another natural fruit user fought continuously for 3 days and nights before a victor emerged. If you and Kagaya can boost your physical strength, the 6 styles would be the perfect foundation to bring out even more of your devil fruit powers. Ren's explanation stunned the 2 girls. Then, as if recalling something, they both said the same thing in unison. Sea King meat. Kagaya and Hayasaka both remembered the huge slab of meat Kagaya had initially acquired. During her punishment for betrayal, Hayasaka had butchered and packed the enormous chunk of meat, large enough to fill an entire room. Since then, Kagaya had completely forgotten about it, and Hayasaka only remembered storing it in the freezer, never once thinking of taking it out to eat. You also got Sea King meat, huh? Ren was slightly surprised. But what puzzled him more was, you still haven't eaten it, have you? The master and servant who had just spoken in perfect sync fell into silence. This silence spoke volumes, and Ren moved on without pushing the awkward moment further. The Sea Kings are gigantic marine beasts from that world. Eating their meat likely boosts physical strength. In that story, many people regularly eat that kind of food, and that's why their physical capabilities are so exceptional. Most of the characters in that world grew up eating that kind of meat. If you eat it regularly, it should have a strengthening effect. In truth, Ren didn't know that both Kagaya and Hayasaka already understood the Sea King meat's value. They had simply forgotten it existed. Sonoko and Hayasaka have already explained their abilities. That leaves Maria and Sajinomiya. You two received something as well, didn't you? Isumi, dressed in a deep purple kimono, slowly stood up and spoke gently. Amamiya-sama, I'll go first. Yes, please. Ren made a gesture of invitation and waited for her explanation. To be continued. Chapter 217, Kikyo and the Fragment. I received the inheritance of a powerful shrine maiden from the Warring States period. Ren frowned. The inheritance of a powerful shrine maiden from the Warring States period. After thinking for a moment, Ren slowly raised his hand and asked. Sajinomiya, can I ask the name of that shrine maiden? Of course. Her name is Kikyo. Isumi nodded and gave the name directly. Kikyo. Warring States period, powerful shrine maiden, if it's her, then it could only be that one. Ren immediately thought of the most powerful shrine maiden from that time, Kikyo. It really is her. Kikyo, the most powerful and capable shrine maiden during the monster-infested Warring States period. Her spiritual power could annihilate powerful demons instantly. Not only could she purify them, but she could also seal them with her immense spiritual energy. Her power has incredibly strong suppressive effects on monsters. Then, Ren brushed his index finger across the tip of his thumb and entered a state of spiritual vision. The density of the star's spirit body had increased greatly, and her spiritual presence had grown several times compared to before. However, clinging to the surface of her spirit body was a broken soul fragment. Realizing this, Ren quickly stood up and squatted in front of Isumi. Sajinomiya, don't move. Obediently, Isumi stayed still. Ren raised his hand and placed it against her chest. An invisible fog swirled into a vortex, gradually separating the soul fragment entrenched in her spirit body from her own spirit. Before long, a faint blue fragment slowly separated from Isumi's chest. Isumi, who had spiritual power, witnessed the entire process. She had never imagined there would be a soul fragment hidden inside her. That's the legacy of the Shrine Maiden. After all, Kikyo was an immensely powerful spiritualist. Her soul wasn't easily broken. It's no surprise a fragment of it was carried along with the inheritance into your spirit. After separating the fragment, Ren used his authority as the Sefirah castle's holder to fully seal it. The soul fragment began to crystallize and materialize. He pinched the crystallized fragment between his fingers. Isumi, your hand. Isumi immediately opened her hand, and Ren placed the crystallized soul fragment onto her palm. You've just received the power and inheritance, but you still haven't fully adapted. Once you're ready, I'll help you crush this soul fragment and let it serve as nourishment to further strengthen your soul. Until then, keep it safe. Isumi looked at the soul fragment in her hand. Without saying anything emotional, she simply wrapped it with talisman paper and tucked it into her kimono. She understood the value of that soul fragment. The fact that it accompanied the Shrine Maiden's inheritance explained everything. Reincarnation, rebirth, parasitism. Whatever the reason, the soul fragment was tainted with the Shrine Maiden's essence. No matter how slight, it would certainly influence her spirit and soul, and not necessarily in a good way. Though dangerous, this broken soul fragment was also the best kind of nourishment. If properly absorbed, it could accelerate spiritual growth dramatically. Especially a fragment belonging to such a powerful Shrine Maiden, its effects would be even more significant. Thank you very much, Amamiya-sama. It's fine. But you need to be cautious going forward. Even with the diary's help, you must be careful with any inheritance that appears out of nowhere. No such thing comes without strings attached. Ren smiled, accepting Isumi's thanks. Honestly, he liked polite, sincere, and well-mannered girls like her. He didn't mind helping when it was within his ability. Everyone else needs to be careful too. Even if it's a diary reward, make sure the inheritance is clearly explained. If there's some hidden trap, it'll be a serious problem. Don't worry. So far, only Isumi ran into this kind of thing. Nagi rarely got the chance to tease Isumi, so she wasn't about to miss it. Sure enough, Isumi's expression darkened at Nagi's comment. Nagi. With a gloomy expression, Isumi slowly walked toward her. Ah, it's not a big deal. Didn't Amamiya already help you take care of it? Nagi pinched her sulking face, then turned to Ren and gave him a bright, appreciative smile. Ren returned the smile, nodded slightly, and went back to his seat. Seeing his response, Nagi quickly dragged Isumi to sit back down, then turned her attention to the last two. Fujiwara, Maria, you're the only ones left. Nagi knew Maria also had a diary, but she had no idea what Maria received in the first lottery draw. Called by name, Maria stepped forward, raised her hand, and a spear appeared in her grasp. Its blade tip glowed with a yellow-orange light. The moment the spear appeared, Ren immediately sensed some unknown force being drawn to it, making the air around them feel heavier. He glanced at the others. Their expressions were normal. So, he was the only one who could feel it. He then turned his attention back to the spear. This spear is called the Vortex Vanquisher. As I mentioned last time, the rock god is also known as the god of war. The original wielder of this spear was the god of war. Because the god of war used it for so long, it greatly enhanced the rock elemental shield abilities. If you carry this spear, Maria, it should help you manipulate geo-elemental energy more smoothly. Also, the spear is extremely sharp. Of course, you'll need to train in using a spear properly. Thanks to Ren's explanation, Maria finally understood the origin of the weapon she'd drawn. So, this is the god of war's spear. No wonder it felt strange. Whenever I hold it, my elemental control feels faster and more fluid. At first, Maria thought it was just an illusion caused by excitement, but now it seemed real. It really is the spear. I should definitely train with it properly. Although she wasn't used to wielding a spear, Maria knew she needed proper training. To be continued. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, The Road to Sequences and Methods. The last one is Fujiwara. Chika stood up when her name was called, her usual bright smile on her face. The first thing I got was a potion. After drinking it, I gained special abilities. Amamiya and I belong to the same power system. But then her smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of fear and unease. Well, the only problem is that there was a deviation when I gained the power. The symptoms of losing control that Amamiya mentioned. I experienced them too. I don't really know why, but I saw a very strange scene. Are your powers and Amamiya's really that dangerous? Aizawa Sakuya couldn't help but ask with curiosity. They are quite dangerous. Chika pressed her forehead in distress. She clearly didn't want to experience that feeling again. Back then, I saw the collapse of the world. All the colors blended into one chaotic mass. I felt like I was being swallowed by it, my consciousness disintegrating piece by piece. It was as if I could clearly sense that I was about to die. I could feel myself going insane. Recalling that moment, even Chika's usually cheerful face twisted slightly, her expression showing subtle cracks, like lingering trauma. Seeing her like that, the others instinctively swallowed nervously. They hadn't experienced it firsthand, but they could imagine the despair behind her words, going insane. After working hard to suppress the aftereffects, Chika forced her expression back to something resembling a smile. I'm okay now. Really, it's all okay. She repeated herself, trying to reassure them. Her mood did seem to return to normal quickly. But everyone could tell something was still off. Almost unconsciously, they turned to the one person they could rely on. Ren shook his head slightly, signaling that everything was fine for now. Once they received that reassurance, everyone relaxed. The potion system isn't exactly safe. Becoming a Beyonder always carries the risk of losing control. And aside from losing control of yourself, there's also corruption caused by forbidden knowledge. You can compare it to the ancient gods from the Cthulhu mythos. When mortals gaze upon them, they can't comprehend the knowledge and information being broadcast to them due to the limits of human cognition. This results in corruption by the ancient gods' revelations. Their minds collapse, and their bodies begin to mutate. To avoid misunderstandings, Ren briefly explained. This is way too messed up. Aizawa Sakuya immediately raised her voice in protest after hearing Ren's explanation. Yeah, it definitely sounds problematic. But in practice, this situation can be controlled. During Fujiwara's first use of the potion, she did lose control and was affected, but I managed to handle it. Ren answered calmly in response to Aizawa's concern. I'll take responsibility for Fujiwara's safety. When she advances next time, I'll be there too, making sure she doesn't encounter any uncontrollable accidents. Hearing this, Aizawa Sakuya relaxed slightly, though her brows were still furrowed. What about you? No need to worry about me. I've been aware of the risks of the potion path from the start. That's why the diary gave me a special precondition, allowing me to avoid the negative side effects of the potion system. Ren patiently explained. That explanation gave Aizawa Sakuya some relief. She had always been good at reading others' emotions, probably because she had taken care of many younger siblings in the past. That's why she could so clearly see what Chika was hiding beneath her broken expression. Still, it was good that Ren didn't have any major problems. As long as he was stable, Chika would likely be safe too. But if something ever went wrong with Ren, they'd be powerless to stop it. Aizawa Sakuya still trusted Ren. He was reliable, didn't spout nonsense, and was very grounded. She believed he truly had the capability to handle things. After the short conversation with Sakuya and earning her trust, Ren shifted the topic back to Chika. Fujiwara took the lowest level sequence 9 potion. But even if it's just a low-level sequence, it already grants abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. The potion's name is Spectator. This path won't directly strengthen your body, but it maximizes your mental acuity and powers of observation. Just as the name implies, the Spectator specializes in watching and analyzing. For a Spectator, your role is to observe the world around you at all times. Observe everyone's reactions, discern what they're truly feeling or trying to express. So this is something I want to remind you of, Fujiwara. You are just a spectator. You're not an actor. You don't need to participate. You just need to watch. Ren's final words were specifically directed to Fujiwara. Now, there's a key point that every Beyonder walking the path of sequences must know. The key to potions is not mastery, but digestion. The power you gain from a potion isn't enhanced by refining or studying it, but by how much of it you can digest. And one of the ways to digest a potion is through acting. Acting means aligning yourself with the essence of the potion, living your daily life in a way that matches the core concept. The more in tune you are with the essence, the more smoothly you'll digest the potion. Fujiwara, remember this clearly. You're just acting. Don't get too immersed. If you get too caught up, you won't be the one digesting the potion. The potion will be the one assimilating you. This was one of the most important truths of the sequence path, something every Beyonder had to understand and internalize. Got it. Chika listened carefully and firmly memorized everything Ren had said. She nodded. Amamiya, if I'm a spectator, then what are you? No one had asked that before. But now that she was walking the same path, Fujiwara Chika felt she could finally relate. Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice. Ren thought for a moment and answered with the 3 paths he had taken. To be continued. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, The Spectator is very cheating. Seer, Marauder, Apprentice. The names of those 3 paths were enough for everyone to get a rough idea of their abilities without needing to ask in detail. However, in daily life, it seemed like the only one Ren really used often was the Seer. The Marauder path lets you steal things, right? So for role-playing, do you have to steal stuff like Kaito Kid? Nagi reacted quickly. Thinking about the acting method just discussed, she immediately came up with that question. Ren shook his head slightly. My situation is a bit more complicated. Since the traits I received from the start were highly compatible with the sequence system, my progression is a little different from that of ordinary Beyonders. Even without acting, I can digest potions faster than most. Low sequence potions don't require much acting to be digested, so I don't bother thinking about it too much most of the time. It saves me a lot of trouble. The sequences that require public expression were a huge headache for Ren. Especially if he had to perform center stage like some theatrical role, it would be a nightmare. After all, the world he had lived in for more than a decade was rooted in normal daily life. If he stirred up too much chaos, the official organizations would definitely start watching him closely. So, when he found out he didn't need to act much, Ren was honestly relieved. Some sequences demand control over chaos and madness. If there's no right opportunity, and he's forced into that kind of path, it could ruin the peaceful life he's worked to maintain. My seer potion is already fully digested. I'm now at sequence 8. My clown, marauder, and apprentice paths are also nearing digestion. What's left is preparing for the next potion. These 3 paths don't focus much on offense at the lower sequences, so they're still manageable in terms of risk and utility. That's true for most low-level professions. Nagi nodded in understanding. Then there's the spectator path that Fujiwara took. At lower sequences, it's not particularly hard to act out, but like mine, it doesn't offer much in terms of combat capability. After explaining his situation, Ren turned the topic back to Chika. If Fujiwara had drawn the hunter potion yesterday, I definitely wouldn't have recommended she take it. Why? Nagi voiced the question everyone was thinking. Well, the hunter path has a serious drawback for girls. Of course, it's a strong path, and it offers excellent combat power even at the low sequences. But if a girl continues down the hunter path and reaches the higher sequences, her gender will change. She'll become male. Ren's words were like a stone thrown into still water, causing a massive ripple of shock in the group. From girl to boy. The potion can do that. Is there a potion that turns a guy into a girl too? Aizawa Sakuya couldn't help blurting out. There is. Aizawa Sakuya paused, her throat moving unconsciously. There's another path opposite to Hunter, the Demoness pathway. If a boy takes the assassin potion and reaches the mid-sequences, he'll change from male to female. And regardless of how plain the boy looks beforehand, once the transformation completes, he'll become an absolute knockout. The reason for that, I believe, is related to the subsequent class in the pathway, pleasure. You can take that name literally. If you don't have a beautiful appearance, you probably won't meet the qualifications for that role. Aizawa Sakuya couldn't help but imagine it. The very idea of that kind of role-playing made her shudder. It was a little terrifying. That's seriously hard to picture. So, someone in the past had to use the acting method. Ren nodded slightly. I agree. It's pretty difficult to wrap your head around. But I can tell you a very disturbing fact. In that story, there was also a transmigrator. In his diary, he actually wrote, "The taste of a demoness isn't bad." What the hell? Aizawa Sakuya couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her mind instantly conjured the horrifying image of a man who turned into a woman and then got seduced by another man, who later wrote in a diary that the demoness taste was incredible. If that guy ever found out that the one he touched used to be just like him, he'd probably break. Ren nodded. Yeah. I don't know if he would mentally collapse. But just thinking about that kind of scenario is enough to completely kill any interest I might have had in girls from that sequence. Even if the demoness looks drop-dead gorgeous. There was just no way. It felt a little too disgusting. Yeah, really disgusting. But aside from hunters and assassins, the other sequences won't cause something like that. After that brief detour, Ren brought the conversation back on track. Fujiwara's spectator path focuses on the mind and psychological levels. Right now, her observation skills allow her to see the truth behind people's actions. Once she reaches sequence 8, those skills will be enhanced even further. She might even gain the ability to read minds. Also, since observation skills aren't supernatural powers in the strict sense, even if Ren nullifies magic, they can't be stopped. Chika, standing nearby, chimed in with a smug little "yeah" pose, making AV with both hands and a mischievous grin on her face. Everyone else felt a chill run down their spines. Mind reading was not a comforting ability. Especially knowing that their true thoughts could be exposed just through behavioral cues, it made everyone feel uneasy. Relax. It's mind reading through observation. It's not completely accurate. There will be some margin of error. It won't expose your deepest secrets. At most, it just makes it harder to hide surface-level thoughts. Seeing everyone so freaked out, Ren could already guess what they were imagining, so he added a bit of explanation. You should all play more psychological games with Fujiwara. That'll help her develop her role. No way. Everyone instinctively rejected the idea. They already knew Chika cheated at games. Now that she was openly cheating with a mental edge, who in their right mind would play psychological games with her? That would be a total loss. To be continued. Chapter 220, Girlfriend Times. Getting out of the car, Ren looked at the residential complex in front of him. This marked the end of his weekend. He walked through the gates, entered the building he lived in, and took the elevator to his floor. He paused for a moment and listened carefully. She's not here. Ah, right, she went out to discuss setting up a studio. Ren recalled Yoko's plans and remembered where she had gone. Setting up a studio wasn't something that could be done on a whim. Yoko wouldn't be doing it alone. She needed to bring a few friends and collaborators. There were also countless preliminary steps to handle. Even if he asked Kaguya to help, he couldn't leave it all to her. Yoko would still need to do the groundwork herself. Ren arrived at his door. He didn't bother pulling out a key, just reached out and touched the door. It opened on its own. The door pathway's extraordinary ability to unlock doors was one that should definitely be put to use often. He stepped inside. Having been away for 2 days, the atmosphere of the already quiet home had become even more subdued. Ren had long grown used to this. He changed into his indoor slippers and walked further into the room. First things first, turn on the air conditioning. As warm air began circulating, the chill in the room gradually faded. Ren took out his suitcase from Sefirah Castle, tossed the clothes for washing into the machine, then tidied up anything else that needed sorting. Once that was done, he sat down and opened his diary. On the last day of the weekend, my original training plan encountered some hiccups. The training period was cut short by half a day, so we missed the actual combat between Ran and Sanzenin, Shinomiya, Maria, and Kaguya. I originally wanted Ran to surprise them using her unique strengths, but things didn't go as planned. A shame, really. Ren chuckled as he wrote the words, a shame. Even though Ran missed the group combat, thanks to my boon, she managed to push herself to the limit of her current capabilities. In that sense, the weekend trip still went as planned. Based on my observations, Ran's physical ability is close to maxed out. Going forward, her muscle growth won't continue to skyrocket. Her body weight should stabilize around 75 kilograms, and it won't keep increasing indefinitely. So, Ren doesn't have to worry about gaining more weight. The real question is whether she thinks she's gained weight. From what I can see with spiritual vision, her body hasn't changed all that much from when I first met her. All the fat she once had has turned into muscle. Her thighs and arms have gained muscle mass. Her arms haven't thickened, but her thighs have become stronger. Still, it's not the kind of bulging muscle you'd see in a bodybuilder, just a bit more fullness. Her shoulders have broadened slightly, and her hips are a little fuller. That's inevitable, though. Her muscle mass and even her skeletal frame have increased slightly. These changes were bound to happen. I also have to mention her unique trait. That trait boosts her appetite and digestion, while also enhancing the strength of her muscles, leading to better endurance, speed, and explosive power. And it's not just more muscle. It's a full-body upgrade. Her muscle distribution is very balanced. It's not heavy or clunky, but rather pink-toned muscle that provides both endurance and burst power. That's why her figure doesn't look all that different from before. Honestly, Ran's body now is healthy and athletic, the kind of physique you get through long-term physical training. Her muscle definition isn't sharp or obvious, but she's got an ideal figure. Even so, she still seems to worry about her weight. I don't know how to convince her to relax, to stop thinking it's a problem. Ren stopped writing and sighed. From his point of view, Ran's current figure was attractive, plump, toned, and healthy. There was nothing fat about it. But she remained self-conscious about her weight. He would need to talk to her about it eventually, and hopefully she'd come to accept it. He resumed writing. There were other things gained on this trip. This was the first time in my life someone confessed to me. Unlike Sunoko's half-joking confession before, Kaguya was completely serious when she said she liked me. To someone like me, who doesn't understand emotions well, it was a big shock. But Kaguya saw that I didn't want to get deeply involved with anyone, so she made it easier for me when she left. Now, though, I can't leave anymore. After Kaguya confessed, Sunoko followed soon after. With her diary in hand, she came directly to my room and brought up the promise we made, to go out if she ever got a diary. Like Kaguya, Sunoko was completely serious. So, I accepted Sunoko's request and fulfilled our original promise. I guess that means I officially started dating Sunoko. Even so, I honestly don't know what couples are supposed to do. We'll just take things one step at a time. After Sunoko left, Fujiwara came by. Thankfully, she only wanted to ask about the potion. I explained the basics to her, and she decided to drink it. I just didn't expect her to lose control to such an extreme degree. Damn it. Ren thought for a moment but didn't release the video from that incident. Some things probably weren't meant to be revisited, and a girl's feelings in situations like that should be respected. It took a while to stabilize Fujiwara, so I didn't catch the Hatamoto family situation in real time. Still, things went almost exactly as I predicted, and Hatamoto Natsu successfully became my believer. I'm still not sure whether faith is required to anchor my humanity, but if it can be used, it's better to prepare ahead. Also, I still need to respond to Kagaya's confession from the next day. After agreeing to date Sonoko, I also accepted Kagaya's confession. Now I've become the kind of two-timing scumbag I used to despise. The worst part is, I don't even know how to date two girls at the same time. What a headache. To be continued. Chapter 221, Unchanged Favorite Standard. In Rant's room, she lay on the bed with a diary in her hands. A beautiful girl with a good figure. So that's how Ren sees me. Being complimented on her figure, described as just right, plump, and healthy, felt like the highest praise a girl could receive. Ran would usually accept compliments with a polite smile. If someone dwelled too much on her body, though, it started to feel like harassment. But it was different when it came from someone she knew. Ran had never really been concerned about her figure. Ever since her body began developing, her shape had been on the fuller side. Compared to her peers, she even felt like she'd developed a little too much. But now, the recent spike in her weight was starting to become a serious source of anxiety. She understood that strength and explosive power came from a strong physique. Still, as a girl, she cared more about having a healthy figure rather than visible muscles. And now, a familiar boy, someone she had feelings for, had told her she wasn't fat at all, that she looked healthy and beautiful, not particularly strong, just right. Ren closed the diary and rolled off the bed. She stood in front of the full-length mirror, studying her reflection, especially her legs. She raised one slightly. Her fair, smooth thighs were flawless, and there weren't even any visible muscle lines. They're definitely a little thicker than before, but this must be what Ren meant by just right. Even though they were thicker, Ren didn't feel the anxiety she had before. Having a guy she liked say they were just right felt much more reassuring than anything she could tell herself. Still, clothes made it hard to tell how her body really looked. Ren glanced at the window, then quickly walked over and drew the curtains to block out any view from the outside. Once she was done, she returned to the mirror and began removing her clothes piece by piece until she was down to just her underwear. Now she could see her entire body clearly. She reached out and pinched her lower abdomen. Her core was firm, with barely any fat to pinch. She could control the tension and relaxation of her abdominal muscles at will. Relaxed, it was soft. Tensed, it felt as solid as steel. She posed in front of the mirror, one graceful stance after another, carefully observing herself. Yeah, it's a healthy figure. Not fat, and no muscle definition. And Ren said this weight is already at its limit. My figure should stay at this level going forward. A beautiful girl with a good figure. Suddenly, as if hallucinating, she heard Ren's voice echoing in her mind. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ren's face turned red. She shyly tapped the floor with her toes. If Ren said so, then there's nothing to worry about. At that moment, Ren finally let go of her anxiety about her weight. Meanwhile, in the Suzuki family's screening room, the four members of the household were watching a video that Hayasaka had distributed. On screen, Kagaya appeared in her Ice Queen form, landing gracefully and freezing the ocean's surface instantly. Not only Kagaya's abilities but also those of Nagi and Maria lit up the screen. It was mystery made manifest. The scenes looked like they were produced with top-tier special effects, but Shiro, Tomoko, and Ayako all knew better. The people in the footage truly possessed mysterious, extraordinary powers. The combat portion of the video ended quickly, and the lights in the screening room turned back on. For a moment, the entire room was silent. Completely beyond imagination. Shiro was stunned. At the same time, his expression revealed an intense desire. He'd always been fascinated by the mysterious. Unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity to truly engage with it. But now, that door had opened. How could he possibly turn away? I always believed mystery existed, but I never expected it to be so overwhelming. Especially Kagaya. She's mastered powers beyond human understanding. Tomoko nodded in agreement. Power that defies reason is enough to overturn everything. In a normal world, only concentrated military force might pose a threat to her. Shiro nodded subconsciously. But Sonoko shook her head. Mom, even heavy firepower won't work. Shinomiya can turn into an elemental form. Even if Sanzenin and the others focus all their firepower on her, they still wouldn't be able to do anything. Not just Shinomiya. Her maid, Hayasaka, can open doors to other dimensions. Heavy firepower can't reach her there. It's too easy for them to escape. Even large-scale firepower likely wouldn't land a direct hit on Kaguya or Hayasaka. The door fruit was just that powerful, especially when it came to repositioning. It was nearly impossible to hit them directly. Once again, Sanoko's explanation helped her parents grasp the massive gap between the mysterious and the ordinary. They realized that the wealth and power of the mundane world were ultimately meaningless in the eyes of those who walked in mystery. The moment the mysterious was even partially revealed, wealth would rush in on its own. There would be no need for control or management. Ayako, who had remained quiet all this time, finally looked at her sister with curiosity in her eyes. "Sonoko, what ability did you gain?" It was a question that also interested Shiro and Tomoko. Even if Sonoko hadn't said anything, they had already seen the footage from her recent trip. It was obvious she had stepped into the mysterious world. Sonoko smiled proudly and took out a contract card from her chest. It depicted her as a young lady of a noble house. "This is the ability I obtained. This contract card represents my power, the rights of a young lady. As long as I wish it, I can meet anyone, no appointment needed. And also, Mom, Dad. I think I've fallen for someone." Shiro and Tomoko looked at each other. They had been expecting something like this, but they were open-minded about whoever Sonoko chose to date. The reason was obvious. "Is it because he's handsome?" Tomoko asked, testing the waters. "Mom, he's super handsome." Hearing her daughter's response, Tomoko couldn't help but cover her face with her hand. It seemed her daughter's taste hadn't changed at all. To be continued. Chapter 222, Demigod, Bonus. I'm back. With a cheerful smile, Chika pulled her suitcase behind her as she returned home. The house was unusually lively. Not only were her father, mother, older sister, and younger sister present, but also her grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and aunt. Nearly all the key members of the family were gathered. Chika's home. Her grandfather greeted her with a broad smile in response to her bright expression. "How was it? How did you feel about this trip?" "It was great." Chika smiled and made a yeah gesture. "I saw a lot of amazing things on this trip. But there were some accidents. When Kaguya was testing Hayasaka's resistance to pressure in another dimension, something went wrong. The dimension collapsed, and the iceberg created by Kaguya's ice fruit attack in that space ended up crashing into the island. It was really dangerous. It looked like 2/3 of the island ended up buried under that iceberg." Just listening to their granddaughter's description, both grandfathers could already picture how intense the experience had been. Another dimension collapsing, an iceberg crashing into the island, the two elderly men were left dumbfounded. They glanced at each other, seeing surprise and doubt reflected in each other's eyes. "Are we outdated?" The moment that thought crossed their minds, Chika quickly shook her head to deny it. "No, Grandpa and Grandpa, you're not behind the times. It's just that Kaguya and the others were working really hard during training, and they're pushing their limits right now. So, loud and dramatic stuff like this is normal. It's just that since you haven't been exposed to this kind of thing, it makes sense that you're not used to it yet." Hearing their granddaughter say this, the two elders' shock began to settle down. They were both aware of the mysterious, but they hadn't experienced the level of destruction the true mysterious world could cause. After all, the mysteries they had encountered in the past weren't nearly this dangerous or influential. While the elders calmed down, Fujiwara Meiho, seated in the main seat, looked at Chika with slight suspicion. Considering the kind of world Chika had been exposed to lately, Meiho didn't hold back and asked directly. "Chika, weren't you a little too quick to respond?" Chika blinked in confusion at her mother, then quickly realized what she'd done. Her mother's questioning gaze made it clear. Because I also stepped into the mysterious during this trip." The entire Fujiwara family stared at her in stunned silence. None of them had expected Chika to enter the mysterious world so soon. Her younger sister, Meiha, was the first to react. "Really? Sis entered that fast? What kind of ability did you get?" It wasn't just Meiha. Everyone in the Fujiwara family was curious. Chika was the first in their household to enter the mysterious. How could they not be interested in her abilities? "The power I got is probably the lowest tier one. It didn't show immediate effects like Kaguya's. Right now, my physical abilities haven't changed. I've only gained enhancements in mental capacity and observation. As for how those enhancements work, well, I can already tell what Meiha is thinking right now." Even though her expression hasn't changed at all, her fingers twitched, her breathing got a little erratic, and her pupils contracted unnaturally. And now she's wondering how I figured out what she was thinking. After explaining, Chika folded her arms and chuckled. Her tone had unconsciously become a little proud. "Meiha's thoughts are completely visible to me. I can see through her actions and micro-expressions and deduce her true intentions through observation." Upon hearing that, Meiha widened her eyes and pointed at her sister in protest. This is mind reading. That's cheating, sis. It's not mind reading. I'm just a spectator from the first sequence. Mind reading is at sequence 8. I'm just interpreting behavior and language to infer purpose. That's not actual mind reading. Hearing her sister's shameless rebuttal, Meiha's cheeks puffed up in frustration. At that moment, she realized, pranking her sister in the future was no longer possible. Her sister's ability completely countered any sort of trickery. She couldn't even play mind games anymore. She would just end up getting outmaneuvered and humiliated by her sister's newfound skills. Watching Meiha's flustered face, Chika proudly crossed her arms and held her head high, clearly basking in her victory. Meiha grew even more irritated seeing her sister's smug look. But even so, isn't Kaguya still stronger? Her comment hit Chika square in the pride. Her triumphant expression froze on the spot. She glanced at Meiha, then pulled out her phone and made a call. The call connected quickly. Chika turned on the speaker, and a male voice came through the other end. You already have something to talk to me about after getting home, Fujiwara. Sorry to bother you, Amamiya. I just got home. You called me as soon as you got back. What is it? Well, my sister Meiha said my ability isn't as good as Kaguya's. Could you help me refute that? You're putting this out in public. Yep. I just reminded you, you're a spectator, not an actor. Spectators aren't supposed to interfere with events directly. If you're not careful, the spectator's potion won't digest properly. After the reminder, Ren paused for a moment, then sighed with a trace of helplessness in his voice. To satisfy both your and your sister's curiosity, yes, Kaguya's abilities are indeed exceptional. If she continues to push her powers to the limit, she'll definitely reach the peak I expected, demigod level. The moment the word God came out, the entire Fujiwara family froze. To them, that concept was completely beyond reach, and it shattered their previous understanding of power. To be continued. Chapter 223, we are not inferior to you girls. The word God is not used lightly, but whenever it appears, it signifies something extraordinary. And the word demigod says a lot. Literally, it means halfway to godhood. The Fujiwara family listened quietly. This piece of information truly shocked them. Don't think that the powers Kaguya and the others obtained came easily. Rapid growth always comes at a cost. Every gift in this world has a price. If you enjoy fast success, you also have to accept the ceiling that comes with it. Demigod is the limit they've reached through that rapid growth. It doesn't mean they'll stay at the demigod level forever, but the energy and time required to go further after that are beyond imagination. There's no such thing as effortless power. Quick success mainly refers to increasing the upper limit to speed up the growth rate. Chika nodded slightly at Ren's explanation. Of course, under normal circumstances, even reaching demigod level is extremely difficult. Kaguya and the others qualify for that level only because their power system gives them a 20% chance. Without that, how could ordinary girls reach the realm of gods? Even if there's a hard limit, demigod is still a height most people could never even dream of. From Ren's perspective, it's a restriction. But to others, demigod is already the peak. Because without opportunity and luck, most people wouldn't even graze the edges of the mysterious world in a lifetime, let alone reach demigod. Chika couldn't help but ask. What about us? The path we're on is also called the way of God. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the Fujiwara family held their breath. There are 22 paths that can lead to godhood on the sequence road, each representing a true god. In other words, every path has the potential to reach godhood. But this road is extremely difficult and narrow. So, in comparison, our situation is similar to Kaguya's group. Their current power is greater than ours, but after reaching demigod, advancing further becomes several times, even dozens of times harder than it is for us. As for whether our powers are inferior to Kaguya and the others, all I can say is, each system has its strengths. Once we reach the middle sequence, our abilities start to bloom. From that point on, we are no weaker than anyone else. Sequence 9 spectators and Sequence 8 telepathists have limited means at first. But once you reach the middle sequence, like Sequence 7 psychiatrist, you gain access to many more abilities. You can induce mass panic, stir up someone's inner frenzy, rearrange someone's mind, manipulate thoughts with psychological suggestion, calm agitation, and even read minds through rituals and mental bodies. So Fujiwara, let me ask you, do you really think these abilities are weaker than Kaguya's? Chika took a deep breath. No. According to Ren, once you reach the middle sequence, the available methods multiply. Her current ability might seem more like support compared to Kaguya's direct combat power, but in reality, she might end up with more techniques than Kaguya. Kaguya's powers are straightforward, while Chika's allow her to influence things from behind the scenes through psychological manipulation, something Kaguya can't do. So don't worry too much about your current lack of combat power. Focus on playing the spectator role well. If you stick to the role-playing method I mentioned before, you could be promoted to Sequence 8 within 1 to 2 months. If you perform better in your role, your promotion might come even sooner. After getting that explanation, Chika turned to her sister, who was still puffing her cheeks out. Well, I get it. Thanks for the help, Amamiya. It's fine. If your family is listening, make sure they understand, the sequence path is not easy to walk. I actually suspect your case might not be the standard. Mine might be the exception. Got it. Don't worry. After hanging up the call, Chika looked at her sister with a little pride. So, how about it, Meiha? Did you hear that? I may not have many abilities now, but that doesn't mean my future growth will be any worse than Kagaya's. But once she'd said that, she looked a bit troubled. Do I really have to become a psychologist in the future? It feels kind of weird for a student like me to become one. Hearing her daughter's concern, Meiho couldn't help but feel the worry was premature. You're still at the lowest level, and already thinking that far ahead. Chika, when you reach that point, your father and I can arrange for a government-level psychological consultation position. You'll have plenty of opportunities to become a psychologist. But for now, just focus on what's in front of you. As a diplomat, and with her husband's status, arranging that sort of career for their daughter wouldn't be difficult. If Chika truly needed it, the couple could easily make the necessary preparations to ensure she was ready to take on a psychologist role. But that wasn't something to worry about now. Chika hadn't even reached that stage yet. Spectators and telepathists clearly didn't need to worry about playing the role of psychologist just yet. After speaking to Chika, Fujiwara Meiho also let out a breath. She, too, had been deeply shaken by the word demigod. Demigod. I never imagined our daughter would even have a chance at something like that. Not just our daughter, she added, her gaze falling on Chika, many other girls have the same opportunity. And so, Meiho narrowed her eyes. That boy is the key, isn't he? She had immediately grasped the core of the situation. The only reason her daughter had such an opportunity was clearly because of the boy who had just spoken to her. She didn't know how, but the reasoning was clear enough now. Eh? Mom, what are you talking about? Chika tilted her head, confused by her mother's words. Meiho just shook her head and didn't elaborate. Obviously, some things weren't meant to be said aloud. Even so, the information she had gathered from Chika today was already more than enough. To be continued. Chapter 224, Use your smart brain to think of a solution. All the students spent a sluggish Monday. After a 2-day weekend, being suddenly dragged back to school was a jarring experience. Everyone needed time to adjust. This cycle repeated almost every week. Even though they knew classes resumed on Monday, they still couldn't muster the energy when it mattered. Oh. School's finally over. Nagi, who had been listless all day, suddenly perked up. Nagi, you only become energetic after school, Isumi sighed. How should I put it, this school has a certain vibe. Everyone's in a gloomy mood from the start. It's obvious they had fun over the weekend, but then got yanked back to reality. I'm sure a lot of them were up all night too. As a professional night owl, Nagi was confident in her assessment. She shifted her position on the sofa and tugged the blanket tighter around herself. We're in school, yet this place makes me want to sleep so badly. It's the atmosphere, Ren replied as he sat at the round table, shuffling tarot cards. He turned his head slightly. Sanzenin, you actually enjoy being around lots of people, don't you? It's troublesome when there are too many people. She refuted the trouble but didn't deny liking the lively atmosphere. In truth, Nagi felt she did enjoy being surrounded by others. Compared to her friends, her own home always felt a bit too quiet. Ren glanced at her as she lay sideways on the sofa. Troublesome. Maybe that was true in the past. The Sanzenin heir hadn't been decided, and the family's enormous wealth was a ticking time bomb. But is that still a problem now? Hearing this, Nagi sat up straight, her eyes widening in surprise. Did the old man make a move? But neither Maria nor I told him anything. Was it Sakuya? Ren shook his head. I doubt Miss Sakuya would say anything. She understands some things aren't hers to tell. If you didn't say it, no one else could. And the old man isn't the type to listen to others anyway. He'd just wait for you to speak. But he likely sensed your intent, so he changed strategies. Instead of letting you go, he directly appointed you as his successor. The moment that decision was made, your safety became guaranteed. Any continued attempts at assassination would be a direct provocation to the old men. Honestly, they'd probably just begin their move only to find a bounty already placed on their heads. This is the world of ordinary people. As long as money is involved, many problems can be solved. If a problem can't be solved, it's usually because not enough money has been spent. Even in the supernatural world, money still solves a lot of problems. Money plays a major role. It's not that extraordinary individuals don't need money. In fact, most of them lack it. It's just that people with real supernatural abilities are incredibly rare. Only a few among the ultra-wealthy truly understand that reality. The former Heron Palace might have been one such place. That's why someone like Nagi, with her grandfather's status, can live a relaxed daily life. Right now, you're definitely safe. Plus, with your elemental powers, common kidnappers are basically practice dummies. Even if they're armed, all you need to worry about is not killing them. Severing an arm or leg could still be ruled as self-defense. But wouldn't that expose me? Ren chuckled and pointed toward Sanzenin sitting nearby. Exposed how? Everyone knows Sanzenin is a shrine maiden. Isn't it reasonable that she gave you a charm or artifact for protection? Sure, I've got self-defense tools, but don't you think the moment I use that excuse, those assassins or kidnappers are as good as dead? Even if the court doesn't sentence them to death, some top officials would personally give the order just to protect Sanzenini's safety. Those officials understand Sanzenini's value. They won't allow her life to be threatened by a few amateurs. That'd be a joke. Sanzenin was just one example. Seeing that Nagi wasn't entirely convinced, Ren followed up. It's not just Sanzenini's influence. Your own influence is also a factor. Do you really think your grandfather would let someone endanger you? Especially once someone starts getting suspicious about your secret, he'd be the first to silence them. Thinking along those lines, Nagi had to admit, it sounded exactly like something her grandfather would do. Whether because of the Ichiju family or her grandfather's authority, her secret wasn't likely to be exposed. And if it could be solved that easily, maybe she only needed to. Sanzenin. Startled, Nagi looked up. She saw a glowing index finger, then it flicked her forehead, stinging slightly. Before she could react, a hand was already resting gently on her head. You're not supposed to be aware of all this yet. A 13-year-old shouldn't have to shoulder this kind of responsibility. Especially someone like you, who's still trembling in the dark. Those words completely disarmed Nagi. They were words of concern, delivered in a way that made her feel more overwhelmed than comforted. I know. She acknowledged softly. Nagi wasn't the type to reject other people's kindness. But I can't stay like this forever. Of course, she believed she needed to accept the responsibilities that came with her position. She was no longer just some rich heir. She had seen the darkest sides of human nature. Whether for her own safety or some other reason, when the time came, she wouldn't hesitate to act. When that time came, she didn't want to be scared. Ren didn't shut down the conversation. He just thought Sanzenin wasn't ready yet, not that she never would be. It was just that the psychological burden would be too great right now. At the very least, wait until Fujiwara reaches sequence 7. Once that happens, even if you run into psychological issues, Fujiwara can help relieve the pressure. He set a clear boundary, no taking lives until Fujiwara reached sequence 7. Nagi considered it for a moment, then nodded lightly. And before that? Ren gently ruffled her soft hair. Use that smart brain of yours to figure out how to completely disable your enemies without killing them. Also, you'll need a way to conceal your wind abilities. What do you think about using a sword? Nagi instantly understood what he meant, and a grin spread across her face. That's actually a pretty good idea. To be continued.